Chapter 4400. Not good. At this moment, Beixiana suddenly realized that she was in danger. She did not dare to be careless. Her frozen arm suddenly broke from the middle. Her body flashed and she was about to escape. Unfortunately, her arm was not broken. The Iceworm King moved and instantly crossed all the layers of ice to attack the part of her arm that was not frozen. The ice layer did not exist in the eyes of the Iceworm King. Chmph. Beixiana coldly snorted. This cold snort actually trembled because as the Iceworm King approached, Beixiana already felt that the space around her was filled with unbearable coldness. This was a situation she had never encountered in her life. Boom. Beixiana was also a decisive person. Seeing this, her entire body immediately turned into fragments of light. She ignored the parts of her body that were already frozen and rushed in all directions. However, when Beixiana flew, she sadly discovered that even the 7 colored threads of light were much slower in this extremely cold space. Compared to her previous teleportation, her flying speed was comparable to that of a snail's. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Beixiana cursed 3 times in a row. She watched as the light around her slowly drifted and then slowly solidified. A kind of coldness began to permeate from the surface of her body into her heart. This permeation was also strange. Beixiana felt that this coldness also carried Xiaohua's smile as it invaded her body bit by bit. This made her feel ashamed and unable to show her face. Did I do something wrong? Beixiana suddenly felt a sense of regret. However, in just a moment, another kind of fear rose from the bottom of her heart. This was a kind of warning, a kind of alertness that the main body was being approached by someone. Not good. I can't let Xiaohua get close to the main body. Beixiana's heart was filled with despair. Wang wang. The 7 colored light around Beixiana began to forcefully revolve, and within the 7 colored light, there was an additional layer of blood-red light. Boom boom boom. The light formed a huge vortex, and from the void, countless 7 colored light fell down. The entire light suddenly exploded violently outside the ice layer. The Iceworm King naturally also sensed the danger, but it only teleported a few miles and then flapped its wings and rushed into the ice layer. The dense milky white color instantly enveloped the 7 colored light. Layers of ice threads began to condense at the edge of the light layer that was about to explode. Little ice. Xiaohua did not know how to address the Iceworm King. He casually said, "Back off." The Iceworm King instantly understood Xiaohua's meaning, but it did not retreat even half an inch. Haha, this little guy is quite strong. Xiaohua faintly smiled and waved his hand. Rumble. An enormous palm-sized thunderbolt appeared out of thin air. This thunderbolt was divided into 4 layers, and each thunderbolt was formed by 4 threads of lightning. These 4 threads of lightning were the yin lightning of 3 corpses, the true lightning of 5 qi, the 9 heavens divine lightning, and the nether devil lightning. 4 lightning threads at the same time, perhaps only Xiaohua's main body could use them. When this lightning hand appeared, the lightning actually gave birth to the power of life and death. This power of life and death was extremely weak, but the Tao of life and death was still the head of the 3,000 grand Taos. When Xiaohua first set foot on the Tao of immortality, because of his benevolence, his heart was touched by the sight of life and death. From there, he glimpsed the outline of the Tao of life and death. Later on, as his cultivation deepened, his understanding of the Tao of life and death became more and more profound. However, the Tao of life and death was one of the 3,000 grand Taos and the head of the grand Taos. Not to mention the cultivators of the mortal world, even the immortals of the immortal world would not be able to use the Tao of life and death in their spells. Xiaohua was blessed by the heavens and cultivated the art of lightning. What was special about him was that he had the Thunderbolt Immortal, Wansu, Sure, and Wu clones. These 4 clones cultivated the art of lightning of Taoism, Confucianism, Devil, and Soul cultivators respectively. Thunder had always been the will of the world and represented life and death. Because of this, Xiaohua was able to vaguely see life and death under the power of the 4 types of lightning. What was more special was that Xiaohua had the yin side of space and could control the origin power of the netherworld. All of these fortuitous encounters allowed him to faintly mix a trace of the power of life and death into his lightning arts. In other words, this trace of the power of life and death was a high and mighty divine ability in the mortal world. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's Tao of life and death was too weak and could not guarantee success in a fight. As long as the opponent could dodge before the Tao of life and death fell, this near-invincible divine ability would be ineffective. At this moment, Beixian was frozen in space by the Ice Worm King. Although she wanted to self-detonate and use the power of self-detonation to escape danger, her body was unable to move. Seeing Xiao Hua's hand of thunder coming down, the Tao of life and death had already relied on the power of thousands of lightning to land on Beixian's illusory body. It was even more powerful than the Ice Worm King's ice seal. When the lightning fell, the Tao of life and death instantly penetrated through the layers of indestructible ice and solidified the huge whirlpool of light. Each of the whirlpools was like a dazzling ice flower with 7 colored threads of light that were abnormally clear. Not only that, but when the Tao of life and death passed through the light and landed on Beixian's illusory body, it was like rain pouring down. The 7-colored light faded at a visible rate and turned into black and white in just a moment. Ah! Beixian was shocked and her heart was filled with thousands of doubts. What divine ability is this? Just as Beixian's doubts arose, the black and white spread to her illusory body again. Not only was the 7-colored brilliance erased, but the thousands of vitality were also annihilated in an instant. It was like a blooming peach flower withering under the power of heaven and earth. The black and white within 1,000 miles slowly turned back into the energy of heaven and earth and disappeared without a trace before the ice seal spread again. Sigh. Seeing Beixian's illusory body and 7-colored halo being destroyed by the hand of thunder, even Xiao Hua himself was shocked. However, at this moment, a huge rumbling sound came from the depths of space. Demon Sovereign Shi's angry roar and Beixian's battle cry could be faintly heard. Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Little ice, come back." Wang wang. The Ice Worm King ignored the layer of ice and instantly landed in front of Xiao Hua. It flapped its wings and circled around Xiao Hua a few times as if it was asking for credit. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Hua smiled. He opened his mouth and shot out a beam of light, which landed on the Ice Worm King's body. The light dimmed, and the Ice Worm King was sucked into his body. After that, Xiao Hua glanced around. The 7-colored halo around him had become very sparse. Presumably, Beixian had been attracted by Demon Sovereign Shi and was too busy to notice this place. Hee hee. The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curved upward as he sneered in his mind. He knew his plan had worked. As long as he could kill as many of Beixian's illusory bodies as possible, he would be able to force her true body out, or destroy this 7-colored halo shell world. With a sway of his body, Xiao Hua flew towards the source of the sound. Although he had not teleported yet, his flying speed was already much faster than before. However, before Xiao Hua could fly 1,000 miles away, he sensed something again and turned to look. He saw that Reverend Yoon had revealed his dragon body, with rosy clouds gushing out from under his body. He too was flying towards the depths of the void. "How's the situation, fellow Daoist?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile on his face. "I have killed more than half of Beixian's illusory bodies, but when I was about to unleash my attack, she suddenly vanished. After that, I heard the sound of fighting between Beixian and that devil spirit boy. I guess he must have found her true body." Beixian dared not to be distracted, so she kept her incarnation. Reverend Yoon answered coolly, "Fellow Daoist, why can't you wield the Pangu axe?" Xiao Hua asked again. Reverend Yoon nodded regretfully and answered, "Yes. The Pangu axe is a divine item, and even with Ai's ability, I still can't wield it freely. I'm sorry to disappoint you, fellow Daoist." "Haha, it's not really a disappointment." Xiao Hua waved his hand smilingly. "If fellow Daoist can wield the Pangu axe now, it would no longer be the Pangu axe. Besides, if we could wield it freely, wouldn't we be invincible in the world?" "Haha, that's true." Reverend Yoon laughed and said, "Wouldn't that be boring? Fellow Daoist, please wait for me." Even as he spoke, The celestial moved his body and chased after Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua asked a few questions, and found that the situation of the celestial was similar to that of Reverend Yun. The celestial complained, "Fellow Daoist, you have to find me a suitable magical item. I can easily deal with ordinary cultivators with my bare hands, but for an expert like Beizian I can't easily deal with her without a magical item. Besides, although the bones of the celestial are useful, I can't always use them. After all, they don't belong to I, and I can't refine them." "Don't worry, fellow Daoist." Xiao Hua replied helplessly, "Fellow Daoist, please refine the two essences first. Perhaps you'll have some luck in the future." "All right." The celestial did not want to push Xiao Hua too much. Following him, Xiao Hua and Reverend Yun formed a triangle and flew into the depths of the space. After flying for several tens of thousands of miles, Xiao Hua saw that the space in front of them was filled with countless colorful light patterns that looked like layers of rainbow bridges, covering the entire heaven and earth. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed his finger at them and said, "Fellow Taoists, please take a look." Previously, as far as our eyes could see, this space was nearly boundless, and even our divine will could not reach far. But now, after we've killed a few of Beizian shadows, the light in this space has weakened, and Beizian ability to control the spatial barrier has been greatly reduced. If I'm not mistaken, these rainbow bridges are the shells of Beizian true form, and the light in the spatial barrier originated from them. If fellow Daoist Yun's Pangu axe can be used, we can break the wall and get out of here. "That's right." Reverend Yun nodded and said, "I can smell a strong primitive aura from these light bridges. Even without the Pangu axe, we can still fight our way out." The celestial yelled and increased his flying speed. Chapter 44:01. There was no need for Xiao Hua and the others to search carefully, as the billowing fiend energy and bloodstains had already enveloped an area of several hundred miles under the Bridge of Light. All the fiends in the fiend energy were roaring crazily, shooting out beams of colorful light that looked like flying swords from time to time. When the fiend energy was killed, the light beams were tainted by the fiend blood. Wave after wave, it looked like the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was about to rush forward to help, a huge rumbling sound came from where the Bridge of Light was, and then a ball of scarlet fire that was like a scorching sun flew out from the Bridge of Light. Wherever the fireball passed, the space collapsed, and an incomparably ferocious aura was unleashed from it, rushing toward the fiend energy. Pa 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 pa! Wherever the flames passed, light and shadow flashed past. The billowing devil chi was extinguished by the fireballs, and the torrential devil blood was also burned dry. Hordes of devils wailed and fled towards Xiao Hua and the others. Even Lord Shi revealed himself in the fiend energy in a somewhat sorry state. Demon Lord Shi's body expanded like a demon god. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the fireball. Boom! The fireball's flames were extinguished, and Demon Lord Shi's demon fist was smashed into pieces. However, the fireball spun and actually managed to reduce the majority of Demon Sovereign Shi's strength. Furthermore, the force of the collision did not decrease in the slightest, and it continued to smash towards Demon Sovereign Shi. Good heavens! Lord Shi yelled as he fled toward where Xiao Hua and the others came from, and the billowing fiend energy was retracted as well. Beiziana, are you trying to kill your husband? Don't worry, fiend spirit. We're here to help you. The Devas had been preparing for a long time. When they saw Lord Shi was defeated, they gave a loud roar and opened their mouths, shooting out 3 beams of light toward the fireball. Hee hee. Reverend Yun smiled. A ripple came out from his dragon horn, sealing the space behind Lord Shi. Layers of golden dragon symbols emerged from the space. Boom! The light pillars and dragon patterns blocked the sphere, creating a deafening sound. The space within hundreds of miles was destroyed by the sphere, collapsing. Countless dragon patterns and light pillars were destroyed by this strange sphere. After looking at the round ball again, an enormous 7-colored light pillar that could almost split the heavens and the earth was revealed. This light pillar trembled slightly, and the surrounding space trembled and distorted. A kind of godlike majesty came from this light pillar, enveloping the space within 1,000 miles. Damn it, this thing is really powerful. Reverend Yoon was shocked when he saw the dragon marks being killed by the absolute power. What kind of magical treasure is this? Wang. Seeing that the light beam was ineffective, the celestial being's 6 arms immediately reached into the void, wanting to block the sphere. Unfortunately, this place was already close to Bei Xian'er's body, and the space was sealed by her. How could the celestial being enter the void? Roar! The celestial felt quite embarrassed and roared, "I'll help you." Then, the celestial being flew up and charged toward Lord Shi. His 6 arms turned into hundreds of white bones and smashed toward the sphere. Boom! 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 The sphere was stopped by the celestial being's attack, but the celestial being was knocked back 100 miles. Puff! Seeing an opportunity, Xiao Hua released the Ice Worm King again without hesitation. Layers of ice instantly froze the sphere, and Xiao Hua waved his hand again, unleashing a thunderous hand mixed with the power of life and death. Chemph. At this moment, Bei Xian'er's cold voice was heard coming from the towering light pillar. "I've suffered a loss once. How can I not learn from my mistakes?" As he spoke, the sphere spun once again, and a crack appeared in the frozen space nearby. Countless dense rainbow-colored rays of light gushed out from the crack, and the sphere suddenly disappeared before Xiao Hua's thunderous hand could land on it. The sphere disappeared, and the thunderous hand naturally missed. However, after Xiao Hua withdrew his hand, he waved his hand, and a powder fell in front of him. Xiao Hua looked at it, and his face became solemn. He transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoists, this is Bei Xian'er's life pearl produced in the 7-colored halo shell world. Not only is it extremely heavy, it's also incomparably sturdy. I'm afraid Bei Xian'er has to rely on this life pearl to make up for her fatal weakness of softness." That's right. Lord Shifei came over, and his face was still in shock. He said, "Bei Xian'er's life pearl is very powerful. Not only can the 7-colored brilliance destroy all things of the 5 elements, the holy aura hidden inside is also the nemesis of my demon race. Also, this object seems to be extremely heavy, and the space is unable to bear it. Previously, I followed the aura of Bei Xian'er's bloodline to this place. I thought I could achieve something before Big Brother, but I didn't expect that this object would appear out of nowhere and almost injure me. Although this object is powerful, it can't reach far." Reverend Yoon narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, where the natal pearl was wheeling like a star near the huge light pillar. "If we don't get close to Bei Xian'er's true form, she can't do anything to us," said Reverend Yoon. "The problem is," the heaven being shouted, "if we don't kill Bei Xian'er, how are we going to break this life pearl's shell? That pearl is already so powerful, it seems like we can only use the Pangu axe to break her shell. Of course, we can wait here with Bei Xian'er," Xiao Hua said with a gloomy face, "but Feng Wu, Daoist Wu, and once you can't wait, and neither can the 200,000 disciples of my fortune gate. It looks like we can only take a risk. Take a risk, take a risk. Kill this monster." The heaven being shouted. "Human." Bei Xian'er's cold voice rang out again, "I admire you, and I admire your helpers. All of you are very powerful. But, even if you can wait until you get here and find my true body, you are still no match for me. If you surrender obediently, I will only kill all of you. I won't make things difficult for those humans outside, and I won't kill the 200,000 disciples you brought here. Otherwise, not only will I kill all of you, I will also kill the 200,000 humans. I will even order the 6 great saints of the Great Sage Palace to lead the demon army to invade the hidden immortal continent and kill all the human cultivators." "You are indeed a big-breasted but brainless woman," Xiao Hua said coldly. "You are forcing me to kill you." "He, at this point, what else can you do?" Bei Xian'er burst out laughing. "Don't think that your thunder technique is very powerful, and that you can kill my incorporeal body. That little worm of yours is just a little worm in front of me." Boom! 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 The previously frozen space of King Ice Worm collapsed under the raging 7-colored light tide. Even though some of the spaces were not unsealed, they were still shattered by the light tide. Seeing the light tide coming at him from all directions, the prime pearl that looked like a star also moved. A suffocating force came rushing over, completely suppressing Xiao Hua. Facing such an attack, Xiao Hua did not panic. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's do it." In an instant, Reverend Yun, the heaven being, and the exalted fiend all understood Xiao Hua's intention, and they all burst out laughing. Reverend Yun moved his body and recited the heavenly dragon spell, causing the energy waves on his dragon horns to soar into the sky and meet the light tide. Meanwhile, the exalted fiend formation roared and activated it, sending billowing fiend energy toward the light tide like a tide. Seeing the three doppelgangers move, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Boom! Within the soaring multicolored light, the 188th tribulation scattered nascent souls flew out according to the formation they had arranged in advance in his lower dantian. As soon as they landed in the air, they immediately set up a simple golden crow immortal slaying demon formation. Ah! Beixian immediately noticed the formation. She cried out in surprise, "You! How can you use your Kunlun mirror?" Xiao Hua smiled coldly and did not answer Beixian's question. Instead, he ordered, "Fellow Taoists, kill this demon." Yes. 108 nascent soul cultivators answered in unison, then performed an incantation gesture. Gradually, the entire demon formation flashed brightly and transformed into a huge gold crow. Xiao Hua already had a plan when he first came out of Beixian's big seven-colored halo shell world. He knew that inside this barrier, all spatial artifacts couldn't be used. Moreover, his lower dantian was a part of Xiao Hua's body and didn't belong to space. Therefore, the group of 8th rank scattered nascent souls inside his lower dantian could come out. Therefore, when Xiao Hua flew out of the dimension and asked the heaven being to enter, he also kept 36 nascent soul cultivators in his lower dantian, so that they could be of help at a critical moment. Even the Iceworm King had to be sent into Xiao Hua's dantian from within the space. Damn it! Beixian cursed under her breath when she saw the formation was taking shape, leaving her no time to react. The towering beam of light emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the space within several hundred miles as if it was daytime. Suddenly, a stream of light that looked like a mirror appeared in front of the light tide that was lunging towards the heaven being, Reverend Yun, and Lord Fiend. The light tide fell into the stream of light and disappeared. As for the Prime Pearl, it had also vanished after shattering the space within 100 miles. The heaven being, Reverend Yun, and Lord Fiend were slightly taken aback, and they halted in midair. However, right after they stopped moving, the space within 10,000 miles in front of them had undergone a drastic change, as if it was going to destroy the heaven and earth. Not to mention the fact that the space within a radius of 10,000 miles was distorted and the light and shadows were torn apart, not to mention the fact that the rainbow tide was spinning madly within the space, creating huge whirlpools that were annihilated without any pattern. Not to mention that the natal pearl was also trembling, and the light and shadows on its surface were creating layers of illusions. Above the dimension, the thick beam of light in the colorful heaven and earth was expanding rapidly. It flew out from the heaven and earth like a giant python, whizzing and spinning wildly outside the dimension. As the beam of light spun, the seven-colored light tide poured out from the heaven and earth like the Milky Way, falling into the dimension that had undergone a drastic change. The unusual change in the Great Rainbow Shell realm had attracted the attention of all the people in the sacred realm of Thousand Demons. Even Golden-Winged Great Rock and the other great saints of the demon race were struck dumb when they saw what was happening. Chapter 4402. 7-star Great Saint Feng Wu was originally chatting with Daoist Wu, Wen Chu, and the other great saints of the demon race. Suddenly, the ground shook a few hundred miles away from them. The night in the sky began to settle, and layers of darkness fell like rain and frost. Following which, a vast aura rushed out from the ground, shooting straight into the night sky. When the aura covered thousands of miles, a huge shell was revealed from the ground. The terrifying aura was emitted from this shell. Looking at the surroundings of the shell, 7-colored light wrapped around it like ribbons of light. Wherever the ribbons of light swept past, the ground shattered, and space was torn apart. Pieces of land were merged into the ribbons of light. High in the sky, the night was also torn apart, and space was shattered. The stars and moons in the sky were hidden in the morning sun, but now they were revealed again. They were abnormally bright, as if the aura of the entire world was disturbed. The power of the stars and moons was sucked in. The ribbons of light expanded, and so did the shell. Finally, it was tens of thousands of miles wide, and the aura covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The 7 colors of the shell lit up the entire night sky. Although the sun had already shot out from the east, the sun couldn't cover the 7-colored light. Baixian-Er's true body was revealed like this. Feng Wu, Wen Chu, the 5-colored sea godshell, and the flying feather-void beast couldn't get close. Not only were they forced back tens of thousands of miles by the terrifying aura and dazzling 7-colored light, they also had to use their powers to block the penetration of the 7-colored light and the powerful suction of the shell. The 5-colored seashell couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancestor!" Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The 5-colored seashell couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancestor!" Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, several 7-colored halos flashed past his head. The 5-colored sea god seashell's body immediately left its body and shot toward the halos. The sea god seashell's body also couldn't help but rush toward the 7-colored shell in the distance. The 5-colored sea god shell was shocked. He hurriedly moved and disappeared in space. When he reappeared, he was hiding far behind the great Saint Golden-Winged Rock and the other great saints of the demon race. Looking at the place where the 5-colored sea god shell was previously, Bai Qingyu's monster corpses were pulled into the sky by the 7-colored halos. These corpses were torn apart in the halos, and the various colors of the corpses were absorbed by the halos of the 7-colored sea god shell. The 7-colored sea god shell. In addition to the monster corpses in the sky, giant trees, rocks were also torn apart or sucked into the halos of the 7-colored sea god shell. Hiss! The golden-winged Great Peng sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with golden light. He had never seen Baixian-Er use such a big divine ability. He also didn't think that Xiao Hua, who was sucked into the big 7-colored halo shell world, could cause Baixian-Er to use such power. Saint Golden-Winged Rock's shell became more and more now. He became more and Yu was. Tiger Wu and the battle. Before seeing the result of the battle, he wouldn't stretch out a single feather or use any kind of divine ability. With the great rock thinking this, the cunning flying feather void beast naturally watched from the sidelines. He even moved closer to Feng Wu. He knew that even if Xiao Hua was killed by the great ancestor, Feng Wu was still a 7-star great saint of the Great Sage Hall. Since Xiao Hua had such a powerful divine ability, Feng Wu must be on the same level. Of course, if the great ancestor was killed by Xiao Hua, the flying feather void beast didn't even dare to think about what would happen. Would the Great Sage Hall still be the Great Sage Hall of the demon race? Old ancestor. Only the 5-colored sea god seashell's heart was in his throat. He wanted to use his origin force to investigate, but his origin force was immediately shattered the moment it came into contact with the light beam. He could only wait silently in the distance. Fellow immortal, do you feel anything? Wen Chu frowned and asked Daoist Wu, how is fellow Daoist Xiao? Same as before, I don't feel anything. Daoist sorcerer also had a worried look on his face as he transmitted his voice. This big shell is too strange. It seems to be a world of its own. Daoist Xiao immediately lost contact with us when he fell in. Even my soul cultivation secret technique can't contact him. Rumble. Just as Daoist sorcerer's voice was transmitted, there was a deafening roar from the shell. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound and some cracks appeared on the shell. Quickly, fellow Daoist Xiao is about to break free. Let's go over quickly. Feng Wu's phoenix eyes were the sharpest, and he immediately cried out when he saw the cracks appear. However, before they could move, an unexpected event occurred once more. Xiao Hua released the 108 level 8 scattered nascent souls from his lower dantian. The Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic array was formed in a few breaths. Baixian-Er was shocked and didn't dare to hide anything. She hurriedly activated all her demonic power and used all her divine abilities. Not only did the image of chaos appear in the 7-colored light shell realm, but she also absorbed a terrifying amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth and the power of the stars and moon to replenish her energy. However, Xiao Hua was fully prepared. The number of scattered nascent souls that came out was beyond Baixian-Er's expectation. Before Baixian-Er was ready, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic array was activated. This was 108th tribulation scattered nascent soul cultivators. If they attacked at the same time, no one in the 1000 Devil Sacred Realm would be a match for them, let alone when they formed a formation. The huge golden crow flashed with lightning. Not only did the lightning condense into the golden crow's body, but it also turned into flames that spread into the space. Before the golden crow rushed into the chaotic space and landed on the whirlpool formed by the 7-colored light shell, its destructive aura had already caused the entire space to become chaotic. When the golden crow rushed into the space, the distorted space was instantly pierced through. The countless 7-colored light shell and the 7-colored light shell were annihilated at the same time. The golden crow screeched and pounced on the pearl of life that was filled with illusions. Boom! With a loud sound, the previously indestructible pearl of life was smashed into pieces. The 7-colored powder turned into dust and rose into the sky. After the pearl of life, it was naturally Beis Yan-Er's real body. Under the golden crow's aura, the light pillar that supported the sky was extinguished. Xiao Hua could even see Beis Yan-Er's soft pink body. However, at this moment, buzz! Countless thick python-like light strips fell from the space outside and entangled the golden crow like a huge light net. Boom! There was no particular suspense. The golden crow rushed into the light net, and the thick light net could not stop it. In a moment, it was smashed into pieces by the impact. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Beis Yan-Er's real body had disappeared behind the light net, and what was coming toward him was the 7-colored light shell. Boom! The golden crow pounced on the 7-colored light shell and produced a loud rumble. Amidst the rumble, the 7-colored light shell began to crack. Dozens of 7-colored light shards, each measuring several acres in size, fell down from the crack. Ah! Beis Yan-Er's painful cry came from behind those broken light strips not far away. Then, before Xiao Hua could order the 8 tribulation nascent soul to attack again, Beis Yan-Er's hysterical voice came from the sky. Human, if that's the case, I'll die together with you. While she was speaking, dozens of 7-colored tentacles reached out from the turbulence of space and grabbed those 7-colored light shards. Then, amidst a loud noise, they attacked Xiao Hua, Celestial Being, Reverend Yun, Archfiend Shur, and the 8 tribulation nascent soul. The 7-colored light shards were very strange. After whimpering, they immediately disappeared from the space. In just a few breaths of time, the space in front of Xiao Hua glowed with a sharp light, from which a cold aura that could cut one's soul rushed out. Without hesitation, Xiao Hua teleported backward. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the 4-colored thunderbolt hand came crashing down. As soon as Xiao Hua moved, a 7-colored light shard rushed out, and the 4-colored thunderbolt hand came crashing down. But it was a pity that the 7-colored light shard went straight up. With a light swoosh, the thunderbolt hand was cut apart by it, and then it cut through the space and came crashing down on Xiao Hua. The 7-colored light shard seemed to be one with the space, and there was no hindrance in the space. Xiao Hua had just realized that the 7-colored light shard had already hit him. Swoosh! With a light swoosh, Xiao Hua's transcendent's golden body was immediately shattered, and his fleshly body was cut open. The cut was several miles long and several feet deep. Ah! The wound on the 7-colored light shard was very strange. Not only was it painful to the bone marrow, but it was also like an iron hammer had hit his soul. It was so painful that Xiao Hua could not help but cry out, and his transcendent's golden body shrunk rapidly. Ua! Without waiting for Xiao Hua to perform any other divine ability, the 7-colored light shard once again came crashing down on his neck. Xiao Hua was scared out of his wits. Once again, the thunderbolts around him were activated, and he fled into the distance. Ayo! Right at this moment, Reverend Yun's miserable howl was heard. A few of his huge dragon scales had been shattered by the 7-colored light shard, and dragon blood was flowing out from under the scales. Reverend Yun was already in such a state, but Celestial and Archfiend Shur were not any better. The surface of Celestial's body was covered with cuts, while Archfiend Shur's fiend body was chopped into a few pieces. The 108th tribulation scattered nascent souls were also driven away by the 7-colored light shard. In particular, a few of them were nearly chopped in half by the 7-colored light shard. At this moment, Beis Yan-Er was like a crazy woman who had completely lost her mind. No one dared to provoke her. No. Xiao Hua had tried to dodge a few times, but he still could not escape from Beixian Er's vicious attack, and his body was covered with wounds. Then, he looked at Archfiend Shur, Celestial, Reverend Yun, and those eighth tribulation scattered nascent souls. They were also covered with wounds, and it was hard for them to protect themselves. Xiao Hua became more and more anxious, and he thought to himself, this seven-colored light shard must be a part of Beixian Er's shell, and I wonder how many years she has been refining it. This thing is also an invincible magical treasure in her seven-colored light shell realm. If we are forced to retreat by her again, not only will we not be able to protect ourselves, even those over 100 scattered nascent souls will be killed by her one by one, even though they have the overall strength of 9th-tier nascent souls. When that happens, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Chapter 4403. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and opened his mouth again. Pu. A ray of light rushed out and an object appeared in the air. This object was none other than Shong Huaming's god statue. Xiao Hua had previously sent it into his dantian from the space in case of an emergency. He really didn't expect that, at this time, Xiao Hua would finally have an opportunity to use this object. Wang. It was very strange. The moment the statue landed in the air, it immediately gave off an indescribable aura. Although the statue was the same as before, it didn't have any splendor and looked very inconspicuous in the seven-colored space, but Yi Shiwen didn't know what to say. However, as soon as that indescribable aura was released, all the seven-colored halos in the space suddenly became still. Even the rainbow-colored shards stopped in midair. In an instant, the entire space boiled, and all the halos surged toward the god statue. Ah! Beixian Er's surprised voice rang out once more. It was like a thunderclap that reverberated through the air. This voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment, but it was also filled with calmness and reverence. It was far from the crazed tone from before. Boom boom boom. The originally turbid halos in the space became transparent again. Beixian Er's huge body trembled as she slowly crawled down. A kind of solemnity, a kind of sacredness, a kind of sacrificial aura spontaneously emerged in the space. See God, this servant is guilty, this servant is guilty. A kind of almost hysterical voice sounded from where she was crawling. Beixian Er unexpectedly gave up on chasing Xiao Hua and the others and threw herself in front of the god statue like a lowly servant. Looking at the god statue radiating 9 layers of brilliance that were even brighter than the sun, and the sacredness of the aura became even denser, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. Beixian Er had previously said clearly that she had 2 goals in bringing Xiao Hua into the seven-colored shell world. One was to kill Xiao Hua and silence him, the other was to obtain the whereabouts of the god statue. However, Xiao Hua also saw clearly that when he asked Beixian Er to confirm his identity, Beixian Er had once used light and shadow to create the image of the sea god. In front of that image, Beixian Er was so respectful and fearful. Therefore, Xiao Hua believed that Beixian Er wanted to obtain the god statue of the sea god. However, he didn't believe that this god statue was as important as she said. Moreover, Xiao Hua later tested Beixian Er several times. Beixian Er was rather fearful. All kinds of signs indicated that this god statue of the sea god was the only thing in the world that could restrain Beixian Er. Therefore, Beixian Er wanted to obtain it and not let others have it. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't be sure that his judgment was right. He was afraid that this was Beixian Er's trick to lure him into taking out the god statue. At this time, it seemed that he was already at the end of the road. Xiao Hua had no choice but to take out the god statue. Seeing Beixian Er so fearful of the god statue, Xiao Hua's heart was greatly relieved. He knew that he had made the right bet. There was a glimmer of hope in the dark. Because he was afraid that Beixian Er would take the god statue away, Xiao Hua didn't release the god statue too far away. He still kept it in his domain. At this time, the seven-colored tide of light ignored Xiao Hua's domain and directly rushed into the god statue. Xiao Hua looked at Beixian Er lying on the ground and coldly said, Beixian Er, since you have seen the god statue, you should stop, right? Quickly open the barrier, otherwise this Xiao will kill you. Beixian Er's body trembled. She looked extremely fearful and didn't dare to say a word. Gaga. Demon Sovereign Shi's scattered body slowly condensed at this time. The demon flame on the surface of his body dimmed a lot. He smiled and flew to Xiao Hua's side. Looking at the god statue of the sea god, he shouted, "Big brother, you are really powerful. This unremarkable thing is actually the biggest nemesis of this old beggar. Ha 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 ha." Before Xiao Hua could speak, Beixian Er's wild laughter came from the light pillar again. "Human, human, you are really shallow. I was just putting on a show and you fell for it. You think I am really afraid of this god statue?" Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He waved his right hand and used the universe in the sleeve technique. He wanted to collect the god statue. However, the god statue that fell into the seven-colored tide of light was incomparably heavy. It seemed to have merged with the entire space. Even with Xiao Hua's ability, he couldn't collect it. Damn it! I was tricked. Xiao Hua's face was pale as he cursed in a low voice. At this time, he understood that if this god statue was as important as he thought, how could Bei Ming casually leave it in Shang Huaming's ancestral hall? Why didn't he carry it with him? He was still tricked by Beixian Er. He foolishly took the initiative to deliver this god statue to her. Ha ha! Beixian Er saw that Xiao Hua failed to collect the god statue and slowly stood up. The pillar of light that supported the sky appeared again. Following Beixian Er's laughter, the incomparably heavy god statue slowly flew towards her. As it approached, the divine aura on the god statue became denser and denser. This god statue of the sea god is a sacred artifact used by the descendants of my sea clan to display the might of the sea god. Beixian Er's mood was extremely good. She smiled and said, "With this object, I can borrow the power of the sea god's bloodline and exterminate everything." Back in the Red Sea domain, Bei Ming used this object to exterminate 100,000 members of the sea clan. "Since I can't use my spirit formation power to kill you all today, I will use this sacred artifact and let you all have a taste of my Shell clan's absolute saint's attack. Human, all of this is what you call fate. You took out my clan's sacred artifact to invite me to take your life. Let's go." When Xiao Hua saw that the aura on the god statue was gradually turning corporeal, he dared not to hesitate any longer. Davers, Reverend Yun, Archfiend Shi, and the 188th Tribulation scattered nascent soul cultivators followed Xiao Hua and sped away into the distance. They were not sure if they could escape from this great seven-colored shell realm. Ha ha! Beixian Er was not in a hurry to chase after them. She laughed and said, "In front of the sea god, all of you are just ants. Not to mention in my great seven-colored shell realm, even in the sacred realm of 1,000 demons, all of you can never escape from the might of the sea god." As Beixian Er spoke, she saw the sea god statue getting closer and closer. Poof! A blood-red light shot out from the pillar of light and landed on the sea god statue. Boom! The sea god statue suddenly emitted a blood-red brilliance and fell towards Beixian Er's body. When the statue touched Beixian Er's true form, a sacred and majestic aura that could make all living things prostrate rolled out from the statue, and the entire space was filled with a buzzing noise. After that, the glow on Beixian Er's true form vanished in an instant. The statue swayed its tail as if it was alive, and the upper body of the human figure was surging violently. Human. Beixian Er, who had activated the sacred item with the blood essence of the descendants of the sea god, said in an extremely majestic voice from the statue, "Since you have offended the dignity of the sea god, I'll let you die under the majesty of the sea god today. I'll let you know the wrath of the sea god, which should not exist in the mortal world." While speaking, Beixian Er, who had transformed into the sea god, waved her hands in the air. The entire space folded and rolled together, revealing the figures of Xiao Hua and the others who were fleeing desperately. Then, a shadow emerged between Beixian Er's brows. It was the shape of the sea god, and it drifted down with the aura of a supreme god. The 188th Tribulation nascent souls simply could not resist the majesty of the sea god. They were all pressed down and shrunk to the size of 3 feet, either curling up or crawling on the ground. They had no strength to resist at all. At this moment, Shi the Fiend no longer looked like a fiend lord, and he could no longer take the form of a human. Like the fiend formation, he had been pressed down into a fiend energy, drifting powerlessly in the air. On the contrary, Although the celestial, Reverend Yun, and Xiao Hua were suppressed by the sacred aura, they still straightened their necks and waists, stubbornly resisting it, although their resistance was weak and pale. Die. Bei Xian'er's voice was like that of a god. Use your blood and soul to offer to the sea god. Use your blood to redeem your sins. Swoosh. The shadow of the sea god turned into layers and fell toward Xiao Hua and the others. The seemingly light yet heavy aura of the sea god fell between Xiao Hua's brows, and a feeling of extinction emerged in his heart. The gains he had made in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years, the gains his clones had made in the bloody storm in the ruins, the gains he had made from the sages of Wen Chu, the gains he had made from the stars of Phoenix Parasol, the gains he had made from the primordial purple chi, and so on, were all gone at the same time. Although it was just a moment, it was another 100,000 years in Xiao Hua's Tao state. When Xiao Hua's eyes moved again, a feeling of enlightenment emerged from the bottom of his heart. There is a great terror between life and death. What I said is true. My countless accumulations have actually gone through in this moment of life and death. My Tao state has actually reached the late stage of Mahayana realm. In the future, as long as I have enough time to accumulate, I will definitely be able to reach the highest realm. Sigh, what a pity. Because along with his enlightenment, Xiao Hua felt that the aura that was like the will of heaven and earth had passed through the space between his brows and rushed into his Niwen palace and the mysterious dark clouds. Everything would turn into nothingness in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved again. He thought of the mysterious golden core that he had picked up in the spatial crack of the Dragon Island. That golden core contained an extremely great mystery, and Xiao Hua did not dare to consume it back then. Furthermore, when Xiao Hua's space was evolving, this golden core had already left Shenhua continent and arrived at another place that had yet to take shape. Xiao Hua understood even more clearly that this golden core was definitely not the golden core of the cultivation world. Today, not only had Xiao Hua reached the Tao state, his cultivation had also reached a certain height. Although Xiao Hua still felt that he did not dare to try the medicinal pill, at this moment, there was no way out. Xiao Hua was the same as Bei Xian'er previously. He was prepared to fight to the death with his opponent. Presumably, if that mysterious golden core was consumed, when Xiao Hua exploded, he would also be able to drag Bei Xian'er down with him. Chapter 4404. However, no matter where Xiao Hua's consciousness went, there was still no news from Shenhua continent. Not to mention taking out the Jindan, he couldn't even take a look at it. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to die, there was a sudden change. Outside Xiao Hua's Niwen palace, where the Buddha's body Buddha heart fire was, a transparent golden crystal that was even smaller than an ant appeared. It was the tiny godhead that Xiao Hua and his clone had condensed back on the primitive continent. The godhood that looked like a crystal was almost inaudible, but when the shadow of the sea god floated down, and the aura that resembled the will of heaven and earth landed, the entire crystal shone with an indescribable brilliance. This brilliance was different from ordinary brilliance. It didn't come from the crystal, but from various parts of the void. It was as if golden threads of light were suspended above the crystal. These threads of light were densely packed, and when the other end landed in the void, they disappeared without a trace. The crystal had many crystal faces, and there were even more that hadn't been revealed. These threads of light landed on different crystal faces. Some crystal faces had more threads of light, while others had fewer threads of light. At the same time, strange scenes appeared where the light threads touched the crystal surface. Patches of faith power faintly covered the crystal surface like clouds. Within the clouds of faith power, almost endless scenes of mountains and rivers, men plowing and women weaving, primordial phenomena, the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and other scenes flashed inexplicably. The crystal godhead wasn't supposed to be revealed, and it was only because the sea god's phantom approached that the crystal godhead was activated. However, as soon as the godlike figure of the sea god within the shell world approached the godhead didn't react at all. Instead, the figure of the sea god trembled and shattered into pieces. Almost at the same time, the figure of the sea god within the shell world was reduced to powder. Not only that, but the sea god's phantom was the power of the sea god's descendants that Bei Xian'er had activated with the help of the sea god's sacred tool, the sea god statue. This kind of power was invincible because of its so-called divine power. This divine power was originally a pseudo-divine power. At this time, the pseudo-divine power collided with the embryonic form of the godhood. Although the embryonic form was not solid and had not truly taken shape, it was still a real godhood. How could low-level cultivators like Baixian and Xiao Hua understand the mysteries of this world? After the sea god's projection was shattered, the godhead's backlash, or rather, the godhead's fury, rushed towards the sea god's projection. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles that could sense the sea god's shadow, except for the sea god's statue, turned into nothingness. Then, in the space that was devoid of light, a 9-colored dot appeared on the forehead of the sea god statue. As soon as the 9-colored dot appeared, the entire sea god statue flowed with light, and strands of color surged into the 9-colored dot. Ah! Baixian hoarse and miserable cry resounded from within the statue, and then her nascent divinity was forcefully pushed out of the statue. All of this happened too quickly, and Baixian stood in front of the sea god statue in a daze, looking at it in disbelief. She did not know what had happened. In just a moment, the entire sea god statue turned gray, and all of the light fell into the 9-colored dot. Then, the light around Baixian body began to overflow and fall into the 9-colored dot. Baixian was shocked. Her figure flashed and instantly vanished. At the same time, the gray and lusterless pillar of light suddenly glowed brightly, and then countless enormous 7-colored pythons of light started to move throughout the heavens and the earth. Boom! The entire 7-colored shell world had just returned to Baixian's control when the entire barrier let out a thunderous rumble. The space within 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, collapsed at the same time, and the 7-colored light pythons were forcefully extracted. At the same time, the light pythons turned into nothingness, and another 100,000 miles wide pillar of light shot into the sky. Looking at the 7-colored shell world that had previously trapped Xiao Hua and the others, Baixian's natal shell had already turned into powder, and with a loud rumble, it turned into dust. However, the huge light beam had only just shot out a few miles into the sky when layers of mushroom-like spatial collapses appeared high up in the sky. Countless inexplicable and obscure laws that no one knew about were wantonly tearing through the spatial collapses. The light beam rushed under the laws and crashed down again. The pillar of light that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide fell into the 9-colored dot in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded, and he also did not know what had happened. However, as far as his eyes could see, his surroundings were distorted, and his divine sense could not leave his body, so he could only stare blankly. The pillar of light fell into the 9-colored sky, and in the sky hundreds of thousands of kilometers above, many strange laws disappeared at the same time. However, layers of spatial collapse still existed, and an unknown law fell from the spatial collapse onto the entire Thousand Demons sacred realm. As the law fell, the dim 7-colored halo around Baixian flowed out uncontrollably and fell towards the 9-colored light. Just as Baixian was panicking, an even denser 7-colored light flew out from another part of the space and quickly fell towards the 9-colored light. The source of the light was a 7-colored conch. Not only that, but other than the distorted light and shadow, there were even more faint, dense, 5-colored, and 3-colored lights that all poured into the 9-colored. This. Xiao Hua was shocked. Impossible. At this time, Baixian's crazy voice hysterically screamed, "I am the sea god's descendant, who can take away my bloodline? Take away the sea god's bloodline?" Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he thought of the godhead. This must be the power of the godhead. Seeing the sea-like light surging over, Xiao Hua could not help but sigh. Damn it, what a big deal. This is probably going to take away the bloodline of the Rainbow Sea God shell in the entire Thousand Beast sacred realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and used his divine sense to check his own space. As expected, after the big 7-colored halo shell world shattered, his space could be sensed. Since this was the case, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to pull Bai Qing out of the Shenhua continent. However, he saw Bai Qing standing in mid-air in a daze. Before he could figure out the situation in front of him, the 5-colored light began to flow out of his body and turned into fragments of light that fell into the 9-colored. Ao! Bai Qing cried out loudly, sensing the disappearance of his divine sense. He did not know what had happened. Wu. Without waiting for Bai Qing to say more, Xiao Hua waved his hand and sent this hateful and pitiful demon king into the Shenhua continent again. Bai Qing wasn't the only one who was confused. All of Beizianer's descendants in the Thousand Demons sacred realm were confused as well. The most miserable one was the great saint of the demon clan, the five-colored sea god shell, who was closest to the nine-colored dot. Feng Wu, Wen Chu, and the others were overjoyed when they saw the shell in the sky crack. Feng Wu was about to fly over to save Xiao Hua, but before they could get close, another strange change occurred. An indescribable divine aura surged out of the crack, and the seven-colored shell, which was the most beautiful in the morning, instantly turned into nothingness. This. Feng Wu was overjoyed, but after the shell disappeared, an enormous beam of light shot out. Even a cultivator as strong as Feng Wu, who was at the 9th grade of Essence Force, was powerless under the impact of this beam of light. In an instant, he was sent flying like a fallen leaf. Before Feng Wu and the others could regain their balance, they heard another cry of surprise from nearby. Ah! What's going on? Hearing the voice of the five-colored sea god shell, Feng Wu and the others were alarmed and hurriedly looked over. The five-colored light around the five-colored sea god shell surged and flew into the sky. No matter how the five-colored sea god shell waved the shell, it could not stop this. Beside him, the golden-winged rock and the flying feather-void beast looked on in confusion, not knowing what to do. Wang! The five-colored sea god shell suddenly glowed with starlight, and the star marks hidden in the shell immediately flew up with the starlight. Woo woo woo! The brilliance of the stars and the moon fell from the sky, protecting the five-colored sea god shell. As the space vibrated, the five-colored sea god shell gradually turned into a star, and the five-colored star, which was thousands of miles in size, was revealed in the morning light just like that. Under the sunlight, the 7 colors of the star were so dazzling and dazzling. Unfortunately, it was just like a flash in the pan. Even though the five-colored sea god shell had turned into a star, the five-colored halo showed no signs of stopping. The colorful star slowly faded under the stunned gazes of everyone and the demons. The five-colored brilliance that was extracted just flowed into the light shadow that covered the surroundings and did not appear again. When the entire star turned black and white, the five-colored sea god shell was forcibly pushed out of the star. The shell was still a shell, and the brilliance was still brilliance, but the 5 colors were gone. The primordial spirit of the five-colored sea god shell appeared from the shell. Although it was not in human form, the golden-winged rock had already seen the frustration, surprise, and confusion on its face. The golden-winged rock couldn't help but ask, "Shell Saint, what's going on?" The five-colored sea god shell looked at the golden-winged rock in despair. He wanted to hide the truth, but looking at the colors all over the sky, he knew that he was not the only one who would suffer today. Even the ancestor couldn't escape, so how could he hide it? "My bloodline has been taken." The five-colored sea god shell's voice was like the wind, like a wandering soul answering. "Ah, how is that possible?" Both the golden-winged rock and the flying feather-void beast were shocked. After all, the demon race was different from the human race. The bloodline was extremely important. The five-colored sea god shell's sea god bloodline was taken away. Could he still be the five-colored sea god shell? Chapter 4405. Hearing the five-colored seashell's absent-minded answer, the 2 great saints of the demon race were shocked. They looked at Feng Wu, Celestial, and the others with fear. However, to their surprise, Feng Wu and the others were also puzzled. They looked at the five-colored seashell and the strange light and shadow in the distance. Xiao Hua put Bai Qing, who had lost her bloodline, into his spatial zone. He had another thought. He knew that his Shenhua continent was isolated from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. The backlash from the godhead and the stripping of the sea god's bloodline would not affect the Shenhua continent. Bai Qing's bloodline had been stripped, but the five-colored sea god shell still had Bai Bo and the little white dragon. However, Xiao Hua only thought about it for a moment. He did not take Bai Bo out of Shenhua continent. Not to mention that Bai Bo was already pregnant with the little white dragon's flesh and blood. Just her act of rescuing the little white dragon from the heavenly dam water prison was something that Xiao Hua, who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges, could not allow such a cruel divine punishment to fall upon her. Although the 1,000 demons sacred realm was huge, and the 3 continents were even bigger, the divine punishment was very fast. In just half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the light that came from all directions had become sparse. The space within hundreds of thousands of miles had lost all color, except for the cluster of 9 colors. The light and shadow barrier was still there. Fellow Daoist. Celestial flew over and asked curiously, "You? What kind of technique is this? It's really magical." Xiao Hua did not answer Celestial, but looked elsewhere. At this time, Reverend Yun and Archdevil Shi were also flying over with wounds all over their bodies. The 188 tribulation scattered nascent souls were also flying over from all directions. Fortunately, although most of them were severely injured, none of them had lost their lives. Xiao Hua slapped the top of his head, and his innate energy gushed out, sucking all the scattered nascent souls into his dantian. Then, Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at Beixian in the distance. Beixian did not transform into her human form. Her original body, which had lost its color, was still standing there, looking very majestic. However, a tentacle grew out of Beixian's body, and the tentacle tightly grasped the 7-colored conch that had also lost its color. Beixian. At this point, Xiao Hua no longer called Beixian Senior. He only said indifferently, "Are you satisfied with this ending? You. Where exactly are you? God?" Beixian didn't dare to transform in front of Xiao Hua. She could only ask in fear. Xiao Hua shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether or not I'm a god. Do you think I look like a god?" How could Xiao Hua be a god? Who had ever heard of a god who was only at the 9th level of origin energy in the mortal world? Thus, Beixian hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "If you are not a god, then your bloodline must be even purer. Otherwise, there would be no divine punishment. Forget it." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "I don't know what the reason is. After all, this kind of divine punishment is too strange. It is not something that an insignificant cultivator like me can understand. However, no matter what the process was, the ending is already like this. I just want to ask you, are you satisfied?" Beixian didn't speak for a long time. When there was no more light coming from outside the barrier, she said, "You guessed right. Most of what I've told you is true. It's just that Beiming and I are not lovers. In the words of you humans, he and I are very close blood relatives. He has been very good to me since I was young. I have always regarded him as my blood brother. I am not looking for him for the sea god statue. I am just looking for him. Moreover, I believe that he is also looking for me. Blood relations are not something that can be isolated by some spatial boundary." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He now believed Beixian's words. Because when he saw Bei Ming, it was in that innate great formation. Presumably, Bei Ming wanted to use that great formation to find Beixian. Unfortunately, Bei Ming didn't have the body of a half-god. He couldn't escape the corrosion of the clear time demon formation. "The reason why I wanted to kill you is actually only for one reason. I didn't want the news that Bei Ming and I were stranded here to be leaked, and I didn't want the bloodline of the sea god to be discovered by the sea tribe." Speaking of this, Beixian smiled bitterly. "I did it, and I did it thoroughly. Even if the pursuers of the sea race are here now, when they see Bei Ming and me, I'm afraid they will never kill us. Because we don't have any bloodline of the sea god." Beixian paused for a brief moment, then threw her head back and cried out hysterically, "Oh heaven! Almighty gods, please tell me, what have I done wrong? Didn't I spend so much effort just to find my elder brother? Didn't I spend so much effort just to protect myself and prevent the sea race from discovering us? What have I done wrong? Why am I being punished like this by the gods?" Celestial, Reverend Yun, and Archfiend Shi had different expressions. Celestial didn't care, Reverend Yun looked pensive, and Archfiend Shi didn't think so. Upon hearing Beixian's sorrowful and unyielding voice, a cold smile emerged on Xiao Hua's face. "Beixian, he said word by word, "there is no need for any gods to answer this question. let alone the heaven. I can tell you. It's not your fault for looking for your elder brother, and it's not your fault for protecting yourself. It's because you've done something you shouldn't have done. I don't know what you've done, so I can't tell you anything. First, let's talk about how you've suppressed the little white dragon for over 200 years. What does the little white dragon have to do with you? He doesn't know anything. You've heard that I might know something about Dark North, so you captured him and brought him here. But, since he said he didn't know anything, why did you still suppress him? You've been suppressing him for 200 years. The lifespan of an ordinary human is no more than 100 years. How many 200 years can one live? Fortunately, he is a dragon. Not to mention the suppression, because of your suppression, the Demon King of Shrouding Sky Ridge and the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain have a lot of thoughts. Who knows how many of those demon clans and humans related to this Xiao died on the way to rescue this Xiao. Let's not talk about the little white dragon. Xiao Hua coldly said, since I've already come here and rescued Bei Ming from the danger zone and personally brought him to you so you can reunite with your elder brother, I can be considered your benefactor. But, in order to prevent your tracks from being exposed, you actually bit the hand that fed you and wanted to kill me inside your great rainbow halo shell world. An ungrateful person like you, if you don't suffer the wrath of the heavens, if you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, how can the heavens be fair? You only put your own benefits first and don't care about the lives of others. You act as you please in the 1,000-demon sacred realm and act as the ancestor of a demon race. You don't even put the Virokana revered world sovereign and immortal emperor Go Chen in your eyes. A selfish person like you, a domineering person, if you don't suffer the wrath of the heavens, if you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, how can the heavens be fair? Today, your Sea God's Shell clan is suffering the punishment of the gods, and it is all because of you. It is all because of your previous sins, the consequences of your previous actions. Only you are qualified to taste such a bitter wine, but at this moment, you still don't repent and don't see your mistakes clearly. You still dare to thicken your skin and question the heavens? If you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, then who will? You. Bei Xian was truly angry and forgot that the main culprit of the divine punishment was Xiao Hua. She angrily said, "What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You didn't kill humans, you didn't kill demons. Not to mention anything else, you led 200,000 humans to attack Bai Qingyu and killed more than 1 million descendants of my Bai Qingyu clan. Why didn't you suffer the punishment of the gods? I killed people, and I also killed demons. However, I have always been afraid of the heavens, and I also believe that the gods are watching over me. Similarly, I have always done things without betraying my conscience, and I have never forced others into a dead end. If someone doesn't offend me, I will never offend them. Of course, if someone offends me, I will definitely retaliate. Everything I did was merely a counterattack, and it was all because you forced me into a corner." Xiao Hua retorted with no trace of politeness. The sea god's bloodline of the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm has been taken away. What face do you have to talk about leaving people some leeway? Bei Xian snorted disdainfully. You have the final say, so you can do whatever you want. Chimpage. Xiao Hua coldly snorted. If I didn't have a benevolent heart, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Bei Xian didn't say anything. After losing her lifebound shell and the great rainbow halo shell realm, although her strength was still very strong, she couldn't be considered a match in front of Xiao Hua. Just those 108th tribulation scattered nascent souls were enough to kill her. Seeing that Bei Xian was speechless, Xiao Hua didn't expect to wake her up with just a few words. He looked at the barrier on the left, which was still covered by it, and his mind swept towards the 9-colored brilliance. Boom! The moment his mind touched it, Xiao Hua felt as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. An incomparably divine will, which was even more vast and majestic than the Dragon Empress power that Xiao Hua had seen in the South Sea Dragon Palace, was born. The moment he touched it, Xiao Hua immediately felt as if he was a speck of dust facing the entire world. Then, countless visions flashed in Xiao Hua's mind at the same time. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed, and his entire transcendence golden body collapse. Timpage. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, how could Bei Xian not know what had happened? She coldly snorted and said, "A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, as expected. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror and see clearly what you are? A mere human actually dares to covet the sea god's divine power of the Shell clan." Baizian-Er's curses were vicious, but what she said was the truth. This nine-colored brilliance was the sea god's divine power that was contained in the bloodline of all the sea god's descendants in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Although the grade of this divine power wasn't as high as the godhead that Xiao Hua gave her, it was still far from what a human cultivator like Xiao Hua could obtain. Xiao Hua had only just touched this object when the Transcendent's golden body condensed from magic power was unable to support the vast divine power and collapse. Chapter 4406. However, before Baiziana had a chance to gloat over Xiao Hua's misfortune, Xiao Hua's physical body was revealed within the crumbling golden body. Although Xiao Hua's physical body was riddled with wounds, with many of his muscles and bones exposed, those wounds had been inflicted by Baiziana's natal shell, and had nothing to do with the power of the sea god. How is this possible? Baiziana exclaimed once again. At this point, she had finally come to a realization that this human cultivator was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Hua raised his hand and looked at his intact palm, then lowered his head and looked at every part of his fleshly body. Once again, he recalled the demigod body that Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade told him when he was still in Million Meng Mountains. The demigod body, as the name implies, possesses the body of a great god. Aside from the quintessence of a great god, the demigod body is no different from a great god. Now, I seem to have formed the embryonic form of a quintessence. If I'm not mistaken, the golden threads on the crystal face should be extremely pure power of faith. Xiao Hua then raised his head to look at the nine-colored brilliance and thought to himself, Elder Wu also said that the demigod body and godhead are not something that can be obtained through cultivation, and can only be obtained by relying on the power of heaven and earth and prying into the mysteries of heaven and earth. I was fortunate enough to obtain both, so it can be said that I possess the divine power that Baiziana spoke of. However, I'm still in the mortal world, so I don't know how to control divine power. As such, it's not that I can't obtain the power of the sea god, it's that I can't obtain it. If this were in the past, perhaps Xiao Hua would really have reached out to touch the nine-colored radiance to test his own thoughts. However, Xiao Hua was already a grand ascension stage cultivator, so how could he risk his own physical body in such a reckless manner? The power of the sea god is contained in the bloodline of the Shell tribe, so Baiziana can use her bloodline to activate the holy artifact of the Shell tribe. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He really couldn't bear to abandon the power of the sea god, and his mind raced. That's right. I can't use the power of the sea god as a flying god, so I have to use a holy artifact. Or perhaps the sea god's power also required a bloodline or a saint artifact. The statue of the sea god has already been destroyed, and there are no more descendants of the sea god in the Thousand Beast sacred realm. My bloodline cannot be borrowed. If that's the case, I'll have to find a suitable saint artifact. Little doe. At this moment, Xiao Hua thought of the unknown origin of the item without hesitation. At the same time, he didn't know how to repair it or activate it. But it was another extremely terrifying small fight. Little Doe was able to destroy the sword tomb, trap the ferocious flames of the celestial being Bloodbone, and even release the Pangu axe. Presumably, it's not a saint artifact, but it can also restrain the nine-colored sea god's power, right? Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out Xiao Dou. What is this? Baizian was slightly stunned. Seeing Xiao Hua toss the small bucket towards the nine-colored sea god's power, she couldn't help but mock, "Human, don't waste your time. The sea god's power will be taken away by the sea god soon." What? Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Dou. He raised his head and said, "You said that God can sense the sea god's power. He will descend here?" Chimpage. Baiziana sneered and replied with contempt, "How can Lord Sea God come to such a low-level world? The sea god's power still exists at this moment only because of the sea god's light world around it. After a while, this light world will disperse under the sunlight and the sea god's power will dissipate in this space. The three continents won't be able to withstand the sea god's power, so the sea god's power will naturally go far away. In the end, it will be taken away by the sea god. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua was relieved when he heard this. However, Beixiana said again, if not for my sea god's bloodline and the saint artifact, it would be impossible for you to use this sea god's power. You should give up on this idea. Once your saint artifact comes in contact with the sea god's power, it will definitely be crushed into powder by the god's punishment. You will also. Beixiana originally wanted to say that Xiao Hua would also be affected, but seeing that the previous two sea gods' punishment didn't injure Xiao Hua, she obediently shut her mouth. How do you know if you don't try? Xiao Hua pointed at Xiao Dou with his finger, and Xiao Dou fell down. Shua. The nine-colored sea god's power was actually taken away by Xiao Dou. Moreover, Xiao Dou, which had never changed before, actually emitted a nine-colored brilliance when it came in contact with the sea god's power. Layer after layer of light waves wantonly overflowed from the four walls of Xiao Dou, and around Xiao Dou, a thin layer of pitch-black space faintly formed. An aura that could exterminate all living things was emitted from the space. Beixiana's eyes fell out, if she had eyes. Suddenly, Beixiana shouted, "You, how can you be a human? You must be a heaven race. This seems to be a heaven race's saint artifact." Beixiana's voice was loud and full of fear. Che! Xiao Hua disdainfully glared at Beixiana and said, "If you don't know, don't guess blindly. This Xiao is a real human. How can I be a heaven race? Then, how can you have a heaven race's saint artifact? Isn't this the legendary saint artifact used by the heaven race during the ancient war, 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper?" Beixiana couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "Although I have never seen this item before, but this 10,000 extinguishing aura is exactly the same as what is recorded in my Red Sea region's royal secret codex. Where is the secret codex? Is there a method to refine the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper? How do I activate this 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked. Greedy human. Beixiana was completely convinced at this time. She sighed and said, "My shell race's secret codex was already snatched away by the sea race when they invaded the Red Sea region. If I took the secret codex, even if I escaped to the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm, I'm afraid the sea race would still chase after me. As for how to refine the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper and how to activate it, you should go find the heaven race's secret codex. How would I know? Forget it, forget it." Xiao Hua's mind rolled up the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper. Sure enough, no more divine energy was produced. Xiao Hua easily stored the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper into his space along with the sea god's power. At this time, the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper could no longer stay in the space where Reverend Yun was. Instead, it landed in another unformed space and stopped, floating quietly. After the nine-colored sea god's power was gone, the sea god's light realm was also slowly disintegrating under the scorching sun. Beixiana's true form was revealed under the sunlight. Although the seven-colored brilliance was no longer there, her snow-white skin was tinged with a pinkish color, which really made Xiao Hua's itch rumble. As if unable to bear Xiao Hua's passionate gaze, Beixiana's huge body emitted a rumbling sound and quickly shrunk. In just a moment, she had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in a snow-white dress. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman's face was filled with an unyielding stubbornness. Her eyes were also filled with frost, and she looked at everything around her with impatience. It was only when her gaze fell on the conch in her hand that warmth appeared in her eyes. The light realm was gone, and Xiao Hua's gaze moved away from Beixiana's body. He looked around and saw that the ground had collapsed, leaving behind a deep pit. The mountains and lakes he saw before were all gone, and under the deep pit and the crack in the ground, there was an undulating mess. Gravel, wood chips, flesh, and bones were scattered everywhere. Everything was completely different from the Baiqingyu that Xiao Hua saw before. The sea turns into mulberry fields, the mountains are moved, and the seas are filled. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua looked around and released his divine sense. Then, he shook his head slightly and sighed, if it weren't for this battle, how could it have become like this? While he was talking, A rather anxious Yuan will swept over, but when it landed on Xiao Hua, it was quickly withdrawn. Then, a phoenix spread its wings and flew over from afar. Wasn't that the 7 stars great saint, Feng Wu? After Feng Wu, Wen Chu and Daoist, which each used their divine abilities and flew over like shooting stars. The 3 clones shouted almost in unison, "Fellow Daoist, are you alright?" "Ha ha." Xiao Hua lowered his head to look at his tattered Daoist robe and the wounds on his body. He said with a smile, however, "They are all flesh wounds and can't be considered serious. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." Even fellow Daoist Celestial was injured. This ancestor of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm is indeed powerful. Feng Wu narrowed her eyes, and her gaze fell on Beixian not far away. A 7 stars great saint is indeed awe-inspiring. Beixian felt the ferocity in Feng Wu's eyes and said with equal harshness, "Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't think you were my opponent, so he didn't dare to pull you into the barrier. Otherwise, I'd like to see what you're capable of. It's not too late now." Feng Wu flapped her wings and sneered. There seemed to be no fear in her tone. "Ancestor." At this moment, the 5-colored sea god shell also flew over with a long face and said anxiously, "What? What exactly happened?" "What happened? It's nothing." Beixian looked up at the sky and pointed at the sun, saying, "The night of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has passed and the day has come. The sun still rises. When the day ends and the night comes, the stars still rise." But the 5-colored sea god shell wanted to ask more, but Beixian snorted coldly and scolded it via voice transmission. Only then did the 5-colored sea god shell stand to the side and look at the sky, feeling wronged. It was the golden-winged great rock that flew the fastest. Only now did it come over with the flying feather-void beast. When the 2 great saints of the demon race saw Beixian, they didn't dare to slight her and hurriedly bowed. Beixian didn't say anything to the 2 great saints of the demon race and only nodded slightly. The 2 great saints seemed to be very used to Beixian's attitude. After getting up, they looked at each other and stood to the side without saying anything, quietly waiting for Beixian's orders. Beixian glanced at the 3 great saints' respect and felt slightly relieved. She asked again, "By Qingyu caused such a big commotion, why did only you 3 great saints come over? Where are the other 3? Chapter 4407. "Yes, old ancestor." The 5-colored sea god Seashell hurriedly replied, "There's a warning from the north of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. 3 demons have been killed for no reason. About 200,000 demons have gone missing. The 3 great sages have split up and gone to investigate the situation." "Oh!" Beixian was stunned. The demons from the Boundless Sea, Sun Cheong Mountain, and Dark Abyss didn't go? They actually alerted 3 great sages? "Old ancestor," the golden-winged rock said, "Kangyu Heaven sent 3 great sages to investigate, but they didn't send back any information. They probably can't come back." Seeing that the situation was urgent, Dragon Sage and the others went personally. Beixian nodded and didn't ask any more. At this time, Xiao Hua had already transmitted the whole story in his heart. Wen Chu, Feng Wu, and Wu's eyes lit up. They really didn't expect Beixian's ability to be so powerful, and such a miraculous thing actually happened in the big 7-colored halo shell realm. The so-called divine punishment, Godhead, divine race, and sea god were all unheard of. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he looked at the 3 great sages of the demon race and knew it was time to end this matter. He took out the Kunlun mirror and used his magic power to bring Little White Dragon and Jade Wave out of the Shenhua continent. "Ah!" Beixian exclaimed in surprise when she saw Jade Wave. On the other hand, Xiao Hua glanced at Beixian and said indifferently, "Apart from the fact that I won't attack unless I'm attacked, I'm different from you. Unless it's the end, I definitely won't cut off all paths of retreat and leave no chance of survival for others. I know you didn't believe me before, but now, do you believe me?" The 3 great sages of the demon race were confused. Beixian looked up at the blue sky and then at the vast land. She sighed. "Alas, even if I don't believe you, so what?" Her tone was so vicissitudes of life that she didn't seem so depressed when she was defeated by Xiao Hua. Then Beiziana bent down and performed a courtesy that Xiao Hua didn't understand. She said, "Spiritual Master Xiao's breadth of mind is the first I've seen in my life. I was wrong before, please accept my bow." "Sigh, senior, there's no need to be so courteous." Xiao Hua also sighed. Based on the sea god statue alone, regardless of whether the rainbow conch was related to Shang Huaming or not, Beizian was definitely related to him. He could be considered half a disciple of Shang Huaming. As a junior, he should be on good terms with Beizian. But because of Beizian, things had escalated to this point. Not only had Beizian suffered divine punishment, but even the sea god bloodline of the Thousand Monster Sacred Realm and the innocent Rainbow Sea Conch had been affected. Xiao Hua and Shang Huaming's previous feelings had almost completely vanished. Furthermore, Xiao Hua almost didn't dare to believe that if the Rainbow Sea Conch could transform and learned of what had happened, he would fly into a rage. Therefore, he could only help Beiziana up and said, "This is fate playing tricks on us. You and I are just pawns in the game, the previous misunderstanding. Why don't we just let it go? Spiritual Master is so magnanimous. I really don't have the face to face you. I will do as you say." Beiziana stood up, her heart filled with complex feelings. At this moment, Little White Dragon woke up from his daze. He was shocked to see the three great sages. Although he had never seen a great sage before, how could he not recognize the aura and appearance of the great sage of the demon clan? He was just about to pull Jade Wave and escape when he turned around and saw Xiao Hua. Beside Xiao Hua was Daoist Sorcerer, who he was even more familiar with. "Xiao. Little White. Why are you here? There's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and leave." Little White Dragon's face didn't show any ecstasy. Instead, after a flash of surprise, his face immediately tensed up. He hurriedly shouted and gave Xiao Hua a look. Xiao Hua smiled, his heart filled with warmth. He waved his hand and said, "Little White, I've wronged you these 200 years. Ah!" Until now, Little White suddenly realized that although the Xiao Hua in front of him was very familiar, his temperament was completely different. Even with his own strength, he couldn't detect Xiao Hua's strength. Little White retreated a few feet in shock and said anxiously, Are you Xiao Hua? If he's not Xiao Hua, who am I?" "Who am I?" Daoist Sorcerer extended his hand and said with a smile. Daoist Sorcerer didn't look like Xiao Hua. His face couldn't be distinguished by the naked eye and divine sense. However, Little White Dragon knew immediately that Daoist Sorcerer was the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. He was the soul cultivator Xiao Hua who cultivated together with him in the mysterious dark clouds of Xiao Hua. Little White Dragon stretched out his hand almost without hesitation and shook hands with Daoist Sorcerer. Feeling the slight heat from Daoist Sorcerer's hand, Little White Dragon immediately understood. He was really ecstatic and shouted, "Congratulations, fellow cultivator." "Haha, no need to congratulate me. It won't be long before I congratulate you," Daoist Sorcerer said with a smile and looked up at Jade Wave behind Little White Dragon, who was at a loss. Little White Dragon chuckled and waved at Jade Wave, "Come here quickly." As soon as Jade Wave landed in the air, she immediately saw the three great saints of the demon race. She almost fainted, but when she saw Beizian, she was surprised because she only knew of the great ancestor, but had never seen her before. However, just 3 demon race great sages were enough to make her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She stood in the air and didn't dare to move. However, what puzzled Jade Wave was that the 3 demon race great sages didn't even look at her. They all held their breath and looked at the sky, treating her as nothing. While Jade Wave was at a loss, Little White Dragon's voice came. Jade Wave was slightly stunned and didn't move. "Bitch!" Little White Dragon was angry and shouted, "These are my good friends. They came specially to save me. Why aren't you coming over to greet them?" "Yes, darling Xiao." Jade Wave panicked and hurried over. Hearing Jade Wave call Little White Dragon darling Xiao, Xiao Hua's face was a little embarrassed. He instantly thought of Fairy Jing and felt bitter in his heart. Hee. Little White Dragon proudly pointed at Jade Wave and said, "Big brothers, this is Little One's wife. Little brother took her in when I was in by Qingyu." When little brother was suppressed in the heavenly dam water prison, she took care of little brother. Seeing that she was so attentive, little brother took her. Little brother escaped from the heavenly dam water prison, it was also her credit. Come, this is. Little white dragon first pointed at Xiao Hua and was about to introduce him. Then he remembered and scolded, this is the real Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. You don't have to call me darling Xiao in the future. Yes, darling Xiao. Jade Wave answered naturally. However, her face immediately flushed red and she looked at little white dragon with some fear. Bitch, what did I tell you? Little white dragon felt that he had lost face and scolded, call me. At this point, little white dragon rubbed his nose like Xiao Hua. Forget it, he had called himself Xiao many times in the past 200 years. He had forgotten that he didn't have a name. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you are this Xiao's brother in tribulation. You also helped this Xiao block the calamity of suppression for 200 years. So what if your surname is Xiao? How about I call you Xiao Bai? Little White Dragon was a member of the dragon race and had always regarded women as nothing. He could scold Jade Wave at will, but this didn't mean that he was stupid. On the contrary, his experience and the inheritance of the dragon race from the fire dragon soul allowed him to understand more. He had seen Xiao Hua grow from a chi condensation cultivator to a high-grade cultivator that even he didn't know the depth of. Now that Xiao Hua was able to remain calm in front of a great sage of the demon race, he naturally guessed Xiao Hua's cultivation base. A human Grand Ascension stage cultivator called him a brother in tribulation and even asked him to take his surname. How could little white dragon not know to climb up the ladder? He didn't pay any special respects and only smiled casually as he replied, Hehe, thank you, big brother. He then pointed at Xiao Hua and said, this is Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. Greetings, Daoist Master Xiao. Jade Wave's expression tensed up as she respectfully saluted. Her posture was very standard and was the etiquette of a human woman. It seemed that she had worked hard before. Xiao Hua smiled and raised a hand to help Jade Wave up. You are Xiao Bai's wife and my sister-in-law. From now on, we are a family, so there's no need to be too polite. Yes, Daoist Master. Jade Wave's heart was finally at ease upon hearing Xiao Hua mention a family. Some of her previous worries had been answered. These are all my good friends. Xiao Bai naturally couldn't recognize all of Xiao Hua's clones, so it wasn't convenient for him to introduce them at this time. He simply pointed at the clones and said with a smile, I'll introduce them to you in the future. Greetings, uncles. Jade Wave saluted again, even though she really didn't understand what these so-called uncles meant. Haha, get up. Feng Wu and the others laughed. Xiao Bai is really lucky. After being suppressed, he can actually find a beautiful woman to serve him. Not to mention fellow Daoist Xiao, even we are jealous. Hehe, this is where my charm lies. Big brothers, you can't be jealous. Xiao Bai's tone was very similar to Xiao Hua's. He even touched his nose and said, ha ha ha. Feng Wu and the others couldn't help but laugh again. You really boast shamelessly. Little White, stand at the side. Xiao Hua and the other clones finished laughing, and then they instructed. Yes, big brother. Xiao Bai pulled Jade Wave and hurriedly stood beside Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua raised his head, looked at Baixian and asked, Senior, Xiao Bai was suppressed by you for no reason for 200 years. How do you think you should compensate him? This is my fault. Xiao Bai, whatever compensation you want, just say it. I'll agree to it. Baixian saw with her own eyes that the only bloodline of the Sea God clan had an affair with Little White Dragon. Moreover, Jade Wave still had Little White Dragon's bloodline in her bosom. She also had Sea God's bloodline. This Little White Dragon was originally her family, so why would she be stingy? Even without Xiao Hua saying it, she was willing to agree to any condition of Little White Dragon. Chapter 4408. How could Xiao Hua not know what Baixian was thinking? He smiled and said, this condition is too good for you, Senior. How about this? I have a condition that I hope Senior and the three great saints will agree to. Oh! The rock was surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Baixian before asking Xiao Hua, what is Daoist Xiao's condition? I want Little White to be the Dragon King of the West Sea. Xiao Hua said word by word. Impossible. The flying feather space beast shouted, not to mention the North Sea Dragon King Ao Hong. Even if Ao Chen died, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is still the ruler of the West Sea. Even without the palace, there is still the Dragon Island. Even the second great saint of the demon race, the black-armored Pentaceratops, doesn't dare to say that he can be the ruler of the West Sea. How can we agree to this? What you can't do, I can do it. The black-armored Pentaceratops can't be the ruler of the West Sea, but Little White can, because I want Little White to be the ruler of the West Sea. Xiao Hua lightly said, I want you to agree that if one day Little White wants to be the ruler of the West Sea, you can only agree and not oppose. The rock, flying feather space beast, and the five-colored sea god shell looked at each other. They then cautiously looked at Beizian, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything from her face. After a while, the rock smiled and said, the ruler of the West Sea is not something we can decide. Since Daoist Xiao has such an intention, I will naturally do my best to help you accomplish it. It can also be considered as compensation for Xiao Bai. Yes, I also agree. The flying feather space beast also agreed. Only the five-colored sea god shell didn't say anything. Of course, it was not that he didn't want to agree, but because Beizian was behind him, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Daoist Xiao's thoughts are also my thoughts. Beizian finally revealed a smile. However, I still hope that Bai Bo can be the Empress of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Haha, this is Little White's matter. I can't agree on his behalf. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. There are 7 great sages in the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm. Now, there are 4 great sages here, and with this Xiao, the Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, this Xiao doesn't believe that the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Palace can't change hand. Beizian smiled bitterly. Looking at Jadewave's cute and lovable appearance, Beizian understood that even if Little White Dragon kicked her away, she would still crawl back to Little White Dragon's side. Needless to say, if Little White Dragon became the Dragon King of the West Sea Dragon Palace, if Jadewave did not establish his might, how could he expect Jadewave to cause trouble with Little White Dragon? However, Beizian also understood that as a Little White Dragon of the Dragon Clan, it was naturally attractive to the females of the Demon Clan. It was only because he had suppressed him in the Heavenly Dam Water Prison for 200 years that Jadewave had the chance to pester Little White Dragon. Otherwise, who knew how many wives and concubines Little White Dragon would have had in these 200 years? However, Beizian had no other choice. Because of her mistake, because of the divine punishment, only Jadewave and the child in her womb were left of the sea god's bloodline. Moreover, if Jadewave became the queen of the West Sea Dragon Palace, it would be extremely beneficial to the Shell clan's reproduction in the Four Seas. Therefore, she gave an extremely rare smile. Looking at Little White Dragon, she asked, Xiao Bai, if you agree to my conditions, I will definitely do my best to make you the master of the West Sea. Who are you? Little White Dragon naturally had eyes but could not see. He glanced at Beizian and asked disdainfully, I'm not human. Beizian smiled and said, I'm from the Shell clan, and also, the great saint of the Demon Clan, the ancestor of the 5-colored sea god Shell. Similarly, the other great saints also call me ancestor. Also, it was my idea to capture you and imprison you here. You should. Little White was about to fly into a rage when Jadewave, who was beside him, hurriedly hugged his arm and said anxiously, Darling Xiao. Beizian ignored Little White's anger and said again, Spiritual Master Xiao also said that this is your compensation. Moreover, I also agreed that as long as you are willing, you can do whatever you want in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Hehe, so good. Little White Dragon pinched his chin and looked at Beizian with a lustful gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua frowned and transmitted his voice, Little White Dragon, don't be rash. Little White Dragon could ignore Beizian's temptation, but he could not ignore Xiao Hua's reprimand. His heart trembled, and he drooled. He said in all seriousness, Ancestor, you are thinking too much. Previously, this junior hated Bai Qingyu to the bone, and wished that I could eat the flesh of those 3 demon kings and drink their blood. However, since my wife has taken care of me, what more can this junior ask for? Perhaps the reason why Ancestor captured this junior to Bai Qingyu was to fulfill this junior's fate with my wife. This junior can't thank senior enough. As he spoke, Little White Dragon tidied his clothes and bowed to Bai Xian, saying, Junior Xiao Bai greets Ancestor. Damn it. Xiao Hua saw how Little White Dragon acted with ease and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Little White Dragon is really something. No matter if it is young grass or old shells, they all like his glib tongue. Although Bai Xian's sea god bloodline had been stolen, she hadn't lost much of her abilities. Moreover, she was the ancestor of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. As a descendant of the Red Sea Domain's royal family, how could she not have some means to control the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm? Now that she likes Little White Dragon and is thinking about her lost bloodline, the chances of Little White Dragon sitting on the dragon throne of the West Sea Dragon Palace increased by 30%. Little White Dragon has the fire dragon soul of the West Sea Dragon Palace and can control the dragon throne of the West Sea. This is 20%. I am the Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, and I can be said to be famous in the 4 seas. I should be able to fight against 20%. This gives me a 70% chance. As for the remaining 30%, the Dragon Palace of the 3 seas will take 10%, and the Immortal Palace will take 20%. Hihi, it seems like it is only a matter of time before Little White Dragon sits on the dragon throne of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Good, good, good. Bai Xian said good 3 times in a row. She waved her hand and said, Good child, come over and stand beside me. When this matter is over, you can go with old Ancestor. Your strength is much weaker than Ao Hong's. After I help you increase your strength, you can rightfully become the master of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Many thanks, old Ancestor. Little White Dragon stood up with a smile but did not go to Bai Xian's side. He said, Junior and Big Brother have not seen each other for hundreds of years. Junior will be following old Ancestor in the future. It is better for me to get closer to Big Brother first. Although we are not blood related, we have lived and died together. It is better than being blood related. Little White Dragon naturally did not know about the matter between Bai Xian and Bai Ming. However, his words immediately touched Bai Xian's heart. Bai Xian's tears immediately gushed out. She said repeatedly, Good child, good child. I am relieved that Baibo can find such a loving husband like you. Damn it, what is this? The flying feather Ni void beast at the side rolled his eyes. Little White Dragon was lustful by nature. Where was the shadow of a loving husband? However, he had never seen Bai Xian so fond of any demon in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Even the 5-colored sea god shell was not good. After Little White Dragon finished speaking, Xiao Hua glanced at the golden-winged great pengbird and the 5-colored sea god shell. He waved his hand and threw Bai Qingyu's Demon King Bai Qing, Shrouding Sky Ridge's Demon King Peng Jun, and Ancient Bell Mountain's Demon King Ni Quan out of Shenhua continent. The 3 Demon Kings landed in mid-air and looked around. They immediately pounced in front of Bai Xian and shouted, Old Ancestor, you have to make the decision for us. Bai Xian's face was full of smiles, but when she saw the 3 Demon Kings, her face turned cold again. She didn't even say a word and just looked at them coldly. Old Ancestor. Bai Qing still couldn't see the situation clearly. Although Ni Quan had never seen Bai Xian, he had heard a lot from Bai Qing. Now he saw Bai Xian's unkind expression and then looked at Xiao Hua and the other clones who were more arrogant than the 3 great sages. Little White Dragon was even more arrogant. How could he not know what to do? There was no need for the flying feather Ni void beast to give him a signal. He turned around without hesitation and pounced in front of Xiao Hua. He kowtowed and shouted, Spiritual Master Xiao, this is all my fault. I was blinded by greed. I wanted to take Senior's strength in the hidden immortal continent under my command. This is completely my greed. I am willing to atone for my sins. As long as Senior can spare my life, I am willing to agree to anything. After speaking, Ni Quan fell in the air and didn't say another word. Ni Quan naturally understood better than Bai Qing and Peng Jun. He was just using Xiao Hua's reputation to attract human cultivators. He wanted to use Shui Ming's hand to establish his own force in the hidden immortal continent. Compared to Bai Qing and Peng Jun, His crime was the lightest. Moreover, everything was achieved with the help of Shui Mingzi and other human cultivators. He himself didn't have any direct fault. He could even push everything to Shui Mingzi. However, this was also Ni Quan's cleverness. He already understood that Xiao Hua knew everything, so he took the initiative to take the blame. Even if Xiao Hua didn't think highly of him, at least he wouldn't blame everything on him. Looking at Peng Jun of the sky-concealing ridge, he obviously didn't have Ni Quan's servility. Although Peng Jun already understood when Ni Quan turned around, he still hesitated and looked at the expression of the golden-winged rock. How could the golden-winged rock give him any hint? After Ni Quan finished speaking, Peng Jun also turned his head and bowed. Junior knows he was wrong. Please punish me, old ancestor. Only now did Bai Qing wake up and look at Beizian. But his eyes were still full of confusion. He really didn't understand. How could the old ancestor, who was more powerful than the 6 great saints of the demon clan, be defeated by Xiao Hua of the human clan? However, when his gaze fell on the 5-colored seashell beside Beizian, he saw that the 5-colored seashell had lost its 5-colored brilliance. He sucked in a breath of cold air. As a demon king, he naturally had a decision. He turned his head without hesitation. When he was about to kneel, his gaze swept over Bai Qing, who was snuggling up to the little white dragon. Bai Qing was stunned at first. He didn't think of anything, but he didn't dare to neglect. He knelt in front of Xiao Hua and whispered, "Junior was blinded by greed. I actually dared to suppress Senior." Chapter 4409. At this point, Bai Qing suddenly stopped, as if he had realized something. He lifted his body slightly, as if he wanted to look in Bai Bo's direction. However, he only lifted his body for a moment before stopping again. With this lift and stop, Bai Qing's thoughts were clear, and he figured out the cause of this matter. At this moment, his heart was more assured than Ni Quan and Peng Jun. With Bai Bo by Little White Dragon's side, how could his life be in danger? Senior, this is all Junior's fault. Bai Qing didn't dare to mention Beizian, and only poured dirty water on himself. I shouldn't have tortured Senior's substitute. Moreover, Junior shouldn't have. Bai Qing really didn't know how to defame himself. After all, he was doing things for Beizian, and he really didn't have any plans of his own. Junior's father deserves to die. Bai Bo naturally knew her father's character. Seeing her father like this, and thinking about Beizian's words, Bai Bo knew what Xiao Hua needed. She hurriedly flew over and knelt in the air. Although her abdomen wasn't particularly swollen, she still deliberately slowed down her movements, appearing very careful and clumsy. She said pitifully, even if he has something to ask Daoist, he can't suppress Daoist's substitute and suffer the pain of being refined by the fire pillar every day. This crime is already deserving of death. He shouldn't have flaunted in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, or even the hidden immortal continent to tarnish Daoist's name. This is even more deserving of death. Especially, for the sake of Daoist, who knows how many humans and demons have lost their lives. Although my Bai Qingyu's demons have all died in this battle, but my Bai Qingyu's demons deserve to die. Xiao Hua's face was as heavy as water, and he didn't say much. He had already killed nearly 1,000,000 demons, and wiped out Bai Qingyu. At this moment, he also had the intention to kill Demon King Bai Qing, but, for Bai Qing's sake, he couldn't really kill her. Moreover, it seemed like this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Bai Bo begged again, but Junior also knows that my father isn't a human, and his thoughts aren't as sharp as a human's. Many things can only be understood after the fact. When he was in Bai Qingyu demon realm, he was influenced by the other demons. Even the matters in the heavenly dam water prison were all handled by the juniors. Junior knew that father was in the wrong, so when Senior was being interrogated under the heavenly dam water prison fire pillar, Junior was very lenient and wanted to make up for father's mistake. I hope Senior can spare my father's life on account of this Junior serving Senior's substitute for over 100 years. This Junior is willing to agree on behalf of my father and offer the Bai Qingyu demon realm to Senior as an apology. Damn it. Hearing Jadewave's words, Ni Quan involuntarily cursed in his heart. This little seashell, although he didn't mention a name, his words were all hinting at this king. Especially this Bai Qingyu. The demons were all killed by the humans, and the terrain of this place changed drastically. It must have been a battle between the great sages of my race and the humans. Bai Qingyu must have been trampled to the point of no return. She naturally didn't feel any burden by offering Bai Qingyu to the humans. But what about my ancient Bell Mountain? That's my painstaking effort for who knows how many years. However, it was only an instant before Ni Quan's thoughts changed rapidly. He thought to himself, Jade Wave dared to offer Bai Qingyu to the humans, so why wouldn't I? My ancient Bell Mountain is surrounded by ferocious demon kings, and they are even more dangerous than Bai Qingyu. Even if the humans occupy the ancient Bell Mountain, they might not be able to defend it. Damn it, my life is more important now. Besides, now that the human army isn't here, they must have gone to attack the ancient Bell Mountain and concealed Sky Ridge. How can my ancient Bell Mountain be a match for those ferocious human armies? Thinking of this, Ni Quan cried out, unwilling to fall behind, that's right. This junior also has the same thoughts. This junior's sins are truly too grave. This junior is willing to offer the ancient Bell Mountain to senior to atone for my sins. The moment Ni Quan spoke, Peng Jun's nose was about to become crooked from anger. His originally bent body couldn't help but straighten up. This was truly bullying a demon. He was merely interrogating a 5th-grade essence energy human, and when he was interrogating, he didn't even dare to speak loudly for fear of scaring this human until he lost his memories. He had tormented himself for several hundred years, and not only did he not get anything out of him, it was all for naught. Instead, he had to hand over his tens of thousands of years of foundation to the humans. How could he accept this? Besides, behind him was the demon race's #1 great sage. If he relented, where would the golden-winged great rock's face be? Looking at Xiao Hua again, he really laughed out loud. The more he looked at Jade Wave, the more he liked her. She was truly a tactful little lass. Xiao Hua actually didn't think too much. He just wanted to squeeze out some benefits from the 3 demon kings, or perhaps from the 3 demon race great sages. But this little lass was great. Not only did she serve little white dragon well and repay him with her body, she even handed over her ancestral inheritance to him. This made him, who originally wanted to be ruthless to the 3 great demon kings, how could he bear to do it? However, looking at Peng Jun's appearance, Xiao Hua smiled slightly and asked, "You are the demon king of concealed Sky Ridge, right? Why, you look a little unconvinced." Junior is Peng Jun. Facing Xiao Hua, a human Grand Ascension stage expert, even though Peng Jun felt wronged, he still had respect for the strong. He straightened his body and bowed slightly, saying respectfully, "Junior feels that. Junior was wrong. Senior, please punish me." However, Junior didn't know at all. He was Senior's substitute, and Junior is the demon king of concealed Sky Ridge. If I want to do something, I don't dare to have too many misgivings. If Senior's punishment is too heavy, Junior feels. Xiao Hua's face turned cold, and Peng Jun immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A wave of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua's voice once again appeared in his ears, and even in his heart, although the one you suppressed was Xiao Bai. But the one you really wanted to suppress was me. Think about it, if we humans suppressed your race's great sage, how would you react? Xiao Bai is like me. Suppressing Xiao Bai is suppressing me. If I don't wash away my humiliation with blood, how can I get rid of it? But. Peng Jun knew what Xiao Hua said was true, but he felt that he was really wronged. Xiao Hua glanced at the golden-winged rock, feeling a little puzzled. Because of the 3 demon kings' intentions, apart from Peng Jun's, he already knew the other 2 demon kings' intentions. Moreover, Xiao Hua also understood that the 3 demon kings must have other backers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on Dragon Island's Dragon Master. But from the golden-winged rock's reaction, this demon race's first great sage didn't seem to know at all. Sage Peng. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua simply ignored Peng Jun, looking at the golden-winged rock, and asked indifferently, "Do you know about this?" The golden-winged rock raised his brows, his eyes flashing with golden light, and replied disdainfully, "This sage doesn't know about this. If it was this sage's intention, How could this sage let concealed Sky Ridge take the blame? If it were Ni Quan, he would definitely accept the golden-winged rock's words and take the blame himself. But Peng Jun was different. He looked at the golden-winged rock in surprise, and asked curiously, is this not Sage Peng's intention? Damn it, of course this sage doesn't know. The golden-winged rock scolded, this sage doesn't know Daoist Xiao, and has no intention of coveting the human race's power. Why would this sage instruct you? That's strange. Peng Jun scratched his head and said, this junior received Kang Yu Tian's order to interrogate a dragon that was with Senior Xiao. This junior rushed to Bai Qingyu. Where's the beast skin for the message? The golden-winged rock was a little angry and asked. Peng Jun smiled bitterly and said, if you need a reply to a message, you will send 2 pieces of beast skin. One of the beast skin has a message, and it also has the symbol of Saint Peng. After this junior reads the beast skin, it will disappear. The other beast skin is blank. After this junior writes it, I activate my demon energy and it will fly away. If there's no need for a reply, only 1 beast skin will be sent. Damn it, you're really stupid. The golden-winged rock scolded, you've been used by other demons, and you still think you're loyal to me. Peng Jun stiffened his neck and said, that beast skin has your mark, so of course this junior thinks it's your instruction. How dare you talk back? The golden-winged rock was furious. He flapped his left wing and was about to hit Peng Jun. But when he saw the stubborn look on Peng Jun's face, he sighed and lowered his wing. Although the golden-winged great rock was innately strong and intelligent, it was also stubborn and arrogant. It was the same for itself. It really couldn't force its juniors to be stronger than it. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and watched the farce. He could not understand if what the golden-winged rock said was true. However, Reverend Yun was a body condensed from the dragon cleansing pool in the folded Emerald Legacy Land. If the golden-winged rock obtained Yun's body, it would be very beneficial for him to step into the Supreme Realm and break through the void. Therefore, Xiao Hua could not rule out the possibility that the golden-winged rock was just putting on a show. Xiao Hua said indifferently, whether Sky Obscuring Ridge did it intentionally or not, this matter has tainted my name, and Sky Obscuring Ridge must pay the price. Either Peng Jun dies, or he can be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. Sky Obscuring Ridge must choose one. You have to pay the price for offending an expert. Feng Wu smiled and said, Reverend Xiao is my good friend. You can see that Reverend Xiao is my friend. Peng Jun, don't you feel honored that you have given Sky Obscuring Ridge to me after offending me? Just as Feng Wu said, although Peng Jun's submission to Xiao Hua was an apology to a Mahayana cultivator, it was, after all, a humiliation to the human race. Not only Peng Jun's face, but also the golden-winged rock's face. If Peng Jun did it intentionally, Feng Wu would not say anything no matter what Xiao Hua did. But obviously, Peng Jun was being used by some demon race. Since Feng Wu was a 7 stars great saint, he could not help but feel a little sympathy for Peng Jun. Therefore, he also spoke. Feng Wu's words were fundamentally different from Xiao Hua's. Peng Jun had given Sky Obscuring Ridge to Feng Wu, a 7 stars great saint of the demon race. It was not a humiliation, but an honor. Chapter 44:10. At this point, if Peng Jun still hesitates and doesn't make a decision, then he doesn't deserve to be the demon king of Shrouding Sky Ridge. Peng Jun hurriedly bows and says respectfully, Junior is willing to offer the foundation of Shrouding Sky Ridge as thanks for Junior's offense. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiles faintly and says, this is just this Xiao's idea. I haven't asked Xiao Bai. If he isn't willing, then this Xiao will still not agree. Yes. Ni Quan hurriedly smiles, Junior understands, so I ask immortal friend Xiao to kindly accept it. Little White, what do you think? Xiao Hua turns to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon hasn't opened his mouth and is met with Bai Bo's pleading gaze. To be honest, Little White Dragon being suppressed in Bai Qingyu is not so much suffering, but rather enjoying. Demon King Bai Qing gave his daughter to him, how can he have the nerve to take Bai Qing's life? As long as he doesn't take Bai Qing's life, then Peng Jun and Ni Quan won't lose their lives. Moreover, Little White Dragon is using Xiao Hua's name in Bai Qingyu, so Little White Dragon can't speak. Therefore, Little White Dragon says with a smile, this matter will be decided by Big Brother. Junior has no objections. This is also good. Xiao Hua nods. This Xiao will accept Bai Qingyu, Ancient Bell Mountain and Shrouding Sky Ridge on behalf of Xiao Bai. This Xiao won't take your lives. Many thanks, Senior. Ni Quan, Bai Qing and Peng Jun finally let out a sigh of relief and bow in unison. Ni Quan cleverly says, Junior will rush back to Ancient Bell Mountain and restrain Junior's boy. Don't block Senior's disciples' tiger's prestige. Don't be anxious. Xiao Hua says coldly, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Although you have already revealed your demon realm, this matter is only known to the 1,000 demon sacred realm demon race. I'm afraid it won't be able to clear this Xiao's name in hidden immortal continent. This Xiao still has to think about how to punish you. Senior. Bai Qing really wants to cry but has no tears. He fiercely glares at Ni Quan and says, what should we do to satisfy Senior? Could it be that we have to offer a humble apology? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said with a grin, that's a good idea. I'll let you carry the thorns from here and go to my sect to ask for forgiveness. The humans of the hidden immortal continent will definitely know about this. If Bai Qing had arms, he would definitely slap himself in the face. He was really too talkative. Speaking of punishment, Xiao Hua actually didn't have any plans in his heart. He just felt that it would be somewhat satisfying for the 3 Yarrow kings to take out the Yarrow realm to atone for their crimes. But if he really did say it, he would be in a bit of a difficult position. Bringing a bramble and asking for punishment was nothing more than a joke. Suddenly, Xiao Hua had an idea. He looked at the 3 monster kings with a smile and asked, do you know about the sutra seeking extreme bliss? I know. Bai Qing answered honestly, previously, I, Bai Qingyu, had a demon who was duped to go over and become the Buddhist sect's merit. Junior's brother also went to seek revenge for this matter and has yet to return. Very good. Xiao Hua nodded, it's good that you all know. I've already killed your brother. What? Bai Qing was shocked and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Chimpage. Xiao Hua said coldly, otherwise, how would this Xiao know that Bai Qingyu suppressed Xiao Bai? Sigh. Bai Qing finally understood the root of the matter. Xiao Hua said again, you don't have to hate this Xiao. You all should go and find out who instigated your brother to go to the Pure Land world. They are the main culprits. Yes, this junior understands. What else could Bai Qing say? Now is the right time. Bai Qing, this is an excellent reason. You knew that your brother was killed by the sutra-seeking extreme bliss monk, so you went to seek revenge with Peng Jun and Ni Quan. Do a round with those monks and give them some merit. Xiao Hua says with a smile, after this round, this Xiao will no longer pursue your sins. Okay. Bai Qing didn't even think and agreed without hesitation. On the contrary, Ni Quan was bewildered. He hesitated and said, Senior, we are all Yarrow kings with 8th grade essence energy. Isn't this acting too fake? Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand, you will know when you go. Yes, this junior understands. When Ni Quan heard this, he immediately understood. He then asked, does Senior have any other instructions? Chun Zong can't be touched. Xiao Hua nodded and replied, that fire ape can't be harmed. As for the rest, you all do as you see fit. Of course, the prerequisite is that you all don't get killed by that pig. Pig? Peng Jun was shocked. Since when did the sutra-seeking extreme bliss have a pig? If this junior encounters danger, can I mention Senior's name? Ni Quan thought more than Peng Jun and asked with a smile. You all are thinking too much. Xiao Hua laughed, once you mention this Xiao's name, that pig will slack off. You all just have to torture him. Yes, this junior understands. Ni Quan nodded vigorously and said, this junior will definitely help brother by take revenge and stop the sutra-seeking extreme bliss. Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, go to your respective Yarrow realms first, then prepare to head to the Pure Land world. Many thanks, Senior. Ni Quan, Peng Jun, and Bai Qing bowed respectfully. Just as Ni Quan and Peng Jun, the 2 demon kings, were about to move, Xiao Hua suddenly said, oh, right, you're not allowed to take a single item from the 2 demon realm. Ni Quan and Peng Jun, the two demon kings, swayed in the air and almost fell to the ground. With just a thought, everything turned into nothingness. After the two Yarrow kings left, Xiao Hua turned to look at Wu and Wen Chu and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you two to call back the Fortune Gate's disciples." "No problem, we'll be back soon." Wu and Wen Chu nodded. Their figures flew up and swept past Ni Quan and Peng Jun. They swept up the two demon kings and left. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to call back the 200,000 human disciples, the golden-winged Great Peng was slightly puzzled, but he couldn't be bothered to care about the trivial matters of the heaven-concealing ridge. He looked at Feng Wu and said with a smile, "Feng Sheng, you're a 7-star great saint of our demon race. How can you not go to the Great Holy Hall after reaching the 1,000-beast sacred grounds? Moreover, with the addition of Feng Sheng, our demon race already has 7 great saints. We still have to arrange the seats for these 7 great saint." "Hehe, Peng Sheng is too polite." Feng Wu laughed and said, "This saint has already fought with Peng Sheng before. If Peng Sheng hadn't broken through his bottleneck, this saint would have had a chance to take the first seat. Now that Peng Sheng is not far from breaking through the void, how can this saint be his opponent?" "Haha, Feng Sheng, you should go." Flying Feather Void Beast laughed and said, "This saint wants to see the surprised expression of the profound armored Pentaceratops when he sees Feng Sheng. That guy has been eyeing Peng Sheng's position for a long time. He didn't expect that. He wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the second great saint." Hearing the 3 great saints' words, the Pentaceratops seashell felt bitter. Although he was still a great saint of the demon race, without the bloodline of the sea god, he might not even be able to compare to the nether demonic dragon spider. However, who would care about the Pentaceratops seashell's feelings at this time? The 2 great saints only invited Feng Wu to the Great Holy Hall. Feng Wu thought for a moment, then discussed with Xiao Hua in his mind. He turned and bowed to Xiao Hua, saying, "Fellow immortal Xiao, thank you for taking care of me before. Now that I've reached the 1,000-demon sacred realm, it's time for me to make a trip to the Great Holy Hall. Let's part ways here." Xiao Hua naturally knew that Feng Wu wanted to see the Great Holy Hall, and also wanted to see if he could find the mastermind behind Peng Jun's orders. He smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Feng Sheng is a great saint of the demon race, so of course he has to go to the Great Holy Hall. This Xiao will send Feng Sheng off. Fellow immortals, we'll meet again someday." After bowing to the Devas, Feng Wu spread his wings and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the Great Holy Hall. "Ancestor, we'll take our leave." The golden-winged Great Peng, the flying feather void beast, and the Pentaceratops seashell didn't dare to delay. After bowing to Beixian they also left with Feng Wu. Seeing the 4 great saints leave, Beixian waved her hand, and a yin and yang bracelet appeared in her hand. She gave it to Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "This is some rare treasure of the 1,000-demon sacred realm. It's useless to me, and the Dao sect has many methods. Daoist, please keep it first." Xiao Hua looked at the yin and yang bracelet in front of him. He knew clearly that this was a gift from Beixian to thank him for returning the rainbow conch seashell. The things inside were definitely precious. Unfortunately, Beixian was too eager to show off. Even now, she still didn't want to say it out loud. Thus, Xiao Hua didn't refuse. He waved his hand and sent the yin and yang bracelet into the space. He said, "Thank you, Senior. Xiao Bai, Jade Wave." Beixian looked at the little white dragon and Jade Wave, and said, "I'm leaving. Come with me." "Yes, old ancestor." Jade Wave agreed without even thinking. However, the little white dragon shook his head and said, "Old ancestor, Junior still wants to talk to Xiao Hua about some things. Let's wait for a few days." Sigh. Jade Wave stared blankly and immediately understood. She also hurriedly nodded and said, "Indeed. Old ancestor, you go first. Boy will bring Xiao Hua over in a few days." "Okay." Seeing the little white dragon being so sentimental, how could Beixian blame him? She transmitted a few words to Jade Wave, and then nodded towards Xiao Hua. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared without a trace. Seeing that his enemies were all gone, Xiao Hua looked at the blazing sun that had already passed its peak, and then looked at the mess on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh again. Big brother. The little white dragon said with a smile on his face, it's all Junior's fault. I shouldn't have used Big Brother's name to move around the 1,000-demon sacred realm in the hidden immortal continent. I've caused trouble for you. Xiao Hua floated in front of the little white dragon, stretched out his arms, and said with a smile, between you and me, is there still a need to say these words? Your thoughts of using my name to move around, how could I not know? Big brother. The little white dragon was very happy in his heart. He also stretched out his arms and hugged Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua patted the little white dragon's back and said, I originally wanted to give you some opportunities, but looking at that old ancestor, she also had the same intention. She's from the Shell race, and also the ancestor of several great sages. Presumably, the things she prepared would be more suitable for you. I can only give you the benefits of the West Sea Dragon Palace Lord. Chapter 44:11. Haha, big brother. Little White Dragon also patted Xiao Hua's back and said with a smile, little brother should suffer a bit for you. You are too polite. Seeing that Xiao Hua was so unguarded against Little White Dragon, Jadewave's eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood very well that as long as it was a monster, as long as it was an adult, it wouldn't let other monsters get close to it. Especially the higher one's strength, the more vigilant they were. Because as long as they got close, they might be killed by other monsters if they weren't on guard. If the monster race was like this, then the human race was even more so. How could they be like Xiao Hua and Little White Dragon, one dragon and one human hugging like brothers? Of course, the two identical Xiao whose hugging made Jadewave drunk. Unfortunately, the following sentence immediately shocked Jadewave. Because Little White Dragon said with a smile, however, little brother likes it. Presumably, the West Sea Dragon Palace has many beautiful sea creatures. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and loosened his arms. This is not something I can control. You have to ask Jadewave, an ancestor. She dares to control. Little White Dragon glared at Jadewave, but Jadewave acted as if she didn't see it. Instead, she walked in front of Xiao Hua and took out a heaven and earth ring from her bosom. She respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua and said, Big brother, this is the corpse and blood clothes left behind after Li Jing self-detonated in the Heavenly Dam water prison. I didn't know that Li Jing was Big Brother's lover, so I offended you that day. It had to be said that as long as it was a woman, no matter if it was a human or a demon, they were all exquisite. Jadewave simply didn't argue with Little White Dragon and only spoke to Xiao Hua. She knew that Little White Dragon trusted Xiao Hua the most. She only needed to curry favor with Xiao Hua. She simply didn't need to compete with other women for Little White Dragon to obediently listen to her word. At the very least, Little White Dragon wouldn't dare to neglect or abandon her. Sure enough, Xiao Hua saw that Jadewave was so honest that she even spoke of her malice towards Fairy Jing. He smiled slightly. Although his smile was extremely bitter, the praise in his eyes was obvious. After receiving the cosmic bracelet, Xiao Hua did not release his spiritual force to explore it. He stared at the cosmic bracelet for a long time, as if he was looking at the scene on Heartbreak Mountain from a long time ago. From this moment onwards, there will be no distractions in my heart, no emotions to depend on, no heart to depend on, no soul to return to. However, when people are in front of me, there is no longer a shadow in my eyes. A journey on the mountain, a journey on the water, I walk towards the place of loneliness, the shadow of the night invisible. The wind blows, the snow blows, the noise shatters my heart's dream, there is no such sound in this world. Fairy Jing's singing, the setting sun, and the red clouds in the sky seemed to be vivid in his mind. Fairy Jing's delicate body trembled slightly as she opened her mouth. The scene of the unforgettable love water turning into a stream of water and falling into her mouth was revived. You. Who are you? Why did he look so familiar? Where is this? Fairy Jing's curious and puzzled eyes appeared in front of Xiao Hua again. Oh, all right. Although I don't know who you are, looking at you makes me feel at ease. My name is Li Jing, and my Buddhist name is Fairy Jing. I'm in charge of a seaside country in a corner of the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Daoist arrives at the seaside that day, you can come to my country for a chat. Farewell. Fairy Jing's unhurried voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear again. That distant figure was so far away, and that faintly discernible voice was so faintly discernible. At this moment, it unexpectedly became an eternal farewell. In particular, the unforgettable love water. Fairy Jing deliberately wanted to forget Xiao Hua, but as it happened, when she saw the little white dragon's appearance, all her feelings surfaced again. Fortune made fools of people. For Xiao Hua, and also for her own mistake, Fairy Jing used her life to make up for it. Big brother. How could the little white dragon not understand the pain in Xiao Hua's heart? He flew in front of Xiao Hua and explained the cause of the matter. He didn't talk about Xiao Hua, only muttering in a low voice, "This time, we will be separated by yin and yang. Even if I have a myriad of thoughts, they will all turn into a flower of the yellow springs. I will have no one to tell the hidden grievances in my heart." Even Jadewave, who already knew the course of events, couldn't help but shed some tears. Even the Celestials and other clones sighed endlessly. In the end, the little white dragon said, before Fairy Jing left, she had a wish. What? Quickly say it. Xiao Hua hastily raised his head and asked. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. This. The little white dragon smiled bitterly. Fairy Jing's request, I'm afraid Big Brother can't do it in a short time. Quickly say it. Xiao Hua asked sternly. Fairy Jing only wants to reincarnate and no longer be the descendant of some monster race. She only wants to be a clean person, even if she doesn't have any cultivation and only wants to live a quiet life. The little white dragon said solemnly. Ari. Xiao Hua sighed, but a moment later, his eyes lit up again. He said in shock, You mean, hehe, not bad. The little white dragon laughed. Big Brother can't do it now, but he should be able to in the future. As the little white dragon spoke, between his eyebrows, in front of his dragon horn, several strands of soul surged. An extremely small dark green ball of light flew out. As soon as that ball of light appeared, it immediately wanted to dissipate. How could Xiao Hua let this ball of light dissipate? He released his netherworld origin power and instantly sent this ball of light into the dark side of the space. He chose the root of the underworld fruit tree and placed it there. When he saw a transparent underworld pearl slowly appear, Fairy Jing's soul quietly fell asleep. Only then did he feel at ease and leave the space. Big Brother. The netherworld origin power was so powerful. The little white dragon had cultivated soul techniques, so how could he not sense it? He asked somewhat hesitantly. No need for the future, Xiao Hua said proudly. Fairy Jing's wish can be realized by this Xiao right now. Ah! The little white dragon was stunned, and Jadewave was even more stunned. However, Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Jadewave, and he said indifferently, This matter can only be known by people this Xiao trusts. This Xiao doesn't want others to know. Bai Bo smiled sweetly. With such a resourceful Big Brother and his trust in her, how could she possibly think of divulging it? Big Brother, you really are my Big Brother. You are too powerful. The little white dragon could only shake his head in admiration. He sighed and said, What kind of spirit pills have you taken in the past 200 years? I can't believe your cultivation base has reached such a level. Damn it, even if I want to impersonate you in the future, I'm afraid I can't. Then be yourself. Xiao Hua said smilingly, The Dragon Emperor of the Western Ocean Dragon Palace is still waiting for you. Good, good. Hurry up and let the Dragon King of the Western Ocean wash his ass clean, and wait for me to kick him. The little white dragon laughed. With your cultivation base, you are far weaker than Ao Hong. Reverend Yun twitched his mouth and said mockingly. The little white dragon could not be compared with Reverend Yun before, and the gap between them was even greater. With a crying face, he said, Isn't it all my big brother's fault? Why didn't you bring your little brother? TSK, hurry up and find that patriarch of yours. Reverend Yun said disdainfully, She might have some good ideas. Oh, don't be so hasty. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice, about the incident at Yellow Flower Ridge. Haven't you recovered your memory yet? Not completely. The little white dragon said solemnly, That seal is very powerful, and I can only break it when my overall strength has reached a certain level. Oh, if Big Brother is in a hurry, you can try to break it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, this seal was made by that man. I'll try not to break it if I can, or it might affect your memory. Of course, if possible, you can ask Patriarch. She might have some ideas. Ah, she. The little white dragon was surprised. How could she possibly have some ideas? Don't ask. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and said, just trust me. All right. Naturally, the little white dragon believed Xiao Hua's words without a doubt. Let's go with Jade Wave for now. Xiao Hua patted the little white dragon on the shoulder and said, when you have the overall strength, you can follow me and roam the 3 continents. All right, I'll definitely do my best for Big Brother. The little white dragon nodded vigorously, then gave Jade Wave a glare and said, hurry up and lead the way. Big Brother, I'll take my leave. Jade Wave respectfully saluted Xiao Hua, then flew away with the little white dragon. All right, fellow Taoist. Seeing that the world was quiet, Xiao Hua smiled and said, you all should go back and rest. Damn, this Bayesian is too powerful, I also need to meditate. Haha, that's right, this Bai Qingyu is ours anyway. Fellow Taoists can find a place to meditate in this demon territory. Daoist Yun laughed, but then he looked into the distance and said, unfortunately, fellow Daoist Wu and the others will be back soon. Fellow Taoists should wait until you're done. Daoist Yun smiled and disappeared into the void. Archdevil Venerable Shur, celestial being, and the others also entered the void. Not long after, Daoist Wu and Wen Chu returned together. In fact, since Xiao Hua appeared in Bai Qingyu, ordered 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples to attack Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain, joined forces with his clones to fight the 3 demonic beast race saints, and finally attracted the power of the divine punishment to defeat Bayesian. It only took a few hours. The 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples had yet to reach the 2 demon territories. Daoist Wu and Wen Chu were carrying 2 demonic beast kings, and their teleportation speed was extremely fast, so they naturally could return at this time. Daoist Wu and Wen Chu were outside the Great 7-Colored Radiance Shell world. Together with Feng Wu, they held the 3 demonic beast race great saints hostage, so they didn't suffer any special injuries. Seeing the 2 clones, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Wu, please go back and rest. I have something to say to fellow Daoist Wen Chu. All right. Daoist Wu didn't ask any more questions and returned to the void. Wen Chu was puzzled and asked, is there anything else, fellow Daoist? Xiao Hua smiled and said, when the 3 demonic beast race great saints saw the 3 demonic beast kings offering Bai Qingyu, Shrouding Sky Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain to me, they didn't stop them. Of course, they didn't put the 3 demonic beast kings' territories in their eyes. More importantly, they felt that the 1,000 Beasts sacred realm is the demonic beast race's territory, and we humans have no place here. Even if we obtain the 3 demonic beast territories today, we will have to abandon them in the future. Therefore, if we want to control the 3 demonic beast territories, we need a transmission array. Among all the fellow Taoists, other than fellow Daoist Lei, fellow Daoist Wu, and fellow Daoist Lei are proficient in the transmission array. We will have to trouble fellow Daoist now. Chapter 44:12. Haha, so that's how it is. Wen Chu laughed. Previously, fellow immortal Lei Ting often bragged about how powerful the transmission array he built was. I've long wanted to compete with him. Today, I'll take this opportunity to dampen his spirit. That's great. Xiao Hua nodded. The Grand Cosmos Shifting Token is still in fellow Daoist Lei Ting's hands. However, with fellow Daoist Wu's technique, the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token doesn't seem that important anymore. After fellow Daoist builds the transmission array, you can leave behind a spiritual sense mark. After you get the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token, you can connect the 2 transmission arrays together. I understand. Wen Chu squinted his eyes and used the clearsight technique. He looked around and said with a smile, Bai Qingyu has been reduced to this state. I'm afraid it's not suitable to build a transmission array. Shall I go further and take a look? All right. Xiao Hua agreed. Fellow Daoist, you can start building the transmission array first. After I settle the matters here, I'll bring the other fellow Taoists to help you. Well said, Wen Chu said. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew into the distance. After Wen Chu left, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the sun in the west. He sighed in his heart. He raised his hand and took out the universe bracelet with Fairy Jing's bloody clothes and remains. After looking at it for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Fairy Jing, although Qing's death wasn't my fault, Qing died for me. Since Qing's soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation, it's time for her flesh and blood to be buried in peace." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense, wanting to find a place with beautiful scenery to bury her. Unfortunately, Bai Qingyu had long been destroyed. Where could he find a suitable place? Forget it. When this matter is over, I'll find a place for Fairy Jing to rest in peace. Xiao Hua sighed and put away the universe bracelet. He stood in the air and waited for the Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the heaven and earth origin energy within tens of thousands of miles was still chaotic. Countless strands of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a fierce wind that rushed towards Bai Qingyu. It was the biting cold wind. Xiao Hua stood alone under the sun. His figure was elongated, and his daoist robes fluttered in the wind. People often say that a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. When a cultivator cultivates to the highest level, their prestige reaches the highest level. Isn't this the same? Bai Qingyu, the Fortune Gate's disciples who had slaughtered close to 1,000,000 demonic beasts, and the Fortune Gate's disciples who had been killed by the 1,000 Sacred Realm demonic beasts, had all become the bones that had created Daoist Xiao's name that had shaken the three mainland. Although Xiao Hua had just grasped the creation realm and was gradually peering into yin and yang, he was still unable to let the souls of these pitiful disciples rest in peace. Watching the setting sun, Xiao Hua actually felt a chill down his spine. He shrunk his neck, but just as he was about to release his divine sense to check on the Fortune Gate disciples, a faint smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he brought Little Black and Little Yellow out of Shenhua continent. "Daddy, Daddy!" Little Black and Little Yellow both shouted and landed on Xiao Hua's shoulders. One used its tongue to lick Xiao Hua's ears while the other used its two claws to scratch Xiao Hua's hair. It was no different from when they were young. Hearing Goldie call him Daddy, Xiao Hua faintly smiled. He knew that the two little things didn't go out for nothing. "Why did the two of you also come to Bai Qingyu?" Xiao Hua raised his hand to rub the two little things' heads and asked with a smile. After all, time was tight, so the two little things only gave a rough account of what had happened in Bai Qingyu. Boy heard that Daddy was suppressed by Bai Qingyu's Beast King, so he naturally came to save Daddy. Little Yellow's mouth was fast, and he had already finished Xiao Hua's words. It took him a full hour to tell Xiao Hua everything that had happened after he and Little Black left Xiao Hua. Although the two little things were standing on his shoulders, and the two little things' 200 years of training was similar to the training of ordinary qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators. Although there were some dangers during that period, and they had gone through several life and death situations, overall, it was more daunting than dangerous. It was a pity that he was too concerned, and Xiao Hua couldn't help but shudder. He regretted letting the two little things out. At the end of the story, Little Yellow suddenly asked curiously, "Oh right, Daddy, you're so powerful now, how could you be suppressed by Qingyu's Beast King?" "That shouldn't be Daddy." Little Black didn't interrupt, and only now did he say with confidence, "If I'm not wrong, it should be that dragon-shaped soul. Otherwise, there's no way we couldn't tell." Ian, Daddy said it was his good friend." Little Yellow naturally understood and said with a smile, "It must be him." Xiao Hua smiled. He already knew that he was wrong. If the two little things were always by his side, Little Yellow would probably have to call him Mommy. How could they tell the little white dragon apart? "You guessed correctly," Xiao Hua replied. "The little white dragon has successfully condensed his body. He's now called Xiao Bai." "Where is he?" Little Yellow jumped on Xiao Hua's shoulder and shouted, "Hurry up and call him out. He actually dared to lie to us. Teach him a lesson." "Hehe, he's not here now." Xiao Hua replied, "He went to a place. When you see him again, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat him." "How can you teach him a lesson?" We want to go too. Little Yellow shouted, "Daddy, I really didn't expect there to be so many experts in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Boy also wants to go there to cultivate." Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He thought of the bloodline inheritance and essence left behind by the truth listener beast and the heaven-swallowing beast after they were killed. He thought to himself, damn it, could it be that this is also a kind of karma? Is this little yellow and little black's opportunity? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, you don't have to go there. Daddy has a way to let you surpass the little white dragon. However, there's not enough time now. How about I let you cultivate after I'm done with the matters here? Okay. Little Yellow shouted and jumped on Xiao Hua's shoulder. Surpass the little white dragon, surpass the little white dragon, teach him a lesson. On the other hand, Little Black replied steadily, everything will be decided by father. Seeing the two little ones like this, Xiao Hua's mood was great. He smiled and said, Little Yellow, do you still remember Dai? Who is Dai? Little Yellow was stunned and asked curiously, should I remember? Xiao Hua smiled. When Dai hugged Little Yellow that day, Little Yellow was dying. How could it know Dai's name? Moreover, when Dai entered the space, Dai was dying, and Little Yellow was still unconscious. When Little Yellow and Little Black grew up, he separated Dai from the Shenhua continent. How could Little Yellow remember Dai? It's the girl who hugged you before you met Daddy, Xiao Hua reminded. It's also the big white goose lying beside you when you were at home. Oh, I know. Little Yellow immediately understood and asked, she's called Dai. If that's the case, she seemed to have taken care of boy. Where did she go after that? Wait a moment. Xiao Hua smiled and sent Dai out of the Shenhua continent. Greetings, sage. As soon as Dai landed in the air, she couldn't be bothered to look elsewhere and hurriedly bowed. Get up, Dai. Take a look at who this is. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand to help Dai up. Dai felt a little strange, but when her gaze fell on Little Yellow, a smile immediately appeared on her face and she called out, Little Yellow? You're back. Haha, Sister Dai, so you're called Dai. Little Yellow was also familiar with Dai's aura and wagged its tail as it landed in Dai's arms. Dai instantly returned to the time when she was a child. She happily hugged Little Yellow in her arms and lovingly patted Little Yellow's head. It was rare for her to feel calm again. People were always strange. Even Dai, who was from the Flying Feather clan of the 10,000 Demon Realm, was the same. In her memory, there was always an unforgettable time. This time, whether it was due to coincidence or a cycle, but the memory of this time brought her an incomparable sense of security. Dai followed the goddess of the 10,000 Demon Realm to the Dawn Rain continent. Although there was Xian Yuan's protection, there was always a feeling of being homeless. On the Dawn Rain continent, she occasionally encountered the seriously injured Little Yellow. Little Yellow's pitiful experience made Dai throw her own misery aside and wholeheartedly care for Little Yellow. It could be said that it awakened the maternal instinct in Dai's heart in advance. After Little Yellow left, Dai was still reluctant to part with it. When she saw Little Yellow again in Xiao Hua's space, the feeling of despair and anxiety in her heart suddenly disappeared. Little Yellow made her feel safe. After thousands of years passed, Dai became more and more scrupulous. Meeting Yuan Ya was love. Love was worrying about gains and losses, but it was never about safety. Even when she saw Xiao Hua again, Dai didn't have much of an impression of Xiao Hua. It was only because of Little Yellow that Dai felt at ease with Xiao Hua's strength. It was a kind of worship and respect. At this time, when Dai saw Little Yellow again, a special person who brought with him special memories, Dai's heart suddenly calmed down. It was even more tranquil than when she returned to Xian Yuan's side. An indescribable sense of security filled Dai's heart more than ever. 2 tears of joy couldn't help but fall from the corner of Dai's eyes. It was not the feeling of familial love, but it was the feeling of family love that made Dai's body glow with a layer of holy brilliance. Sister. A drop of tear fell on Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow was startled and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Dai's appearance, he cried out, "What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me quickly, Little Black, and I will go and vent your anger for you. Don't be afraid, Little Black and I are very powerful now. If the 2 of us can't do it, there's still Father. He's very powerful. I'm afraid he's even fiercer than the great saint of the demon race. While speaking, Little Yellow stretched out his paw and wiped away the tears on Daya's face. Feeling the warmth of the furry paw, Daya showed a happy smile, patted Little Yellow's head and said, "Silly child, sister is crying because of happiness. Now that Daoist Master Xiao is here, who would dare to bully sister?" Chapter 44:13. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hearing this, Goldie stretched out a claw from Daya's arms and shouted to Little Black, "Little Black, come here, this is Sister Daya. I've told you before. I know, I've seen her at home." Little Black was not as excited as Goldie. He flew closer and wagged his tail. "Greetings, Sister Daya." "Hello, Little Black." Daya replied with a smile. She did not hug Little Black. It was not that Daya's chest was not big enough, it was that her heart was not big enough. "Sister, where have you been for the past few hundred years? Isn't our family doing well? How did you learn to run away from home?" Goldie did not have any scruples in front of Daya and asked directly. Daya was startled. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only looked at her with a smile and didn't answer. Daya's mind quickly turned. She smiled and said to Goldie, "It's a bit boring at home. Sister is going out for a walk." "Hey, that's right, it's not good to stay at home all the time." Goldie spoke quickly and said, "Little Black and I also came out, but I don't know where sister went." Daya was a bit speechless. She could tell Goldie what she saw from the Thousand Demon Realm to Dawn Rain Continent, but she did not want to lie to Goldie. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "After Yuan Ye returns, I'll let him tell you about it." "Ayo, father, Yuan Ye is still here? Didn't he leave with his master? What about his wretched master? Is he still so lecherous?" Goldie's words could not be stopped. It was like a torrential river. How was it similar to the ferocious Ting beast in the Great Desolate Continent? "Right, how is Yuan Ye and that dear Wu? It's been a few hundred years. Their children should know how to play soy sauce now, right?" Xiao Hua held his forehead and smiled bitterly. When he was young, Goldie was talkative, but Xiao Hua thought it was cute. Who would have thought that Goldie would become a chatterbox now? "Ye's master is dead. Ye is now your father's disciple." On the contrary, Daya replied calmly, "Dear Wu also left Ye. If there are no accidents, she should have died a few hundred years ago. They can't have children playing soy sauce. Oyo. There are so many stories." Goldie was extremely excited, as if his gossipy heart had been revived. He cried out, "Back then, Brother Ye was completely infatuated with that dear Wu." At this point, Goldie suddenly froze as if he had understood something. He said in surprise, "Sister, you're called Brother Ye. Ye? Ioro, sister, how can Brother Ye be worthy of you?" He was really bored. Out of 3 questions, he couldn't even answer a single one. Moreover, his cultivation was also extremely poor. "Don't look for him. I think Brother Liu is not bad. He's handsome and has a glib tongue." While they were talking, a loud and clear dragon roar came from the distance. In the sky, dozens of colorful dragons flew over under the stars and moon. They were majestic, and the golden dragon in front was even more eye-catching. However, when they flew closer, a powerful aura appeared beside the golden dragon. This aura was restrained and not ostentatious, as if the owner of this aura was deliberately keeping a low profile. Even so, the aura that leaked out was enough to suppress the dragon's aura. A bloody, soul-devouring, and terrifying aura was emitted from that aura. "Brother Ye?" Goldie was dumbfounded. He whispered, "When did this guy become so powerful?" "He's not just powerful." Blackie curled his lips and said, "His ability to pick up girls is even higher." Xiao Hua, who was beside them, heard it clearly. He was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. He was very surprised in his heart. Damn it. Where did these 2 brats go? Where did they learn these words? The dragons were the first to arrive, but they didn't dare to approach. When they were a few miles away from Xiao Hua, they stopped and turned into their human forms. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dragon Master Xiao." "Good, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said. Yuan Ye, Ao Shang, and Ao Zhon flew over. Yuan Ye bowed and said, "Master, En. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan Ye and asked, "How many dragons did you kill?" "Not a single one," Yuan Ye replied. "They were scared out of their wits by Master. I waved my demonic spear and they all surrendered." "Good." Xiao Hua didn't ask Yuan Ye anymore. He waved his hand and asked Yuan Ye to leave. He then turned to ask Ao Sheng and Ao Zhon, "What did these dragons say? Who sent them?" Ao Sheng and Ao Zhon didn't dare to delay. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dragon Master. Let me tell you, they themselves don't know who gave the orders." "Yen, it's not out of my expectations." Xiao Hua nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. Ao Sheng said again, "Let's talk about this after I return to Dragon Island and see Long Ce on the island. There should be some clues." "Little Elder, you're too optimistic." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If there were any clues in Long Ce, why would Ao Jiao let you be the bait?" Unfortunately, Ao Jiao underestimated this person. He didn't expect dozens of dragons to appear at once. "If it wasn't for me, you would have been eaten by them." "Damn it," Ao Sheng said angrily, "when I return to Dragon Island, I will definitely expose that bastard's face." "What right do you have?" Xiao Hua said coldly. "Even Ao Jiao doesn't dare to show his cards." "What right do you have?" I. Ao Sheng heard and couldn't help but feel dejected. Ao Zhon smiled and said, "Little Elder, don't worry. Don't you still have me? Even if I'm not strong enough, there's still Dragon Master Xiao. I feel useless." Ao Sheng raised his head painfully and said, "I want to be like Yuan Ye and step on that piece of shit under my feet to vent my anger." Ao Zhon shrugged and expressed his helplessness. On the path of strength, if it wasn't hard work, then it was opportunity. Ao Zhon obtained the inheritance of the dragons in the relic realm. That was an opportunity. But even if there was an opportunity, he still had to work hard. He wanted to stand above the Dragon Palace. It wasn't something that could be done in a short time, let alone Ao Sheng. "Daya, I'm back." Yuan Ye flew to Daya's side. There wasn't much of a smile on his face. He only said one sentence and didn't ask how Daya came out of Shenhua continent. Then, he looked at Goldie and Blackie and said, "You two are back too." Look. Goldie said unhappily, "We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and he still doesn't look happy. What's so good about him?" "Sister, don't want him. I'll find you a better one. Brother Liu isn't enough, but there's still Wang Bianfei. That little guy is outstanding. He must be a handsome young master now." Yuan Ye was stunned. He glanced at Goldie but didn't react. Daya smiled and ignored Goldie. She patted his head and said to Yuan Ye, "You're not hurt, are you?" "No." Yuan Ye answered with one word. "Good." Daya also answered with one word. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. "Sigh, there's no other way." Seeing that the two of them were silent, Goldie was also helpless. He cried out, "A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. A tortoise and a mung bean, they're compatible." Blackie said from the side. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Ao Sheng, who was in pain. He muttered in his heart. Ao Sheng was the current dragon body of the dragon god of the primitive continent. Xiao Hua obtained the dragon bones and other things left behind by the dragon god in the primitive continent. These things could be said to be Ao Sheng's, but they could also be said to not be Ao Sheng's. After all, it had been 2 lives. However, Ao Sheng was very affectionate. When he heard that Xiao Hua was suppressed by Monster King Bai Qingyu, he ignored his own safety and came to rescue him. Of course, Ao Jiao calculated it. If not for Ao Sheng's stubbornness, how could Ao Jiao bear to let Ao Sheng take the risk? Based on Ao Sheng's affection, Xiao Hua couldn't say that the dragon bones and other things had nothing to do with Ao Sheng. But the problem was that the things left behind by the dragon god were useful to Daoist Yun. The dragon god had a dispute with Jiang Lewis Metria Buddha in his previous life. Xiao Hua didn't know what this dispute was, and he didn't have the right to know. But Xiao Hua had the right to decide what the dragon god left behind. Now that Jiang Liu had abandoned the position of Buddha Lord in her previous life, it was even more impossible for Xiao Hua to give all of the dragon god's things to Ao Sheng. Besides, even if Xiao Hua wanted to give everything to Ao Sheng now, With Ao Shung's current cultivation and dragon body, it was impossible for him to get it. These things were enough to make all the dragons go crazy. They would only make Ao Shung die faster. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua smiled and asked, Ao Shung, I have an idea. Are you willing to accept it? Haha, I already knew that Dragon Master had an idea. Tell me, tell me. When Ao Shung heard this, the pain on his face disappeared like the wind blowing away the clouds. Damn it. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I seem to have fallen into your trap. Hee hee. Ao Shung glanced at Ao Zhan and said, Ao Zhan was just an Eastern Sea Dragon Guard before, but now he is so powerful. I asked him many times, but he refused to say anything. But do I still have to ask? Even a blind person can see that it is related to Dragon Master. Compared to 200 years ago, Dragon Master's strength is even more different. If I don't look for Dragon Master, who else can I look for? You are my Dragon Clan's Dragon Master. Ao Zhan also smiled and said, Spiritual Master, Ao Shung is definitely a Dragon Clan member who is very affectionate. It is rare in my Dragon Clan. He is also very concerned about you. If you can help him, please do your best to help him. How can I not know about his cunning mind? Xiao Hua smiled and said, Back then in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, I already knew. Hee hee. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, Ao Shung's heart calmed down. He knew that Xiao Hua had already agreed. But Xiao Hua's face turned serious and said, You have to make a dragon oath in front of me first. No problem. Ao Shung said without hesitation, I will never betray Dragon Master in this life. I will not betray Dragon Island. I will. Chapter 44:14. That's not it. Xiao Hua waved his hand in annoyance. Just as he was about to explain, he thought, everything in this world has karma. The karma between Lord Dragon God and the previous incarnation of Metria Buddha is their own matter. If I force Ao Shung to swear a dragon oath not to take revenge on Jiang Liuer, wouldn't that be interfering with their karma? This is unfair to Ao Shung. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Ao Shung asked curiously, what does Master Long want to say? Haha, there's no need. Xiao Hua laughed, even if I don't trust Ao Jiao, how can I not trust Ao Shung? This so-called dragon oath, let's not talk about it anymore. Xiao Hua. Ao Shung was really touched. He actually called Xiao Hua by his name. I will never betray you in the future. You dare. Xiao Hua glared at him, when the time comes, I'll slap you into meat pace. Ao Shung shrunk his neck and curled his lips. You're right, with your strength, who dares? Since you've agreed, then it's easy. Xiao Hua raised his head and said to the group of dragons, return to the Dragon Island and inform the Dragon Hall of this matter. Ao Shung will cultivate with this Xiao, and when he succeeds, this Xiao will let him return to the Dragon Island. Yes. We obey Master Long's order. How could the group of dragons dare to disobey? They urged their bodies to fly away. Wait. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to return now, wait for my Fortune Gate disciples to set off, then all of you will return together. Yes. The dragons were overjoyed. The Fortune Gate disciples were an army of 200,000, who would dare to face them head-on? Then this junior will return with the Fortune Gate disciples. Ao Zhan smiled, actually, this junior also wants to cultivate with Master Long. You don't have to. Xiao Hua laughed. Your opportunity is different from Ao Shung's. Oh, there's one more thing. Xiao Hua then told Ao Zhan about Jiang Hong leading the group of dragons back to the Heavenly Paradise River. In the end, he said, Jiang Hong and Liu Yi are this Xiao's disciples, and they are in charge of the Heavenly Paradise River. They will help you return to the Dragon Hall. Jiang Hong may have some ambition, but she is a woman, after all, this Xiao. Liu Yi, to restrain her, you don't have to worry too much about it. Others may not know your opportunity, but how could this Xiao not know it? Your strength will surpass hers sooner or later. When Ao Zhan heard this news, he was both surprised and happy. He didn't dare to believe what Xiao Hua had said. But when he looked at Yuan Ya, who was not far away, he didn't know what Yuan Ya was like before, but now, Yuan Ya was far beyond his reach. If Yuan Ya was like this, why couldn't Jiang Hong be like this? Why couldn't Jiang Hong and Liu Yi's descendants do the same? The assistance that Xiao Hua spoke of wasn't just assistance, it was simply the main force. Ao Zhan took a deep breath, bowed, and said, "Junior thanks Master Long. Now that I think about it, getting to know Master Long was really the wisest decision of this junior's life. There's a saying in the human race, if you treat me like a country knight, I'll definitely repay you like a country knight." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Although this sentence is not appropriate to use here, it still means returning a plum for a peach. This Xiao is still willing to leave his trust to a brave man. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will also carefully deal with the worries that senior has mentioned. This kind of thing isn't rare in my dragon race. Senior, please rest assured." Ao Zhan carefully agreed to the matter regarding Jiang Hong. Also, Xiao Hua transmitted again, "This Xiao wants Little White Dragon to be the master of the West Sea." Little White Dragon? Ao Zhan stared blankly, then smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. This is what Little White Dragon deserves. At the same time, it's also what this junior wants. This junior can only step into the Dragon Palace Hall after controlling part of the power of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Senior's thoughts coincide with this junior's." "Ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed loudly, "Then it's decided." Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao? While Xiao Hua was laughing, another human cultivator flew over from the distance. Before they even got close, a woman's voice was already heard. Amidst the surprise, there was uncertainty, and even more weakness. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked over. It was really Xian Songzi and Daoist Jingting, the two seventh tribulation scattered nascent souls, bringing Zun Kong, Zhong Daoran, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Chodi over. At this moment, Gusu Chodi was nestled in Zhai Xingzi's arms. Her face was bright red and her eyes were as bright as stars. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. With a smile on his face, he floated over to welcome them. Seeing that Xiao Hua had only taken a step and his figure had already crossed 100 miles, he stood still and cupped his hands, saying, "I thank the four of you for coming to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm to hell." "Hehe, I knew it." Gusu Chodi's face was pressed against Zhai Xingzi's chest. She didn't directly answer Xiao Hua, but instead said coquettishly, "Although Xiao Hua is already the most powerful cultivator of the 3 continents, he definitely won't change from the past." Zhai Xingzi smiled bitterly. This Xiao Hua in front of them wasn't the same nascent soul cultivator as them in the past. He was a human Mahayana cultivator. A human Mahayana cultivator. Just thinking about it made Zhai Xingzi's blood boil. He didn't know how many years it had been since a Daoist Mahayana cultivator appeared in the 3 continents. But now, he saw and knew that this Mahayana cultivator was a fellow cultivator who had gone through life and death with him. How could he not be moved? Zhai Xingzi patted Gusu Chodi's back. He stopped with Xian Songzi and said respectfully, "Zhai Xingzi greets Daoist Xiao." Gusu Chodi moved away from Zhai Xingzi with difficulty. She raised her hand slightly and said with a smile, "I'm heavily injured and can't greet you properly. Please forgive me, Daoist Xiao." "Master." Xian Songzi stopped and let go of Zhai Xingzi. He bowed and saluted. Daoist Jingting also called out and stood together with Xian Songzi. Zhong Daoran greets Senior Xiao. Zhong Daoran now prostrated himself in admiration of Xiao Hua. That day, he still wanted to join hands with Xiao Hua, Zun Kong, and Zhai Xingzi to become the 4 heroes of the hidden immortal continent. But now, he couldn't even become Xiao Hua's disciple. How could he be compared to the 4 heroes? "Greetings, Daoist Xiao." Zun Kong didn't think as much as Zhong Daoran, but he also saluted respectfully. He didn't dare to be negligent. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a medicinal pill from his bosom. He handed it to Zhai Xingzi and said, "This is a medicinal pill refined by me. It's also useful for Confucian cultivators." Fellow Daoist Gusu only forcefully activated her true qi and suffered a backlash from my Daoist magic tool. Her meridians were only damaged. "You don't have to worry too much. Fellow Daoist Gusu took my disciple's medicinal pill earlier. I'm afraid it's not quite right for her." "Oh, this Daoist magic tool should be the one you obtained from Senior Kang Lung's cave, right?" "Hehe, Daoist's eyes are indeed sharp. With one look, you can tell that I was injured by a Daoist magic tool. That magic tool is Senior Kanglang's. Gusu Chodi was overjoyed. When Zhai Xingzi brought the medicinal pill over, she swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, clouds surged around her body. Wisps of righteous qi appeared out of nowhere and slowly entered her body. My humble wife is like this. Daoist, please forgive me. Seeing Gusu Chodi take the medicinal pill in front of Xiao Hua and heal her injuries, Zhai Xingzi was afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry and hurriedly explained. How could Xiao Hua put on airs in front of his old friend? He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Fellow Daoist Gusu, the sooner you take the medicinal pill, the better. Moreover, you and I are old friends. Normally, you can just call me Daoist. Moreover, you three fellow Taoists came to the 1,000-demon sacred realm from afar to save me. I can see this favor clearly." "We don't dare," Zhong Daoran hurriedly replied. "Back then, we received a lot of Daoist's kindness. In these hundreds of years, we didn't have the chance to repay it. Since Daoist when Ting is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Although our cultivation is limited, for fellow Daoist, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire. Damn it. It's a pity that before we could even get close to Bai Qingyu, we were schemed against by the Shenhuang order. We were almost killed by them several times," exalted Zun Kong said with lingering fear. Zhai Xingzi also shook his head with a bitter smile. "Indeed. We were only thinking about the obstruction of the demon race in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. We never thought that the Shenhuang order of the Confucian cultivator would use the news of Daoist being suppressed to kill us. Now that I think about it, it was really dangerous. We wanted to help but were powerless. In the end, if Daoist didn't help us, we would have already lost our lives in Bai Qingyu." Zhong Daoran sighed. Xiao Hua said loudly, "There's no need for strength. It's enough as long as you have the heart. Fellow Taoists, I will remember this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to find me." The three were overjoyed. This was the promise of the supreme cultivator of the 3 continents. The three bowed to express their thanks. When Zhai Xingzi stood up, he said somewhat embarrassedly, "Daoist, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Daoist can agree." "Oh, it's okay. Fellow Daoist, just say it. As long as I can do it." Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly replied. "He. Zun Kong and Zhong Daoran both laughed. Zhai Xingzi's face was red. He looked at Gusu Chodi who was recuperating not far away and said, "Chioa has followed I for hundreds of years. Daoist disciples don't care about this, but Confucian cultivators can't. Chioa doesn't say it, but there's always a knot in her heart. I want to ask Daoist to accompany I to the Gusu family, to ask for their hand in marriage." "Oh, this." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's expression became extremely awkward. He shook his head and said, "I'm a Daoist cultivator. Although I'm a Mahayana cultivator, it doesn't conform to the rules of Confucian cultivators." Zhai Xingzi was extremely depressed. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to not agree. He could only smile and said, "If Daoist feels that it's not suitable, why don't you send a disciple? Those disciples are also Daoist cultivators." "They're not suitable." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. "Ah." Zhai Xingzi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi's anxious expression and said slowly, "How about this? When we return to Hidden Immortal Continent, I'll ask a literary star to accompany you to the Gusu family to ask for their hand in marriage. How about that?" What? Literary star? Zhai Xingzi was dumbstruck. He stuttered even more. "Daoist knows which family head?" "I don't know any family head." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This literary star is I's good friend. Don't worry. When the time comes, not only a literary star, but also a literary saint and great grandmaster. I will give you hundreds of them. Let's see if the Gusu family dares to not agree." "Oh, right. Do you still want the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Palace to open the way for you? I'll ask the Immortal Palace's true monarch to send 100,000 over. How about that?" Chapter 44:15. All right. Zhai Xingzi was ecstatic to the point of being dumbstruck, and he could only nod his head vigorously. He really didn't dare to believe Xiao Hua's words, but the problem was that Xiao Hua was a grand ascension stage human race cultivator, so how could he be joking around with him? Cough cough. Zhong Daoran coughed and said with a smile, "Forget about the immortal army from the immortal palace, we are Daoist cultivators." Even though Daoist is already a human Mahayana realm cultivator, Confucian cultivators are still the rulers of the hidden immortal continent. If Daoist Wenxing comes out, the Gusu family will have some face, so there's no need to cause any trouble. That's right, that's right. Zhai Xingzi came to his senses and hurriedly said, Daoist Wen is a Daoist Mahayana realm cultivator, so it's best if you don't attract the attention of the immortal palace. When we return to the hidden immortal continent, we'll deal with this matter. Xiao Hua was also overjoyed, and he said, Confucian cultivators have 4 joys in life, which are rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the nomination for the golden role. Today, we've met in a foreign land, and in the future, Daoist Zhai Xingzi, this is the most joys in life. Ha ha, that's right, that's right. Zhong Daoran and Zun Kong both smiled as they congratulated star-plucking child. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua's smile was filled with bitterness. He very naturally thought of Fairy Jing, a woman who had also drunk the water of forgetfulness, and also surpassed the water of forgetfulness through bitter thinking. Her experience was similar to Gusu Chodi's, but the ending was also completely different. Fellow Taoists, please wait on the side. When we return to the hidden immortal continent, I will accompany you for a chat. Xiao Hua looked into the distance and saw that the 2 groups of Fortune Gate's disciples had yet to appear, but their killing intent had already soared to the sky, spreading in all directions. Xiao Hua smiled and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, "Yes." The 3 of them didn't dare to say anything, and they surrounded Gusu Chodi, waiting for the Fortune Gate's army to return. After half a cup of tea's time, killing intent surged like a tidal wave, and the 200,000-strong army had already appeared. At the front of the army, 2 lightning boats flew over. When they were 100 li away from Xiao Hua, they stopped, and 2 groups of people flew down from the boats. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the crowd, and at the same time, there was a smile on his face, but at the same time, there was surprise in his eyes. This was because Ying Po and his clansmen from the Luori Merchant Union flew down from the left lightning ship while Xiong Yi, His Highness Lan, Daoist Master Qing Shu, Venerable Master Fan Tian, Ao Zhantian, Shu Tingzi, and the others flew down from the right lightning ship. When Ying Po saw Xiong Yi flying out, he deliberately slowed down to let Xiong Yi and the others greet Xiao Hua first. Before he could even get close, Royal Highness Lan fell to his knees with tears streaming down his face. Master, this disciple deserves to die. Please punish this disciple. Xiao Hua was shocked. He raised his hand and grabbed Royal Highness Lan from a distance. Royal Highness Lan felt a flash in front of his eyes. He didn't feel anything at all. His figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Hua. His heart couldn't help but tighten. What's wrong? Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, did something big happen? Master. Xiong Yi also hurriedly flew over, but he was still far away from Xiao Hua. He also shouted, this disciple also deserves to die. Master, please punish me. Oh, what's going on? Xiao Hua had a bad feeling in his heart. This disciple is incompetent. Xiong Yi glanced at the pale-faced Royal Highness Lan and sighed inwardly. He rushed to say, this disciple led close to 30,000 disciples to Bai Qingyu to save Master, but, on the way, we lost close to 40%. In this grand array, we lost another 10%. Close to half of the disciples have fallen. This disciple asks Master to punish him. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with grief. He had already mentally prepared himself for this outcome. After all, the Fortune Gate's disciples in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range couldn't be compared to the Fortune Gate's disciples in the Shenhua continent. The difference in strength was too great. At most, they were in the Golden Core realm. Coming to the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the demonic beast race's teeth. However, The loyalty of these Fortune Gates disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range wasn't any worse than the Fortune Gates disciples in the Shenhua continent. They relied on these tens of thousands of disciples to rush to Bai Qingyu. Xiao Hua had already used the Netherworld Origin Force to investigate. He could absorb souls that could be absorbed into the yin side of the Netherworld, regardless of whether they were from the demonic beast race or the human race. However, according to Xiong Yi, 40% of the disciples had died on the way to Bai Qingyu. Their souls had most likely entered the Netherworld. Xiao Hua couldn't find them at all. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to arrange for them to re-enter the Fortune Gate, he couldn't. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua retracted his gaze and looked at Prince Lan. He asked, "What crime did you commit?" This disciple didn't protect junior brother Chang Yu well. On the way to Bai Qingyu, junior brother Chang Yu encountered the demonic beast race. In order to save this disciple, junior brother Chang Yu perished together with the demonic beast race. Prince Lan didn't dare to raise his head. His upper body was prostrated in midair as he wept. Sigh. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of air. He couldn't believe this news. After all, he had taken in so many disciples, and none of them had died. Even during the war with the devil race in the ruins, Yuan Ya and the others didn't suffer such a tragedy. Damn it. Hearing this grievous news, Xiao Hua was furious. He regretted letting Bai Qingyu, Shrouding Sky Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain go. Tell me the cause of this matter in full detail. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and said word by word. Prince Lan complied and recounted the matter once again. It was exactly the same as what he had told Xiong Yi. Hearing this, Xiao Hua released his divine sense and looked in that direction. It was a pity that his battle with Bei Xian had involved too much area. The place where Chang Yu had died had long since disappeared. He couldn't find any traces at all. After Master left, junior brother Chang Yu cultivated diligently. Before he died, he was already an early nascent soul cultivator. Deep sorrow appeared on Xiong Yi's face. When he came to Bai Qingyu this time, this disciple and junior brother Lan advised him not to come. We told him to stay at the soaring Dragon Mountain range with senior brother Li Xiong. After all, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is too dangerous and his strength is still shallow. But he said that Master had given him a new life. Even if he dies, he wants to die in front of Master. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. To be honest, his feelings for Chang Yu and Wu Tian were not as deep as Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiong. It was even more incomparable to Liu Yi and the other disciples. However, it was these disciples who knew how to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. They knew how to be grateful. They knew that they would die if they came to Bai Qingyu, but they still rushed to meet their deaths. How could he repay their gratitude? Even if he had massacred Bai Qingyu and killed nearly 1 million demons, the lives of his disciples could not be redeemed. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with regret. He regretted all the cover-up he had done in order to uncover the mastermind. If he had stood out earlier, interrogated Shui Mingzi earlier, and rushed to Bai Qingyu earlier, Chang Yu would not have died. Nearly half of the Fortune Gates disciples on the soaring Dragon Mountain range would not have died. Daoist Master Xiao, please restrain your grief. Seeing Xiao Hua's complicated expression, Daoist Master Qing Shu hurried forward and bowed. Although your sect's disciples have suffered some casualties, they died defending Daoist Master's reputation. They died in the battle with the demons. Their deaths are the victory of our human race, the price of our human race's dignity. Their deaths are great. Their deaths will certainly be recorded in the annals of history. When our Dao Gate rises in the future, their deaths will be recited by thousands of generations of Dao Gate's disciples. Ari. Hearing Daoist Master Qing Shu's words, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He also understood in his heart that it was too late to say anything now. Regret was useless. Moreover, regardless of whether he chose to cover it up or not, many things would still happen. Things in the world would never go according to one's thoughts. It was impossible for his disciples to never die. Wait for me to rise. Xiao Hua waved his hand to let Xiong Yi and Prince Lan rise. He said solemnly, None of you did anything wrong. What was wrong was the ambition and selfish desires of some people. You were too weak to resist the schemes of others. It was inevitable that you had to pay some price. Yes, Master. Xiongyi stood up, still full of guilt. Although Prince Lan's face was sad, he was happy in his heart. How is the soaring dragon mountain range? Xiao Hua asked again. Xiongyi said, when we came here, there was nothing wrong. However, there are too many eyes and ears in the Immortal Palace. Disciples trading with the Luoyi Merchant Union and going out for training will fall into the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears. According to the latest news from the Luoyi Merchant Union, the Immortal Palace might be going on a crusade against the soaring dragon mountain rain. Master, we have to hurry back. Prince Lan hurriedly advised, with these 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples, we won't be afraid of the Immortal Palace's crusade in the future. Don't worry. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Wang Bianfei, Yu Zhongquan, and the others have already brought a group of disciples back to the soaring dragon mountain range. With them there, the soaring dragon mountain range will be safe. Moreover, times have changed. The Immortal Palace might not go on a crusade against the soaring dragon mountain range. That's good. Xiongyi raised his eyebrows and said, this disciple was worried that senior brother Li Xiong would be unable to support himself in the Fortune Gate Dao Palace. After Xiongyi finished speaking, Prince Lan pointed at Daoist Master Qing Shu and said, Master, this is Daoist Master Qing Shu. Master should know them. They came to Bai Qingyu to rescue Master under the Grand Mist Ancestor's orders. However, they did not send a message to us and only arrived just before the battle began. It's fine. It's better to have a heart than not. It's better to come than not. Xiao Hua forced a smile and said, this Xiao thanks the Grand Mist Ancestor for his concern. Daoist Qing Shu, please bring this Xiao's gratitude back. Yes, this junior will definitely do so. Daoist Master Qing Shu was very happy to see Xiao Hua still calling him Daoist. He bowed and said, when this junior met senior for the first time, I already said that the ancestor has made it his mission to revitalize the Dao sect. He will treat all Dao sect's cultivators as his disciples. When this junior reported senior's matter to the ancestor attached great importance to it. Later, didn't this junior pay a special visit to senior? This time, when the ancestor heard that senior was in trouble, he didn't hesitate and prepared to come personally. However, many of the ancestor's friends dissuaded him. They believed that if the ancestor showed himself, he would be attacked by the Immortal Palace and the Lightning Sound Temple. This was not appropriate for the Dao sect in the Three Continent. Under their death persuasion, the ancestor had no choice but to give up his original plan. That's why he sent I and a dozen other Daoists to rescue senior. Chapter 44:16. At this point, Daoist Master Qing Shu's face was filled with surprise. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked tentatively, who knew? Senior's cultivation was actually so deep. Although we came, we couldn't help senior at all. Moreover, we had to rely on senior's disciples to save us. Oh, right, senior is probably a tribulation-passing cultivator of our human race now, right? Xiao Hua naturally understood that the tribulation Daoist Master Qing Shu mentioned was different from the one on Dawn Rain mainland. He pondered for a moment and didn't hide it. He smiled and said, I was lucky enough to have reached the Grand Ascension stage. Daoist Master Qing Shu had met Xiao Hua 200 years ago and had some understanding of Xiao Hua's strength. He couldn't believe that Xiao Hua had surpassed him by so much in just a few hundred years. Moreover, he had only met Xiao Hua once before following the Fortune Gate disciples to attack the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain. The highest cultivation among the Fortune Gate disciples was close to the lower 8th grade. Therefore, Daoist Master Qing Shu guessed that Xiao Hua was a tribulation-passing cultivator. However, he still underestimated Xiao Hua's strength. He couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? At this point, he immediately realized that he had been rude and quickly bowed. Senior, please don't blame me. Junior was just too surprised. Junior didn't expect Senior's cultivation to have reached the heavens. Don't blame me, don't blame me. You and I are old acquaintances. No wonder you are surprised. Xiao Hua was already numb to this kind of surprise. He smiled and waved his hand. He looked at Master Heaven Flipping Master and said, "These fellow Taoists are unfamiliar, Ayo." Daoist Master Ching Shu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I was just thinking about talking to Senior. I was so surprised by the miracle of Senior's cultivation progress that I forgot to introduce him. He is also a disciple of Ancestor. His name is Master Heaven Flipping Master." This is, before he could finish, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "So you are Master Heaven Flipping Master. This Xiao has heard of your name for a long time, but I have never seen you before." Xiao Hua's words sounded like a compliment, but in fact, there was a reason for it. That year on the Great Snow Mountain, he met Xin Xin, who had disguised herself as Xin Xin, and the little monk Ci Hui, who was the physical body of Manjushri Bodhisattva of Namo Great Wisdom, who had yet to attain fruition. They even went to look for Fantian Venerable together. It was at Fantian Venerable's abode that Xiao Hua and the others met Jiyu Zhen, the Buddhist sect's protector. Master Heaven Flipping Master didn't know these secrets. Junior's Heaven Flipping Master greets Senior. "Senior, Junior's cultivation. How can Junior compare with Senior's cultivation with Senior?" He. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He then met with the other cultivators of the Dao sect. In the end, Daoist Ching Shu said respectfully, "Senior, before we came here, the Ancestor said that if we succeed in the rescue, we must invite Senior to see the Ancestor. Now, Junior doesn't dare to ask Senior to go personally, but I hope Senior can agree. Once we return, we will report to Ancestor and ask Ancestor to choose a time and place to meet Senior. Now, Senior and Ancestor are the only supreme cultivators in our Dao sect. Both seniors are the pillars of our Dao sect. The revival of our Dao sect will fall on the shoulders of both seniors. Juniors are looking forward to the two seniors joining hands." Xiao Hua had already seen the face of the Grand Mist Ancestor when he had just arrived in the Three Mainlands. He wasn't interested in this kind of ugly cultivator, even if this cultivator had taken it upon himself to revive the Dao sect. However, Huang Xiaolong was clear that he could avoid meeting the Grand Mist Ancestor when his cultivation was still low. Now that his cultivation was on par with the Grand Mist Ancestor, he was bound to meet the Grand Mist Ancestor. Since that was the case, Xiao Hua was looking forward to seeing Grand Mist Ancestor's expression when they met. "Yen, you can report this to fellow Daoist Grand Miss." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "When we return to the hidden immortal mainland, you can arrange the meeting with Xiong Yi." "Many thanks, Senior." Daoist Master Ching Shu was happy to hear Xiao Hua agree. "Since that's the case, we will take our leave and report this to Ancestor. There's no need to rush. We will go together." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "After all, there are many demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Bai Qingyu's actions will definitely attract the attention of many demon kings. If you go back alone, there will be many obstructions. Then we will respectfully accept. We will borrow Senior's reputation to avoid some dangers." Daoist Master Ching Shu said with a smile, "Junior will not disturb Senior. Junior will go and talk to fellow Daoist Xiong Yi and fellow Daoist Lan about future matters." Xiao Hua agreed with a smile and left Xiong Yi and Lan with Daoist Master Ching Shu and Venerable Master Ching Shu. Seeing that there was no one in front of Xiao Hua, Ao Zhantian hurriedly brought Shu Tingzi and the other cultivators over. Before they even got close, Ao Zhantian said respectfully, "Junior greets Master Xiao." Shu Tingzi panicked and said in a low voice, "Junior didn't know that Senior was Yulong. Please forgive Junior for offending you along the way." Po Hong and the other cultivators apologized like Shu Tingzi. They were all terrified. After all, they had said many bad things about Ao Yi. However, Shu Tingzi was more remorseful than panic, especially when he heard Ao Zhantian call Xiao Hua Master Xiao. Previously, at Yaotai Mountain, Xiao Hua wanted to take him as his disciple because of Shu Tingzi's help. Unfortunately, Shu Tingzi was too cautious and was afraid that Xiao Hua's power would bring disaster to him. Now, Shu Tingzi was still at the mid-nascent soul stage, but Xiao Hua was no longer at the fifth stage. How could a human Mahayana realm cultivator accept a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator as his disciple? Especially when this cultivator had rejected him directly. At this moment, Shu Tingzi wished he could go back 200 years and kneel in front of Xiao Hua and acknowledge him as his master. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't make things difficult for these juniors. He smiled and helped Shu Tingzi and the others up. What happened in the past is already in the past. Don't mind it too much. If I wasn't with you all, I wouldn't have known about Shui Ming's evil intentions. Therefore, not only are you all not at fault, you all have contributed greatly. Moreover, I'm very happy that you all came to Bai Qingyu. From today onwards, all of your previous vows are null and void. Po Hong and the others were even more disappointed. They wanted to serve Xiao Hua for another 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua no longer cared about the loyalty of these nascent soul stage cultivators. Actually, Po Hong and the others wanted to mention serving Xiao Hua, but they didn't expect Xiao Hua to block their path before they could even speak. Even if they wanted to speak again, it was impossible. Many thanks, Senior. Although Po Hong and the others thanked him, their tone was filled with disappointment. Just as they were about to fly to the side, Xiao Hua suddenly smiled and said, I already know that you all wanted to come to Bai Qingyu to rescue me. Now that my fortune gate wants to spread its influence on the hidden immortal mainland, we need a lot of disciples. If you are willing, you can find a suitable master among my fortune gate disciples. As long as you find one, I will let them accept you as their disciples. How about it? Many thanks, Senior. Po Hong and the others thanked him again. This time, their tone was filled with ecstasy. Xiao Hua was already a grand ascension stage cultivator. How bad could his disciples be? Ao Zhantian and Shu Tingzi, stay behind. The rest of you can go first. After I make arrangements, you all will return to the hidden immortal mainland with the Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Shu Tingzi's heart was filled with joy. After Po Hong and the others left, Ao Zhantian frowned and said, Master Xiao, you saw what these cultivators did. They colluded with Shui Mingzi. Although they don't have any intention of harming Master Xiao, I still feel that they are unreliable. Xiao Hua nodded and smiled. I understand. I was just about to ask you, how did you deal with Shui Ming's matter? Of course, I killed him. Ao Zhantian said without hesitation. That bastard colluded with the ancient Bell Mountain's demonic beasts. Not only did he want to harm Master Xiao, he also coveted the Dao Gate's forces on the hidden immortal mainland. If I don't kill him, who else should I kill? Other than him? Xiao Hua smiled and said, it seems like there are still 4 cultivators missing. Those 4 have already been persuaded by Shui Mingzi and are preparing to join the ancient Bell Mountain. When they reach Bai Qingyu, they will attack Master Xiao and nullify the blood oath they made. Ao Zhantian explained. As for the rest, they are still hesitating, so I didn't make a move. Isn't that the case? Xiao Hua smiled. When faced with a life-threatening situation, anyone would have selfish thoughts. As long as they still have a conscience in their hearts, I feel that they can still be saved. Moreover, under this kind of test, I feel that I have let down the Fortune Gate's disciples and all of you, not to mention them. What's the harm in giving them another chance? Ari, Senior is too kind. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. This junior can't do such a thing. Junior likes to be decisive when killing, and doesn't want to be sloppy. As long as there's an opportunity to make a move, I will immediately make a move. That's good. Xiao Hua smiled. If I can't do it, I'll leave it to you. No problem. Ao Zhantian didn't think much about Xiao Hua's words and casually agreed. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly understood something. He looked at Xiao Hua and couldn't believe his ears. When Xiao Hua nodded slightly, he turned around and knelt in the air. He kowtowed and said, Di. Disciple Ao Zhantian greets Master. Get up. After Ao Zhantian kowtowed 9 times, Xiao Hua helped Ao Zhantian up and said, Master has already taught you the Dao Gate's magic arts. Moreover, you came to Bai Qingyu to rescue Master, and you didn't forget your original intentions in the face of Shui Ming's temptation. Master naturally won't disappoint you. In the future, you have to deal with the Fortune Gate's affairs with Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and the others. Do more things that Master doesn't like to do. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Rest assured. Aozhantian had always called Xiao Hua Master Xiao and had long regarded Xiao Hua as his master. Now that his dream had come true, he couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations, Senior AO. Shu Ting's mouth was filled with bitterness as he cupped his fists and congratulated Xiao Hua. Chapter 44:17. Fuck. Aozhantian was overjoyed. When he saw Shu Tingzi congratulating him, he scolded Shu Tingzi, "Master asked you to stay, but didn't you follow me and fight Shui Mingzi without any regard for your life? Why don't you understand what master means? Do you still need master to say it out loud? Hurry up and thank master." Aozhantian's words struck Shu Tingzi like a bolt of lightning. He looked at Xiao Hua in a daze and opened his mouth. He wanted to ask if Aozhantian was telling the truth, but he couldn't say anything. PFFF. Aozhantian kicked Shu Ting's leg, and Shu Ting's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees. Only then did he come to his senses. He cried and kowtowed, "Disciple Shu Tingzi greets master. I was blind and missed the opportunity. Disciple thanks master for not abandoning me." Similarly, after Shu Tingzi kowtowed 9 times, Xiao Hua helped him up and said with a smile, "What's lost is lost. It will never return. If you hadn't stood out from the crowd that day, master definitely wouldn't have given you another chance. However, since you've done it, the opportunity has come. Master won't say anything else. From now on, follow Aozhantian and take care of the affairs of the Fortune Gate." "Yes, master." Disciple understands. Shu Tingzi was overjoyed but also a little ashamed. After replying, he followed Aozhantian to greet Xiongyi and the other Fortune Gate disciples. Xiongyi and the others saw Aozhantian and Shu Tingzi formally acknowledging Xiao Hua as master, and they all congratulated them with smiles. Yingpo waited for a while, but no one came forward. Xiao Hua personally sent a voice transmission, "Fellow immortal Yingpo, why aren't you coming over?" Only then did Yingpo rush over with a few elders. He bowed and said, "Junior greets Master Xiao. Wait for me." Xiao Hua looked at Yingpo's respectful attitude and the many elders behind him. He smiled and said, "I'm still the same old Xiao. It's just that I'm stronger now. This is more beneficial for the cooperation between the Fortune Gate and the Fortune Gate. You don't need to think too much. Yes, Teacher Xiao will forever be our clan's Teacher Xiao." Yingpo nodded. "No matter what realm you are at." Finished speaking, Yingpo hurriedly took out a beast skin and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Master Xiao, Junior has received news that the Immortal Palace may be going on a punitive expedition to the Soaring Dragon mountain range in the near future. Previously in the war, Junior has already informed Xiongyi. However, it was too chaotic at that time, so I couldn't explain it clearly. This is the beast skin used to transmit the message. Senior, please check it carefully. Send these Fortune Gate disciples back. If the news is true, the Soaring Dragon mountain range's Fortune Gate disciples will suffer more losses." Xiao Hua was very happy to see that Yingpo did not say anything and hurriedly told him about the Soaring Dragon mountain range. He took the animal skin and looked at it carefully. After calculating the time, he knew that it was not long before he left the Great Snow Mountain Range. At that time, Sun Jian had not left the Shenhua continent. At this time, if there were no accidents, Sun Jian should have returned to the Immortal Palace. According to Sun Jian's knowledge, he must have reported this matter to the Immortal Emperor. How could the Immortal Emperor hastily send troops to the Soaring Dragon mountain range? Therefore, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This news was sent a long time ago. If the Immortal Palace had received the latest news from our Fortune Gate, they might not be in such a hurry to send troops to the Soaring Dragon mountain range. Moreover, 1 day in the Immortal Palace is equivalent to 1 year on the surface. Once this news travels back and forth between the Immortal Palace and the so-called court discussion, there won't be any results for several years. At that time, we would have already returned to the Soaring Dragon mountain range. Who would be afraid of them?" Teacher Xiao is right. Yingpo nodded. Junior is afraid that the Immortal Palace would not have received the exact news and send troops rashly. The Soaring Dragon mountain range's troops are insufficient at this time, which would make us regret it. Before this Xiao came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Domain, I had already sent my disciples back to the Soaring Dragon mountain range. Xiao Hua smiled. With their cultivation of 7th or 8th grade essence force, they won't have any pressure to deal with those immortal soldiers and immortal generals. When Ying Po heard that Xiao Hua's disciples had cultivation of 8th grade essence force, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. He smiled apologetically. If that is the case, then Junior is relieved. Junior will send my clansmen back to gather information so that I can inform Teacher Xiao of the latest situation. This matter is not urgent. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, asking, Ying Po, how many of your people died this time? All right, Teacher Xiao knows. Ying Po smiled apologetically. My clan is of the demon race, so coming to Bai Qingyu is not considered difficult. However, we lost 10% of our people when fighting under Bai Qingyu's command, which is 100 times better than what we expected. When you came to Bai Qingyu, did you not plan to go back? Xiao Hua asked. Ying Po nodded. I won't hide this matter from Teacher Xiao. What the other clansmen thought, Junior is like this. The matters of the Endless Merchant Union have already been handed over to others, but the position of Patriarch has not been pushed out. Oh, why? Xiao Hua was startled and asked curiously. Ying Po said proudly, because this time, Junior is leading 6,000 clansmen. If all of them are unable to return, my clan will probably not exist in the 3 continents. Junior can choose whether or not to take the position of Patriarch. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he bowed. Fellow immortal, this Xiao will definitely repay you for your kindness. When the human Grand Ascension stage expert bowed, Ying Po and the other elders' knees went soft, and they almost fell to their knees. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over them and supported them. Ying Po could only cry out, Teacher Xiao has done a lot for my clan. If it weren't for Teacher Xiao, my clan and the Endless Merchant Union would not exist. My clan is willing to live and die with Teacher Xiao. Good, in that case, my Fortune Gate and the Endless Merchant Union have formed a life and death alliance. Xiao Hua raised his right hand and placed it in front of Ying Po. As long as my Fortune Gate exists, the Endless Merchant Union exists. Ying Po's eyes lit up, and he slowly raised his right claw. There was still a lot of manair on his right claw, and it shone brightly in the night sky. Ying Po said, My Endless Merchant Union is willing to form a life and death alliance with the Fortune Gate. I, Ying Po, represent the Endless Merchant Union and swear that as long as my Endless Merchant Union exists, the Fortune Gate exists. The human Grand Ascension stage expert's hand and the demonic beast's claw collided. Due to the presence of the manair, there wasn't much of a sound when they clapped hands. However, this was a promise that was as solid as gold, and a sincere alliance was formed before everyone's eyes. Ying Po, thank your clansmen on my behalf. We're now allies, and if there's a chance in the future, we'll meet again at the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. If there's anything in the Thousand Beast Holy Realm, feel free to tell Xiong Yi or Fu Juan. Xiao Hua smiled, and said, As for other matters, we'll discuss them in detail after we return to the hidden immortal continent. I'm confident that I can help you build the Endless Merchant Union into a business union that's even more powerful than the Star Plucking Tower. Yes, Junior understands. Junior thanks Teacher Xiao. Ying Po was ecstatic, and he bowed deeply to express his gratitude. He knew that with the support of Xiao Hua, a Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, and the Fortune Gate, an unprecedented Daoist sect, how could the trade union not surpass the Star-Plucking Pavilion? Of course, Ying Po also understood that the Endless Stream Merchant Union had long been tied to the Fortune Gate. If Xiao Hua and the Fortune Gate were to be attacked by Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, or if the ancient immortals and Buddhas joined forces to destroy the Tao, then his Endless Stream Merchant Union would not be able to survive. However, how bad could that outcome be compared to what he had prepared for the day before? All of you, go rest on the lightning boat. Xiao Hua helped Ying Po up with a smile, and said, We'll return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range right away. Yes. Ying Po had just gotten up when he suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly took out a universal bracelet. After searching through it for a moment, he took out a jade-eye bracelet and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua, and said, Teacher Xiao, there's something that Junior almost forgot. It's been over 200 years, and if Teacher Xiao hadn't mentioned the Star Plucking Tower, Junior would have really forgotten about it. Oh, what's the matter? Xiao Hua was taken aback, and he took the jade-eye bracelet, but didn't immediately examine it. "All right, I'll let Teacher Xiao know." Ying Po recalled a little and answered, "That year, after Teacher Xiao left the Feather Spirit Bay, about 10 days later, a Confucian cultivator came to my Yazi auction to find Teacher Xiao. Junior was preparing for the auction, so I ignored him and pretended that I didn't know Teacher Xiao. That Confucian cultivator didn't say much, and only said that he came from the Star Plucking Tower, and that he had seen Teacher Xiao in the Star Plucking Tower, and was an old acquaintance of Teacher Xiao." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew that Confucian cultivator must be the mysterious Professor Dushan Jundu, so he smiled and asked, "Did that Confucian cultivator leave his name?" "No." Ying Po shook his head and said, "Junior not only doesn't know his name, but now that I think about it, it seems that Junior can't remember his appearance. If Junior hadn't seen Teacher Xiao, Junior really wouldn't have remembered this matter." "What else did he say?" Xiao Hua was even more certain in his heart, and asked, "You couldn't have also forgotten, right?" "No." Ying Po's eyes revealed surprise. Junior remembers everything he said even more clearly. He gave this jade-eye bracelet to Junior, and said that Junior must give it to Teacher Xiao. He also said that this matter is very important to him. Oh, right. He also asked Junior to say something to Teacher Xiao. "What is it?" Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted, and he was rather puzzled. "This is your last chance, and you are his only hope." Ying Po looked at Xiao Hua, and said each word clearly. His tone was very serious, as if Dushan Jun had said it to Xiao Hua face to face. "Hiss." Xiao Hua was shocked, and hurriedly asked, "Ying Po, do you know about the Star Moon Palace?" "I know." Ying Po nodded. "This kind of ancient ruin is very famous in the 3 continents. How could Junior not know?" At this point, Ying Po somewhat understood, and said with a smile, "Is Senior talking about the appearance of the Star Moon Palace this time?" Damn it. Xiao Hua already knew what was recorded in the jade-eye bracelet, and he was also very sure that the person who went to the Luoyi Merchant Union to look for him was undoubtedly Dushan Jun. He slightly thought about it, and then secretly cursed. Previously at the Star Plucking Tower in Yuling Bay, Zhong Qiao once said that the Star Moon Palace might open within 200 years. However, this is only a guess, perhaps 2,000 years is also possible. Looks like the Star Moon Palace hasn't opened yet. Dushan Jun is urging me to go to the Star Moon Palace to keep the appointment. Chapter 44:18. As expected, Ying Po continued, although the Star Moon Palace is an ancient ruin that many humans and demons in the 3 continents know about, the news of the Star Moon Palace's appearance is extremely secretive. Everyone wants to snatch the right to enter the Star Moon Palace. Everyone wants to search for opportunities in the Star Moon Palace. Once any human or demon obtains the news, they won't tell anyone else. It is only in the recent decades that the continuous merchant union has grown bigger and bigger, and the information it has obtained has also increased. This junior is qualified to know some of the Star Moon Palace's secret. However, even so, Junior only knows that the Star Moon Palace may appear in the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's easternmost region in a few months. As for the specific location and time, Junior is not particularly clear. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hesitated. He had thought that the Star Moon Palace had opened long ago, so he had thrown the matter of the Star Moon Palace to the back of his mind. According to his plan, he was prepared to bring the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland. However, the Star Moon Palace was about to open, and he had previously made an agreement with Doshan Jun to follow him into the Star Moon Palace. Thus, he had no choice but to give up on returning to the hidden immortal mainland and head to the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's easternmost region. Of course, Xiao Hua was hesitant because he had returned to the 3 continents in a high-profile manner. First, he had defeated the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and destroyed the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Then, he had defeated the demonic beast race's 3 great sages and massacred by Qingyu. This would definitely attract the attention of the Immortal Palace. He could not guarantee that Sun Wu would be able to persuade the Immortal Emperor to not attack the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. If he went to the Star Moon Palace, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range might be destroyed. As for whether he would go to the Star Moon Palace, he did not hesitate at all. This was because Doshan Jun's help to him was simply too great. Not to mention the lightning cultivation method, not to mention the crimson infant technique, just the darkness breaking pill, void bearing pill, lotus connecting pill, and jade heaven pill that Doshan Jun had given Xiao Hua in the stargazing pavilion in Yuling Bay, as well as the pill formulas that they had refined, had played an extremely crucial role in Xiao Hua's cultivation. The darkness-breaking pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit-severing realm. The void-bearing pill was used to break through to the void refinement realm, the lotus connecting pill was used to break through to the unity realm, and the jade heaven pill was used to break through to the Ma ascension realm. Without these medicinal pills, Xiao Hua would have wasted the 20,000 years in the heavenly prison, and it would be impossible for him to reach the Darching stage at this time. Moreover, Doshan Jun had already made it clear that he would not let Xiao Hua do anything that went against Xiao Hua's conscience. In fact, the most reassuring thing for Xiao Hua was that Doshan Jun's words had revealed some secrets. The Grand Mist Ancestor, who was currently in the limelight, seemed to have received Doshan Jun's help, and the Grand Mist Ancestor did not repay Doshan Jun in the end. Even so, Doshan Jun did not withdraw his help to the Grand Mist Ancestor, nor did he punish the Grand Mist Ancestor. Doshan Jun was so magnanimous, presumably, he wouldn't have any schemes against Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also willing to work for such a person. In particular, the words that Doshan Jun asked Yingbo to bring to Xiao Hua caused Xiao Hua's hesitation to quickly turn into a decision. Xiao Hua understood that Doshan Jun's remarkable abilities far exceeded his imagination. Even though he was already a Darching stage cultivator, he still had not completely comprehended the jade slip that Doshan Jun gave him. That crimson infant technique still had a large part of it that he did not understand. Previously, when Xiao Hua was in the spirit-severing stage, he might not have understood, but now that he was a supreme cultivator of the three mainlands, how could he not know that this crimson infant technique was definitely not a cultivation technique from the cultivation world? In other words, Doshan Jun was definitely not a cultivator from the cultivation world. He must have come from the upper realm. Of course, whether this upper realm was the ruins or the desolate continent that Xiao Hua had been to before, Xiao Hua did not know. Since that was the case, Xiao Hua could infer that if there were no rules of the three mainlands, Doshan Jun's strength would far surpass his by a lot. Xiao Hua himself knew how to predict the future, and he would have some enlightenment on a whim. Then Doshan Jun would definitely have an even more mysterious technique to divine the future. In that case, Doshan Jun did not put that sentence in the jade eyes, and instead asked Yingpo to bring it to him. It meant that he wanted Xiao Hua to take it seriously. Xiao Hua even vaguely felt that the Doshan Jun from 200 years ago should have already divined that only Yingpo could bring the jade eyes to him 200 years later, which was why he paid a visit to Yingpo. Doshan Jun had already taken it seriously, and had already made it clear that this was his last chance, and Xiao Hua was also his only hope, so how could Xiao Hua not fulfill his promise? Xiao Hua made a decision, and then smiled as he thought, even if Sun Jian can't persuade immortal Emperor Gaochen, isn't there still Xin Xin in the immortal palace? With such a big commotion in the soaring dragon mountain range, how could she not know? With a little advice from her, immortal Emperor Gaochen will definitely think about it, and he will definitely understand the importance of this Xiao to Confucian cultivators. The so-called true Confucian, isn't it to search for the 5 Qis unifications cultivation technique, to search for the foundation of Xiantian true Qi? At this time, Yingpo smiled and said, Master Xiao, in this junior's opinion, now that Master Xiao's cultivation is so profound, I'm afraid there's no need for you to go to the Star Moon Palace. On the other hand, the Fortune Gate's 7th and 8th grade disciples need to go to the Star Moon Palace to try their luck. Opportunities. Xiao Hua smiled. In terms of opportunities, could the Star Moon Palace compare to the ruins and the desolate continent? The opportunities that Liu Yi and the others had in the upper realm were many times more than the Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua's own accumulation in the upper realm was only completed at the moment of life and death. Liu Yi and the others didn't know how long it would take for them to fully comprehend those accumulations, so there was really no need for them to go to the Star Moon Palace. Thus, Xiao Hua replied, it's a pity that they've already rushed back to the soaring dragon mountain range, so I'm afraid they don't have time to go to the Star Moon Palace. That's true. Ying Po slapped his own forehead and smiled. The soaring dragon mountain range might be attacked by the immortal palace. This junior forgot about that. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked again, what about nascent soul cultivators? Are they suitable to go to the Star Moon Palace? Of course they're suitable. Ying Po smiled and said, the 7th or 8th grade essence force that this junior mentioned in the previous 3 continents referred to the Confucian cultivators and the demonic beast race. How could there be 7th or 8th grade essence force cultivators in the Dao sect? Only 3rd or 4th grade essence force cultivators would go. It's just that there are very few Dao sect cultivators who know this kind of secret information. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and said, ask the elders in the clan to return to the Thunder Ship first. I have something to tell you. Seeing that Xiao Hua had something to entrust to him, Ying Po was extremely happy and led the elders back to the Thunder Ship. After Ying Po left, Xiao Hua asked Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, Ao Zhantian, Shu Tingzi, and the other nascent soul disciples to come over. After thinking for a while, he also called Zhai Xingzi and the others over. Everyone didn't know what was going on, so they stood at the side and listened respectfully. After Ying Po returned, Xiao Hua spoke, I have something to discuss with all of you, and I want to hear your opinions. Xiong Yi was surprised. He glanced at Prince Lan and the others and said, Master, please speak. Zhai Xingzi exchanged glances with Zhong Daoran and nodded, Spiritual Master, please speak. Xiao Hua told them about the Star Moon Palace, and finally said, I'm preparing to head to the extreme east of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to explore the Star Moon Palace, and I want to ask your opinions if you're willing to go together. Of course, I don't need to say more about the dangers of the Star Moon Palace, all of you should know. Therefore, if I can protect all of you in the Star Moon Palace, I will definitely do so. If I can't, then it means that your fate hasn't arrived. Master. Prince Lan hurriedly asked, if we go to the Star Moon Palace, what about the Fortune Gate's disciples? Do you want Black Bear and the others to bring them back? No. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle are from the demonic beast race. They can lead the troops for a while, but they can't bring them back. I'm planning to let Spiritual Master Jing Ting and Xian Songzi bring them back to the hidden immortal mainland, but they aren't good at commanding troops. I want to invite Ying Po of the Flowing Merchant Union to be the military advisor. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Prince Lan's mind started to work. The current situation was obvious. The Fortune Gate's disciples that Xiao Hua brought back were much stronger than the Fortune Gate's disciples in the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. In the future, the Fortune Gate's overall situation would be controlled by these disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Hua wasn't interested in the sect's affairs. Everything would be left to the disciples to handle. Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiong's positions would definitely change in the future. The era where they could give orders to the Fortune Gate's people was gone forever. If they wanted to occupy a place in the Fortune Gate in the future, other than strength, they would need to command troops and wield authority. Prince Lan was well aware that no matter how great the opportunity in the Star Moon Palace was, it was impossible for him to advance to the 7th grade in one go. Even if he really reached the 7th grade, there were still Liu Yi, Yu Zhongquan, and the others above him. He wouldn't have any chance to stand out in the Fortune Gate. The path of cultivation was already bleak, so the only path left was to command troops and wield authority. Right now, in front of Prince Lan, it was an excellent opportunity. These 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples didn't seem to be familiar with the 3 mainlands. Xiao Hua wasn't particularly familiar with and trusted the disciples at the 7th or 8th grade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi lead the troops. He even let Ying Po from the demonic beast clan be his advisor. If Prince Lan took advantage of this opportunity to command troops, not only would he be able to build a good relationship with the disciples at the 7th or 8th grade, he would also be able to occupy a better position before the new Fortune Gate structure was clear. Moreover, Prince Lan was looking forward to the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition. He understood that the immortal soldiers and generals that could come on the expedition were at the 4th grade at most. In front of these 200,000 ferocious beasts, they were just appetizers. If he could command troops, it would be a great merit. When Xiong Yi returned from the Star Moon Palace, How could Xiongyi be ranked ahead of him? It could be said that this was the opportunity that Prince Lan had been dreaming of. As for the opportunity in the Star Moon Palace, Prince Lan could see clearly. Not to mention the risks, the so-called opportunity might not be much better than the Fortune Gate. Not to mention, with the authority to command troops and speak in the sex affairs, he would also have cultivation resources. In fact, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation speed falling behind others. Who knew, he might even surpass the disciples who had entered the Star Moon Palace in the future. Chapter 44:19. Thinking of this, Prince Lan glanced at Xiongyi, who was about to speak, and quickly volunteered. He bowed and said, "Master, Disciple has known about the Star Moon Palace for a long time, but Disciple has never had the opportunity to go there. Now that Master has placed this opportunity in front of Disciple, Disciple is really excited. However, compared to the Fortune Gate's affairs, Disciple feels that Disciple's opportunity is far less important than the Fortune Gate's development. Only when the Fortune Gate thrives can Disciple obtain more opportunities. Therefore, Disciple has decided, Disciple will give up this opportunity to solve Master's problem. Disciple will bring these disciples back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to resist the Immortal Palace's invasion." Oh! Xiao Hua was taken aback. He was indeed having a headache about the 200,000 soldiers returning, but it was not as serious as Prince Lan had said. After all, there were still some high-level disciples among the 200,000 soldiers. With them around, there would not be any trouble. As for the problems they would encounter along the way, Ying Po was more than enough to deal with them. That being said, hearing that Prince Lan was willing to give up his opportunity to contribute to the Fortune Gate, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He smiled and asked, "Prince Lan, have you really decided?" Disciple feels that not only Disciple thinks so, senior brother Xiongyi probably thinks so too. Prince Lan respectfully said, "After all, on the hidden Immortal Mainland, our Tao Gate's disciples were bullied by Confucian cultivators. It is not easy for the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate to grow to such a scale. Disciple and the others are not willing to turn this into nothingness. Indeed." Xiongyi also spoke, "Disciple is also willing to bring these disciples back to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and let senior brother Li Xiong rush to the Star Moon Palace." Hihi, good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Master is comforted to have disciples like you. As long as you sincerely cooperate and help our Fortune Gate, there will be more opportunities like the Star Moon Palace in the future." Subsequently, Xiao Hua sent a voice transmission to Prince Lan. "Also, you should remember where Chang Yu died, right?" When Prince Lan heard this, he was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes, Master, Disciple will never forget that place. You should also know the demonic beast race that perished together with Chang Yu." Of course. Prince Lan seemed to understand what Xiao Hua wanted to say and nodded his head firmly. There was a trace of joy to be seen in his eyes. "Good, kill them and avenge your junior brother," Xiao Hua ordered coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a bottle of pills and a jade-eye pendant from his bosom and handed them to Prince Lan. He said, "This is Master's reward for you. I won't say the names of the cultivation methods and medicinal pills. You can comprehend them yourself first. If you feel that the time is right, you can take the medicinal pills. I guarantee that you will be able to break through to the middle stage of nascent soul before I return. Master will to help you break through to late stage." His Highness Lan was overjoyed. He originally wanted to decline and express his noble character and unquestionable integrity, but he remembered that Xiao Hua didn't like empty formalities, so he hurriedly took it and said, "Thank you, Master." Since Prince Lan is willing to lead the troops, there is no need for Xiongyi to stay. To go to the to leave. To go to the heaven to and to go. To go time, to gather time, to the ascento the head to head to head to head. To place. Yes. Xiongyi nodded and handed the items to Prince Lan before flying to the Thunder Ship. Xiao Hua turned to Ying Po and said, "You don't have to be the military advisor. You can go to your own demon realm with the army." "Junior doesn't have any demon realm." Ying Po smiled bitterly. "Junior will bring my clansmen to the ascento the ascento the ascento. Ian, that's fine. Your clansmen can settle down in the ascento. Xiao Hua smiled and said to Xian Songzi and spiritual master Jing Ting, "You two will be Prince Lan's assistants. You must protect him well. Don't let him get hurt." "Yes, disciple understands." Xian Songzi and spiritual master Jing Ting bowed. Disciple will definitely protect junior brother Lan. Prince Lan was truly happy with his wise decision. He smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you, senior martial brothers. What about you?" Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhantian and the other disciples. The Star Moon Palace was a great opportunity. How could Ao Zhantian and the other disciples not agree? They all nodded happily. After settling the matters in the Fortune Gate, Xiao Hua asked Zhong Daoran and the others, "What about fellow Taoists? Junior is willing to go." Zhai Xingzi was the first to speak. "But I don't know if Chioa can go with her injuries." "It's fine as long as you want to go. Her injuries aren't a problem. At most, you won't go." Xiao Hua smiled. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to enter. However, fellow Daoist's wedding night will have to be pushed back. Fuck, only a fool wouldn't go with such a great opportunity. Venerable Master Zun Kong shouted. "Go, go. It's the wedding night. Who knows if they've already been singing every night?" After saying that, Venerable Master Zun Kong realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said to Prince Lan, "Fellow Daoist Prince Lan, I'm not talking about you. After all, we don't have your noble character and unquestionable integrity." When Venerable Master Zun Kong, who was at the 5th grade of Origin Energy, called him fellow Daoist and even mentioned the noble character and unquestionable integrity that he wanted to flaunt, Prince Lan knew that he had made the right choice. He smiled and said, "There's no need to mention noble character and unquestionable integrity. It's my duty as a disciple to make some sacrifices for the sect." Venerable Master Zun Kong gave Prince Lan a thumbs up to express his appreciation. Prince Lan didn't mind, but Zhai Xingzi's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. After all, the so-called singing every night had a double meaning. "Very well, since everyone is willing, you all can stand to the side." Xiao Hua smiled and glanced at everyone. He then said, "In a bit, follow this old man." Xiao Hua raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Hong! A thunderous sound rang out. Tru Chi rushed out, and he flew up into the night sky. Soon after, Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning, and his body suddenly expanded to more than 1,000 zhong tall. High up in the sky, in the space of 100 li, all kinds of thunder rumbled, and thick lightning bolts swam in the night sky like a horned dragon. Not only that, under the horned dragon, Xiantian Tru Chi condensed into the shape of a auspicious cloud, and all kinds of colored pearls appeared everywhere, protecting Xiao Hua's golden color. Looking at Xiao Hua's feet, the pillars of light from the stars and moon that originally descended from the sky, once again appeared from the void, transforming into spirals that supported Xiao Hua, and even transformed into halos that swam up and down within the pearls. When Xiao Hua slightly released his Mahayana aura, a supreme aura that was not inferior to immortal Emperor Go Chen and Mahavairokkana's aura enveloped an area of 1,000 miles. Disciples. Xiao Hua's voice was like a thunderclap. His avatar was like a god. With just a whisper, all 200,000 disciples knelt down and said in unison, "Disciples are here. Beast King Bai Qingyu bullied my fortune gate and suppressed my avatar. You defeated Bai Qingyu, and your morale soared. The heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain surrendered without a fight, handing over the 2 demon domains to my fortune gate." Xiao Hua added, "This is my glory, and the glory of all my disciples. From today onward, there will be another invincible army on the 3 mainlands. Our fortune gate's great army will be invincible wherever it goes. Whether it's the demon race or the human race, anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, 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 kill." Hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples' killing intent soared into the night sky like rainbows. In the southern part of the night sky, the 7 merciless stars' radiance suddenly shone brightly, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire starry sky. At the same time as the 7 merciless stars' radiance, swish, 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 another 6 rays of starlight shone brightly. They were the Tianfu star, Tianliang star, Tianji star, Tiantong star, and Tianxiang star beside the 7 merciless star. The 6 stars of the southern dipper lit up the entire southern part of the night sky. Kill. The stars and moon's radiance were invisible, but it dyed the entire 1,000 demons' sacred grounds. The Fortune Gate's disciples were confused, and their auras surged as they shouted again. Boom! This time, the stars in the sky lit up at the same time. The entire 1,000 demons' sacred grounds was as bright as day, and countless pillars of starlight fell on a certain spot in the 1,000 demons' sacred grounds. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. The pillars of starlight fell in the same direction as the Feng Wu, golden-winged Great Peng, and the others. If he guessed correctly, it should be where the Great Holy Hall was. When Xiao Hua saw that only the Big Dipper wasn't lit up, a smile appeared on his face. Damn it, this must be the Feng Wu's doing. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the Great Holy Hall. Disciples. Xiao Hua's voice resounded in the starlight. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars move. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When the humans emit killing intent, heaven and earth overturn. When my Fortune Gate emits killing intent, the 3 mainlands tremble. Today, my Fortune Gate has risen, and the heavens have changed. Today, all of you are escorting the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples back to the Fortune Dao Palace. With Daoist Xiao's orders, all of you shall exterminate anyone who dares to harm my disciples. Anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. Yes, we know that anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. Anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. The group of disciples roared, and their voices surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Although they didn't know if the demonic beasts could hear them, Daoist Master Qing Shu, Venerable Master Fan Tian, and the others paled. They had never seen such an iron-blooded army. Black Bear, White Lion, Golden Condor, where are you? Seeing the unprecedented momentum of the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiao Hua smiled and ordered. Black Bear and the other 2 demonic beasts didn't understand, but they still stepped out and knelt in the air. Master, we are here. What orders do you have for us? Although you are demonic beasts, you are loyal to my Fortune Gate. You have already submitted to me in the Black Wind Mountain Range. Now, my Fortune Gate has conquered the Bai Qingyu, Ancient Bell Mountain, and Shrouded Sky Ridge. This is my Fortune Gate's foundation in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. I hereby order you all to guard the Black Bear Beast King, the White Lion Beast King, and the Golden Condor Beast King on my behalf, and become the backbone of my Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua ordered. You can recruit disciples in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, or you can bring the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's demonic beasts over. You can make all the decisions. Chapter 44:20. Thank you, Master. This lowly one thanks Master. The White Lion and Golden Eagle were overjoyed hearing this. A beast king of a generation, this was something they had never dared to imagine. That day on the Black Wind Ridge, they had called themselves beast kings, but that was just arrogance. But today, 200,000 disciples had passed by, and all the fruits of victory were theirs to reap. This was their reward for their loyalty to the Fortune Gate. Master. The Black Bear hesitated for a moment, then kowtowed. This lowly one has never been ambitious. This lowly one does not want to be a beast king. This lowly one only wants to guard Master's cultivation dwelling, his granny. Xiao Hua did not expect the Black Bear to abandon Bai Qingyu, nor did he expect the Black Bear spirit to be so loyal to him. He would rather not be a beast king or a feudal lord than follow him. Xiao Hua was touched, but at the same time, he was a little passive. However, a moment later, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the Black Bear. The Black Bear was stunned for a moment, then he hesitated for a moment before saying righteously, moreover, this lowly one feels that this lowly one is Master's gatekeeper, so it is only right for this lowly one to work for Master, and should not receive any reward. The Flowing Merchant Union's patriarch Ying Bo led his entire tribe to help our Fortune Gate, and they also had a share in trampling Bai Qingyu. This lowly one is willing to give Bai Qingyu to the Ying Bo tribe, and make this place their demon territory. Hearing those words, the distant Ying Po was greatly shocked. However, he was both surprised and delighted. Although the flowing merchant union had grown stronger, the Yingbo tribe's overall strength was still weak, and they could not win a place in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Furthermore, the demon realms of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm varied in size, but no matter how big or small they were, they all had demon kings, mountain lords, and so on. These demon kings and mountain lords all had the support of even more powerful demon clans, and all of these forces could be traced back to the 6 great saints of the Great Sage Temple. Therefore, if there were no accidents, it would be extremely difficult for the Yingbo tribe to obtain a demon territory in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Although Xiao Hua had made it clear that he wanted to invite the Yingbo tribe to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, the Yingbo tribe was still a demonic beast clan. However, Yingbo's clansmen were demonic beast clansmen. They could stay in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range for a while, but they couldn't stay there forever. Moreover, they couldn't stay under the Fortune Gate's protection forever. Therefore, Ying Po was still willing to establish himself in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. However, Ying Po had never imagined that Bai Qingyu would fall into his lap, because the Fortune Gate's disciples were too powerful. Any random Fortune Gate disciple with a cultivation of Grade 7 Origin Qi realm had the ability to annihilate his entire clan. Moreover, his clan had not obtained any battle merits from the battle with Bai Qingyu, so why should he ask Xiao Hua to bestow Bai Qingyu to him? Therefore, the Black Bear's suggestion stunned Ying Po. He didn't understand why the Black Bear spirit, whom he didn't know, would take such good care of him. Of course, Xiao Hua's words made Ying Po understand. This was because Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, "Black Bear, you're right. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal strife. To reward internal strife, one must reward external strife." This old man was wrong. Ying Po, Bai Qingyu will be bestowed to you today as a place for your people to live and reproduce. Are you willing? Hearing this, how could Ying Po not know that this was Xiao Hua's intention? He originally wanted to decline, but seeing that He Xiong had already declined, if he continued to decline, Xiao Hua's face would not be good. Furthermore, he himself really wanted to find a place for his clansmen to settle down, so he knelt down without hesitation and said, "Ying Bo thanks Teacher Xiao on behalf of my clansmen." Just as Ying Po's words fell, all of Ying Po's people on the lightning boat knelt down and cried, "This little one thanks Master Xiao, we will forever be loyal to Master Xiao, we will never betray him." Master. The Golden Condor and White Lion were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Black Bear to not want to be a Beast King. Wouldn't that mean that one of the 3 Beast Kings was missing? They hurriedly wanted to say something, but Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, "From now on, the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain will be my Fortune Gate's foundation. Your task is difficult, don't tell me you want to decline." The Golden Condor and White Lion's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly answered, "We bear Master's heavy responsibility, we will do our best until our last breath." Good. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Discuss this matter with His Highness Lan." Yes. The 3 demonic beasts stood up and retreated to the side. Xiao Hua looked at the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds that was as bright as day, then he pointed in the direction of the hidden immortal mainland and said, pointing the sword at the hidden immortal mainland, "Whoever dares to block my army along the way, kill them all." "Yes, Master." All of the Fortune Gate's disciples stood up and shouted in unison. Then, the 2 lightning boats rumbled, and Ying Po and the others flew up to the lightning boats. On the lightning boat, His Highness Lan shouted in high spirits, "Fortune Gate's disciples, listen to my command, set out, boom boom." The lightning boats flickered with lightning, competing with the starlight in the sky. On the lightning boat, His Highness Lan bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is going. Go, be careful on the way." Xiao Hua nodded and smiled as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples, Ying Po's people, and some dragons and humans in an orderly manner, flying in the direction Xiao Hua pointed out. After the disciples left, Xiao Hua withdrew his avatar, leaving Zhai Xingzi and the others in the sky. At this time, Xiongyi flew over and asked in a low voice, "Master, why are you pointing to the east? That is not where my Soaring Dragon Mountain Range is located." "Ah, is it wrong?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said while rubbing his nose, "It's also the hidden immortal mainland, His Highness Lan can go as he pleases, he will definitely find the way back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Rain. But, Xiongyi said in a low voice, that direction is where junior brother Chang Yu died. Heavens will. Xiao Hua's eyes turned cold, and he said, those who dared to kill my Fortune Gate's disciples must pay the price. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiongyi nodded and pointed at the several thousand golden core disciples in the distance and reported, these are the 8,111 golden core disciples I brought from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Ah! Why are there so many golden core disciples? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. After all, in his impression, the hidden immortal mainland's Tao Gate had withered. How could there be so many golden core disciples in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range? Good, father understands. Xiongyi explained, after master left, this disciple discussed with senior brother Li Xiong, junior brother Lan, and junior brother Chang Yu. Our Soaring Dragon Mountain Range covers a large area and there is abundant heaven and earth origin energy. Not to mention several tens of thousands of disciples, even hundreds of thousands of disciples can be accommodated. Therefore, the Fortune Gate's disciples regard recruiting disciples as the most important thing to do. Every year, disciples will be sent to villages and other places to look for children with excellent aptitudes. It's very strange, in these 100 years, the hidden immortal mainland's weather has changed greatly. The 9 prefectures often have disasters, there are many mediocre officials in the Confucian government, and there are many disaster victims everywhere. Wherever our Fortune Gate's disciples go, not only do we recruit disciples, we also take out enough good seeds to help the disaster victims cultivate. The villagers are all willing to give their children to our Fortune Gate. Moreover, the method master left behind to select disciples is also very powerful. The so-called spiritual roots technique is very useful, as those who have spiritual roots are all very talented. Their cultivation speed is several times faster than the average disciple, so 200 years is enough for many disciples to step into the Golden Core realm. Xiongyi habitually waved his hand as he said, our Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, according to master's custom before he left, recruits about 10,000 disciples every year. However, because of the recruitment of disciples, the transactions with the Luoyi Merchant Union, and the disciples going to other places in the hidden immortal mainland to recruit Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm disciples, the movement is quite big, attracting the attention of Confucian families and immortal palaces. In the past few decades, there are often Confucian cultivators coming to visit our Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, so this disciple and the others slowed down the expansion of the Fortune Gate. In the past 200 years, we have recruited a total of 1.6 million disciples. Not bad. Xiao Hua praised, your ability in this aspect is much stronger than master's. Although he said so, Xiao Hua was clear in his heart that the Shenhua continent could not be compared to the 3 mainlands. The Shenhua continent was purely starting from scratch, and the number of humans in the 3 mainlands was absolutely terrifying. This was because the Tao Gate was suppressed by Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. If there were no restrictions, with the Fortune Gate situation, it would not be a problem to recruit 100,000 disciples every year. Of course, it was precisely because the Tao Gate was not prosperous and the threshold for Confucian cultivators was too high that the Fortune Gate could casually recruit talented disciples on the hidden immortal mainland. Master doesn't know, there are too many disaster victims, and they are fighting to give their children to our Fortune Gate so that they can have food to eat. Xiongyi smiled bitterly, so in the end, this disciple and the others have already become a minor detail, and the distribution of grain seeds is the most important task. In the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, there are many places where grain seeds are planted, and they have to be sent out every year. Not bad. Xiao Hua nodded again, our Fortune Gate's mission is to save the world. We would rather not have disciples and not develop, but save the common people. Disciple, you have done well. Master, it's good that you say so. Xiongyi nodded, then this disciple can rest assured. Oh! Xiao Hua asked curiously, could it be that the 4 of you have different opinions? Hehe, it's not convenient for this disciple to say, Master will know when you return to the Fortune Dao Palace. Xiongyi did not say much, and only pointed out, this disciple's opinions are not quite the same, but all of us are thinking for our Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua nodded again. Xiongyi said proudly, "But, Master, people often say that good people will be rewarded well. Although this disciple does not wish to recruit disciples, the disciples that our Fortune Gate recruits are all outstanding. Among the 1,600,000 disciples, there are more than 400,000 Foundation Establishment, Enlightened, and Fusion Stage disciples with first-grade Essence Force, 600,000 Heart-Moved disciples with second-grade Essence Force, and 500,000 Tranquil Spirit Stage disciples with second-grade Essence Force, 300,000 disciples with second-grade Essence Force. Hihi, the composition of the Fortune Gate's disciples is a little strange." Xiao Hua laughed. "I'm afraid this kind of situation can only happen in our Fortune Gate during this period." Chapter 44:21. Xiongyi nodded respectfully and said with a smile, "Indeed. Normally, when a Dao sect established a country, there would be a nascent soul imperial advisor or a golden core imperial advisor. Below them, there would be dozens of so-called disciples. Under these disciples, there would be dozens of disciples. Below these disciples, there would be hundreds of disciples. However, our Fortune Gate's disciples do not have any bottlenecks at grade 1. From integrating with the Fortune Gate to the heart movement realm, everything is as smooth as flowing water. In the past, we also wanted our disciples to give pointers to the new disciples, but there was not much difference in their cultivation speed. In the end, we simply let our disciples give pointers to the new disciples for the first 10 years or so, and then, when their cultivation realm was high enough, we would recruit new disciple. In addition, we did not dare to recruit more disciples in recent decades, so now our Fortune Gate's disciple structure is like a spindle, thin on both sides and thick in the middle. Many heart-intent disciples who have reached grade 2 have no disciples. Xiao Hua was used to the training and foundation building realms, so when he heard Xiongyi talk about foundation building, consecration, and fusion, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fortunately, when Xiongyi was explaining, he also mentioned the grade of his elemental energy, so he could at least understand. Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Disciple, didn't Master give you a new cultivation technique when I left? Those are the Qi refining and foundation establishment realms. Did you not teach them?" "Ayo, Master." Xiongyi slapped his forehead and said, "Disciple was a little confused. Disciple has followed Master's cultivation technique to the newly recruited disciples. Only the disciples who entered our Fortune Gate later use Master's modified cultivation technique. But because Disciple has been using foundation establishment, light illumination, and integration since young, Disciple can't help but lean towards that direction. Ari, it is easy to impart cultivation techniques, but changing one's mindset is really difficult. Xiao Hua sighed. Disciple was wrong, but Master does not need to worry. Xiongyi smiled and said, "Our Fortune Gate's disciples use Qi refining and foundation establishment realms, only Disciple can't chain." "Alright, go on." Xiao Hua himself was not used to the hidden immortal mainland's cultivation system. Of course, he could not force Xiongyi and the others to correct it immediately. "Yes, Master." Xiongyi continued, "Before coming to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Grounds, our Fortune Gate had over 23,000 Golden Core Realm disciples. Among them, 2,000 mid- and late-stage Golden Core Realm disciples joined the Fortune Gate later. This includes this disciple, Senior Brother Li Xiong, and Martial Uncle Lan's disciples. Senior Brother Li Xiong stayed behind to guard the soaring Dragon Mountain range, leaving behind 5,000 Golden Core disciples. Junior Brother Lan, Junior Brother Chang Yu, and I have brought a total of 18,300 Golden Core disciples and 10,000 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Along the way, we lost 50% of our disciples, and half of our Golden Core disciples and Foundation Establishment disciples." "Oh. How come the number of Jindan disciples and Foundation Establishment disciples are equal?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, because according to common sense, it should be the Foundation Establishment disciples that were injured more. Xiongyi bit his lip and said, "That's because core formation disciples have to protect Foundation Establishment disciples. When they encounter danger, they let Foundation Establishment disciples go first." "Ari, what a good disciple." Xiao Hua also sighed, deeply moved. "Therefore, before the war, there were only 4,000 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples and 10,221 Golden Core disciples left. Xiongyi continued, during the Great Battle, although there were disciples led by Master, there were still many casualties. Most of them were Golden Core disciples. Those Foundation Establishment disciples didn't fly as fast as Golden Core disciples, so they didn't fight as much with the demons. Now, there are only 8,111 Golden Core disciples left? Xiao Hua asked. Xiongyi nodded, yes, there are still 3,607 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples. Good. Xiao Hua said, then turned to Black Bear and said, Black Bear, quickly catch up with the army and bring back the remaining Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples. Yes, Master. Black Bear's spirit didn't hesitate at all and urged the demonic cloud to chase after the army. Master was wrong. Xiao Hua sighed. These Foundation Establishment disciples also have the qualifications to enter the Star Moon Palace. But, Master, Xiongyi looked at the thousands of Golden Core disciples and said, Disciple only heard that there are very few cultivators who can enter the Star Moon Palace. We have over 10,000 disciples. How can we all enter the Star Moon Palace? Haha, it depends on fate. Xiao Hua laughed, if there is no fate, how can Master bring back 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples? Yes, disciple understands. Xiongyi had to explain even if he didn't understand. Go, instruct the disciples that when the Foundation Establishment disciples return, Master will bring them into the Kunlun Immortal Realm to cultivate. Do not resist. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and instructed Xiongyi. Xiongyi naturally knew about the Kunlun mirror. Didn't Yuan Ya and the others' cultivation soar after entering the Kunlun mirror? He agreed and hurried off. Fellow Taoists. After Xiao Hua finished instructing, he looked at Zhai Xingzi and the others and said, I have a Kunlun mirror here. There is a world inside that can cultivate. I will bring you all into the Kunlun mirror and bring you all to the Star Moon Palace. Zhai Xingzi and the others naturally knew that once they entered the Kunlun mirror, their lives would be in Xiao Hua's hands. But how could they not trust Xiao Hua? All of them nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror and sent them into the Shenhua continent. He then took Ao Zhantian, Shu Tingzi, Yuan Ya, Dai Little Black, Little Yellow, and the others into the Kunlun mirror. Not long after, the Black Bear spirit returned with several thousand Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. Xiao Hua took the Fortune Gate disciples, Xiongyi, the Black Bear spirit, and the others into the Kunlun mirror. Only then did he look at the starry sky and land and flew towards the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. The changes in the Thousand Demons' sacred territory were naturally caused by Feng Wu. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hua, Feng Wu flapped her wings and flew towards the Great Holy Hall. The golden-winged Great Rock, Flying Feather-Void Beast, and 5-colored Sea Godshell followed behind her. The 4 demonic race Great Sages displayed their various abilities. In just a short moment, they had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. Seeing that they were gradually leaving Bai Qingyu, Feng Wu's eyes flashed like lightning. She swept her gaze across the land that was still in a mess and sneered in her heart. Wasn't Bai Qingyu, Shrouded Sky Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain the same case? Moreover, because of Bai Xiana's selfish desires, she had triggered the divine punishment and implicated all the Shell race's bloodline in the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. From today onwards, although Bai Xiana's influence still lingered, the arrogant and despotic Shell race might not be able to recover for a period of time. As for when they would be able to make a comeback, that would depend on the Little White Dragon and Bai Bo's abilities. Thinking about the Little White Dragon, Feng Wu couldn't help but laugh. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demonic race, they all treated him as Xiao Hua. Whether it was the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate, the demonic race's Endless Merchant Union, or even Ao Zhantian, Zhai Xingzi, and the others, they all sacrificed a lot in order to rescue the Little White Dragon from Bai Qingyu. Little did they know that the Little White Dragon actually enjoyed the blessings of multiple people. There was no need for anyone to rescue him at all. That Beast King Bai Qing's daughter actually obediently stole him away. However, it was precisely because of the Little White Dragon's disappearance that Xiao Hua and the 3 demonic race Great Sages had to make a move. Damn it, The dragon race is really powerful. They're really attractive to ordinary female demonic race members, Feng Wu thought naturally in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly frowned as if he had thought of something. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a streak of golden light above his head. The golden-winged great roc had already flown past him and rushed towards the horizon. Ha ha! Feng Wu laughed loudly. Does the great roc sage want to compete with this sage? If that's what the great roc sage wants, why don't we compete? The golden-winged great roc's voice came from afar. He laughed and said, let's see whose demonic body is stronger and whose flying speed is faster. The limit is 1 day. Behind Feng Wu, the flying feather void beast shouted loudly. If you go any further, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. All right. Feng Wu agreed. He flapped his wings and lightning crackled around his body. Beams of starlight and moonlight blasted into the great roc sage and a string of illusory figures appeared out of thin air. Feng Wu chased after the golden-winged great roc at lightning speed. He, the great roc sage is indeed extraordinary. In the sky, the golden-winged great roc laughed loudly and shouted proudly, however, it won't be easy for you to catch up to this sage. As they spoke, the 2 demonic race great sages' figures disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god shell were naturally not slow, but the 2 saints were slightly inferior to the great roc sage and Feng Wu. Layers of ripples rose rapidly in the air. Within the ripples, the 2 saints' figures were faintly discernible. Sometimes they were distorted abnormally, sometimes they returned to normal, but most of the time they were broken illusory figures. Similarly, in just a moment, the 2 saints' figures also disappeared. While flying, the 5-colored sea god Shell heard the flying feather void beast's voice. Shell Sage, what do you think of the 7-star Phoenix Sage? What do I think? The 5-colored sea god Shell's mouth was bitter. While urging his demonic body to continue flying, he replied indifferently, what can this sage think? This Phoenix Sage has obtained the recognition of the 7 stars, so his strength must be far beyond ours. Didn't you see his battle with the great roc sage? Even the great roc sage was almost defeated by him. If the great roc sage hadn't materialized his star mark at the critical moment, the position of the strongest demonic race would have changed hand. Speaking of this, the 5-colored sea god Seashell looked at the distorted space in the distance with disappointment and said, fighting naturally requires strength. It may be a cultivation method, a secret technique, or a monster body. The great roc sage has been a great saint for hundreds of thousands of years, and the time he's spent in the great saint realm is only second to the profound Pentaceratops. As for the Phoenix Sage, not only has she just become a saint, she hasn't even entered the great saint hall yet. How would we know about her opportunities? Also, the great roc sage wants to compete in flying speed with the Phoenix Sage. I'm afraid he wants to compete in physical strength, right? Shell Sage, this sage's flying speed isn't my strong point. Who do you think is faster? The flying feather void beast didn't hesitate at all, as if it had already guessed. It should be the great roc sage. After all, his true form is the great roc sage, and is known as the demonic race's #1 flying beast. However, even so, this sage feels that the Phoenix Sage isn't too far behind. Chapter 44:22. That's right. Saint Ni is right, said the pentacolored seashell. The demon body is the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race. Saint Phoenix's demon body isn't inferior to Saint Peng's. Even if Saint Phoenix is defeated today, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the strongest of the demon race. The flying feather void beast smiled. Who is the strongest of the demon race isn't something we should be concerned about. It should be a matter for the 2 great sages, Saint Phoenix and Saint Dragon. They've been fighting for so many years, and now there's a 7-star Saint Phoenix. Haha, the great sage hall is getting more and more lively. Aye. The pentacolored seashell sighed. That's right. There's going to be a great change in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. I wonder if there'll be an even greater bloodbath. That depends on Saint Phoenix's ambition. The flying feather void beast smiled. He only needs half of Saint Dragon's ambition. That's unlikely. The pentacolored seashell replied absent-mindedly. From the situation in Bai Qingyu, Veiled Sky Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain today, Saint Phoenix's heart doesn't seem to be here. That's right. That's what this saint finds most strange. The flying feather void beast smiled. However, that was all he said. He paused for a moment and waited for the pentacolored seashell to continue. Unfortunately, the pentacolored seashell was preoccupied and didn't ask. The flying feather void beast thought for a moment and took the opportunity to ask, Saint Shell, you just said that the demon body is the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race. That seems a bit lacking, no? The five-colored sea god Bei was startled when he heard this. He asked indifferently, what do you mean, Saint Ni? He, from what this saint knows, bloodline, should be the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race, right? The flying feather void beast smiled. His words were full of meaning. The pentacolored seashell smiled. There's a saying in the human race that the benevolent see benevolence and the wise see wisdom. I'm afraid that's what it means. Perhaps Saint Ni is right, perhaps this saint is right, or perhaps you and I are both right. Seeing that the pentacolored seashell didn't answer directly, the flying feather void beast's eyes turned. Earlier, the five-colored sea god shell had said that its bloodline had been taken away. The flying feather void beast was both shocked and confused. He was proficient in bloodline techniques, so he was naturally aware that ordinary bloodlines couldn't be stripped away. Even though Xiao Hua was a Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, he didn't possess any powerful abilities. Therefore, he didn't believe the five-colored sea god seashell's words at all. He felt that the five-colored sea god seashell was trying to cover up something. Moreover, the seven-colored seashell's shell had been shattered by Xiao Hua. If the five-colored seashell's bloodline had really been taken away, then the seven-colored seashell's bloodline could naturally be taken away as well. In that case, the situation of the entire Thousand Devil Sacred Realm would fundamentally change. For the sake of the future arrangements, the flying feather void beast had to clarify the matter of the bloodline and how Xiao Hua had defeated the old ancestor. The flying feather void beast pondered the situation for a moment before asking, by the way, Saint Bei, why did a streak of light suddenly appear after that Grand Ascension stage human cultivator was trapped by the old ancestor? Not only did the light disappear from the old ancestor's body, but even more light from the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm fell into the light, and as the light began to flow, the phenomena created by the old ancestor's attacks gradually disappeared. The old ancestor's bonded shell was destroyed, and in the end, the Grand Ascension stage human cultivator managed to break free, but I wasn't able to identify what method he used in the end. Can you answer my question, Saint Bei? The five-colored sea god shell faltered slightly upon hearing this, and it glanced at the flying feather void beast with a hint of hesitation in its heart. Earlier, it had revealed that its bloodline had been taken away, and it had regretted it ever since. After hearing the flying feather void beast's probing, it made a slight mental calculation before replying in a wary manner, that's the old ancestor's business. How would I know if she didn't tell me? Hee. The flying feather void beast wasn't surprised by the five-colored sea god shell's answer in the slightest, and it continued in a seemingly nonchalant manner, by the way, I seem to have seen an ancient record in the Great Holy Hall about 70,000 years ago, right? The five-colored sea god shell asked in a cold voice, what do you mean by that, Saint Ni? It's nothing. The flying feather void beast hurriedly chuckled, after all, the five-colored light is Saint Bei's bonded ability, and even Saint Peng has praised it in the past. The sudden disappearance of the five-colored light has given me some ideas about the origins of that Grand Ascension stage human cultivator and Saint Phoenix, so I wanted to have a chat with Saint Bei. Oh, what do you mean, Saint Ni? The five-colored sea god shell was rather perplexed. What's wrong with their origins? Of course it's wrong. The flying feather void beast wasn't surprised at all by the five-colored sea god shell's lack of response, and it smiled as it said, if it were just a human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, I wouldn't think too much about it. We didn't know that there was such a human cultivator on the hidden immortal continent, so it's normal that we didn't know about it. However, don't forget that this human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator is a Daoist cultivator. All of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent view the Daoist sects as venomous snakes and scorpions. How could there be a human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator on the hidden immortal continent? As far as I can remember, aside from the primordial chaos patriarch who stirred up chaos on the 3 continents, there doesn't seem to be any daoist cultivator capable of such feats. That's true. The 5-colored sea god shell nodded in response. I've already thought of that when I saw that human grand ascension stage human cultivator. The 5-colored sea god shell shuddered as it spoke, and it hurriedly exclaimed, there seems to be more than one human grand ascension stage human cultivator, right? At the time, there were 36 human grand ascension stage human cultivators who had besieged St. Peng. That's right. The flying feather void beast couldn't help but scoff at the 5-colored sea god shell's lack of awareness. However, it was quite happy to have such a slow-witted great sage as its ally. After all, this pig-like ally had a godlike patriarch backing it up. No, that's not all. The 5-colored sea god seashell immediately thought of something else and exclaimed, that skinny guy has a desolate aura on him. He's also a 9th grade essence force. That strange cultivator who fought me possesses bloodline power and spatial power, and is also at the 9th grade of origin force. What the fuck is going on the 3 continents? Why are there so many supreme cultivators appearing all of a sudden? Could it be that 9th grade origin force cultivators aren't worth anything anymore? Also, the flying feather void beast continued in a cold voice, after the patriarch's body was destroyed, there was a massive barrier of light to our left. After the barrier was destroyed, a devilish lord appeared, and his aura is even more powerful than the pentaceratop. Oh, and there's also that so-called Wen Xing. They're all at the mid-9th grade of origin force, and some of them are even at the high grade. I'm afraid that the old ancestor was defeated under their joint attack. Clear light flashed through the flying feather void beast's eyes as it spoke, and the 5-colored sea god shell's body faintly appeared within the light. The flying feather void beast wanted to carefully inspect the 5-colored sea god shell's reaction. Unfortunately, the flying feather void beast was destined to be disappointed as the 5-colored sea god shell didn't show any signs of abnormality. The flying feather void beast replied, even a few 9th grade origin force cultivators wouldn't be able to defeat the patriarch. I know her barrier the best. Have you forgotten, Sage Bay? Those 36 human grand ascension stage beings. The flying feather void beast said coldly. They suddenly disappeared when the first grand ascension stage human appeared. So what if they disappeared? The Kunlun mirror can't be used within the patriarch's barrier, the 5-colored sea god shell said with disdain. Then how do you think the patriarch was defeated, Sage Bay? The flying feather void beast asked with a smile as it led the 5-colored sea god shell into its trap step by step. The 5-colored sea god shell stammered, I'm afraid only the patriarch knows. Of course, if the patriarch doesn't tell us how she was defeated, we wouldn't know either. The flying feather void beast said with a smile. Furthermore, Sage Foam wasn't within the barrier at the time, so he might not know. However, if I were to guess, an opponent even more powerful than the patriarch appeared, right? More powerful than the patriarch? The 5-colored sea god shell's heart stirred, and it said, the most powerful beings on the 3 continents are us. The patriarch has a secret technique, so she's different from us. How could she have? Sage Ni, are you saying that this human grand ascension stage being also has a secret technique? How could a human like him possibly have such a secret technique? It's impossible for a human to have such a secret technique, but what about other races? The flying feather void beast said with a smile, can't other races exist in this human's body? The 5-colored sea god shell's imagination ran wild, and it cried out, you're saying that there's a race as mysterious as the patriarch in the human's body? It's unlikely that it's in the human's body. The flying feather void beast said with a smile, after all, the human's body is weak, and a powerful race can't exist in the human's body for a long time. If it's possible, it should be the Kunlun mirror. Impossible. The 5-colored sea god shell habitually denied it, but after saying it, he was dumbfounded and slapped himself in the face. Oh, yes. If there's a mysterious being more powerful than the patriarch, wouldn't he be able to come out of the Kunlun mirror? Mysterious being? The flying feather void beast heard the 5-colored sea god shell change the word race to mysterious being, and it sneered in its heart. It knew that the 5-colored sea god shell had already fallen into its trap, so it went along with the 5-colored sea god shell's words. Yes, mysterious being. I once read an ancient record in the Great Sage Palace. It was about a demon called Zhenxiu, and the entire demon race was wiped out by a mysterious being. Speaking of this, the flying feather void beast looked at Qing Guang again. Sure enough, although the five-colored sea god shell didn't move, the space around it rippled. The ripple was very weak, but it was still detected by the flying feather void beast, who was proficient in the power of space. Chapter 44:23. Zhen Ni. As if trying to hide its emotions, the five-colored sea god seashell responded, and the ripples in space disappeared. It then fell into deep thought, and after a moment, said hesitantly, I seem to have heard of it before. It seems to be an extremely powerful demon beast from ancient times, proficient in the power of space. That's right. The flying feather void beast sneered coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he flattered, Sage Bei is indeed knowledgeable. This Zhan Yu is an ancient record that this sage has searched for a long time before finding. I didn't expect Sage Bei to be so familiar with it. I wouldn't dare. I've only heard the ancestor mention it occasionally. The five-colored sea god seashell really did have some recollection of it after hearing the flying feather void beast's words. I don't remember the details. To tell you the truth, when I became a great saint, I saw a strange monster in the sea of stars. It rejected my ascension to the great saint realm, and it felt like it was similar to my original name, the winged void beast said. So, after I became a great saint, I searched through the ancient records of the Great Holy Temple in an attempt to find the origin of this unknown great saint. Only then did I find the legend of Zhen Ni in the ancient records. According to the records, Zhen Ni was extremely powerful. Not only was its physical body comparable to metal and stone, but it could also control space as it wished. His abilities far surpass my flying feather void beast. Saint Bei, think about it. When I saw a demon that was so similar to my ability, and even more powerful than mine, how could I not trace its origin? How could I not find out why this powerful demon had disappeared for no reason? When this sage took a look, it was nothing serious, but it really gave me a shock. The flying feather Ni void beast sent a voice transmission with some lingering fear. The records clearly state that one day, the Zhenyong Grand Sage fought with another demon for some unknown reason. That demon was no match for the Zhenyong Grand Sage and was almost killed by the Zhenyong Grand Sage. However, the strange thing was that the Fae that was about to die suddenly transformed into a strange existence. This existence's appearance and true form could not be seen with the naked eye or with one's essence perception. Furthermore, the weather in the entire Thousand Fae sacred realm changed drastically. The clear sky turned into dark clouds as spatial vortexes filled the sky. That being used some unknown abhina, and the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's physical body instantly withered. Furthermore, the blood-red light around his body flowed and turned into tiny fragments that fell into the hands of that being. Not only that, but the situation after that was similar to today. After the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's bloodlight dissipated into nothingness, the entire Thousand Demons sacred realm was suffused with bloodlight. Countless amounts of bloodlight gathered in the hands of this being. At this point, the flying feather void beast stopped, and the five-colored sea god shell asked, and then? After that, the Zhenyong Grand Sage disappeared, and so did that entity. The Zhenxiong lineage lost their spatial abhina and gradually disappeared from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. The flying feather void beast's voice sounded distant, as if the Zhenxiong lineage had disappeared. Phew! The five-colored sea god shell heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Thank you for your reminder, Saint Ni. However, the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's blood essence was probably absorbed by that being. The entire Zhenxiong lineage in the Thousand Demons sacred realm seemed to have their blood essence sucked as well. It was different from today. Then, what was absorbed by the human Mahayana lineage today? The flying feather void beast seemed to ask casually. This time, the five-colored sea god shell did not answer directly. Instead, it paused for a moment before saying, you don't have to worry about it, Saint Ni. Haha, it's all right, Saint Bei. No matter what it is, I won't mention it again. The flying feather void beast saw the five-colored sea god shell's denial and already had a plan in its mind. It laughed. What I want to say is that you must have lost something, right? Also, The five-colored sea god shell lineage must have lost something similar, right? The five-colored sea god shell did not answer. It was actually very dejected. It could not afford to pursue this matter. There were many descendants of the shell race in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, so how could it not be leaked? Furthermore, it had mentioned it in a moment of absent-mindedness. Since Saint Bay isn't answering, I'll take it as a yes. The flying feather void beast finally voiced its conjecture. In other words, the being our ancestor encountered today is as terrifying as the being from before. Think about it. Does this human Mahayana lineage have the qualifications to do so? The seven-star Phoenix sage said that he became a great sage in the Kunlun mirror of the human Mahayana lineage. What does that mean? It means that the terrifying being is in the Kunlun mirror of the human Mahayana lineage. Oh, Saint Bay, do you know the primordial chaos ancestor of the Daoist sect? I do. What about it? The five-colored sea god shell was completely unable to follow the flying feather void beast's train of thought. The primordial chaos ancestor was suppressed by the yin-yang illustration by the Confucian and Buddhist cultivators, and they wanted to use the illustration to kill him. However, the primordial chaos ancestor found a way to refine the yin-yang illustration, and it said that he attached his nascent soul to it. As long as the treasure isn't destroyed, he won't die. Do you think that the mysterious being in the Kunlun mirror also attached his nascent soul to the Kunlun immortal realm and used it to achieve immortality? Damn it, how am I supposed to know? The five-colored sea god shell was confused by the flying feather void beast's words. Saint Ni, what are you trying to say? What I mean is... The flying feather void beast smiled mysteriously and transmitted its voice, that human Mahayana lineage is just a cover. He's no match for our ancestor. In other words, those Mahayana lineages, the seven-star Phoenix sage, Wen Chu, and the others are all subordinates of that mysterious being hiding in the Kunlun mirror. They're even like demon pets. Hiss. The five-colored sea god seashell turned pale with fright. He took a deep breath and stopped moving. His entire monster body appeared in the void as he shouted, "How? How is this possible?" After a short while, the flying feather void beast flew back from the distance, and it looked at the five-colored sea god shell with a smile. Most humans and demons on the three continents think that the most powerful being in the thousand-demon holy realm is the golden-winged Great Peng, but what about the truth? The six of us have more or less received guidance from our ancestor. If she doesn't care about fame and fortune, wouldn't she be just like that mysterious being? The five-colored sea god shell was silent for a long while before it finally muttered, "I originally thought that the seven-star Phoenix sage and Wen Chu might be the clones of that human Mahayana lineage, but I didn't think that Saint Ni's thoughts would be even more incredible." Saint Ni's thoughts are even more incredible. The flying feather void beast said with disdain, "The Daoist sect does have cloning techniques, but it's not like we don't have them either. Saint Ni, don't tell me you haven't cultivated clones. But think about it, can you create so many clones? Furthermore, each clone is different. Some are Confucian cultivators, some are demonic cultivators, and there's even a devilish lord. Besides, how can clones be more powerful than the true body? Which clone isn't at a lower level of power? If you were to say that the dragon that was sealed was the clone of that human Mahayana lineage, then that would make sense. That's true." The five-colored sea god shell nodded before flying away again. Behind him, the flying feather void beast asked, "Ancestor, do you have any instructions for Saint Bay?" The five-colored sea god shell hesitated momentarily before replying, "Our ancestor didn't say much. She only told me to follow her instructions." "That's right." The flying feather void beast nodded. "Our ancestor's bonded shell has been shattered, but think about it. When she was speaking to that human Mahayana lineage, she didn't sound very respectful at all." "That's right." The five-colored sea god shell hurriedly replied, "You're right, Saint Ni. Our ancestor didn't dare to say anything as she was afraid that we would offend that mysterious being." The flying feather void beast looked at the five-colored sea god shell with a meaningful expression. "In that case, you should understand why I'm being so long-winded, right?" The five-colored sea god shell was a little dejected. "I've lost some of my abilities, and I don't have any desire to win anymore. I have no intention of getting involved in the matters of the golden-winged Great Peng, the arcane Pentaceratops, and the heaven-defying lightning phoenix. The flying feather void beast was a little exasperated, and it said, "That's part of the reason, Saint Ni. The most important thing is still the Dragon Island or the Great Holy Hall. You have to decide which one you want to choose." The five-colored sea god shell was truly perplexed, and it turned to the flying feather void beast with a perplexed expression. "Of course I'm going to choose the Great Holy Hall. What's the difference between the Dragon Island and the Great Holy Hall? Motherfucker." The flying feather void beast cursed internally. If it weren't for the ancestor, how could that bastard have become a great sage? With that brain of his. Oh, that's right, the five-colored sea god shell doesn't have a brain. The flying feather void beast could only curse internally. He still needed to form an alliance with the five-colored sea god shell, and he didn't dare to offend Baizian, so he patiently said, "There's something strange about what happened today. The matter of suppressing the human Grand Ascension stage avatar was the ancestor's idea, and I also know a little about it, but Saint Peng doesn't. The sky-obscuring ridge is being used by other demon races. Don't you think that the demon race we don't know about is plotting something? I don't quite understand." The five-colored sea god shell nodded. "Apart from the golden-winged Great Peng, it's most likely the arcane pentaceratops that want to obtain information about the dragon race. Those two great sages can both ascend by devouring dragons. From there, they can shatter the heavens. If the golden-winged Great Peng wasn't putting on a show today, then the arcane pentaceratops must be behind this. What does this have to do with the Dragon Island? If it were that simple, how could the arcane pentaceratops still be the arcane pentaceratops?" The flying feather void beast said earnestly, "The dragon sage and the rock sage have always been at loggerheads, neither willing to give in to the other. Even if the dragon sage wanted to do something, he wouldn't be so obvious. He'd definitely use other channels and wouldn't let us see any clues, so it can only be the Dragon Island." Chapter 44-24. "What does this have to do with Dragon Island?" the five-colored sea god's seashell asked. "You have the favor of the patriarch, so there's no need for you to think too much about this." The flying feather void beast sighed. "However, I can't do that. The 9 elders of the 10 races of Dragon Island are all very conflicted. On top of that, Dragon Island seems to be unable to control the Dragon Palace. 200 years ago, a Dragon Master appeared on Dragon Island out of thin air. Will this Dragon Master be able to convince everyone? All of this could point the spearhead at the dragon that Peng Jun wants to interrogate. Even so, why should we choose between Dragon Island and the Great Holy Hall? The Pentaceratops has always been at odds with the Dragon Island and refused to obey the orders of the Dragon Island. Now that the Dragon Island has extended their claws into the Great Holy Palace and even set a trap for the Pentaceratops, do you think the Pentaceratops can do anything about it?" The flying feather void beast mocked. On top of that, the Golden Rock was taught a lesson by that human Grand Ascension stage being. What can it do? The 7-star Phoenix is an old friend of that human Grand Ascension stage being. What can it do? Hiss. The five-colored sea god seashell was even more astonished. "You're right, Saint Ni. If the pentagram dragon and the Golden Rock are on the same side, then our Great Holy Hall and Dragon Island will really have to go to war." "Of course not. Our Great Holy Hall has 7 great holy sages. Sparrow Saint and Spider Saint may not be willing." The flying feather void beast chuckled. "Of course, we'll need Saint Bai's support. There's a mysterious being behind the 7-star Phoenix. What choice do we have?" the five-colored sea god's seashell countered. "Indeed, Saint Bai, I, and the Patriarch know about this mysterious being," the flying feather void beast said in a mysterious manner. "The other great holy sages don't know. Then what if the Dragon Sage and Dragon Island aren't on the same side as Saint Ni? Haha, then Saint Bai should know what choice he should make." The five-colored sea god's seashell void beast chuckled. The flying feather void beast laughed and said, "Otherwise, this saint would have wasted my breath talking so much. If that's the case." Hearing this, the five-colored sea god seashell suddenly felt enlightened. He said telepathically, "The competition between the rock sage and the phoenix sage won't be that simple, right? Take a guess." The flying feather void beast smiled and flew into the distance. The five-colored sea god seashell shook his head with a wry smile. He also flew into the air, but without the five-colored halo, he was much slower. Since even the five-colored seashell had vaguely guessed the golden-winged rock's intention, how could Feng Wu not know? After flying over countless mountains in a single day and frightening countless great demons, the sun gradually set and colorful clouds filled the sky. The Phoenix Parasol General spread his wings and began to slow down. Sure enough, as soon as Phoenix Wu slowed down, the voice of the golden-winged great rock sounded, "Phoenix Sage, the one-day limit is not up yet. Why aren't you flying?" Feng Wu smiled and said, "This saint's specialty isn't flying. How can I possibly be Rock Saint's match? It's fine if we just spar like this, but why must we decide the victor?" The golden-winged great rock's flying figure also slowly came to a stop. When Feng Wu flew closer, he said, "Phoenix Sage, you're too modest." These words really make this saint feel ashamed. Flying is not Phoenix Sage's specialty, but this saint hasn't surpassed you by much in just one day. How can this saint still have the face to claim the title of the first great saint of the demon race? Ha ha! Feng Wu laughed. "Don't worry, Rock Saint. This saint has no interest in being the first great saint at all. Furthermore, at this point, could it be that you still care about this empty title in your heart? Phoenix Sage, you really don't care about the title of the first great saint." The golden-winged great rock was slightly taken aback and asked curiously. Feng Wu nodded solemnly, "This saint is speaking from the bottom of my heart." Sigh. The golden-winged great rock sighed, "If this saint had the same temperament as Phoenix Sage when I first became a great saint, why would I have to wait until today to break through the bottleneck?" "You're wrong, Rock Saint." Feng Wu smiled, "If it weren't for the unyielding spirit of the past, I wouldn't have broken through the bottleneck today. If I hadn't taken one step at a time, how could I have reached my goal with such difficulty? That's what that human grand ascension stage cultivator often says, right?" The golden-winged great rock asked in a probing manner. Feng Wu nodded, "You're right, Rock Saint. I've benefited greatly from following fellow Daoist Xiao. I'm extremely envious that you have such a good friend, Phoenix Sage." The golden-winged great rock seemed to be implying something as he spoke. Feng Wu smiled, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is an approachable cultivator. If Rock Saint wants to, you can gather some information about his past. You'll be able to draw your own conclusions from this information, so there's no need for me to say anything. On top of that, if Rock Saint wants to, I can also introduce you to Daoist Xiao. Getting to know Daoist Xiao. I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. After all, I had a battle with him today, and it almost ended in a battle of life and death." The golden-winged great rock's tone was somewhat lacking in confidence. "I just want Phoenix Sage to sound out Daoist Xiao and see if he believes me." "You're wrong, Rock Saint." Feng Wu raised an eyebrow, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his wings. "There's a saying in the human race that no discord, no concord. Didn't I have a battle with Rock Saint? Phoenix Sage is a demon, while Daoist Xiao is a human. This is different." The golden-winged great rock smiled bitterly. "Humans are the most petty and vengeful of all. I don't dare to believe him. Time will reveal a person's heart." Feng Wu smiled. "In the future, Rock Saint will naturally know what kind of cultivator Daoist Xiao is." "Oh, of course, that's if you have the time. Actually..." The golden-winged great rock hesitated. "I have to thank Daoist Xiao for being able to break through my bottleneck today, but I'm afraid that Daoist Xiao will misunderstand, so I don't dare to say too much." Feng Wu naturally knew what Xiao Hua's impression of the first great saint of the demon race was, so he smiled. "Don't worry, Rock Saint. Daoist Xiao should believe your words. Otherwise, why would he let you go?" Chimpage. The golden-winged great peng bird harumphed coldly upon hearing that Xiao Hua intended to let it go. "If I want to leave, not even the patriarch can do anything about it. Even though Daoist Xiao is a grand ascension stage human cultivator, he's not confident in being able to keep me here, is he?" Feng Wu smiled. "That's true. Rock Saint's movement technique is number one in the demon race. Daoist Xiao really might not be able to catch up to you." "Haha, not necessarily, not necessarily." The golden-winged great rock realized his attitude was inappropriate and hurriedly shook his head. "Daoist cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves. Perhaps Daoist Xiao has some powerful movement technique." Feng Wu smiled and scanned behind him with his essence sense, but didn't see the five-colored seashell or the flying feather void beast. He thought for a moment and said, Rock Saint, since you didn't send a message to Peng Jun of Shrouding Sky Ridge, who do you think it was? This. The golden-winged great rock hesitated. Feng Wu hurriedly said, Don't worry, Rock Saint, this is just a casual chat between us. I know you don't have any idea, or you would have told Daoist Xiao. Why are you covering for someone else? Ari. The golden-winged great rock sighed, Actually, I already have a rough idea of who it is. I have a rough idea of who's behind this, but if I hadn't broken through my bottleneck and broken through to the void-shattering realm, and if you weren't a 7-star great saint, the Great Holy Hall would have most likely revered you in the future. The safety of the Great Holy Hall and the 1,000 demons sacred realm would have fallen on your shoulders. I wouldn't have told you. Oh, is it that serious? Feng Wu was also stunned and asked in confusion. Of course. The golden-winged Great Peng's voice was filled with authority as he replied, to think that a demonic beast would use this saint to give orders. This clearly shows that they don't respect this saint or the Great Holy Temple. These demonic beasts have ulterior motives. What they want to do is beneficial to the 1,000 demons sacred realm. What do you mean, Rock Sage? Feng Wu seemed to understand something. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Pentaceratops dragon's doing. The golden-winged great rock said firmly. Feng Wu smiled and looked at the golden-winged great rock. Didn't you just say you weren't sure? Why are you so sure now? Of the 6 great saints of the Great Holy Hall, only I and the Pentaceratops dragon would covet the dragon. Since it wasn't me, then, it could only be the Pentaceratops dragon. Seeing that Feng Wu didn't believe him, the golden-winged great rock's tone became colder. He said unhappily, Besides, he's been coveting my position as the first great saint of the demon race for a long time. In the entire demon race, he's the only one who dares to do something behind my back. Of course it's him. Also, the golden-winged great rock hesitated, then added, according to what I know, the Pentaceratops dragon seems to be in contact with some elders of Dragon Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about Daoist Xiao's relationship with the dragon race. Do you have any evidence, Rock Sage? Feng Wu asked with a smile. The golden-winged great rock stiffened and said coldly, My words are evidence. If you don't believe me, then so be it. In fact, if I hadn't broken through, I definitely wouldn't have said what I said today. I also wouldn't have schemed to find a chance to be alone with you. After all, a human Mahayana stage is only a human Mahayana stage. Even if you're stronger than me, so what? As for inviting you, that's because I respect you as a great saint of the demon race. I also want to borrow your power to restrain the Pentaceratops dragon. As for other thoughts, I don't have them. Chapter 44-25. Seeing the golden-winged great Peng bird speak directly like Peng Jun, Feng Wu also secretly felt respect for it. Although the strength of the golden-winged rock was there and there was no need to hide it, this was also related to the nature of the golden-winged rock. In fact, when Xiao Hua learned that the little white dragon had been suppressed by Qingyu, he had discussed this matter with Feng Wu and the other clones. All of them felt that this matter might not necessarily have anything to do with the 6 great sages of the Great Sage Hall. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only at the 5th or 6th level of origin energy. He was not even comparable to Qingyu, so how could he possibly fall into the eyes of the great sages of the demon race? However, the appearance of the golden-winged great Peng, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea godshell in Qingyu was out of Xiao Hua and Feng Wu's expectations. However, from the mouths of the 3 great saints, they heard something fishy and knew that they might have been deceived by the Monster King. However, at that time, all the explanations and speculations would be useless. Only by fighting and determining the victor would they have the right to speak. Therefore, when victory was within their grasp, whether it was Xiao Hua or Feng Wu, they more or less had compassion in their hearts and did not truly beat the 3 great saints to death. Especially later, when Xiao Hua revealed a portion of his strength, the 3 great saints saw Xiao Hua's sincerity. Although the 3 great saints didn't say anything, when they fought, they still left some leeway, because at such a supreme realm, who would really risk their lives if there wasn't a great enmity between them? Not to mention that everyone had already realized that something was wrong. At that time, the fight was more about face. Because of this, when Xiao Hua was sucked into the Great Rainbow Shell realm by Beizian Feng Wu pulled the three great sages out of this matter. She stopped them and began to talk about romance. The three great sages naturally knew what Feng Wu was thinking. This was also the reason why the golden-winged Great Roc had invited Feng Wu after part of the truth had been revealed. Because he already knew that Feng Wu was the great sage of the demon race, even though Feng Wu had a very close relationship with Xiao Hua. Feng Wu accepted the invitation with ease because he knew very well that even the three great saints didn't have the strength to make things difficult for him. The three great saints definitely wouldn't make things difficult for him because of Bai Qingyu. However, after seeing the rare humble attitude of the golden-winged Great Roc and what he said just now, Feng Wu suddenly understood that Bai Qingyu's matter might be very small and not worth the attention of the great sage of the Great Sage Temple. But this matter had caused a lot of trouble, and the power behind it had a lot to plan. This plan had originally been hidden under the ice river, but Bai Qingyu's matter had exposed it all at once. Furthermore, the power of the Great Sage Hall's 6 great sages was balanced. Suddenly, the golden-winged Great Peng broke through the bottleneck and became a great saint himself. In an instant, the balance between the entire Great Sage Temple and the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm was broken. In particular, his strength had suppressed the ambitious mystic armored Pentaceratops. If the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm wanted to reach a new equilibrium, it would be impossible without some turbulence. Thinking of this, Feng Wu smiled and said to the golden-winged Great Peng, "Sage Peng, I understand what you mean. However, I've already said that I won't interfere in any of the Great Sage Temple's affairs, and I won't allow any power to interfere in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Therefore, I'm afraid your hopes will be dashed." Tch. The golden-winged Great Peng sneered, "When the mystic armored Pentaceratops became a great saint, I happened to pass by. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was afraid that I would disturb his celestial worship, so he swore many things in front of me and almost swore a demon oath. With my character, how could I possibly stop the birth of a great saint of the demon race? I didn't pay any attention to him and even stood guard for him, but what happened in the end? He didn't fulfill a single word of his and even frequently caused trouble for me. How could he still be the mystic armored Pentaceratops of that day? Moreover, if you don't want to establish your power in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm, why did that human Mahayana realm take Bai Qingyu, heaven-obscuring ridge, and ancient Bell Mountain for himself? Why would a human Mahayana realm cultivator want territory in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm? Feng Wu waved a hand with a faint smile, and said, "There's a saying in the human race that distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. You can just wait and see what I think in the future, Sage Peng. I won't agree to what you just said, Sage Peng. I won't interfere in the karma of the Great Sage Temple. Hee hee." The golden-winged Great Peng chuckled coldly, "Seeing as you've already become a great saint, you've already been tainted by the karma of the Great Sage Temple. Just like today, I had no relationship with that human Mahayana realm cultivator, but I was still dragged into this mess. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that that human Mahayana realm cultivator had a good character, Sage Ni, Sage Bei, and I would have been severely injured even if we didn't lose a grade. This is also why I wanted to befriend that human Mahayana realm cultivator." A thought seemed to have occurred to the golden-winged Great Peng at this point, and he stiffened his neck as he said, "This isn't me admitting defeat. If he wants to fight me, then you can help me accept it." Ha ha. Feng Wu laughed heartily as he flapped his wings, and said, "Sage Peng, you really are an interesting demon. Compared to the craftiness of Sage Ni and Sage Bei, I think Daoist Xiao would be more willing to befriend you. How crafty can Sage Bei be?" The golden-winged Great Peng chuckled coldly, "He doesn't even have a brain." Feng Wu could tell from Bai Qing's confusion. On top of that, Sage Ni is inferior to the Pentaceratop. Feng Wu naturally couldn't take the golden-winged Great Peng's words at face value, but he still said, "That's true. Among our demon race, it seems that the dragon race is the most crafty. From the ordinary dragon race to the dragon kings of the 4 seas, then to the 9 elders of the dragon palace. In the future, if anyone dares to call foxes cunning in front of me, I'll break their nose. In the face of dragons, Foxes are like 3-year-old toddlers. Haha, that's right, that's right. Although Feng Wu didn't mention the pentaceratops, the golden-winged great peng felt the same way. He laughed heartily and flapped his wings, causing a gust of wind to blow within 100 miles. He looked at Feng Wu with a much friendlier expression. After the golden-winged great peng finished laughing, Feng Wu said seriously, "Sage Peng, if we want to find the so-called mastermind, we might as well think about it and start from the nearest place." "Oh, what do you mean, Sage Peng?" The golden-winged great peng was straightforward. At this moment, he almost treated Feng Wu as an old friend and asked curiously. Feng Wu thought for a moment and asked, "Sage Peng, I have a question for you." "Please speak, Sage Peng." The golden-winged great peng nodded and replied, "In the words of the human race, I'll tell you everything I know. I want to know why Sage Peng, Sage Ni, and Sage Bei came to Bai Qingyu. I remember that Sage Peng didn't come because of Peng Jun's message, right? Since it wasn't arranged in advance, how did Sage Peng get here in time?" Feng Wu's phoenix eyes flashed as she asked the golden-winged great peng. "Hehe, so that's the problem." The golden-winged great peng laughed. "When I first came to Bai Qingyu, I also thought about it. However, it seems that coming to Bai Qingyu has nothing to do with the pentaceratops. I'm afraid it's Sage Ni's little scheme." "Oh, what do you mean?" Feng Wu raised her eyebrows and asked. Then the rock sage explained everything in detail. Only then did Feng Wu understand. It turned out that Feng Wu had become a great saint in the South Sea Dragon Palace's great array and had triggered a change in the starry sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The golden-winged rock and the other great saints of the demon race all flew out of their cultivation grounds and headed towards the great sage temple. They were all prepared to welcome the new great saint there. However, because Heavenly Phoenix had destroyed the star bridge leading to the great sage hall, Feng Wu didn't go. Therefore, the 6 great sages waited in vain at the great sage hall. The 6 great sages didn't gather often, so they took this opportunity to stay in the great sage hall for a while. During this time, the golden-winged great peng received a message from Kang Yutian saying that there were changes in the 3 demon territories in the far north. After reading the message, the golden-winged great peng discussed with the other 5 great sages and invited the scarlet flame vermilion bird to the far north to take a look. At the same time, the flying feather void beast also received a message. He invited the 5-colored sea god shell and the golden-winged great peng to come to Bai Qingyu, saying that there would be a good show to watch. The golden-winged great peng was unwilling to come to Bai Qingyu, but the flying feather void beast insisted on inviting him. Therefore, the golden-winged great peng followed the flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god shell to Bai Qingyu. The matter of going to the far north was left to the other 3 great sages. After the golden-winged great peng finished speaking, Feng Wu asked curiously, "So, it wasn't Daoist Xiao's 200,000 Fortune Gates disciples that lured Sage Peng here?" "Hehe, of course not." The golden-winged great peng laughed. "This Holy One was shocked when we arrived here. Since when did so many high-level humans enter the Thousand Demons' sacred land? At that time, this Holy One thought that Sage Ni had received the news in advance. There should be a transmission passage from the Great Holy Hall to Bai Qingyu, right?" Feng Wu asked again. "Otherwise, Sage Peng and the others wouldn't have arrived in such a timely manner." The golden-winged great peng didn't hide anything and nodded. "There is a demonic formation in the Great Holy Hall that can draw on the power of the moon and stars to reach most places in the Thousand Demons' sacred land. We came here with the help of the demonic formation. However, the demonic beasts can only go from the Great Holy Hall to other places, and not from other places." The golden-winged great peng suddenly thought of something and flapped his wings. "This Holy One forgot. Sage Phoenix has never entered the Great Holy Hall, and the Star Bridge can sense the star runes on Sage Phoenix's body. Sage Phoenix can rely on this connection to summon the Star Bridge in the Great Holy Hall. Since Sage Phoenix is a 7 stars great sage, the Rainbow Bridge also has the power of 7 stars. Not to mention this Holy One, Sage Ni, and Sage Bei can borrow Sage Phoenix's light. Even Sage Dragon, Sage Spider, and Sage Sparrow can be guided to the Great Holy Hall. P.S. Sagittarius Constellations Nostalgia, Moonlight Birthday Update. I hope everyone has a happy time. Chapter 44:26. So that's how it is. Feng Wu smiled. No wonder I can sense the location of the great holy temple no matter where I am in the thousand demons' sacred realm. Especially when I was sparring with Sage Peng, I felt a kind of suction force. So that's how it is. The golden-winged rock laughed when he heard Feng Wu call their previous fight a spar. He said, earlier, I resented Saint Ni for scheming against me. However, after thinking about how I benefited from this disaster, I can't be bothered to argue with him anymore. That's right. Feng Wu said earnestly, there's a saying in the human race that unity is a fortress. If the 7 sages of the great holy temple can't work together, how can we? At this point, Feng Wu was at a loss for words. Yes, what can we do? Resist the invasion of the human race? Resist the enemy? However, Feng Wu's eyes turned, and she hurriedly covered it up. How can we resist the Dragon Island's instigation? How can we avoid a disaster? What Sage Feng said is true. The Golden Rock shouted. The dragon race is clearly a branch of the demon race, but they want to call themselves the dragon race and split themselves off. They even created a dragon island to compete with the great holy temple. There are 4 dragon palaces in the 4 seas, and they are even more powerful than the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Damn it, the more I look at them, the more I dislike them. Also, this Pentaceratops, on the surface, seems to be at odds with the dragon island, but who knows how many tricks they have up their sleeves. Cough cough. Feng Wu coughed twice, looked back, and changed the topic. I wonder when Sage Ni and Sage Bei will arrive. Them. Chempage. The Golden Rock said with disdain. They won't arrive until nightfall. Oh, right, Sage Feng, what method did that Mahayana human use? Even the old ancestor had to admit defeat. Also, what are those countless lights? It seems like, even Sage Bei was affected. Sage Bei kept saying that his bloodline was taken away. How can that be true? Feng Sheng pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, this seems to be one of spiritual Master Xiao's divine abilities. It is extremely powerful and should be related to bloodline. Daoist Master Xiao is very secretive about this kind of divine ability, and even I don't know much about it. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the 5-colored sea god shell is right. The sea god's bloodline of the Shell clan should have been taken away. Ah! Is that true? The Golden Rock was stunned to hear this. Is this human grand ascension stage being really that powerful? What do you think, Sage Peng? Feng Wu asked with a smile. If that wasn't the case, how could this sage be friends with him? Didn't I say so earlier? Daoist Xiao has helped me a lot in becoming a great sage. Although I don't know how the old ancestor helped Sage Peng become a great sage, this sage feels that Daoist Xiao's help to this sage is definitely no less than the old ancestor's help to you. No wonder. The golden-winged great Peng bird nodded in response. In that case, I can forgive you for helping that grand ascension stage human. Feng Wu naturally didn't care about the golden-winged great Peng bird's forgiveness, but he still smiled. Since Sage Peng knows about this sage's difficulties, then it's easy to talk about it. If this sage can become friends with Daoist Xiao, then it'll be good for my 1,000-beast sacred realm. Didn't you see? Although the old ancestor has been defeated and her natal shell has been destroyed, she still doesn't dare to do anything to Daoist Xiao. Sigh, as a junior, I don't care so much about the old ancestor's matters. It's just a pity that the 5-colored sea god shell was originally ranked 4th, but now he's ranked last among the 7 great sages. Even if he's ranked last among the 7 great sages, he's still a great sage. It's better than losing his life. Feng Wu replied indifferently. Without the sea god's bloodline, Sage Pengbird's chances of shattering the void have become even slimmer. The golden-winged great Peng bird sighed. Feng Wu didn't think much of it. No one said that becoming a great sage means that one will definitely be able to shatter the void. Among the 7 great sages, perhaps only Sage Pengbird can shatter the void. Hee hee. The golden-winged great Pengbird was rather pleased by Feng Wu's flattery. He laughed a few times and said, "You're right, Sage Pengbird. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on the roof of their house." Yes, yes. Feng Wu nodded. We've already reached this level, so it's better not to think too much about scheming and scheming. Instead, we should think about how to reach the highest level. Oh, right, this sage doesn't know much about the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm. Can Sage Peng Bird explain more about it? Well said, well said. The golden-winged great Peng Bird was in a good mood. Before the five-colored sea godshell and the flying feather void beast flew over, he told Foam Wu a little about the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm. When the stars shone, the five-colored sea godshell and the flying feather void beast did indeed arrive. The two great sages were very tactful. They didn't ask who the victor was. When the golden-winged great pengbird told them about how Foam Wu had used the star bridge to enter the great sage palace, the two great sages had no objections. Thus, Foam Wu raised her head and let out a phoenix cry. Her huge demonic body spread out. Then, on her back, the star patterns of the Big Dipper rotated. 7 pillars of stars fell from the Big Dipper in the starry sky. Then, the star patterns turned into a spinning shadow and rushed out. The moment the star patterns turned into a star shadow, Foam Wu sensed the location of the great sage palace. Without thinking too much, Foam Wu spread her wings. At the same time, her demonic body soared into the sky. The 7 star shadows also soared high into the sky. After the shadow spun a few times like a stream of light, boom! A rainbow bridge came through the sky. It was actually the same as the one Foam Wu saw in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Sage Pengbird is indeed a 7-star great sage. Seeing that the arched rainbow bridge turned into 7 colors, the golden-winged great pengbird clapped his hands and shouted, "Even the star bridge is 7 colors. Come, 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 Saint Ni, Saint Shell, let's each take a color." As he spoke, the golden-winged great pengbird landed on the yellow star bridge without waiting for Foam Wu's agreement. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god seashell looked at each other with understanding in their eyes. The 2 saints didn't say anything and each took a color. When the 3 saints landed on the bridge naturally didn't move. However, when Foam Wu's phoenix claw landed on the bridge, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles began to tremble. Then, thousands of light shadows appeared in the surroundings. These light shadows connected with the rainbow bridge's colors. Countless illusory stars were born in the light shadows, and on the other side of the bridge, an incomparably majestic palace appeared. This palace was naturally the Great Sage Palace. As soon as the Great Sage Palace appeared, it rapidly enlarged and gradually became clearer. In a trance, Foam Wu discovered that the space around him had unknowingly changed. The rainbow bridge under his feet had disappeared at some point in time. Not only was the starry sky no longer high up in the sky, but it was below his feet. Layers of nebulae flowed above his head like a river. The golden-winged great pengbird, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea godshell that were standing near him also disappear. Strange. Foam Wu glanced around and found so many strange things. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But the moment his eyes moved, the originally tall Great Sage Palace seemed to have been hit by a pen. The entire palace was completely distorted, turning into an enormous vortex and condensing into an extremely small dot of light. When Foam Wu looked at the dot of light again, it suddenly shrank and turned into a pitch black dot that was close to nothingness. Hiss! Foam Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes also shrank into dots of light. He seemed to have sensed something. Foam Wu's heart skipped a beat. A powerful and unparalleled suction force appeared in the small dot and rushed out in a spiral shape. The entire starry sky, the flowing nebulae, and the 7 star patterns on Foam Wu's back, which were Foam Wu's body, suddenly distorted and were pulled in by the suction force. It was very strange. Foam Wu felt that her consciousness had been divided into 14 parts. 7 of them fell into a small dot as if they had been crushed. The shattering of the entire starry sky, the rotation of light and shadows, and the shattering of the brilliance of the nebula were all vivid in her mind. Meanwhile, the other 7 were nailed to the spot and could only watch as their surroundings turned into pitch-black darkness and finally disappeared into nothingness. Boom! The moment the shadows completely disappeared, the small dot suddenly exploded. Countless ripples of all kinds rushed out from the small dot. Every inch of the ripples would transform into different things. First, it was light, then shadows, then dust, nebulae, stars, and so on. Many things that Feng Wu had never seen before flew out. When all of them landed in various parts of the darkness, a star slowly flew out from the small dot. The moment this star flew out, many things disappeared. Only the starry sky that Feng Wu was familiar with was revealed once again. Moreover, the stars in the starry sky gradually rotated in the starry sky as the star grew larger. Each star's trajectory was different. Whoosh! When the star grew larger, the starlight of the star flashed again, and the shadow of the palace appeared. This shadow was the same as the star patterns on Feng Wu's body. It was not solid. When the shadow took shape, the star completely disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The entire starry sky shook again. All the stars fell from the starry sky and crashed into the shadow of the palace. In the blink of an eye, a majestic great sage palace that was completely made of stars appeared once again. Woo! 7 howling winds transformed into the cries of phoenixes. In the great sage hall, where the Big Dipper had crashed into, 7 palace doors appeared, each of which was engraved with the words Great Sage Hall. When the 7 palace doors opened at the same time, 7 stars gushed out and covered Feng Wu's consciousness in 7 different places. Just as the stars fell, the 7 consciousnesses worked together again. Woo! The 7 stars merged into one and formed an even larger star. Where the star landed, the heavenly phoenix demonic body, which had disappeared to an unknown location, appeared again. Ka-cha-cha! Countless bolts of lightning appeared around the great sage hall, and wherever the lightning struck, countless stars would appear. The 7 palace doors transformed into an even larger star door, and Feng Wu slowly flew towards the star door amidst the starry sky.
Chapter 1832. What happened? Ouyang Wushuang frowned and pondered. After a while, Ouyang Wushuang said, "A year ago, something big happened in the ancient Sun Holy Land. Is it related to Miss Autumn Moon?" "What happened?" Lu Ming asked quickly. 1 year ago, Miss Chiu Yu's master, an extremely powerful existence in the only holy temple, suddenly went mad and killed his way to the Daluo Heaven sect. I don't know what happened in the end, but Master Chiu Yu retreated. Ouyang Wushuang said. Miss Autumn Moon's master suddenly went to the Daluo Heaven sect? Lu Ming pondered. Miss Chiu Yu's master is definitely a true emperor, one of the strongest among true emperors. The Daluo Heaven sect is the strongest sect in the ancient Sun sacred ground. Rumor has it that there is a grand emperor there. Why would Miss Chiu Yu's master come to the Daluo Heaven sect unless something big happened? This incident caused a huge commotion in the sacred ground. Many speculated about what happened to make a powerful true emperor furious and went all the way to Daluo Heaven sect. But in the end, the matter was left unsettled and he directly retreated. However, there's no consensus on this matter yet. Ouyang Wushuang said. The Daluo Heaven sect, is it related to the incident of Miss Autumn Moon? Lu Ming frowned and then chatted with Ouyang Wushuang for a while. But they didn't come to a conclusion, so they left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Ouyang Wushuang called everyone together again. Everyone, the content of the assessment is here. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to command the troops in battle. Ouyang Wushuang said. Command the troops in battle? Everyone was stunned. Yes, if you want to be the crown prince, you need to be excellent in all aspects, such as martial arts talent, wisdom, and connections. Only then can you control a country. The first part of the assessment is in a formation world. Ouyang Wuji, Ouyang Wudao, and I will each lead 30,000 troops to battle. We will be ranked according to the results. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Each side has 30,000 troops. Is the cultivation of the troops about the same among the 3 sides? Someone asked. If one side had an army of 30,000 strong while the other side had a weak army, then no matter how good one's commanding ability was, it would be useless. Don't worry about that. Everyone who enters the world of the formation will only enter with their spiritual sense. Their cultivation will be suppressed to the first layer martial dominator realm, and even if they are killed inside, they will only be eliminated instead of dying. Ouyang Wushuang said. No wonder. Everyone was surprised. Everyone's cultivation was Martial Royal Realm of Martial Royal Realm. They entered the Martial Royal Realm. And was Martial Royal Realm. In an army of tens of thousands, the strength of an individual could not affect the overall situation. Only the ability to command troops and the coordination of battle formations could be maximized. T-Tess. T. Saying this, Ouyang Wushuang headed toward the exit. The crowd followed him and soon arrived at a spacious area. Mystical runes flickered in all directions of the area, forming a mystical formation. On the ground, several figures sat with their legs crossed with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. There are 30,000 people here. They are currently in the formation world, which is guarded by the experts of the kingdom. Don't worry, no one will disturb you when you enter the formation world. Let's go in too. Ouyang Wushuang said as he landed on the ground and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground and sat down with their legs crossed. Following this, runes began to crawl onto their bodies and encapsulate them. Lu Ming could feel his mind leaving his body and entering a rift. Not long after, Lu Ming opened his eyes and discovered himself on a platform. Beside him, Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others appeared too. My cultivation is indeed at the first layer Martial Dominator realm. Lu Ming inspected his body and discovered that his cultivation was indeed at the first layer Martial Dominator realm. Everyone else's cultivation was at the first layer Martial Dominator realm too. How magical, it's similar to the sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming exclaimed. The sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley allowed the cultivator's mind to enter a place to cultivate. This formation world allowed the cultivator to enter the formation world and form a body. In front of the platform, there was a huge military camp. Many people could be seen coming and going in the military camp. Let's head over. Ouyang Wushuang led the way, followed by the others. The 9th prince is here. Someone in the camp yelled. Beat the drum, gather the troops. Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Dong! 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 His deep and resounding voice spread throughout the entire barracks. With a flicker, the troops gathered on the spacious ground. Not long after, the 30,000 troops were gathered. All of them were wearing black armor and were at the first layer Martial Dominator realm. When they stood together, their aura was intimidating. Ouyang Wushuang stood on the high ground and scanned the crowd. This time, the 6th prince, Ouyang Wuji, and the 1st prince, Ouyang Wudao, are fighting for the position of the crown prince. If you help me become the crown prince, you will be rewarded greatly. When I become the emperor in the future, I will not forget you. Ouyang Wushuang's voice echoed in the camp. We will do our best to help the 9th prince become the crown prince. The 30,000 troops roared. If they could really help the 9th prince seize the position of crown prince, in the future, when Ouyang Wushuang took control of the Xinyuan Empire, their lives would definitely be better. There would definitely be more opportunities. If they could grab hold of this opportunity, they might be able to achieve meteoric success. Alright, we will train together for the next 2 months. I have a large formation here, the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. For the next 2 months, you will train this formation with all your might. Ouyang Wushuang said. Yes. The 30,000 troops replied, their voices shaking the sky. In a battle, only with the help of a large formation could one unleash a powerful combat strength. Some large formations could even unleash 10 or 100 times the combat strength. An army that did not know how to use formations would be easily defeated by an army that knew how to use formations. Everyone, during the first round of the examination, you should take a good rest. I will need your help in the second and third rounds. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and the others. The first round was the battle of commanding the troops. Lu Ming and the others were only at the first layer Martial Dominator realm, so they would not be of much help. Their role was mainly in the second and third rounds. 9th prince, please. We will take a look around. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa said. All right. Chapter 1833. Lu Ming and the rest took a casual look and left one after another. The first round had nothing to do with them. In the following days, Ouyang Wushuang focused on training the army and practicing the Sky Tiger roaring formation with the 30,000 soldiers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. His cultivation level was approaching the Great Sage Great Mastery. However, after reaching the Great Sage realm, the improvement of his cultivation became slower and more difficult. After cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming stopped for the time being. He walked around and then entered the array ground again. He wanted to see how Ouyang Wushuang was doing during this period of time to train the soldiers. Roar! Roar! On the open ground, the 30,000 soldiers were running on the ground like a torrent. The earth rumbled and their aura was earth-shattering. As far as the eye could see, what came into view was a black torrent. True essence surged and formed a giant tiger in the sky above the 30,000 soldiers. This giant tiger was tens of thousands of feet tall and bigger than a mountain. Its aura was shocking. This was the Sky Tiger roaring formation. 30,000 first-layer martial emperors formed a formation and formed a Sky Tiger. Even a sage-to-be would be torn apart. Moreover, as the 30,000 soldiers trained for a long time and became more familiar with the formation, their combat strength would become stronger. Lu Ming stood in the sky and watched quietly. After training for a few hours, the army stopped to rest. A figure flew toward Lu Ming. It was Ouyang Wushuang. Lu Ming, why are you here today? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. I'm here to see how your training is going. How is it? Are you confident about the first round of the test? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure. Ouyang Wushuang shook his head and said with a serious face, I got the Sky Tiger roaring formation by accident. It's very powerful, but I can't guarantee that Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji don't have a powerful formation. If they have a formation that is not weaker than mine, this battle will be very difficult. Moreover, the three sides are restraining each other. The situation is changing rapidly and no one is confident of winning. Ouyang Wushuang said. Lu Ming nodded. The three sides each had 30,000 soldiers, and their strength was about the same. They kept each other in check, and the situation was ever-changing. Before the results were out, no one could predict who would win. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, I have a battle formation here. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger's roaring space formation. Perhaps you can give it a try. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger roaring formation. Ouyang Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, this formation is called the True Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Ming nodded, took out a jade token, and handed it to Ouyang Wushuang. This battle formation was found in the memories of the 9 dragons. Its power was very strong, far above the Sky Tiger roaring formation. Ouyang Wushuang scanned with his soul sense, and the joy on his face became stronger. With this battle formation, I'm even more confident. Ouyang Wushuang said. Not necessarily. If I don't use it well, I'm afraid I'll be the first to be eliminated. Lu Ming said. He wasn't that optimistic. You mean, it will cause Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji to join forces? Ouyang Wushuang was also a smart person. After thinking about it, he understood what Lu Ming meant. If his battle formation was too strong and made Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji feel threatened, the two sides would join forces to attack him. No matter how strong the True Dragon battle formation was, it would be dangerous. So, we can only take out 5,000 people to practice the True Dragon battle formation. The other 25,000 people will continue to practice the Heavenly Tiger roaring space formation. And during the battle, it's best if those 25,000 people are sacrificed. Lu Ming spoke and told him about a plan. His plan was very simple. When the three sides fought, 25,000 people would be sacrificed. This way, only a few thousand people would be left. Ouyang Wushuang wouldn't be much of a threat to the other two sides. Their attention would only be on each other. This way, Ouyang Wushuang would be able to reap the benefits. Of course, this plan required the remaining few thousand people to be strong enough to form a powerful battle formation. Otherwise, even if he reaped the benefits, it would be useless. Okay, let's follow this plan. Ouyang Wushuang was also an extremely decisive person. He immediately decided to use Lu Ming's plan. Ouyang, I hope you can win. Lu Ming smiled. Ouyang Wushuang was a silver inheritor and had to listen to his orders. Lu Ming also hoped that Ouyang Wushuang could defeat the other two sides, seize the position of crown prince, and then control the Xinyuan Empire. To Lu Ming, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in doing so. Ouyang Wushuang immediately selected 5,000 people to secretly practice the true dragon battle formation. Lu Ming left the array world and wandered around the Xinyuan Empire. He casually bought some things and then walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. You trash, hurry up and hand over your pills. Otherwise, I'll cripple you completely. Lu Ming had just turned into a residence when he heard a voice. Don't even think about it. This is my reward for working hard for a year. Don't even think about taking it. Kill me if you can. At this moment, another voice sounded. Judging from the voice, they didn't sound old. Lu Ming was a little curious. He moved and appeared on the roof of a hall. He looked forward. There were 5 to 6 youths in front of him. They were all 14 or 15 years old. 5 of them surrounded a black-robed youth and stared at him unkindly. The black-robed youth looked at them stubbornly. Ouyang Moli, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you. Even if we kill a trash like you who can't even awaken your bloodline, who will care about you? Among the 5 youths, a yellow-robed youth sneered. That's right. Hand over the pills. For a trash like you, even if you get the stabilizing pill, it'll be a waste. You might as well give it to us. Be filial to us in the future. Only then can trash like you live on. Otherwise, you'll die. The other youths sneered. Don't even think about it. The stabilizing pill is mine. It's my last hope. If you want to take it away, you might as well kill me. The black-robed youth, Ouyang Moli, roared. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-robed youth kicked Ouyang Moli in the stomach. Ouyang Moli screamed and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. However, his gaze was still firm as he stared at the yellow-robed youth and the others. If I don't die, I'll pay you back tenfold. Ouyang Moli said. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This gaze made the yellow-robed youth and the others feel a chill in their hearts. You don't have a chance. Today is the day you die. The yellow-robed youth said coldly. His true core strength surged and he was about to attack Ouyang Moli. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His palm glowed and the reincarnation halberd appeared in his hand. Chapter 1834. The reincarnation halberd vibrated continuously and emitted radiance as if it was about to fly away. Moreover, the tip of the reincarnation halberd was pointing at Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming was surprised. The reincarnation halberd had been in his hands for a long time and there had been no abnormalities. However, since a while ago, the reincarnation halberd had been vibrating non-stop even when it was in the mountain river diagram. It seemed to be because of Ouyang Moli. There was no time for Lu Ming to think too much. With a movement of his body, Lu Ming appeared in front of Ouyang Moli. A gush of energy gushed out. The 5 teenagers were pushed back by this gush of energy. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Ouyang royal family? The yellow-robed youth shouted when he saw Lu Ming. He wasn't afraid at all. You can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hand. Leave Ouyang Moli to us and we will leave. The yellow-robed youth said. Lu Ming didn't dare to make a move as he thought Lu Ming was afraid of them. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and a cold murderous intent surged out towards the 5 youths. Lu Ming had experienced many battles in his life and his murderous intent was extremely dense. The 5 youths shuddered when they were enveloped by Lu Ming's murderous intent. Their faces turned pale and there wasn't a trace of blood. Just you wait. Fear flashed in the yellow-robed youth's eyes. He left behind a ruthless sentence and left with the other 4 youths. Senior, thank you for your help. Ouyang Moli stepped forward and bowed to Lu Ming. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Why are they targeting you? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because they want to snatch my elixir. This elixir is my last hope. I can't let them snatch it away. Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with determination. You haven't awakened your bloodline, right? Lu Ming sized up Ouyang Moli and revealed a curious expression. In the Yuan continent, especially in the ancient Sun's sacred ground, it was rare to see a teenager who hadn't awakened his bloodline. No wonder the yellow-robed youth called Ouyang Moli trash. Ouyang Moli's eyes revealed a dejected look. However, in an instant, his eyes became firm again. He clenched his fists and said, Senior, are you looking down on me too? Although I can't awaken my bloodline now, I'll be able to become a martial artist. Those who look down on me, I will trample them under my feet. Ouyang Moli's eyes was filled with surprise to him. Lu's eyes to be more, and Lu Ming's eyes too's. The more he was to. Lu he to be. I'm afraid you won't be able to awaken your bloodline even if you use that stabilizing pill. Said. What? S to be cut, to cut cuts. His to be to bite. His, Ming. It. His. Why? Is it? He. Of it. But, I can help you. At this moment, Lu Ming continued. These words made Ouyang Moli's body tremble again. There was a bright glow in his eyes. That was the light of hope. Then, with a thud, Ouyang Moli knelt in front of Lu Ming and bowed deeply. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Master? I didn't say I would accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly. As long as you can help me awaken my bloodline, you will be my master. Ouyang Moli said firmly. You don't have to be my disciple. You can decide after I help you awaken your bloodline. If you meet the requirements, I can accept you as my disciple on behalf of another senior. Lu Ming said. Thank you. Senior. Ouyang Moli said. Come with me. Lu Ming walked towards his room and Ouyang Moli followed him. Soon, they arrived at Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming waved his hand and brought Ouyang Moli into the mountain river diagram. They arrived at the peak of a mountain. Ouyang Moli looked around curiously. This is the cultivation abode. Sit down with your legs crossed. I will help you awaken your bloodline. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Moli nodded and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on Ouyang Moli's body continuously. Waves of saint power surged into Ouyang Moli's body. Subsequently, layers of saint power wrapped around Ouyang Moli, stimulating the bloodline in his body and helping him awaken his bloodline power. Buzz. Not long after, Ouyang Moli's spine emitted a blood-red light. As time passed, the blood-red light became thicker and thicker. Finally, a black vortex appeared and floated above Ouyang Moli's head. At this moment, there was a bright glow in Lu Ming's eyes as he stared intently at the vortex. Reincarnation. It's the reincarnation bloodline and the reincarnation body. Lu Ming muttered to himself in amazement. Ouyang Moli had awakened the reincarnation bloodline. As he cultivated, his body constitution would become the reincarnation body. Once he reached the saint realm, he would be able to control the reincarnation law. He was a rare genius, one of the sons of heaven, the reincarnation son. Like Xiang Xiang, he was born with the life body and would be able to control the life law in the future. The life law and reincarnation law were two of the 10 supreme laws. Lu Ming did not expect to meet a son of heaven here. No wonder the reincarnation halberd kept vibrating. It was obvious that the reincarnation halberd had sensed Ouyang Moli's body constitution. My luck is really good. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He had promised to help the reincarnation emperor find an inheritor. The son of reincarnation was definitely the best inheritor. Bloodline. I've awakened my bloodline. I've finally awakened my bloodline. Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly when he sensed the awakening of his bloodline. For so many years, no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not awaken his bloodline. He was called trash. He had once thought that he was trash. If it was not for his strong willpower, he would have given up on martial arts. Now that his bloodline had finally awakened, how could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? After a while, Ouyang Moli finally calmed down and knelt in front of Lu Ming with a thud. Disciple pays his respects to master. Your master isn't me. I will pass on the inheritance of another person to you. That person is your true master. Lu Ming said. No. In my heart, I only recognize you as my master. You have given me a new lease of life. No one can compare to you. Ouyang Moli said firmly. Are you sure? That person is a great emperor expert. Lu Ming said. A great emperor. Shock flashed across Ouyang Moli's eyes. A great emperor was the pinnacle of the world. The heavenly emperor was just a legend. A great emperor was the pinnacle. Lu Ming wanted to pass on the inheritance of a great emperor to him. Chapter 1835. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Ouyang Moli knew how to repay kindness and had a good character. Lu Ming liked him very much. Well, since you insist on worshipping me as your master, I'll accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. The son of reincarnation was rare in the world. There were only a few of them since ancient times. Lu Ming was also very tempted by such a genius. He pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, I'll still pass on the inheritance of that senior to you. You have to respect that senior as your master. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli was overjoyed and said, I understand. Greetings, master. Well, get up. Lu Ming instructed. Ouyang Moli got up obediently. Before you, I've already accepted 2 nominal disciples and a pro-disciple. You'll be ranked second among the pro-disciples in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming continued. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli said respectfully. Well, let's talk about you. Your surname is Ouyang. You should be a member of the royal family of the Xinyuan Empire. Why did those people treat you like that? Lu Ming asked. Since he had accepted Ouyang Moli as his disciple, he naturally had to know more about him. Master, although I'm a member of the royal family, I'm just a branch of the royal family, then, Ouyang Moli explained. After countless years of development and reproduction, the Ouyang royal family of the Xinyuan Empire had given birth to countless branches. The population was unimaginably large. Ouyang Moli was a member of one of the branches. However, a few years ago, his parents were killed by the people of the Daluo Heaven sect when they were cultivating outside. Now, he was the only one left in his branch. In the past few years, he relied on his identity as the descendant of the Ouyang family to get a job in the palace. Unfortunately, he couldn't awaken his bloodline. After so many years of hard work, his cultivation was only in the martial soldier realm. Moreover, he was all alone, so naturally, he was often bullied by others. He had always endured, hoping that one day, he would awaken his bloodline and soar into the sky. At the same time, he would be able to avenge his parents. This time, due to his hard work, his superiors rewarded him with a stabilizing pill. He hoped to awaken his bloodline with this stabilizing pill. However, he was besieged by the yellow-robed youth and the others. They wanted to snatch his stabilizing pill. The yellow-robed young man and the others were also from the Ouyang royal family, but since they were able to awaken their bloodline, their cultivation was naturally higher than Ouyang Moli's. Lu Ming nodded his head silently. Such things were happening all the time in the entire Yuan continent. Wasn't he in a similar situation back then? Fortunately, he was discovered by Lu Ming this time. Otherwise, a peerless genius would have been buried. In fact, this world had never lacked peerless geniuses. It was just a matter of whether they could be unearthed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been buried. Some physiques and some geniuses had been outstanding since young and displayed rare talents. Naturally, they wouldn't be buried. They would be discovered by the big shots and focused on nurturing them. However, some physiques and bloodlines were hidden. Without strong assistance, it would be difficult to awaken them. For example, Ouyang Moli had the reincarnation bloodline and was hidden. Moreover, he was from the Ouyang royal family. No one paid attention to him and he was regarded as a good-for-nothing. If he hadn't met Lu Ming and the reincarnation halberd reacted, Lu Ming wouldn't have discovered him. If this continued, this peerless genius would be buried in a few decades. Therefore, some powerful forces would send experts to travel the world to search for geniuses. Back then, wasn't the mid-autumn moon discovered by the experts from the Soul Sanctum? In the future, if I succeed in my cultivation, I must find the Daluo Heaven sect and avenge my parents. At the end of his speech, Ouyang Moli clenched his fists tightly. Then you should focus on your cultivation. I'll teach you a succession first. Sit tight. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli immediately sat down. Then, Lu Ming took out the Reincarnation Emperor's world core and sealed it into Ouyang Moli's mind with his powerful cultivation. Ouyang Moli's body immediately emitted a pitch-black light. A pitch-black vortex spun above his head as if it led to the abyss of hell. Buzz! Not long after, the vortex suddenly shook and split into two vortexes. After a while, another vortex appeared, and there were now 3 vortexes. Every time the vortex split, Ouyang Moli's aura would soar. A few hours later, there were 6 vortexes floating above Ouyang Moli's head. It was a wonderful sight. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Ming muttered as his eyes lit up. This was the real 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. Moli's cultivation has reached the martial king realm. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Ouyang Moli had just integrated with the Reincarnation Emperor's world core and his cultivation had soared to the martial king realm. After another 2 hours, Ouyang Moli opened his eyes. My cultivation, Ouyang Moli felt the boundless power in his body and his eyes were filled with shock. Moli, you have just integrated with the world core and your cultivation has soared. However, don't get lost. During this time, stay in my mountain river diagram and familiarize yourself with your power. Don't increase your cultivation for now. Lu Ming reminded him. It was not a good thing for his cultivation to soar too quickly. He had to stabilize his foundation. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli bowed and accepted the order. Cultivate well. If you have any problems, look for me anytime. Also, this reincarnation halberd is for you. Lu Ming took out the reincarnation halberd and handed it to Ouyang Moli. Ouyang Moli was grateful. As for Lu Ming, he went to the enlightenment ancient tree and meditated on the chaotic calamity finger. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming would go to the array world every once in a while to watch Ouyang Wushuang train the army. The army of 30,000 was divided into 2 groups. One group had 25,000 people who continued to cultivate the Sky Tiger Roaring Array. The other 5,000 people were taken away by Ouyang Wushuang to cultivate the True Dragon Array. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month training period was up. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa entered the array world. They stood on a high ground with Ouyang Wushuang while the army of 30,000 people was below them. Let's go. Ouyang Wushuang ordered, and the army of 30,000 people set off into the distance. At the same time, the other two groups of troops also set off toward the center of the array world. Not long after, the three groups of troops met in the center of the array world. The three groups of troops formed a triangle and faced each other. No one dared to make a move. To the left of Lu Ming and the others was a group of troops wearing purple armor. At a glance, it was like a purple sea. This was the army led by the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. To the right of them was a group of troops wearing silver armor. This was the army led by Ouyang Wuji. Sixth brother, ninth brother, you'd better surrender. This time, the position of crown prince is mine. You can't win against me. Chapter 1836. Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang whispered. Beside him, the genius of Purple Flame Villa looked dignified. The first prince, Ouyang Wudao, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive. With the support of the Daluo Heaven sect, he was the most likely candidate to become the crown prince. Brother, it is not the style of the Ouyang family to surrender before a fight. If you want to become the crown prince, let us see if you have the strength to do so. Ouyang Wuji's voice came from the Silver Army. Brother, if you want to become the crown prince and rule the Xinyuan Empire, show us your strength. Ouyang Wushuang also said. Stubborn. Ouyang Wudao's voice was cold. He was burly and wore a purple robe, full of majesty. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang think that they can compete with the first prince because they have the support of the One Sanctum and Purple Flame Villa. What a joke. I will make them regret it later. A cold-looking young man beside Ouyang Wudao said. He was the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect and had great talent. He was famous in the ancient Sun Holy Land. The three parties faced each other and no one took action. The three parties had 30,000 soldiers with cultivation of LV1 martial royal realm. Their strength was similar and no one was confident to fight against the other two parties. The meeting this time was just a test. After a while, the three parties retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the barracks. In the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of Purple Flame Villa gathered to discuss the countermeasures. I think the plan now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We will stay in the barracks and wait for the first prince and the sixth prince to fight. When they are both injured, we can clean up the mess and win the first round. Xiao Muqing, the genius of Purple Flame Villa, said. Wait for the other two parties to fight? Ha, that's ridiculous. How can they be so stupid to fight with each other before we are defeated? I guess they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two parties to fight and then reap the benefits. If this goes on, it will be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiao Muqing's face darkened and he said, Oh. In your opinion, what should we do? Take the initiative to attack. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha, taking the initiative to attack. Laughable, truly laughable. Lu Ming, although your battle prowess is strong and I admire you, your ability to lead troops into battle is somewhat weak. You've said it yourself. The other two parties are waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we'll be helping the third party. You're contradicting yourself. Xiao Muqing sneered. The Purple Flame Villa's genius also had a mocking expression on his face. That's exactly what I want to do. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, who knows how long it will last. The best way to win the first round is to end it quickly. Lu Ming said. Win the first round? How do I get it? According to your method, I'm afraid we'll be the first to be eliminated. Xiao Muqing sneered. Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Muqing casually and then ignored him. He looked at Ouyang Wushuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first. However, we can't be too obvious. Send scouts to gather information first and then attack in the dark. Alright, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had discussed with Lu Ming earlier. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud now. If word got out, their plan would fall through. Ninth prince, you can't do that. You'll definitely lose. Xiao Muqing's face changed drastically and he shouted, hoping to stop Ouyang Wushuang. That's right. You can't do that. You'll be digging your own grave. Ninth prince, please reconsider. The other geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another. Everyone, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me anymore. Ouyang Wushuang waved his hand. Ninth prince, if you lose the first round, it'll be difficult later on. Ninth prince, you have to think carefully. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. I've made up my mind. Ouyang Wushuang said. If that's the case, I won't say more. It seems that the crown prince position will fall on the first prince and the sixth prince. Xiao Muqing sighed. At present, they were bound to lose. Ouyang Wushuang didn't say much. He immediately sent out scouts to inquire about the news of Ouyang Wudao's army. For a few days, news about Ouyang Wudao kept coming. These days, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army were stationed in the barracks without any unusual movements. In Ouyang Wudao's military tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First prince, these days, the ninth prince constantly sent scouts to our area to inquire about our situation. I'm afraid he'll take action. A person reported to Ouyang Wudao. In my opinion, the ninth prince wants to sneak up on us. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Sneak up on us? That's just right. Ninth prince, you're too impulsive. Ouyang Wudao laughed. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a deadlock for 7 days. Late at night on the 7th day, Ouyang Wushuang sent a confidant to lead an army of 25,000 quietly to Ouyang Wudao's barracks. In the dead of night, Ouyang Wushuang's army came to a place not far from the first prince's barracks. From afar, it seemed to be very peaceful. Some people were resting and some were patrolling. Charge! The commander was a confidant of Ouyang Wushuang, called Luan Fei. At this time, he waved his hand and the army rushed to the first prince's barracks at full speed. Oh no, enemy attack! The patrolling people saw the army and their faces changed drastically. They shouted. Kill! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush over. The patrolling people were killed and turned into rays of light and disappeared. In the formation world, once you were killed, you would leave here. Before the end of the competition, you could not enter the formation world for the second time. Charge in! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush into the first prince's barracks. Terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the tents. If there were people in the tents, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Boom! Boom! The tents were blasted, but there was no one inside. Oh no, we've been tricked. Retreat! Luan Fei's face changed drastically and he shouted. It's too late to find out now. Kill! The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Whoosh! 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 Under the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, endless attacks came down from the sky and blasted toward the army. Suddenly, screams were heard. Large groups of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were killed. Kill! Chapter 1837. Set up the formation, set up the formation. Luan Fei roared, gathering the army to set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Stop them! Ouyang Wudao's voice rang out again. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars rang out as Ouyang Wudao's army also set up the formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rumbled as a huge black tortoise appeared. With a slap of its palm, a large group of people were sent flying. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. At the same time, roars could be heard from both sides. An azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. For symbols formation. Wan Fei's face turned pale. The four symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When the army combined, it formed the four symbols of heaven and earth. When gathered together, its power was terrifying. It was much stronger than the Sky Tiger Roar formation. With the appearance of the four symbols, Ouyang Wushuang's army was completely separated. It was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation. The heavenly tigers roared endlessly. The separated army laid the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Immediately, more than 10 heavenly tigers appeared. However, the army had been split up and everyone was fighting for themselves. The heavenly tiger roaring sky formation was much weaker and was completely suppressed by the four divisions formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down, crushing a sky tiger. The soldiers who formed the Sky Tiger Roar formation screamed as many of them were killed, turning into rays of light and disappearing. Even more people were injured. However, the formation was broken and it was even harder to stop. The phoenix opened its mouth and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into rays of light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger were in the same situation. They were completely suppressing and harvesting lives. In a moment, dense rays of light rushed into the sky. It was incomparably bright. Damn it! Wan Fei roared and tried his best to attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were surrounded and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000 soldiers were all killed. Wan Fei was the same. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Ouyang Wudao's army only lost 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, Ouyang Wushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many did you kill? Ouyang Wudao asked. More than 25,000 people. Ha ha ha, good. Even if Old Ninth isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. In this round, he can only be a spectator. Ouyang Wudao laughed heartily. In the array world, there would definitely be cultivators from the Xinyuan Empire paying attention. In this battle, he had annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and seized the initiative. Next, even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. He was Ouyang Wudao. He wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to obtain the position of crown prince in a crushing manner and intimidate the entire Xinyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize before setting off to take down Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. Ouyang Wudao ordered. The experts who were paying attention to this place would definitely give them a rating. The greater the advantage they had, the higher their rating would be. However, he didn't notice that in the distant sky, there were two figures paying attention to this place. These two people were Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, Ouyang Wudao will definitely send his army to occupy our barracks. Let's go back and withdraw. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and the two left. Once back in the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the barracks, heading to a place further away. There was a very well-hidden valley there. If the 5,000 soldiers didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to discover them. In the valley, in a temporary cave, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered to discuss the military situation. I've said before that the plan won't work. Unfortunately, the 9th prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have been annihilated. This round, we're bound to lose. Xiao Muqing sneered disdainfully. That's right. We have good intentions, but the ninth prince didn't listen. Instead, he used Lu Ming's plan. Now that we've lost, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Everyone's strength is almost the same. If we win, we'll have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, he will have the help of the Daluo Heaven Sect's geniuses. We'll have almost no chance of winning. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not the end yet. Are you so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming glanced at them casually and said lightly. Now there are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other two parties? Moreover, we've even lost the barracks. If there's no accident, we'll definitely be the last in this round. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh. In that case, how about we make a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How? What bet? Xiao Muqing's eyes flashed and asked. I bet that we'll definitely win this round. If I lose, I'll become your subordinate and obey your orders. How about that? Lu Ming said. These words caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa had a fiery light in their eyes. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He had mastered the law of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely become a terrible expert. If such a person obeyed them, it would be an irresistible temptation. Okay, we agree. Xiao Muqing agreed directly. Don't agree too quickly. I haven't told you the conditions of losing. If you lose, you'll have to obey me. At least for the next 50 years, you'll have to obey me unconditionally. How about that? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiao Muqing said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we'll have to obey each other's orders. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa flickered. In the end, they reached a consensus and nodded at each other. Okay, we agree. Xiao Muqing said. They couldn't think of any way to win this round. Based on the current situation, they were bound to lose. They were no match for Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji. If they could get Lu Ming to serve them, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. Lu Ming sneered. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were very strong. Each of them had a medium heaven spiritual body. They had great potential and wouldn't be weak in the future. Chapter 1838. Alright, let's analyze the situation. After swearing the blood oath, Lu Ming ignored the people from Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. There were 3 light spots in the 3 corners of the map, representing the 3 camps. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that Ouyang Wudao will soon send his army to occupy our camp. That way, Ouyang Wudao will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, Ouyang Wudao will still win. However, this is not what Ouyang Wuji wants to see. If he wants to compete with Ouyang Wudao, he must have a certain battle record. Therefore, Ouyang Wuji will not give up on our camp. If he can get a camp, his score will be very high. Lu Ming explained. Everyone listened carefully. But with Ouyang Wudao's tyrannical personality, how would he hand over the fat meat that is already in his mouth? And now, without our threat, in their eyes, we are only struggling at death's door. So, in the end, they will definitely engage in a decisive battle in our camp, and we will be able to reap the benefits. When both sides are injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the entire plan. Previously, the sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to let the other 2 sides let down their guard. This way, the other 2 sides would be able to fight. All of this is just your speculation. Speculation is perfect, reality is cruel. Shao Muqing sneered. Is that so? Next, let's just watch the show. Ninth Prince, during this period, just send out scouts to observe the situation outside. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Sure enough, not long after, Ouyang Wudao led his army and occupied their camp. Old Ninth ran pretty fast. However, there are only a few thousand people left. They are nothing to worry about. They are just struggling at death's door. In the camp, Ouyang Wudao said disdainfully. The news of the battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang soon reached Ouyang Wuji. In Ouyang Wuji's camp, everyone was also discussing. Ouyang Wushuang is really stupid. He actually went to attack Ouyang Wudao and was annihilated in the end. This way, Ouyang Wudao gained the upper hand. Damn it! Ouyang Wuji said unhappily. Sixth Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Right now, Ouyang Wushuang is only left with a few thousand men. He abandoned the camp and fled. He's just struggling at death's door. The last place will belong to him. There's nothing to worry about. And now, Ouyang Wudao has annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and occupied Ouyang Wushuang's camp. If this continues, the first place will be his. Therefore, we cannot give up on Ouyang Wushuang's camp. As long as we take over the barracks, we will be able to compete with Ouyang Wudao in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to win against Ouyang Wudao and take first place. Ouyang Wuji said. That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out an army and capture Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. A sky pride from the only sacred palace nodded. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand men to guard the barracks. The rest of the army headed towards Ouyang Wushuang's barracks. Not long after, Ouyang Wuji led his army to a place not far from the barracks. Dong! Dong! The sound of war drums could be heard in the barracks. Then, a purple army walked through the air. The leader was Ouyang Wudao. Sixth brother, I knew that you would come. Ouyang Wudao said. Is that so? It's a pity that you only have a portion of your men in this barracks. As long as I annihilate all of you and take over the barracks, the final victory will belong to me. Ouyang Wuji sneered, his eyes blazing. Is that so? Ouyang Wudao smirked. He waved his hand and the war drums sounded again. Roar! Roar! Behind Ouyang Wuji's army, roars could be heard. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the air. Behind Ouyang Wudao, the army set up a great formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. The four symbols great formation. You brought everyone here. Ouyang Wuji's face changed. That's right. Let's annihilate all of your men here. Kill. Ouyang Wudao gave the order. Set up the formation. Ouyang Wuji also gave the order. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji's army set up a great formation. A huge praying mantis appeared. This was the praying mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the praying mantis were as sharp as blades. Kill! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced on the huge praying mantis. The huge praying mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The five giant beasts clashed continuously. Although the four symbols' great formation was powerful, it divided the number of people. On the other hand, Ouyang Wuji had close to 30,000 people. The great formation was very powerful. It was hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat the other. Ouyang Wushuang was no longer a concern. As long as both sides defeated each other, they would gain the upper hand and take the first place. Both sides fought fiercely. Even in the midst of the battle, there were still people dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, in a hidden valley, a 5,000-man army was gathered. They were ready to set off, and the scouts were constantly sending in news. Report, the first prince has taken over our camp. Report, the sixth prince has sent an army to attack our camp. Report, the sixth prince and the first prince have started a fierce battle. As the news came in, the faces of the Purple Flame Villa's skyprides turned uglier. This was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Even if the first prince and the sixth prince attack each other and both sides are injured, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the strength to deal with them. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. So what if Lu Ming's prediction was correct? In the end, they still had to rely on their own strength. They only had 5,000 people and it was impossible to deal with the battle. We will know the result soon. What's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. His expression gave the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident? Was there something that they didn't know? The battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji was getting more and more intense. Both sides were in a frenzy, constantly killing each other's soldiers. Ouyang Wudao had lost about 2,000 men, while Ouyang Wuji had left a portion of his men in the camp. Chapter 1839. Both sides fought fiercely for half an hour. Ouyang Wuji's side was gradually losing ground. Ouyang Wudao began to suppress them. In the end, both sides' battle formations collapsed and it became a chaotic battle. However, Ouyang Wudao's side had the advantage in terms of numbers. Kill! Suddenly, battle cries came from behind. Thousands of soldiers wearing silver-white battle armor were charging over. They were the thousands of soldiers that Ouyang Wuji had left behind to guard the barracks. He had mobilized all of them. With the addition of thousands of new soldiers, Ouyang Wuji regained his footing and both sides entered another intense battle. On the battlefield, rays of light shot up into the sky. The number of people on both sides decreased. Slowly, the number of people on both sides decreased to 10,000, then 8,000, then 7,000. When the number of people decreased to 5,000, both sides finally stopped the battle and slowly retreated. Sixth brother, I've won the first round. Ouyang Wudao said. He had won the first round with his battle merits. Ouyang Wuji was somewhat unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against Ouyang Wudao in this round. However, he could at least get second place. Although he only had 5,000 people left, he had killed a large number of Ouyang Wudao's soldiers. His battle merits were far above Ouyang Wushuang's. If he could get second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar shook the sky. The sound came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing towards him. Ouyang Wushuang, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Big brother, why don't we work together and destroy his hopes? Ouyang Wuji sneered. Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, let's kill him. Ouyang Wudao said coldly. He and Ouyang Wuji each had 5,000 to 6,000 people. Together, they had more than 10,000 people. They could easily annihilate Ouyang Wuji's army. Dong! Dong! Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army charged towards Ouyang Wushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A gigantic true dragon condensed in the middle of Ouyang Wushuang's army. This true dragon was blood-red and filled with cold killing intent. The true dragon charged towards Ouyang Wuji's army. You want to attack me? As long as I hold you back, I'll join forces with Ouyang Wudao to attack you. You'll die in an instant. Ouyang Wuji sneered. His army also formed a battle formation and a praying mantis appeared. The blood-red dragon collided with the mantis. But the result made Ouyang Wuji pale with fright. This was because the result of the collision was the collapse of the mantis formation on his side. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How could this be? Ouyang Wuji roared in disbelief. How could the opponent's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle array is powerful to begin with, and the enemy has just gone through a fierce battle. His Zhen Yuan is exhausted, and his battle strength is less than half of his peak. How can he fight against the true dragon battle array? In the army, Lu Ming sneered. If the enemy was at their peak and had the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle array was, it would not be able to crush them. But now, the enemy was exhausted and could completely crush them. Dragon roars echoed as the blood-red dragon claw slashed out. Ouyang Wuji's army was killed in large numbers, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Ouyang Wudao's army also charged over. Roar! The blood-red dragon changed direction and charged towards Ouyang Wudao's army. Ouyang Wudao's army was also exhausted. Like Ouyang Wuji, after being attacked by the blood-red dragon, their battle formation also collapsed. Not good, retreat! Ouyang Wudao roared. Kill! Ouyang Wushuang would not let go of this opportunity. He led his army to form a large formation and charged into Ouyang Wudao's army. Every time the massive true dragon attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. Ouyang Wuji, come and help! Ouyang Wudao roared. Retreat, retreat! At this moment, Ouyang Wuji could not care less about Ouyang Wudao. He gathered the remnants of his army and retreated. Damn it! We fell into a trap. Ouyang Wudao roared. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? Ouyang Wushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation, but his army did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the heavenly tiger roaring sky formation. It was a trap from the beginning. The goal was to make him and Ouyang Wuji fight each other. What a terrifying plan. But at this moment, he was powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time he led his army to slaughter Ouyang Wushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time, he was the one being slaughtered. Ouyang Wushuang, I will wait for you in the next 2 rounds. The position of crown prince is mine. Ouyang Wudao roared. His body exploded under the blood-red dragon claw, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Following Ouyang Wudao's death, Ouyang Wudao's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang roared and his army chased after Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji led his army to escape. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape. Lu Ming caught up with them and annihilated them. In the end, Ouyang Wushuang's army was only left with 3,000 people. But in the end, they won and annihilated the other 2 forces. Without a doubt, the winner of this competition was Ouyang Wushuang. How could this be? The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa were pale. Although Ouyang Wushuang had won, their hearts had sunk to the bottom. Because they had lost the bet, they would have to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had sworn a blood oath. If they did not obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons. It would be difficult for their cultivation to progress and they might even go berserk. You have lost. Do you know what to do now? Lu Ming looked at the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had ugly expressions. But in the end, they did not dare to go against their oath. They lowered their arrogant heads and bowed to Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang had secretly trained another group of troops using other battle formations. No wonder Ouyang Wushuang had always obeyed Lu Ming. They had clearly dug a hole for them to jump into, but they had jumped into it. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I will endure it for now. After 50 years, I will kill Lu Ming to vent my anger. Shao Muqing comforted himself. The other sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the array world. Indeed, not long after, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of this test. Chapter 1840. Ouyang Wushuang had wiped out the other two parties, so he was undoubtedly the first. Ouyang Wudao was ranked second because he had killed more than 20,000 people of Ouyang Wushuang and fought with Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji was naturally the last. After the announcement of the ranking, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In Ouyang Wudao's mansion, he slammed his palm heavily and a stone table was reduced to ashes. This time, he only got the second place. His original goal was to be the first in all 3 rounds and win the position of Crown Prince with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, the first prince. The second and third rounds depend on battle strength. We will help the first prince win 2 rounds in a row. The position of Crown Prince belongs to the first prince. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading the army, and they could not use their advantage in battle strength. But in the next 2 rounds, they would definitely get the first place. In the next 2 rounds, I will make Ouyang Wushuang pay the price. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, in Ouyang Wuji's mansion, there was an angry roar of Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang, I will make you pay the price. Ouyang Wuji roared. In the first round, he got the 3rd place. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Unless he got the first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope. 6th Prince, don't worry. The One Sanctum will help the 6th Prince to get the first place. Yu Ji, the genius from the One Sanctum, said. But Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy and he did not speak. It was not easy to get the first place. The first prince had the help of the Daluo Heaven sect. But in Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, there was a celebration. Ouyang Wushuang got the first place in the first round and occupied a favorable position. In the next 2 rounds, as long as he got the first place, the position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. And the people in Ouyang Wushuang's mansion would also have a meteoric rise, so they were naturally happy. And Lu Ming directly entered the mountain river diagram after he came back. Buzz! Buzz! In the void of the mountain river diagram, a figure was flying. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, bursting out terrible power, as if they could make everything escape into reincarnation. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared and a figure emerged. Master! Ouyang Moli appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of Martial King. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had Ouyang Moli consolidated his cultivation had also increased to the peak of the Martial King realm. This speed was simply astonishing. It was even faster than Lu Xiang back then. Of course, this was because Ouyang Moli had obtained the world core of the Reincarnation Emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his cultivation speed would gradually decrease, but it would definitely not slow down. Naturally, this was also due to Ouyang Moli's hard work. In the past, he was labeled as trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally put in more effort in his cultivation. Alright, your cultivation has stabilized. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought Ouyang Moli out of the mountain and river diagram, but secretly left a mark in Ouyang Moli's body. Thank you, Master. Ouyang Moli bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Now, he was going to take revenge on those who had bullied him back then. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Ouyang Moli was going to find trouble with those who had bullied him back then, so he let Ouyang Moli go on purpose. A martial artist was particular about having a clear mind. Since he had been bullied, he naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if his mind was not clear, it would leave a knot in his heart. How could he cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room and cultivated quietly. In the evening, Ouyang Moli came back. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he was elated. Is it done? Lu Ming asked. It's done. But I only taught them a lesson, I didn't kill them. Ouyang Moli said. They don't deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. You should cultivate in the mountain and river diagram first. After some time, when this matter is over, I'll send you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and put Ouyang Moli back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of assessment. On this day, Ouyang Wushuang brought Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people walked in the air. The leader was a burly man with a domineering gaze. It was the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. Beside him, there were more than a dozen geniuses. Each of them had a strong aura, and their qi and blood were boiling. Apparently, they were all powerful geniuses. Most of them were geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But for the next 2 rounds, the first place is mine. Ouyang Wudao said confidently and domineeringly. Eldest brother, let's see who wins and who loses. Ouyang Wushuang said lightly. Ha, ninth prince, with these people from the Purple Flame Villa? Where does your confidence come from? Beside the first prince, a young man in a white robe said with slight disdain. Bai Mu. Xiao Mucheng and the others from the Purple Flame Villa looked pale. But when they looked at the young man in a white robe, fear flashed in their eyes. At this time, another group of people walked in the air. It was Ouyang Wuji, the Soul Sanctum, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Ouyang Wuji looked gloomy. He glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and said nothing. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Mid-Autumn Moon in the crowd. Mid-Autumn Moon seemed to have regained her composure. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. What happened to Mid-Autumn Moon? Did she really lose her memory? Lu Ming could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He planned to go to the Soul Sanctum after Ouyang Wushuang's matter was settled. He wanted to know what had happened to Mid-Autumn Moon. At this time, a few elders walked in the air and stood in the air. Greetings, clan elders. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The clan elders of the Divine Origin Empire were definitely martial emperors. One of the elders waved his hand and a huge warship appeared in the air. It was huge and covered a large area. Get on the warship. The second round of the assessment is not in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. One of the elders said. Not in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground? Many people were surprised. If the second round of the assessment was not in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground, where would it be? Without much thought, everyone stepped onto the warship. Then, the warship broke through the air and flew away. The warship was controlled by a martial emperor and its speed was amazing. Soon, it was out of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground and headed north. Are we going to the land of infinite demons? Chapter 1841. The ancient Moon Sacred Ground and the ancient Sun Sacred Ground were located at the edge of the Yuan Mountain of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. The ancient Moon Sacred Ground was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the Endless Ocean. The ancient Sun Sacred Ground was close to the north, and it was one of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm, the land of all devils. The land of all devils was a sacred ground for demon cultivation. It was filled with countless demon cultivators, and even the ancient demon clan. Its overall strength was stronger than the Yuan Mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demon chi began to appear between heaven and earth. They had arrived at the border between the Yuan Mountain and the land of all devils. At this moment, the warship stopped. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not entering the land of all devils. There were countless demon cultivators in the land of all devils, and even the ancient demon clan, who were overbearing. If they entered, they would be in danger. If they encountered the ancient demon clan, they would be hunted down directly. There is a sect in front, called the Blood Soul Sect. This sect's cultivation method is cruel. They secretly cultivate with the blood and soul of ordinary people. Many ordinary people have died in their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest ones are absolute saints in the great achievement realm, and there are some absolute saints in the small achievement realm. Some of our monarch experts secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to get those marks, no matter what method you use. An old man explained. After that, he waved his hand, and crystal balls appeared in the air. These crystal balls then flew to everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you are within 1,000 meters, you will be able to sense the existence of the imprint. Furthermore, as long as you kill the person with the imprint, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the imprint. Remember, only the person who kills can obtain the imprint. It belongs to whoever kills. In the end, the side that obtains the most imprints will be the winner. The old man continued to explain. There are 12 marks in total. Everyone was shocked. There were 12 marks in total, so each mark was very precious and could determine the outcome. Now, you can go, no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is the Great Saint Realm. Then, let's kill our way in. Let's go. Ouyang Wudao's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. He was the first to fly into the mountain gate of the Blood Soul Sect, followed by the Daluo Heaven Sect. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao and the others rushed over. Naturally, they were discovered. Immediately, someone shouted. Kill the people who killed you. Ouyang Wudao roared and threw out a punch. The people in front of him were killed instantly. Ouyang Wudao and the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven Sect rushed into the Blood Soul Sect like a sharp knife. They charged straight in. Ouyang Wushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly, use the crystal ball to sense the imprint, and then secretly seize the imprint. However, with Ouyang Wudao's interference, it was impossible to sneak in secretly. We'll kill our way in from the other side. Lu Ming said. Then, they rushed to the right, from the other side of the Blood Soul Sect. Ouyang Wuji led his men and rushed over from the left. Now, he had no idea who the imprint was on, so he could only try his luck. The Blood Soul Mountain had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a vast area and had tens of thousands of disciples. However, at that moment, the entire Blood Soul Sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul Sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the dozens of mountains of the Blood Soul Sect, silhouettes soared into the sky and flew in all directions. There are enemies here. Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, a large number of silhouettes rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks were launched toward Lu Ming and the others. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The strongest were supreme saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the others rushed through, and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, they had killed hundreds of people. They did not stop and rushed into the depths of the Blood Soul Sect. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. At that moment, they found that their crystal balls were flashing. There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was delighted. Over there. Someone pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a group of people. Among them, a burly man had an imprint on his body. This kind of imprint would only appear when it was connected to the crystal ball. Normally, it could not be seen. Kill them! The burly man roared. The group of people rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were supreme saints. The burly man was even a perfected supreme saint. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 saint weapons flew out, turning into bright lights that attacked the burly man. Puff! Puff! No one was a match for him. Wherever the saint weapons passed, the experts of the Blood Soul sect were killed. How can he be so strong? Retreat. The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He slashed with the holy weapon in his hand and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ninth Prince, I'll leave this person to you," Lu Ming said. Although it was the same no matter who got the imprint, it would undoubtedly be more important if Ouyang Wushuang got it. In the eyes of the elders of the Xinyuan Empire, Ouyang Wushuang would have a better impression. Therefore, those who could be killed by Ouyang Wushuang should be killed by him. Boom! Ouyang Wushuang stepped forward and sent out a palm strike. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm force broke through all of the burly man's attacks and defenses. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before his body was torn apart. Ouyang Wushuang's talent was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as the burly man died, an imprint flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The first imprint was a good start. Then, the group continued to rush into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos. There were shouts of killing everywhere. When Lu Ming and the others rushed over a mountain, the crystal ball reacted again. Another imprint appeared. "It's that old man," someone shouted. They saw a thin old man with an imprint on his body. When the old man saw the group, his face changed drastically. He rushed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. He wants to escape through the ground. Someone's face changed. "Leave it to me." Lu Ming also rushed into the ground. The law of primal chaos transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out of the ground again. There was an additional imprint in the crystal ball in his hand. Then, the group continued to set off. Chapter 1842. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on him. This young man didn't fight at all when he saw Lu Ming and the others. He turned around and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. He turned into bloody shadows and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Kill! Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa yelled. Their terrifying attacks covered the front, and the bloody shadows that the young man cast were all scattered. The young man was shocked and ran like crazy. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. He was about to be killed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and slammed toward them. "Leave it to me, Absolute Saint." A prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm soared into the sky. Flames spread out, and his hand seemed to be holding a huge meteorite as he slammed it toward the bloody handprint. With a loud boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. An elder in a blood-red robe appeared in the sky. He looked at the prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A prodigy of the Supreme Saint realm at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm was actually able to fight against him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect?" The elder in the blood-red robe asked. "You've done all kinds of evil and should be punished. Today is the day you die." The other prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. Shocking flames spread out from their bodies as they attacked the Absolute Saint. The Absolute Saint was completely at a disadvantage and was in danger. These prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa all had mid-level spiritual bodies. Once they reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the initial stage. Moreover, they were working together. Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others charged toward the young man. Without any suspense, the young man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. As for the Absolute Saint, he was also killed by a few prodigies from the Purple Flame Villa. Then, they continued to search. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out. They went over a few mountains and killed a few absolute saints along the way, but they still didn't find the fourth mark. Brother Lu Ming, there's someone there. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. That small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it and he could not sense any signs of life from it. However, Bubble controlled the laws of space and time and could cross space to sense someone. There should be no mistake. Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force blasted toward the small hill. The small hill exploded directly. Smoke and dust filled the air. An old man could be seen flying into the distance in a panic. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front were Ouyang Wuji and the geniuses he had brought with him. He has a mark on him. Kill him. Ouyang Wuji also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Oh no. Ouyang Wuji wants to snatch it from us. One of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked terrible. Bubbles, stop them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Leave it to me. Bubbles flew out. She waved her hand and ripples appeared in the air. Ouyang Wuji and the others were flying, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it. Spatial laws. Break it. Ouyang Wuji roared and unleashed a terrifying attack towards the space in front of him. But the space also contained the laws of time. Their attacks could only make the space tremble. They couldn't break it for a while. Lu Ming, the ninth prince, and the others charged toward the old man. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger. A terrifying finger formed and crushed toward the old man. The old man's body emitted a black aura that formed an evil ghost. It pounced toward the Chaotic Calamity Finger, but the evil ghost collapsed. The old man's body shook and he was forced to retreat. Chaotic Heaven and Earth. Ouyang Wushuang attacked with his palms. Everything became chaotic. A terrifying palm energy blasted toward the old man. They didn't show any mercy. From top to bottom, the Blood Soul sect had cultivated with the blood souls of ordinary people. It was unknown just how many people had died at their hands. Ouyang Wushuang's palm energy almost tore the old man's body apart. He vomited blood and was severely injured. What powerful battle strength! He has a high-class spiritual body and one of the laws of King, the chaotic laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ouyang Wushuang's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, but his battle strength was shocking. His spiritual body was a high-class spiritual body and he could control the laws of King. No wonder he could become a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Damn it, hurry up and attack. On the other side, Ouyang Wushuang roared. If the old man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang or Lu Ming, they wouldn't have a share. Ice Seal. A delicate shout rang out. A terrifying chill filled the air as if it was going to freeze everything. It was the autumn moon. At this moment, the autumn moon seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress. In her hand was a curved blade that emitted a terrifying chill. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into ice crystals that were about to shatter. Brother Lu Ming, you guys can do it. I can't hold on any longer. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts alone. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming blasted out another finger. This time, Lu Ming used almost all his strength. The old man tried his best to resist, but the finger energy still crushed him. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his bones cracked. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Then, the attacks of Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many geniuses, the old man couldn't resist at all. He screamed and turned into ashes under the various attacks. A mark flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubbles, back off. Lu Ming transmitted to Bubbles. Then, Bubbles' figure flashed and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Ouyang Wushuang, you're courting death. Ouyang Wuji roared, his eyes red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each one was very precious. Now that he saw Ouyang Wushuang get one, he was angry. Let's go. Chapter 1843. This round was mainly about finding and obtaining the seals. Since Ouyang Wuji had already obtained the seals, he wouldn't be able to get them even if he killed him. Hence, there was no need to fight Ouyang Wuji head-on. Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming and blocked them with the law of space. Otherwise, Ouyang Wushuang wouldn't have been able to obtain the seals. I saw that Ouyang Wushuang already has 3 seals. Lu Ming also has 1. Yuji walked to Ouyang Wuji's side and said. This made Ouyang Wuji's face turn even uglier. Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already obtained 4 seals. 12 seals occupied 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 seals. If they had obtained the first seal, they might have been able to fight for it. But now, it was difficult. If he lost this round, he would have no chance of becoming the crown prince. I wonder how many seals Ouyang Wudao has obtained. Someone asked. Let's continue to search. Let's go. Ouyang Wuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they encountered a person with a seal. His cultivation was at the lesser absolute saint realm, but he was soon severely injured and half dead under their joint attack. Don't kill him yet. Destroy his cultivation. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, he destroyed his opponent's cultivation. Why not kill him? Someone asked. Let's keep him first. We'll decide later based on the situation. Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he kept the person in his grotto heaven treasure. Although grotto heaven treasures were precious, they naturally didn't lack them since they came from powerful forces. After keeping it, they continued to search. Lu Ming and the others were also searching. However, after obtaining the 4th seal, they didn't find anyone with a seal. There were 12 seals in total. As time passed, there would be fewer and fewer seals. It would be harder to find one. Could it be that there are no more seals? Someone said. No. If all 12 seals have been obtained, the elders will definitely remind us. They won't let us keep searching like this. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then, the group continued to search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed. Some of the weaker ones were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. If the Blood Soul sect was placed in the Tsang province, it would be stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Tsang province. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xinyuan Empire. The world of martial arts was like this. The strong lived and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks, doing everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, intense rumbling came from the front. Terrifying rays of light shot into the sky, incomparably intense. Someone was fighting a great battle. Let's go take a look. Ouyang Wushuang transmitted his voice to everyone. Then, everyone retracted their auras and moved forward. They climbed up a large mountain and used huge rocks to hide their bodies as they looked forward. Up ahead, a group of people were besieging a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the great accomplishment of the Supreme Saint realm. This was the first great perfection absolute saint they had met in the Blood Soul sect. The people besieging the middle-aged man were the Crown Prince, Ouyang Wudao, and the geniuses helping him. There were more than a dozen geniuses surrounding the middle-aged man. Among them, Ouyang Wudao and a white-robed youth were the strongest. The two of them were the main attackers, while the others supported them. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth both have superior heaven spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth, Bai Mu, both had superior heaven spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Although the laws they controlled weren't King Dao laws, they were still extremely powerful. The two of them worked together to fight the middle-aged man. With the help of the other geniuses, the middle-aged man was no match for them. He was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. There's a mark on that person's body. Lu Ming's and the others' eyes lit up. What should we do? Ouyang Wudao and the people he brought are too strong. Someone asked. Ouyang Wudao and Bai Mu had amazing battle strength. Among them, except for Ouyang Wushuang, no one was a match for them. Although Lu Ming was strong, in the eyes of others, he was no match for either of them. There were other geniuses from the Daluo Heaven sect. Almost all of them had middle-class heaven spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. This force was too strong. They were no match for it. But they were unwilling to give up just like that. They now had 4 marks. If they could get one more, they would have 5 marks. Then, they would have a greater chance of winning the first place. If they won the first place in this round, there would be no need to compete in the third round. Ouyang Wushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. At this time, he was injured. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He was shocked and angry. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, and the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Moreover, their battle strength was amazing. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? Who are we? You are not qualified to know. Kill. Ouyang Wudao was extremely overbearing. His battle strength was extremely terrible. His violent attacks were like a storm. The other people's attacks were also directed at the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to resist, there were still attacks falling on him. His body almost exploded, and he spat out blood. Oh no, he is going to be killed. The geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa changed their faces. Stay here and don't move. Leave this man to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Wushuang and others. Then, his body sank into the ground, and his aura was completely restrained. He quietly went to the battlefield. After a while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injury was more serious. He could be killed at any time. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Buzz. Bubble operated the space-time law. Lu Ming's body distorted like a wave and disappeared like a phantom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao shouted when he saw Lu Ming suddenly appear. Whoosh! Chapter 1844. It was an absolute saint weapon. When it exploded, the terrifying power engulfed the middle-aged man. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. This time, Lu Ming used all of his strength. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the explosion of a saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the chaotic tribulation finger, he was unable to resist at all. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. After Lu Ming attacked with the chaotic calamity finger, Bubble immediately used the space-time law. Lu Ming's body became illusory again. Damn it, kill! Ouyang Wudao roared, his eyes emitting cold killing intent. A terrifying attack crushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. But when the attack landed, Lu Ming's body dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment, he was outside the battlefield. And there was another mark in his crystal ball. Everything just happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubble to help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he exploded an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the chaotic calamity finger. Then, with Bubble's help, he retreated. All of this happened in an instant. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged burly man and obtained the mark. "Kid, you're courting death." Ouyang Wudao roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and steal his mark. He was courting death. The others followed Ouyang Wudao and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's body appeared in the distance again, near Ouyang Wushuang and the others. "I got the mark. Let's go," Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. "Ouyang Wushuang, get back here," Ouyang Wudao shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told Ouyang Wushuang to get back here, he would get back here. Ridiculous. Ouyang Wushuang's voice was filled with disdain as he flew forward at full speed. "All 12 seals have appeared. The test is over. Come out now." At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. It was the voice of an elder from the Xinyuan Empire. "All 12 seals have appeared. Damn it." Ouyang Wudao stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on his hand, which was exactly 1/3 of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either Ouyang Wushuang or Ouyang Wuji had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each person had 4 seals, it would only be a draw. What he wanted was not a tie, but first place. This made him hate Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang even more. If he had gotten that mark just now, he would have had 5 marks and would have taken the initiative. Now, he could only hope for 12 marks, 4 for each person. Only then would he have a chance. "It's over. Let's go out." Ouyang Wushuang and the others flew outside. "Ha, we have 5 seals. Our chances of winning are very high." A sky pride from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. 5 seals. Their chances of winning were indeed high. As long as Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals, Ouyang Wudao would only have 4 and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. They quickly flew outside. Ouyang Wudao brought his men and flew outside with a gloomy face. However, they met Ouyang Wuji and the Sky Prides from the One Sanctum on the way. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji's face was ugly. He knew that he had lost and had no chance of winning the position of Crown Prince. "Ouyang Wuji, how many seals did you get?" Ouyang Wudao looked at Ouyang Wuji nervously. He hoped that Ouyang Wuji had also gotten 4 seals. This round would be a draw. 3. Ouyang Wuji said, which made Ouyang Wudao's face turn pale. Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals. That meant that Ouyang Wushuang had 5 seals and 1 first place. Ouyang Wushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need for the next round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Ouyang Wudao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not taken action and snatched the last mark, he would have been the winner. At this moment, he hated Lu Ming to the core. "Ouyang Wudao, why don't we team up?" Ouyang Wuji said with a sharp light in his eyes. It would not be easy for Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of Crown Prince. Team up? What's the use of that? Ouyang Wushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. He has won. Ouyang Wudao said unwillingly. Not necessarily. Ouyang Wuji smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and an old man appeared. There is a seal on this man, but I did not kill him. I will leave him to you now. Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright light. He never thought that Ouyang Wuji would leave one person alive. What do you want from me? Ouyang Wudao asked. Nothing. I just don't want Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of crown prince. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Since he had no hope, Ouyang Wushuang would not get it either. Swoosh. Ouyang Wudao stepped forwards and punched the old man, killing him instantly. In a flash, he had 5 imprints on his side. Great, ha! Ouyang Wudao was overjoyed. In this way, he and Ouyang Wushuang would be tied in this round. Then, they would have to fight in the 3rd round. If he won first place in the 3rd round and Ouyang Wushuang was last, the position of crown prince would be his. Then, we will let Ouyang Wushuang be last in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Ha, 6th brother, I will not forget you when I take over the Xinyuan Empire. Ouyang Wudao laughed. Then, the group flew out. When they came out of the Blood Soul sect, they found that Ouyang Wushuang and the rest had arrived. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, exuding a cold murderous intent. Alright, everyone is here. Take out your crystal balls and see what you have gained. An elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. Ouyang Wushuang had 3 seals and Lu Ming had 2. A total of 5 seals. 5 seals, not bad. The elder nodded and looked at Ouyang Wudao and the rest. Ouyang Wudao and the rest took out their crystal balls. 5 seals too. Ouyang Wushuang and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Ouyang Wudao to have 5 seals. Ouyang Wuji had 2. Damn it, why is Ouyang Wuji so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. Chapter 1845. What did you say? Ouyang Wuji heard that and looked at the Purple Flame Villa's Skypride coldly. However, how could the Purple Flame Villa's Skypride be afraid of him? He sneered at Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even uglier. You guys can be smug. I'll make sure you die miserably in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji cursed in his heart. Alright, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang tied in this round. You guys can go back and rest. The 3rd round will begin in 7 days. An elder announced. Then, they took out a warship and boarded it. Half a day later, they returned to Xinyuan Empire. After returning to Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Ouyang Wushuang set up a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone went back to their own homes. Lu Ming went back to his room and entered the mountain river diagram. My cultivation base is about to break through. Lu Ming smiled. He had broken through to the Great Sage realm for quite some time. Now, his cultivation base was about to break through again. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a large number of origin stones and placed them on the side. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. A powerful suction force came from his body. The origin stones exploded and turned into billowing origin chi that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Half a day later, Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation base had broken through to the Great Sage Greater Mastery, and his combat strength had increased by another level. He was more confident about the 3rd round. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the assessment had arrived. This time, they gathered in a spacious area outside Xinyuan Imperial Capital. There was a mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wuji, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The 3rd round of the assessment is very simple. It's to seize the military flag. Whoever can seize the military flag will be the champion. In this process, you can use any means. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any means could be used. In other words, killing was not prohibited in this round. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as they swept their gaze over Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. However, on the way from here to the top of the mountain, many formations have been set up. It won't be a smooth journey. Alright, now, each of you will stand in 3 positions. The elder announced. Immediately, figures flashed, and the 3 groups of people stood in 3 different positions. Miss Autumn Moon, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you can kill him. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji sent a message to Autumn Moon. I'm here to help you seize the crown prince position, not to help you kill people. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming has repeatedly opposed us. Otherwise, this prince would not have ended up like this. Since you are here to help me, why don't you listen to me this time? That Lu Ming must die. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Autumn Moon's brows furrowed. Junior sister Chuyue, the 6th prince is right. Lu Ming doesn't respect the one only sanctuary at all. Not only did he injure a few of our junior brothers, but he also completely disrupted the one only sanctuary's plan. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to the elders when we return. Yuji said. That's right, junior sister Autumn Moon. Among us, you're the strongest. You can kill that Lu Ming. The others from the One Sanctum also spoke. Alright, leave that Lu Ming to me. Autumn Moon pondered for a moment and nodded. Ouyang Wuji and the others were ecstatic. Let's begin. At this moment, the elder's voice sounded. Let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the elder's voice fell, the 3 groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, 1,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. But just as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Rays of sword light formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Every ray of sword light was extremely terrifying. It had the power of a supreme saint, and there were a lot of them. There were hundreds of them when they appeared. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched a series of attacks to destroy the sword gleams. But in the void, there were endless inscriptions. There were all kinds of rattans, flames, and lightning attacks that blasted toward them. This greatly slowed their speed. They joined forces to break through the attacks and flew forward. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji were also attacked by the array, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. The power of the array was not enough to pose a threat to them. The 3 groups of people were like 3 owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Ouyang Wudao's group was the fastest. Ouyang Wudao had the help of the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, and his overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji and the others changed their direction and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks poured toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others fought back and defeated the attacks one by one. But in this way, their footsteps were blocked, and Ouyang Wudao's group was constantly approaching the mountain. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice came out. Obviously, Ouyang Wuji had come to delay Lu Ming and the others so that Ouyang Wudao could get the first place. Ouyang, let's rush out. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang. Go. Ouyang Wushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palms. The terrible palm power broke through the attacks, rushed out of the encirclement, and rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming punched out and a vacuum passage appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So powerful. Ouyang Wuji and the others' faces changed greatly. Lu Ming seemed to be stronger. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and dashed out as well. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa did not move and fought with Ouyang Wuji's group. Stop them. Ouyang Wuji shouted. Whoosh! A beam of white light rushed out. As the white light rushed past, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched the scimitar. The scimitar shook and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Ice Seal. Autumn Moon waved her hand and the scimitar danced, emitting a more terrible cold current, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming punched out again. A majestic force bombarded the scimitar and sent it flying again. However, a terrible cold current spread up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on Lu Ming's arm. Chapter 1846. Yin Yang. Autumn Moon shouted. At this moment, the cold chi on her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side emitted a blazing chi. At the same time, a fiery red machete flew out, releasing a terrifying heat wave that distorted the space. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two machetes, one emitting cold chi and the other emitting blazing chi, slashed towards Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and blazing chi collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted towards Lu Ming. This energy was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Lu Ming pointed his finger and hit the energy. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The two machetes were repelled by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming also felt his fingers go numb. A destructive force was about to annihilate him. If Lu Ming's cultivation had not broken through to the great sage Great Mastery, he was afraid that he would be defeated. Superior Heavenly Spiritual Body, and the Law of Yin Yang of the Sovereign Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Autumn Moon was indeed the one and only Sovereign Tao expert who had brought her here from the divine wilderness. Her talent and potential were extremely shocking. Not only did she control the law of Sovereign Tao, her spiritual body was also a superior heavenly spiritual body, and her cultivation had reached the great sage great perfection. Her combat strength was stronger than Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling also had such talent, but their cultivation had not reached the great sage great perfection. Yin-Yang Convergence. Autumn Moon shouted as two chi streams emitted from her body, one cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. They collided with each other, forming a terrifying destructive force. Autumn Moon, I am Lu Ming, your young master. You said that you would serve me for the rest of your life. Have you forgotten? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder in spring, ringing in Autumn Moon's ears. Autumn Moon frowned and shouted, Shameless man, are you trying to trick me again? Can't you try something new? Kill. The two scimitars spun at an extremely fast speed, like a storm, strangling towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Tai Chi disc appeared. A Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern was formed, and it pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi diagram collided with the two scimitars, producing a dull boom. At the same time, Lu Ming punched out like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon collided, Ouyang Wushuang also encountered a strong enemy. Ouyang Wudao rushed towards Ouyang Wushuang. The two of them were locked in battle. Ouyang Wushuang controlled King Dao Law, so his talent was a notch higher. However, Ouyang Wudao's cultivation was stronger, so the two of them were evenly matched. But the geniuses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect rushed towards the mountain. Bubbles, go get that flag. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubbles flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. Her petite figure flickered, and she rushed towards the mountain. Those formations were almost useless against Bubbles. After a while, Bubbles almost caught up with the geniuses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. How could it be? Is that the law of time and space? Stop her! The geniuses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect exclaimed. Then, 2 or 3 geniuses rushed towards Bubbles. All kinds of attacks poured towards Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles' body flickered, and the space rippled. When those attacks fell, Bubbles had already disappeared. The next moment, she swept past those geniuses and rushed towards the mountain. No, the law of time and space is too strange. We can't attack her at all. Someone shouted anxiously. Everyone, cut off the void with the law and stop her. Baimu shouted and suddenly changed his direction. The terrible power of law bloomed, covering the sky and confining the void with the power of law. More than a dozen geniuses also took action at the same time. All kinds of laws, like chains, confined the void. Bubbles' body flickered, but the void was confined. She couldn't rush over for a while. I'm changing to another side, Bubbles' childish voice sounded. She moved and wanted to rush over in another direction. But there were too many geniuses, and most of them were in the exceptional Great Saint realm. More than a dozen of them joined forces and confined all directions with the law, completely blocking Bubbles' way. Let's join forces and take her down, Baimu ordered. The power of law broke out. More than a dozen geniuses joined forces to take Bubbles down. Bubbles' body flickered, and the space around her flickered. It was not so easy for them to take Bubbles down. For a while, the two sides were in a deadlock. And the battle between Lu Ming and Autumn Moon was getting more and more intense. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Li Ping and Lu Yuntian? Have you forgotten the Lu family? Lu Ming shouted as he attacked, hoping to awaken the memory of Autumn Moon. Shut up! Autumn Moon shouted. Her frown deepened. The law of yin and yang represented the foundation of heaven and earth. Even among the law of kings, it was extremely terrifying. The collision of the cold current and the scorching heat produced a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, blocking Autumn Moon's attack. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Have you forgotten the Blazing Sun Empire? Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Yuehuan Mountain and Jadeite Lake? Lu Ming kept shouting. He told Autumn Moon about the things she was most familiar with and experienced. Autumn Moon's eyes kept changing. She seemed to be trying to catch something. But she couldn't seem to catch it. Nonsense. I'll kill you, Autumn Moon shouted. 2 scimitars slashed toward Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. At this moment, Lu Ming put away the Taiji disc and the law of primal chaos, allowing the 2 scimitars to slash at him. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming, but Lu Ming still didn't move. He looked at Autumn Moon with gentle eyes. The way he looked at Autumn Moon was the same as before. At this moment, Autumn Moon's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously retracted her force. But the 2 scimitars were too fast. Although she had retracted most of her force, they still didn't stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. Puff! Puff! Blood flowed. The 2 scimitars stabbed into Lu Ming's shoulder, penetrating his bones. Blood dyed Lu Ming's robe red. Autumn Moon was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming and said, why didn't you dodge? Why should I dodge? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. I just want you to remember. Lu Ming said gently. Everything you said, is it true? Autumn Moon's eyes were full of doubts and confusion. Of course it's true. I'm Lu Ming, your young master. You and I have been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you are wearing was given to you by my mother. Do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Clang! Clang! The 2 scimitars flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder and disappeared into Autumn Moon's body. Chapter 1847. Lu Ming, young master, the Lu family, madam, why? Why can't I remember? Why? Chiu Yu murmured to herself. Her eyes became more and more blank, and finally, she showed a painful expression. Why? Why? I'm going to ask my master, I'm going to ask my master. Qiu Yu suddenly shouted. She rushed up to the sky, broke through layers of formation, and left in a flash. Junior sister, damn it, Yu Ji from the only sanctum shouted angrily. Qiu Yu, I'll find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The wound on his shoulder was wriggling and recovering quickly. Qiu Yu took away most of her power, so the injury was not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spiritual body, it was basically healed in a few breaths. Lu Ming looked in Bubbles' direction. He took a step forward and dashed toward Bubbles at lightning speed. Inscriptions emerged, and attacks were launched at Lu Ming. But they were all broken by Lu Ming. Get out of my way. Lu Ming approached Lu Ming. He operated the chaotic finger and pointed out. A huge finger crushed toward the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect with amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daluo Heaven sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not enough and were blown away by Lu Ming. As such, the encirclement was broken, and Bubble rushed out of the encirclement in a flash. Bubble, you go and get the flag. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming said. Okay. Bubble flashed and rushed to the top of the mountain. Stop him. Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming stepped out and appeared in front of them. He operated the prison-suppressing skill, and shadows of the prison-suppressing steel emerged and suppressed the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. Boom! Boom! Each of Lu Ming's strikes was as heavy as millions of caddies, with the power to suppress the heavens. The geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect were all blown away, with blood spilling from their mouths. Kill! Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior heaven spiritual body. His combat power was far above that of other prodigies of the same level. Prodigies like Wan Zhengyang, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow would probably be easily defeated by Bai Mu. Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu before his breakthrough. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his battle prowess had greatly increased. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 or 8 steps. The Son of Chaos battle prowess is indeed astonishing. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again. Lu Ming kept punching with his fists, and the illusory images of the prison-suppressing steel appeared one after another. They suppressed the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect and blocked their way. Bubbles' figure flickered and was about to fly to the peak of the mountain. No, Ouyang Wudao roared and his eyes turned red. He could not accept the fact. Ouyang Wuji was about to vomit blood. He did not expect that he and Ouyang Wudao together could not stop Ouyang Wushuang. They were extremely unwilling, but they could not stop Bubble. They could only watch as Bubble quickly approached the flag. Bubble grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it up. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's hearts sank. Great! Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa were overjoyed. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. Everyone retreated and stopped the competition. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubble. In the second and third rounds of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Bubble. If it were not for them, Ouyang Wushuang would not have been his match. He did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, several elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared, and the grand array of this area was concealed. The assessment is over. Based on the results of the 3 rounds, Ouyang Wushuang is first. 3 days later, he will be crowned as the Crown Prince. An elder announced. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji clenched their fists tightly. From now on, they would be trampled under Ouyang Wushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was naturally filled with celebration, and a banquet was held continuously for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xinyuan Empire held the Crown Prince coronation ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the Soul Sage Palace sent people to congratulate, except for the Daluo Heaven sect. After the ceremony, Ouyang Wushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. But now, Lu Ming had another goal, which was to find out what had happened to Autumn Moon. How could he restore Autumn Moon? Therefore, on the 7th day after Ouyang Wushuang was crowned as the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang went to the Soul Sage Palace together. The Soul Sage Palace was an ancient palace, suspended in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that stretched down from the Soul Sage Palace, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang landed on the stairs and stepped up. Soon, they had climbed tens of thousands of steps, but were stopped by two people at the top of the stairs. Who are you? The Soul Sage Palace is not to be disturbed. The two people were gatekeepers. One of them spoke, emitting a strong aura. I'm Ouyang Wushuang. I have something to ask of Senior Bing Mu. Ouyang Wushuang cupped his fists. Bing Mu was the master of Autumn Moon, the person who brought Autumn Moon from the divine wilderness. Ouyang Wushuang. So it's the Crown Prince of Xinyuan. Sorry for the disrespect. The two gatekeepers' faces changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xinyuan Empire, they could ignore him, but the Crown Prince was different. He was going to rule the Xinyuan Empire in the future and become an overlord. His status was completely different from ordinary princes. Please wait for a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass on the message right away. One of the gatekeepers said. Wait, don't let them in. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yu Ji, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The leader of the few people who came out was Yu Ji, and the others were extraordinary sky prides. The two gatekeepers bowed to Yu Ji and the others. It was obvious that Yu Ji's status in the Soul Sage Palace was not low. Oh, it's Crown Prince Wushuang. What are you doing in the Soul Sage Palace? Yu Ji asked with a faint smile on his face. Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Bing Mu. Ouyang Wushuang controlled his temper and repeated it again. Pay a visit to Supreme Elder Bing Mu. I advise you to go back. Supreme Elder Bing Mu is not someone you can meet as you wish. Yu Ji said indifferently. You can pass on the message. Senior Bing Mu will decide whether to meet us or not. Lu Ming said. Pass on the message. Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, Supreme Elder Bing Mu is in seclusion and will not meet anyone. Leave. Yu Ji's face darkened and scolded. If Senior Bing Mu is not free today, I'll come again tomorrow. If he's not free tomorrow, I'll come again the day after tomorrow. One day, Senior Bing Mu will be free. Chapter 1848. Lu Ming, why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think I don't know what you're here for. You want to take the opportunity to get close to junior sister Autumn Moon. Let me tell you, junior sister Autumn Moon is already taken. Don't bother her anymore. Yu Ji berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and spoke nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and an overwhelming aura pressed down on Yu Ji. Yu Ji's expression changed drastically, and he roared, What are you trying to do? You want to barge into the Soul Sacred Palace? How dare you? Men, kill this person. During the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lu Ming, and had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wanted to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yu Ji's voice sounded, several powerful auras erupted from the Soul Sacred Palace, and several figures flew out, breaking through the air, and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a large river, which was the River of Law. These figures were all quasi-emperors. Stop! At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears, full of supreme majesty. Yu Ji, the few youths, and the quasi-emperors all had a change in expression. They stopped, bowed toward the depths of the soul's sacred palace, and said, "Supreme Elder Bing Mu. Bring Lu Ming in to see me." That voice sounded again. Yu Ji's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Supreme Elder Bing Mu knew about the situation here. "Kid, you're lucky today." Yu Ji coldly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then stepped away. "Young Master Lu Ming, please come with me. Supreme Elder Bing Mu wants to see you." One of the gatekeepers said. "Oh Yang, you go back first. No need to wait for me." Lu Ming said to Ouyang Wushuang. "There's no hurry, I can wait here." Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, present, the other party would have some scruples. Lu Ming didn't say much, and walked into the depths of the only temple with the gatekeeper. There was only one sacred palace, and there were many palaces that stretched as far as the eye could see. They went around many palaces and came to a small palace. "This is Great Elder Bing Mu's residence. You may enter." After the gatekeeper finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and arrived behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Bing Mu." The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. "I heard that during the assessment in the Xinyuan Empire, you once said that you're the young master of Autumn Moon. Is that true?" The middle-aged woman spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being targeted by an incomparably terrifying existence. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his body's subconscious reaction. This middle-aged woman was definitely an incomparably terrifying figure. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that he had been seen through. As long as there was a single lie, he had no doubt that the other party would directly obliterate him. "Senior, what I said is true. I'm from the Lu family of the Blazing Sun Empire in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Back then, when you took away Autumn Moon in the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? Above the Divine Wilderness, there's only one in the world." Lu Ming replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A trace of surprise flashed across Bing Mu's eyes. However, his gaze became colder as he said, "It seems that you're right. So, you're here to take away Autumn Moon and make her your maid again to serve you? Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Autumn Moon as a maid. Autumn Moon grew up with me and I've always treated Autumn Moon as my family." Lu Ming replied. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Bing Mu's aura was retracted and a trace of warmth appeared on his face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam made Lu Ming feel a terrifying pressure. Bing Mu looked curiously at Lu Ming and said, "I really didn't expect that you would be able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and achieve such achievements." She already knew about Lu Ming's test in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Autumn Moon? She was really surprised that Lu Ming was able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and come to Yuan Continent. Moreover, he had achieved such shocking achievements and suppressed many of the sky prides in the ancient sun's sacred ground. It was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took away Autumn Moon, she left behind the words "only one in the Divine Wilderness Continent." It was just a casual remark. She never expected that someone would really find her. "Senior, you're flattering me. I'm just lucky," Lu Ming said modestly. "Lucky? Hee hee. I've never heard of anyone who relied on luck to reach this step. Alright, you're here to ask me about Autumn Moon, right?" Bing Mu said. "Yes, Senior. Why did Autumn Moon forget about me?" Moreover, when I mentioned what happened back then, she didn't remember it at all. What happened to Autumn Moon? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Autumn Moon was robbed of her memory. Bing Mu sighed. What? Robbed of her memory? Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? What kind of means was it to rob her of her memory? That's right. He's the #1 sky pride of the Daluo Heaven sect, Luo Tsangxiong. He has the imperial body and has mastered the law of deprivation. He can deprive everything, including memory. Bing Mu said. Why? Why did he do that? Lu Ming's eyes turned colder. Because Luo Tsangxiong likes Autumn Moon and has been pursuing Autumn Moon. However, Autumn Moon already has someone in her heart. That person is you. She has always believed that you will come to her. Why would she care about Luo Tsangxiong's pursuit? Therefore, Luo Tsangxiong was so angry that he took away all of Autumn Moon's memories. All memories of the Divine Wilderness continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of Yuan continent. He wanted Autumn Moon to forget you and accept him. Bing Mu said the truth. Damn it! Lu Ming clenched his fists. A cold murderous intent spread out. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Qiu Yu's memories were actually stolen by someone, and the reason was because Qiu Yu's heart already belonged to someone else. It was ridiculous and deserved to be killed. Senior, as Qiu Yu's master, aren't you going to avenge her after being treated like that? Lu Ming stared straight at the ice curtain, a hint of anger in his eyes. Of course I want to avenge Autumn Moon. I once went to the Daluo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Tsangxiong's grandfather is a great emperor. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Tsangxiong was lawless because his grandfather was a great emperor, but no one dared to touch him. Chapter 1849. Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Luo Tsangxiong's grandfather was a great emperor. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the world in the absence of heavenly emperors. Great emperors, what kind of people were they? They could control the great Tao and nurture living beings in their small worlds. Their cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. No matter how strong a true emperor was, he would be slapped to death by a great emperor. Currently, in the entire Yuan mountain, there were only a few great emperors on the surface. They could be counted on one's fingers. Each of them could shake the entire Primal Mountain with just a stomp of their feet. Legend had it that the Primal Mountain Sacred Academy was founded by a few great emperors. That was the reason why all the Sky Prides in the Primal Mountain gathered at the Celestial City, wanting to join the Sacred Academy. This showed how terrifying a great emperor was. Luo Tsangxiong's grandfather was a great emperor. No wonder he dared to take away Autumn Moon's memory. Lu Ming also remembered that Ouyang Wushuang told him that Autumn Moon's master had attacked the Daluo Heaven sect for some unknown reason, but he retreated silently in the end. Obviously, it was because of Autumn Moon. I also want to avenge Autumn Moon, but if I do, the entire Soul Sacred Palace will be buried with her. Bing Mu said helplessly. Luo Tsangxiong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Bing Mu did not dare to kill him, but he did. That girl, Autumn Moon, is very attached to you. Before she lost her memory, she could not forget you. She was hoping that you would come to her, or she would go to the Divine Wilderness to reunite with you when her cultivation is successful. I heard that during the examination of the Xinyuan Empire, Chuyue had a huge reaction when she saw you. Maybe, after being together with you for a long time, she can really recover her memories. How about you spend more time with Chuyue? Bing Mu said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fist to express his gratitude. Don't thank me. I also hope that Autumn Moon can recover her memory. Her life is not perfect after losing her memory. It will be difficult for her to reach the peak of martial arts. Bing Mu sighed. The cultivation of martial arts was all about having a clear mind. However, if one lost a part of their memories, everyone would remember it and have a knot in their heart. How could they have a clear mind? In the end, it would be difficult for them to reach the peak. Therefore, Ice Veil also hoped that Autumn Moon could regain her memories. You will stay in the one and only sanctum for the time being. I will arrange a place for you to stay and spend more time with the Autumn Moon. How about that? Bing Mu said. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best to help Autumn Moon regain her memories. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After that, Bing Mu asked someone to bring Lu Ming to a courtyard. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang, telling him to go back first. He would stay in Seoul Temple for a while. Not long after, a figure stepped into the courtyard. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face lit up. Obviously, Bing Mu had also told Autumn Moon to stay in this courtyard so that they could spend more time together. He hoped that it would make Autumn Moon remember the past. Clang! Autumn Moon waved her hand, and a snow-white scimitar appeared. It emitted a bone-piercing chill. You really know me? What you told me before, is it true? Autumn Moon said coldly. Of course it's true. Every word is true. Lu Ming said. I hope it's true. If I find out that you lied and used this reason to get close to me, I will definitely kill you. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Autumn Moon thought that he was someone who purposely got close to her. However, with Autumn Moon's appearance and talent, it was normal for people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I lied to you, just kill me. Just like last time, I will not fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Only then did Autumn Moon retract her cold aura. Her frost scimitar disappeared. She looked at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, Are your injuries okay? It's fine. It doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. You have a glib tongue. I don't think you are a good person. Autumn Moon snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. After this girl lost her memory, even her personality changed a lot. Autumn Moon, let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. And, go ahead. Autumn Moon nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming began to talk about their past in detail. Autumn Moon frowned as if she was thinking carefully. Every time he talked about something important, Autumn Moon would have some reaction. Her eyes flashed with thoughts and confusion. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the one and only sanctum and spent time with Autumn Moon. He often talked about the past with Autumn Moon, from when Autumn Moon was young to when Autumn Moon was taken away. They talked about everything under the sky. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Spending time together like this did have some effect. Autumn Moon said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was hard to capture them. But Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Autumn Moon would remember the past sooner or later. In a hall, Yu Ji was discussing something with a few young people with a gloomy face. I don't know what Grand Elder Bing Mu is thinking. She actually let Lu Ming and Junior Autumn Moon stay in the same courtyard and spend time together. Damn it! Yu Ji slammed the table and said with hatred. Lu Ming said many times in the Xinyuan Empire that he knew Junior Autumn Moon and that he was her young master. Is it true? A young man said. It's possible that junior sister Chiu Yu's heart belonged to someone else in the past. That's why Luo Zhangqiong took away her memory. It's highly possible that it's because of Lu Ming. Therefore, Grand Elder Bing Mu allowed Lu Ming to stay with Chiu Yu, hoping that Chiu Yu can regain her memory. Another young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Zhangqiong know about this. Yu Ji said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Senior brother Yu is so smart. If Luo Zhangqiong knows about this, he will definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. Ha ha ha. Yuji also laughed. Later, they sent someone to pass the news to Daluo Heaven Sect. Time flew and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the Soul Sanctum. The leader was a young man with a cold face. He wore a purple robe and his eyes were like lightning. Behind the young man, there were several old men with strong and unfathomable aura. Normally, people who came to the Soul Sanctum would land at the bottom and climb the stairs step by step to show their respect for the Soul Sanctum. However, they directly flew up, skipped the stairs and flew towards the Soul Sanctum. Everyone, please wait. 2 gatekeepers blocked the group's path. Get out of the way. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly and domineeringly. Everyone, this is the Soul Sanctum. Who are you? If you want to see someone, I can pass the message on your behalf. Chapter 1850. The gatekeeper of the one and only sanctum asked cautiously, not daring to offend them. Daluo Heaven Sect, Luo Pokong. The leading young man said faintly. You are Luo Pokong. The gatekeeper's face changed greatly. In this generation of the Daluo Heaven Sect, there were 2 kings in the younger generation. 2 peerless geniuses had mastered the principle of King Dao. One was Luo Tsangqiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's identity was second only to Luo Tsangqiong in Daluo Heaven Sect. Everyone in Ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Ha, Brother Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. At this time, a laughter was heard. Yu Ji and several young men walked in the air. Yu Ji, is there a guy named Lu Ming in the one and only sanctum? Luo Pokong asked. Yes, he is in the one and only sanctum. Brother Luo, you are looking for him. I can take you there. Yu Ji smiled. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. This way please. Yu Ji led Luo Pokong and others to Lu Ming's residence. At this time, Lu Ming was talking about the past with Chiu Autumn Moon in his courtyard. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people walked in the air and stopped above the courtyard, overlooking Lu Ming and Chiu Autumn Moon. Luo Pokong. Chiu Autumn Moon's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong glanced at Chiu Autumn Moon and then fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, Boy, you are Lu Ming. Yes. Lu Ming replied. Very good. Do you know that Chiu Autumn Moon is my brother Luo Tsangqiong's woman? You dare to have any ideas about her? I think you are tired of living. Saint power surged in Luo Pokong's body, forming a strong aura and pressing toward Lu Ming. Nonsense, when am I Luo Tsangqiong's woman? Tell Luo Tsangqiong that it is impossible between him and me. Chiu Autumn Moon shouted. This caused Luo Pokong's eyes to squint as a sharp glint flickered within them. Did you hear that? Even Chiu Moon denied it, but that Luo Tsangqiong kept sticking to her. Isn't that embarrassing? Do you have any shame? Lu Ming mocked. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living. Luo Pokong shouted as his cold killing intent bloomed. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. How arrogant. I'll cripple you right now. Luo Pokong's eyes were cold, and his aura grew stronger, enveloping Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat capability. He was able to defeat a genius of the Daluo Heaven Sect with a superior celestial spiritual body. However, his battle prowess was not something that a superior heaven spiritual body could compare to. His spirit body was a high-class celestial spirit body, and he had mastered the magical laws of the Tao of Monarchs. His cultivation base was in the great circle of the great sage level, and he was virtually invincible in battle. Why would he care about Lu Ming? Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Chiu Moon shouted coldly as 2 scimitars flew out, and the magical laws of yin and yang surrounded her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Chiu Moon's talent was not weaker than his, and he was not sure if he could fight with Chiu Moon. Lu Ming, it seems that you can only hide behind a woman. Luo Pokong sneered, revealing a mocking expression. You don't need to use such a cheap trick to provoke me. However, I really don't need other people's help to deal with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly, stepped out, and appeared in the sky. He said, come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy, and his figure rose to the sky. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a terrible sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming will never be Luo Pokong's opponent. He's doomed in this battle. Yu Ji sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the peak of the younger generation. His spiritual body and magical laws were the pinnacle of existence. In a battle of the same level, he was invincible. Even if Lu Ming mastered the law of primal chaos, his cultivation was too far behind Luo Pokong's. Although Luo Zhangqiong did not come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. Die! Luo Pokong shouted coldly, and the long spear trembled. A terrible spear light burst out, piercing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed. One by one, the light spots lit up. More than 100 sacred weapons appeared. He was holding a paramount sacred weapon in his hand. He slashed with the sword. Clang! The battle sword struck the spear light, and there was a terrible vibration. The spear light was shattered by the battle sword, but the battle sword in Lu Ming's hand also vibrated violently. What a strong penetrating power, this is the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the previous attack, he felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a kind of law of kings. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could stop it. Let's see how many of my spear you can block. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled, and more than 100 spear lights emerged, making a sharp whistling sound, and pierced towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and more than 100 sacred weapons shot out from his body. Each of the sacred weapons was shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blasted towards the spear light. Bang! 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 The fierce collision resounded through the sky. Then, more than 100 of Lu Ming's sacred weapons were all sent flying back. However, the sacred weapons were shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward, and rushed towards Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice when fighting against someone who mastered the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure approached Luo Pokong, and he activated the Suppressing Hell Heaven skill, and punched out continuously. Phantoms of the Suppressing Hell Steel appeared, and suppressed Luo Pokong. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to stab out, and a series of spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the phantoms of the Suppressing Hell Steel. The phantoms of the Suppressing Hell Steel were pierced with holes, and they exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to throw out punches, and phantoms of the Suppressing Hell Steel continued to appear. The two of them collided fiercely, and the sky was boiling, and the battle was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Shattering blow. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience, and with a long roar, he circulated his sacred force to the extreme, and became one with his spear, turning into a terrifying spearlight and stabbed towards Lu Ming. This was a terrifying superpower, as if it could pierce through everything. The phantoms of the Suppressing Hell Steel that Lu Ming blasted out instantly shattered, and were pierced through. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming also used his superpower, and with a finger, the chaotic light lingered on his finger, and pressed towards his opponent. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger and the spear light collided, and a shocking storm erupted, spreading in all directions. In the end, the chaotic calamity finger collapsed, but the opponent's spear light also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure, and he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and used the divine sword art. Two sword lights burst out from his eyes, and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then, the sacred weapons around Lu Ming once again attacked Luo Pokong. Chapter 1851. However, Lu Ming's sacred weapon was sent flying back, and then under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly towards Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill, punching out continuously. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks, and for a moment, Luo Pokong was suppressed. How is this possible? Yu Ji and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and began to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only in the Great Sage Great Mastery, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was in the Great Sage Great Perfection. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of Heaven really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred palace. Many people were watching in the air and were surprised at this moment. Luo Pokong roared, furious, and exerted his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his law of penetration was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. He could not penetrate Lu Ming's law of primal chaos. Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming whispered. Then, dense runes appeared on Luo Pokong's long spear, covering Luo Pokong's body. It was one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealing scroll. Just now, Lu Ming used the law of Array Dao on each sacred weapon. In the constant collision between the sacred weapon and Luo Pokong, the sealing scroll was quietly activated. At this moment, it burst out, and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked, and burst out with all his strength, struggling with all his might. A terrifying penetrating force erupted, hoping to break the seal. But Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and continued to operate the divine sword art. At the same time, he used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed out. Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger was now close to 60%. Its power was amazing, and one point could shatter mountains and rivers. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger bombarded Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong screamed, and his body was blasted away, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he continued to step forward, attacking Luo Pokong. How dare you! An old man who came with Luo Pokong shouted and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could only retreat with all his might to avoid this palm print. A mere great saint dares to hurt the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. Who gave you the courage? I'll destroy you first. At this moment, another old man spoke coldly and stepped out. In the sky, an incomparably huge foot formed and stomped down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. His body couldn't move at all. Even bubble couldn't tear open space and take him away. Martial Emperor. This old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daluo Heaven sect, extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only holy palace, a martial emperor expert directly wanted to attack Lu Ming. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a surge of energy rippled out like a wave of water. However, the giant foot dissipated into nothingness under this surge of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. Greetings, highest elder. People of the only holy palace saluted this person. Master. Chiu Moon also saluted this person. This person who suddenly appeared was Bing Mu, the master of Chiu Moon. It's too much for you, a martial emperor, to intervene in a fight between juniors. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave now. Bing Mu said lightly. Senior Bing Mu, this guy is wanted by Master Tsangxiong himself. Today we must take him away, the martial emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Get lost. Bing Mu suddenly shouted, and a terrifying aura pressed on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's face changed greatly, and he stepped back continuously, almost spitting out blood. He looked at Bing Mu with some fear. Bing Mu was definitely a terrifying existence. He had lived for countless years, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go to the Daluo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor had not intervened, Luo Zhangqiong would have been killed. The man's face changed, and then he turned around and stepped out, saying, "Master Pokong, let's go." Luo Pokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Lu Ming coldly, and said, "Lu Ming, my brother Luo Zhangqiong is exploring a post-Archean relic. When he comes back, it will be your death. No one can save you." After saying this, he glanced at Bing Mu. In other words, if Luo Zhangqiong came back and wanted to kill Lu Ming, even Bing Mu could not save him. Luo Zhangqiong's grandfather was a great emperor. He and Luo Zhangqiong were not blood brothers, so he was not as tough as Luo Zhangqiong. After saying this, Luo Pokong and the people of the Daluo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This guy is so lucky. He is still alive. Yu Ji was full of hatred. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. It was Bing Mu's eyes. "I hope there won't be a next time," Bing Mu said in a calm voice, but Yu Ji's face turned pale and cold sweat ran down his face. Obviously, Bing Mu already knew that he had told the Daluo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. He trembled and dared not to say a word. Lu Ming also glanced at Yu Ji indifferently. It was not difficult to guess from Bing Mu's words that it was Yu Ji who had told him the secret. Otherwise, how could the people of the Daluo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Sanctum? "Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, come with me," Bing Mu said and then turned to leave. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon followed him to the palace where Bing Mu lived. "Lu Ming, you and Autumn Moon should leave the ancient Sun Holy Land and go to other places. Maybe it will help Autumn Moon to recover her memory," Bing Mu said. "Luo Zhangqiong may not be able to kill me," Lu Ming said. He knew what Bing Mu meant. He wanted him to avoid Luo Zhangqiong. "Lu Ming, although your battle strength is strong, don't underestimate the heroes in the world. Luo Zhangqiong is very scary. His spirit body and law are both top-notch and he has reached the absolute saint realm. You are not his opponent now. Moreover, Luo Zhangqiong knows that his grandfather is a great emperor and his grandfather is very protective. So he is lawless. Even if you are in the Soul Sanctum or the Xinyuan Empire, you will not be safe. You'd better avoid him temporarily. Also, I know an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help to recover memory, but the materials needed are too rare. Especially the three main materials, I spent a lot of effort to find one. Take it and have a look." After saying that, Bing Mu took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. It was an ancient prescription that recorded the refining method and the materials needed to refine the soul recovery pill. There were dozens of materials. Among them, there were three main materials that Lu Ming had never heard of. "I've already collected all the supplementary materials needed to refine the soul recovery pill. I've also collected one of the three main materials. They're all here. Take them. If you're lucky enough to collect the other two materials, you can refine the soul recovery pill. Qiu Yu's memory will be very likely to be restored." Bing Mu took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 1852. Lu Ming took Bing Mu's storage ring and pondered. In the Great Pill Derivation Palace, there were countless prescriptions and sacred herbs. There were also introductions of various precious materials and even their origins. Lu Ming thought that there might be information about the other two materials needed to refine the soul recovery pill in the Great Pill Derivation Palace. "Go, let's go for a walk." Bing Mu waved his hand. "Senior, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fists. He planned to return to the Great Pill Derivation Palace to take a look. "Master, take care." Autumn Moon also bowed to Bingmu before leaving the only sacred palace with Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to the Xinyuan Empire first. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling were surprised to see Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walking together. Especially Huang Ling, her gaze was complicated. After that, Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling bid farewell to Ouyang Wushuang and took Ouyang Moli to the teleportation formation to leave the Xinyuan Empire. Not long after, they returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Lu Ming, the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan in Celestial City will officially open in 2 months. Do you want to go? Huang Ling asked. I don't know. We'll see. Autumn Moon lost her memory. I'll see if I can find the materials to refine the soul recovery pill. If I'm not around, you guys can go to Celestial City first. Lu Ming said. He did not hide the matter of Autumn Moon from Long Chen and Huang Ling. All right. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded and returned to Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect respectively. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli back to the Great Pill Derivation Palace. Junior brother, you're back. As soon as he returned to the Great Pill Derivation Palace, he bumped into Xuaningxin. Lu Ming had left Xuaningxin in the Great Pill Derivation Palace to cultivate with Uncle Kong. Senior sister, are you used to living here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. It's fine. Xuaningxin nodded and looked at Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli curiously. Let me introduce you. Lu Ming introduced them to each other. What a powerful physique. At this moment, an aged voice rang out. Uncle Kong slowly walked out with his walking stick. His gaze landed on Ouyang Moli, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Uncle Kong, he is my new disciple, Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming introduced. Good, good, this is a great opportunity, good. Uncle Kong sighed. Now that Ouyang Moli's bloodline had already awakened, with Uncle Kong's cultivation, he could naturally tell that Ouyang Moli was extraordinary. Uncle Kong, I will leave Moli in the Great Dan Development Hall to cultivate in the future. I will need you to guide him. Lu Ming said. Alright, don't worry. These old bones of mine have nothing to do anyway. I can still give them some pointers. Uncle Kong revealed a smile. Then, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli around the Great Dan Development Hall. The interior of the Great Dan Development Hall was huge. Other than the main hall, there were many smaller halls, secret rooms, alchemy rooms, and so on. After walking around, Lu Ming arranged a room for Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli, and then they came to a secret room. This secret room was filled with all kinds of elixir recipes, prescriptions, precious sacred herbs, and materials collected by the Great Dan Development Hall. Storage rings were placed there, and each of them contained a large number of jade plates. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. The workload was huge because there were too many jade plates. After spending half a month, Lu Ming finally found the prescription for the soul recovery pill. There are records. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As the 3 main ingredients for the soul recovery pill were very rare, there was information about the 3 main ingredients recorded in the book. For example, it was possible to find such ingredients at certain places. The 2 main materials that Lu Ming lacked were the Taisui treasure lotus and the barbaric crystal. There are 2 places where the Taisui treasure lotus might be found. One is the land of infinite demons, and the other is the land of infinite demons. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. These 2 places were not in the Yuan Mountain land. They were too far away. There were 2 other places in the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. The records here are from countless years ago. Maybe the Taisui treasure lotus is also in the Yuan Mountain land. Lu Ming thought and looked at the places where the barbaric crystal might be found. There were 3 places where the barbaric crystal might be found. 2 of them were not in the Yuan Mountain land. Only one of them was in the Yuan Mountain land. The ancient savage desolation region. The ancient savage desolation region to the north of the Yuan Mountain land? Lu Ming muttered and decided to go to the ancient savage desolation region. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell to Uncle Kong and asked Ouyang Moli and Xuanixin to stay here to cultivate. He and Qiu Yu went to the Phoenix Palace and used the teleportation array to go to the ancient Savage Desolation region. However, the ancient Savage Desolation region was only a legendary place. It was impossible to teleport there directly. They were teleported to a sacred ground in the north of the Yuan Mountain land. Then, they took a flying shuttle and flew in the direction of the legendary ancient Savage Desolation region. After flying for more than half a month, they arrived at a desolate mountain range. The ancient Savage Desolation region is a legendary place in ancient times. Is it still there? Lu Ming was a little suspicious. But since they were already here, they continued to search. A few days later, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The two landed outside the ancient city and saw two words on the city gate, Desolation City. What was the relationship between the Desolation City and the ancient Savage Desolation region? According to the legends, the ancient Savage Desolation region should be in this area. The two of them decided to stay in the Desolation City and investigate. The two of them walked into the city. This ancient city seemed to have gone through a long period of time and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. There were many people in the city. At a glance, most of them were cultivators with strong auras. There were many Sage Realm cultivators. The two of them found a restaurant and went to the third floor. They ordered some dishes and ate to see if they could get some information. What a beautiful woman. There was a table not far from Lu Ming and Xuanixin. A young man looked at Qiu Yu with a blazing light in his eyes. She's really beautiful. I wonder which family she's from. But since she's in the Desolation City, it's her fortune to be chosen by the young master. I'll call her over and have a drink with the young master. A skinny middle-aged man smiled and flattered the young man. Sure. The young man nodded and his eyes burned with passion. In the Desolation City, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. His heart was itching. The skinny middle-aged man smiled and walked towards Lu Ming and Xuanixin. When he arrived before Lu Ming and Qiu Yu, he ignored Lu Ming and said to Qiu Yu, "Young lady, my young master invites you for a drink. Come with me." There was a commanding tone in his voice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. It was as if Qiu Yu would follow him. Chapter 1853. The skinny middle-aged man took a few steps and realized that Autumn Moon did not follow him. He stopped and turned to look at Autumn Moon. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Autumn Moon did not seem to see the skinny middle-aged man and did not hear him. She continued to drink her wine, and so did Lu Ming. They completely ignored the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man's face turned colder as he said, "You probably don't know where I'm from. Let me tell you, I'm from the Ha clan. My young master is Hamodi from the Ha clan, the #1 genius in Barren City. Now, come with me." Speaking of the Ha clan, the skinny middle-aged man looked smug as if the Ha clan was very powerful. Get lost. However, the only reply he got was a cold voice from Autumn Moon. How dare you? The skinny middle-aged man shouted, emitting cold killing intent. This woman actually dared to ask him to get lost after hearing him say his name. She was courting death. Who in Barren City didn't know the Ha clan? The Ha clan was the most powerful force in Barren City. Hamodi was the #1 genius in Barren City, and his father was the #1 expert in Barren City. In Barren City, no one dared to disrespect the Ha clan. However, this woman actually asked him to get lost. If you don't want to go, I'll take you. The skinny middle-aged man shouted domineeringly. He stepped out and grabbed Autumn Moon's neck with his skinny hand. He wanted to bring Autumn Moon to Hamodi. However, before his hand could grab Autumn Moon's neck, his entire body stiffened. Then, his arm was covered with a layer of ice crystals, completely freezing his arm. Moreover, the ice crystals spread along his arm at an extremely fast speed, spreading to his entire body. The skinny middle-aged man revealed a look of fear. He quickly retreated and let out a miserable cry. His arm was like a block of ice, and it shattered. My arm! The skinny middle-aged man let out a shrill cry. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. The other people who were eating and drinking looked at Autumn Moon in surprise. Where did such a young expert come from? That Hago has the cultivation of bright Saint Small perfection, and he actually had one of his arms crippled unknowingly. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This time, Hamer is going to flip out. He won't let them off. That's right. Hamodi is the #1 genius of the Desolation City. He has an inferior celestial spiritual body and his cultivation base has reached the great circle of the bright sage realm. That woman is doomed. What a waste of her beauty. Many people were discussing, but they were all very quiet, as if they were afraid that Hamodi would hear. Sure enough, the young man, Hamodi, stood up abruptly. His cold killing intent blossomed as he stepped towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Looks like you've never heard of my name. Do you know the consequences of harming the people of my Ha clan? Hamodi said coldly. What bullshit Ha family? It seems like you don't understand human language. Just now, I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said indifferently. He didn't even look at Hamodi as he poured himself and Autumn Moon a cup of wine. Hearing this, Hamodi's face turned gloomy. At the same time, terrifying killing intent burst out from him as he looked coldly at Lu Ming. In the Desolation City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the seniors of other forces had to give him face for the sake of his father. Now, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to insult the Ha clan and him. He wanted Lu Ming to regret it and kneel on the ground to beg him. The others in the restaurant were also shocked. They all thought that the young man was finished. How dare he speak to Hamodi like this? His ending would be incomparably miserable. Kid, I'll make you beg for death. Hamodi revealed a sinister smile and stepped out. Like the wind, he appeared beside Lu Ming and slapped at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't seem to see it. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Seeing that Hamodi's palm was about to hit his face, he stabbed out with his chopsticks like lightning. A shrill scream resounded through the restaurant. It was Hamodi. One of his palms had been pierced by Lu Ming's chopsticks. Pooh! Then, Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of minced meat. It seemed to have turned into the most terrifying hidden weapon and hit Hamodi's face. The precepts and saint energy covering his body were like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. The minced meat pierced through Hamodi's defenses and punched numerous tiny bloody holes in his face. Hamodi frantically retreated, screaming. His face was covered in blood and looked extremely sinister. In the restaurant, the others gasped. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Hamodi was the #1 prodigy of Desolate City. He had a low-class spiritual body and was at the peak of the bright divine realm. In Desolate City, no one in the younger generation was a match for Hamodi. But now, in front of Lu Ming, he was completely powerless to fight back and was being thoroughly abused by Lu Ming. And he didn't look very old, so he was definitely part of the younger generation. Could he be a prodigy from outside Desolate City? Die! I want you dead! Hamodi crazily roared. Impatient! Lu Ming coldly roared and slapped at him. A palm formed from saint energy slapped Hamodi's face and sent him flying out of the restaurant. In the restaurant, the skinny middle-aged man and Hamodi's lackeys stood there in a daze, their faces pale. All of you, scram! If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. Lu Ming coldly said as he swept his gaze over the skinny middle-aged man and his lackeys. The skinny middle-aged man and his lackeys hurriedly rushed out of the restaurant as if they had been pardoned. The two of you, you'd better run. The Ha clan won't let you off for treating Hamodi like this. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over and kindly reminded them. Senior, how strong is the Ha clan? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Desolate City has a total of 7 strongest factions, and the Ha clan is the strongest faction in Desolate City. That Hamodi's father is said to have reached the Boundary Emperor realm and is the #1 expert in Desolate City. The old man said. Boundary Emperor realm? Lu Ming muttered, but his expression didn't change. With Bubble's current strength and the mysteries of the spacetime laws, they might be able to escape from a Boundary Emperor. As long as there were no Emperor-level experts, Lu Ming wasn't very worried. Senior, this junior has something to ask. Do you know of the ancient savage desolate region? Lu Ming asked. He had come here to find the ancient savage desolate region, so this was a good time to ask. The ancient savage desolate region? It seems like you guys are indeed outsiders from Desolate City. In Desolate City, the ancient savage desolate region is also a legend. It's said that there are countless treasures inside. The various factions in Desolate City have been searching for it, but no one has found it after countless years. The old man explained. No one has found it. Lu Ming revealed a disappointed expression. The various factions in Desolate City hadn't found it after so many years. Even if they wanted to find it, the chances were slim. The two of you should leave quickly. The Ha clan isn't far from here. The experts of the Ha clan will probably arrive soon. The old man reminded them again. It's fine. Chapter 1854. He didn't believe that the Ha family would send out an emperor-to-be so easily. If an emperor-to-be didn't come, he could easily escape. Seeing that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon didn't intend to leave, the elder sighed and turned to leave. The others in the restaurant did the same. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the Ha family arrived. After a while, only Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were left in the restaurant. The two of them ate and drank. Boom! Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura came from outside. The entire restaurant was surrounded by the power of law and was completely blocked. Brat, get out here! Hamerdi's roar came from outside. 2 peak supreme saints, 2 lesser supreme saints, and 1 greater supreme saint. The corner of Lu Ming's lips curled up. The other side was quite generous. All of a sudden, they'd sent out 3 absolute saints. However, Lu Ming did not care about the initial success of the Absolute Saint realm. Even if the Absolute Saint realm was at the phenomenal success stage, it would only cause Lu Ming some trouble. Autumn Moon, how about we go out and kill someone? Lu Ming smiled. Sure. Autumn Moon was more direct. She stood up and walked out. Lu Ming touched his nose. Autumn Moon's personality seemed to have changed after she lost her memory. She wasn't so decisive before. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and saw Hamerdi leading 5 experts to seal off the area. Brat, very good. You're still here. Hamerdi looked at Lu Ming ferociously. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Then, he looked at Autumn Moon and said coldly, Bitch, I'll make you my slave and play with you every day. When I'm done playing with you, I'll give you to my subordinates. Ha ha ha. Then, Hamerdi laughed crazily. I've said before that if there's a next time, I'll kill you. Looks like you're tired of living. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Shameless boasting. I'll cripple you first. A middle-aged burly man stepped out. His iron-like fists were like mountains, charging toward Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a perfected great sage. When he threw a punch, heaven and earth roared. The fist force was extremely terrifying, about to drown Lu Ming. Many people in the distance shook their heads. They thought that Lu Ming was doomed. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped out. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled as 9 dragons pounced out. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The dragon claw grabbed out and shattered the fist force of the other party. His body did not stop, and the dragon claw continued to stomp. The burly man screamed as he was torn apart by the 9 dragons and died on the spot. This was the 9 dragons' heaven stomp. Lu Ming had not used it for a long time. At his current realm, the 9 dragons' heaven stomp was no longer powerful enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary perfected great sage. The entire place was silent, and he was so young. It was too terrifying. Hamodi was known as the #1 genius in Barren City. But compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. Hamodi was also stunned, revealing a horrified expression. Given Lu Ming's ability, it would have been a piece of cake for him to kill him previously. But then, his heart was filled with stronger killing intent and jealousy. In the past, he had dominated the younger generation of Barren City and was very proud. He thought that not many geniuses in the world could compare to him. Now that he saw how powerful Lu Ming was, he was jealous. Kill him for me!" Hamodi shouted. Swoosh! A figure rushed out from behind Hamodi. A terrifying aura burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. It was an absolute saint. An absolute saint was shockingly powerful. A great saint could kill a great saint with a flip of his hand. In Sangzhou, an absolute saint was an overlord. There were only a few absolute saints in a top force. Light spots lit up on Lu Ming's body and sacred weapons appeared one by one. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art burst out and rushed into the opponent's body. The opponent's body trembled slightly. Lu Ming stepped into the void, holding a holy weapon battle sword in his hand and slashing out. A wisp of sword light tore through space as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth apart. Its might was so formidable that it caused the expressions of everyone to change. The absolute saint expert's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and shot out beams of divine light toward Lu Ming. But the sword slashed through and all the divine light was cut open. The sword didn't stop and continued to slash down. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the absolute sage's body was chopped off by Lu Ming. The man was terrified and frantically retreated, trying to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming attacked coldly. The sword in his hand shot out and pierced the man's head, destroying his soul. The absolute saint had fallen. Hiss! Everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. Lu Ming's combat power was terrifying. Even an absolute saint was killed easily. Was he still human? Hamodi was completely stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to move forward. He used the chaotic finger of disaster and pointed out. A huge chaotic finger of disaster pointed at another absolute saint. When Lu Ming was a lower-tier supreme saint, he could defeat ordinary lower-tier absolute saints. Now that he was a greater-tier supreme saint, it wasn't too difficult for him to kill a lower-tier absolute saint. Oh no! Lu Ming killed a lower-tier absolute saint in a few moves. The absolute saint didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. But Qiu Yu flashed out. The law of yin and yang burst out. Two scimitars flew out, forming a terrifying destructive power that enveloped the absolute saint. The absolute saint didn't even have the chance to scream before he was turned into ashes by the destructive power. Another absolute saint had died. And this time, he was killed by Qiu Yu. Run! Run! The only absolute saint in the greater tier yelled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He wrapped Hamodi in his saint power and fled madly into the distance. You think you can come and go as you wish? It's not that easy. Lu Ming said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Hamodi. With Hamodi's character, he definitely wouldn't let this go. There would be endless trouble in the future. It was better to just kill him. Qiu Yu followed closely behind. Many people were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. At first, Hamodi was aggressive. He brought 3 absolute saints with him, wanting to kill Lu Ming and capture Qiu Yu. But now, 2 of the 3 absolute saints were dead. The remaining one was running away with Hamodi. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Let's go and see. Many people followed closely behind them. They wanted to see the final result. What would happen to Hamodi, the lawless lord of Barren City? The absolute saint in the greater tier fled with Hamodi at an astonishing speed. He was like a ray of light flashing across the sky above Barren City. Damn it, damn it. I must ask my father to kill them. No, I must make them beg for death. Chapter 1855. Hamodi was not only born into a good family, but also had a father who was the #1 expert in Barren City. His talent was also amazing. He had an inferior heavenly spiritual body and had the potential to become an emperor. He was known as the only one who had the potential to become an emperor in Barren City for hundreds of thousands of years. With such a status and talent, his journey had been smooth sailing. Since he was young, he could get whatever he wanted. This time, not only did Autumn Moon disobey him, but Lu Ming also dared to hurt him, humiliate him, and even kill so many experts of the Ha family. He must make Lu Ming regret. But the next moment, he screamed in horror, "Hurry up! Speed up!" At this moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's speed suddenly increased, as if they were traveling through the void. Their speed was amazing, and they were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu's sudden increase in speed was naturally due to bubbles. Bubble used the law of time and space to envelop them, and they seemed to be able to travel through the void. "Hurry up! We're almost at the Ha family. Hurry up!" Hamodi kept yelling, and his body was trembling in fear. "Master, you go first. I'll hold them off," the expert in the Great Completion Absolute Saint Realm said, and then threw Hamodi forward. He stopped, and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed dozens of times at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Hamodi, on the other hand, was running forward crazily. They were not far from the Ha family's residence. As long as they reached the Ha family, his life would be saved. "Let's work together and kill him," Lu Ming said. Chirp chirp, Bubble opened her mouth and spat out a transparent bubble, which then disappeared. The next moment, it suddenly appeared on the expert in the Great Completion Absolute Saint Realm, enveloping him. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed a finger, and a huge finger attacked the expert. Autumn Moon's 2 scimitars spun rapidly, turning into a destructive storm, and swept towards the opponent. There was no suspense. Lu Ming, Bubble, and Autumn Moon were all capable of fighting against an ordinary Great Perfection Paragon Saint. They might even be able to kill them. Now that the 3 of them were working together, their power was even more terrifying. The Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection Realm didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by the attacks of the 3 of them. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon rushed past without stopping. The people who followed from afar were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable. The great accomplishment of the Absolute Saint Realm was insta-killed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's cultivation bases were clearly only in the Supreme Saint Realm. These people are definitely outstanding geniuses from outside Desolate City. Interesting. We're almost at the Ha clan's residence. I wonder what's the result. Many people followed him, wanting to find out what was going on. At the front, Hamodi almost peed his pants when he saw that the saint expert had been killed in an instant. He gathered all his strength and charged forward. A magnificent residence appeared in front of him. Hamodi was overjoyed. He had arrived at the Ha clan's residence. Once he was there, he would be safe. Next, it was time for his crazy revenge. However, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. They were charging at him at an alarming speed. Hamodi was almost scared to death. As he charged forward, he shouted, "Help! Help! Father, help!" At the moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were approaching Hamodi rapidly. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and an absolute saint weapon pierced through the void toward Hamodi. Hamodi wanted to dodge in fear, but he realized that he couldn't. His strength was too weak compared to Lu Ming's. "How dare you! You're courting death!" At this moment, there was a loud roar from the Ha family's mansion. A ray of light shot out and collided with the absolute sacred weapon that Lu Ming had brandished, sending it flying. Then, a figure appeared in a flash, and a terrifying aura bloomed in all directions. Father! Hamodi was overjoyed. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He looked similar to Hamodi. He was Hamodi's father, Ha Zheng, the #1 expert of the barren city, a quasi-emperor expert. Ha Zheng is here. Those two young men and women are in danger. The people following behind him all stopped in their tracks, staying far away from him. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also stopped. Father, these two are too bold. They killed several elders. Hurry up and kill them. No, leave that woman alive. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Hamodi shouted. Seeing Ha Zheng, Hamodi was relieved. He knew that he was fine. Next, he would take revenge crazily. Lu Ming and the others had put him in such a difficult position. They deserved to be cut into pieces. They deserved to be killed. Ha Zheng's gaze was very cold. He glanced at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. The two moved, turning into two phantoms and retreating. You want to leave? Die! Ha Zheng shouted and threw out a punch. A vast fist energy pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. We can't block it. Let's go. Lu Ming was about to ask Bubbles to open the space-time tunnel and leave. But at that moment, a 1,000-meter-long sword light appeared and slashed toward Ha Zheng's fist light. There was a loud explosion, and the sword light and fist light disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not leave and stopped in the distance. Ha Zheng's gaze shifted to the sky, where a white-haired old man had appeared. The elder carried a long sword on his back and looked like an immortal. It's the head of the Mo clan. Someone exclaimed. The Mo clan was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Barren City. The head of the Mo clan was a complete saint. Why did he help Lu Ming to block Ha Zheng's attack? Not only the others, but even Lu Ming himself was confused. He did not know anyone in Barren City when he had just arrived. Mo Qingshan, do you know those two? Ha Zheng asked in a deep voice. I don't know them. Mo Qingshan shook his head. You don't know them and you want to stop me? It seems like you're tired of living. Ha Zheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ha Zheng, you're too arrogant. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded from another direction, and then a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared there. At the same time, other figures appeared in other directions. Including Mo Qingshan, there were 6 figures in total. What's going on? The heads of the 6 forces. The heads of the 6 forces are all here. Is it because of that young man? Impossible. What's going on? Seeing these 6 silhouettes, the crowd burst into a discussion. The 6 of them were the heads of the other 6 forces in Barren City. They were all complete saints. Why would they all appear at the same time? Many people were confused. Ha Zheng's face darkened. Why did the 6 of you come to my Ha clan together? Is it because of those 2? Then, he looked toward Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. I've already said that we don't know those 2. We're here for you. Chapter 1856. Looking for me? What's the matter? Ha Zheng asked. Of course, it's because of the ancient desolate region. Mo Qingshan continued. Many people were shocked by these words. The ancient desolate region was only a legend in the desolate city. No one had been able to find it for countless years. Could it be that Ha Zheng had some clues? Lu Ming was also shocked. Didn't he come here to find the ancient desolate region and the barbarian crystals? Ha ha ha, the ancient desolate region? I'm afraid you found the wrong person. How would I know where the ancient desolate region is? Ha Zheng laughed loudly. Ha Zheng, are you still trying to hide it? You've already entered the ancient desolate region a few months ago. Mo Qingshan's words shocked everyone present. Ha Zheng had entered the ancient desolate region. Was that true? Everyone looked at Ha Zheng. Ha Zheng's face was extremely ugly, as gloomy as a piece of charcoal. It seems like there's a traitor in my Ha clan. Ha Zheng enunciated each word coldly. But the meaning behind his words was equivalent to admitting it. Many people's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Did the ancient desolate region really exist in this world? Rumor had it that there were countless treasures in the ancient desolate region. Ha Zheng, tell us the entrance to the ancient desolate region. A burly man spoke. This person was the Pang clan's patriarch. He held a thick iron rod in his hand and waved it around, making whooshing sounds. The other patriarchs also erupted with powerful auras and locked onto Ha Zheng. You want to threaten me? You're still a little lacking. Ha Zheng's aura grew stronger and stronger as a river surrounded his body. That was the river of laws. This was the symbol of a quasi-emperor. Only by completely controlling a law would one be able to form a river of laws. Is that so? I'd like to give it a try. The Pang clan's patriarch's body swelled and his aura surged. The iron rod in his hand expanded and turned into a giant rod that pressed down on Ha Zheng with the force of Mount Tai. Ha Zheng's face sank. The river of laws danced and his fist light was shocking as he punched out. Boom! The terrifying explosion caused the entire desolate city to tremble. The gigantic staff was sent flying by Ha Zheng, but Ha Zheng himself was also forced to retreat, causing the void to tremble. Many people were flabbergasted and in disbelief. Ha Zheng was actually forced back. That was a boundary emperor. He had mastered a complete law and was surrounded by a river of law. His battle prowess was astonishing. He could easily crush a peak-stage absolute saint. But now, Ha Zheng had been forced back by a peak-stage absolute saint. Ha ha ha, Ha Zheng, I heard that you were heavily injured in the ancient desolate region. So it is true. With your current strength, how can you fight against the six of us? The head of the Pang family laughed loudly. Many people suddenly realized that Ha Zheng was injured. No wonder his battle prowess was greatly reduced. We originally wanted to take action a few days later, but since you have appeared today, we might as well take action. Ha Zheng, I advise you to tell us where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is. Otherwise, the Ha clan will disappear from Desolate City. The leader of another force also spoke coldly. Ha Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy. There was a traitor in his Ha clan, and this traitor had a lot of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that he had entered the ancient savage realm and was injured. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid even if the leaders of the six major forces joined forces. But now that he had yet to recover from his injuries, he wasn't a match for the leaders of the six major forces. Do you really want to go to the ancient savage domain? Let me tell you, the ancient savage domain is very dangerous. I was injured before I even went in. Ha Zheng said. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell us where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is. Mo Qingshan said. Which martial Dao expert hadn't walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Why would they be afraid of danger? Moreover, danger was often accompanied by opportunity. If one could obtain it, they would soar into the sky. I can tell you where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is, but you have to promise me one thing. Killing intent flashed across Ha Zheng's eyes. What is it? Mo Qingshan asked. Kill those two bastards for me. Ha Zheng looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Mo Qingshan, the head of the Pang family, and the others also looked at Lu Ming. It's just two juniors. Simple. Mo Qingshan's eyes emitted a cold light as a powerful aura spread toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face changed slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword radiance shot out from Mo Qingshan's hand and slashed toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. A peak saint had high cultivation and powerful combat strength. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon weren't a match for him. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted as he and Autumn Moon retreated quickly. Do you think you can escape from my hands? Kill them! Mo Qingshan shouted as he unsheathed the sword on his back. It turned into a boundless sword radiance that covered the sky and shrouded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't avoid it. Many people sighed. In the end, these two talented youths were going to fall here. Although they were talented, they were no match for an old monster like the head of the Mo family. The boundless sword radiance shrouded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, turning them into a beehive. However, there wasn't a trace of blood. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's bodies shattered like illusions. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon suddenly appeared beside Himodi. Oh no! Stop! Ha Zheng's face changed drastically as he roared. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Ming grabbed Himodi's neck and held him in his hands. If you attack, I'll kill him. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard and Ha Zheng stopped in his tracks. Let him go, or you'll die a horrible death. Ha Zheng said coldly. He was too careless. He didn't expect that not only did Lu Ming not escape, but he even dared to capture Himodi. He was simply audacious. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others were too strange. They could suddenly appear beside Himodi, catching him off guard. That was the law of spacetime. Ha Zheng looked at Bubbles with astonishment in his eyes. Is that so? Lu Ming exerted force in his palm, and sacred power surged into Himodi's body, causing Himodi to scream miserably. Stop! Ha Zheng roared. Ha Zheng, should we kill these two little bastards? Mo Qingshan asked with a cold face. He was very unhappy. Not only did Lu Ming and Autumn Moon escape from his hands, but they also took control of Himodi, making him lose face. Kill your mother's ass. Ha Zheng cursed. Himodi was already in Lu Ming's hands. How could they kill him? Did they want to kill Himodi? Watch your words. Mo Qingshan said with a cold face. Kid, let go of Himodi, and I'll let you go. Ha Zheng stared at Lu Ming. Let him go. If you let us enter the ancient wild region, I'll naturally let him go. Chapter 1857. With Lu Ming holding Himodi, Ha Zheng was afraid of breaking the vases. The other faction leaders naturally did not dare to touch Lu Ming's group. You want to enter the ancient savage desolate region? Ha Zheng asked with a sullen expression. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. If not for the news of the ancient savage desolate region, Lu Ming would have asked Bubble to open a spacetime passage and leave. Okay, I agree to let you in. Let Himodi go now. Ha Zheng said with a sharp glint in his eyes. As long as Lu Ming let Himodi go, he would tear Lu Ming to pieces. Ha, do you think I'm stupid? Once I enter the ancient savage desolate region, I will naturally let him go. If I let him go now, I'll be courting death. Lu Ming sneered. Ha Zheng said with a sullen expression, the ancient savage desolate region is not a place you can enter whenever you want. A month later is the best opportunity. You can't enter now. Then I'll wait for a month. A month later, I'll come back here to find you. Lu Ming carried Himodi and quickly retreated with Autumn Moon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha Zheng was afraid of breaking the vases and did not dare to chase. Ha Zheng, we'll meet in a month. Mo Qingshan said. After he finished speaking, his figure vanished as well. Following which, the other faction leaders also left. Ha Zheng snorted and returned to the Ha family residence. The news that Ha Zheng knew about the ancient savage desolate region spread like a whirlwind through the entire desolate city, causing a huge uproar. Countless people were looking forward to a month later. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had already left the desolate city and came to a remote place where they placed Himodi in the mountain and river diagram. He and Autumn Moon found a random place to cultivate in seclusion and wait for a month. Cultivation knew no time, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, outside the Ha clan's residence, there was a sea of people. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. The Mo family is here, someone said. In the distance, a group of people flew over. There were hundreds of them. Mo Qingshan was at the front. Behind him were all strong cultivators from the Mo clan. There were at least 10 absolute saints. Scram! The Mo family was domineering and domineering. Their arrival here made many people back off, emptying out a large region. However, no one dared to voice their anger. The Mo clan was one of the 7 most powerful clans in the Desolation City. No one else could compete with them. After the Mo clan, the other 5 forces arrived one after another. Each of them brought a large number of experts. Where is Ha Zheng? Mo Qingshan stared into the depths of the Ha clan's residence. His voice spread far and wide. Don't worry, I won't leave. In the depths of the Ha family's residence, Ha Zheng stepped out into the air. A month has passed. Ha Zheng, let's go. Mo Qingshan said. Don't worry, someone hasn't arrived yet. Ha Zheng said. Everyone knew that Ha Zheng was talking about Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures flashed over from afar. It was Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Kid, where's my son, Modi? Ha Zheng looked at Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming raised Modi, who was in Lu Ming's hand, and said, Don't worry, I'll let him go after we enter the ancient savage desolate region. Seeing that Modi was fine, Ha Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and said, Okay, let's go. Wait a minute, I feel that there are too many people here. Some random people don't even have the right to enter the ancient savage desolate region. Mo Qingshan's eyes were as sharp as a sword as he scanned the surroundings. That's right. The 7 major forces will enter the ancient savage desolate region. Random people, scram. The Pang family head said. What? You want us to leave? You're too domineering. That's right. Those who heard about the ancient savage desolate region have a share. You'll only incur the wrath of the crowd. We have so many people, and we're not afraid of you. Instantly, there was an uproar as many people shouted in dissatisfaction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and shot into the crowd. Screams rang out as more than a dozen experts were killed by the sword light. The crowd was shocked as they frantically retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. This is the outcome of anyone who follows us. Mo Qingshan revealed a sinister smile. The experts of the other forces also looked around with unfriendly gazes. The others had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. The difference in strength was too great, and they would only be courting death if they said anything. We can leave now. Mo Qingshan glanced at Ha Zheng. Let's go. Ha Zheng nodded and stepped forward. Ha Zheng, are you the only one from the Ha family going? Mo Qingshan asked. I alone am enough. Ha Zheng placed his hands behind his back and had the bearing of an expert. Mo Qingshan and the leaders of the other forces had doubts in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. Immediately, the experts of the 6 major forces, as well as Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, followed Ha Zheng and left the desolate city. The others didn't dare to follow and could only watch. After flying for an hour, they stopped at a calm lake. The entrance to the ancient wilderness region is here? Mo Qingshan asked doubtfully. It's just not time yet. I spent over 1,000 years to find some clues in an ancient book. Just wait. After Ha Zheng finished speaking, he stood above the lake and closed his eyes to rest. The others could only wait quietly. Soon, the sun set and the afterglow shone on the land. Splash! The calm surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent. All kinds of fish jumped on the surface of the lake. Go to the bottom of the lake. Ha Zheng screamed and rushed to the bottom of the lake. The others quickly followed him. Once they reached the bottom of the lake, they saw a pitch-black whirlpool. Many people's eyes lit up. Was this the entrance to the ancient wilderness region? Ha Zheng rushed to the entrance of the ancient wilderness region first, followed by the others. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed to the entrance. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a large grassland. At a glance, all he could see was an endless grassland. It was wide and majestic, giving off an ancient feeling. Around him, Ha Zheng and the experts of the 6 major forces were all there. Above their heads, the whirlpool hung in the air like a pitch-black moon. Was this the ancient wilderness region? Many people looked around. Kid, can you give me my son now? Ha Zheng looked at Lu Ming. What's the hurry? Lu Ming carried Hamodi and stepped out with Chiu Yu, flying into the distance. What are you doing? Put Hamodi down. Ha Zheng shouted with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. If I let him go now, who knows if you will kill me? Of course, I have to go further away. Lu Ming's voice came as they flew further and further away. Ha, is this the ancient wilderness region? Let's go. Let's go too. The other 6 forces flew into the distance as if they were afraid that their treasures would be taken away. Chapter 1858. After flying 100 miles away, Lu Ming threw Hamodi out. He and Autumn Moon flew forward at top speed. At this distance, even if Ha Zheng wanted to attack, they could let Bubble open a space-time tunnel and escape. Seeing Lu Ming let go of Hamodi, Ha Zheng exploded with terrifying speed and appeared beside Hamodi. He grabbed Hamodi and then quickly retreated, rushing toward the vortex. This scene naturally fell into Lu Ming's eyes. No, Ha Zheng seems to be afraid and wants to leave. Is there danger here? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Let's go back. Lu Ming shouted. He pulled Autumn Moon's hand and rushed toward the vortex. Boom! At this moment, a huge battle axe appeared in the sky and slashed toward Ha Zheng. Damn it! Ha Zheng roared. The river of law appeared and punched out, sending the battle axe flying. At the same time, a huge hand that was as big as a mountain and surrounded by the river of law grabbed at Ha Zheng. It was a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor had attacked. Ha Zheng waved his hand, and saint weapons flew out one after another, blocking in front of the giant hand, while he charged towards the vortex wholeheartedly. As he was already prepared, he was very close to the vortex. After a few flashes, he rushed into the vortex and disappeared. At the same time, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were also attacked. A huge mace came toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Its aura was extremely shocking. Complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. The mace's attack was at least equivalent to a complete Saint Realm's attack. It was not something they could fight against now. Bubble waved her hand and the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Their figures flashed rapidly and dodged the attack. At the same time, the people from the other forces in Desolation City were also attacked. Moreover, the people who attacked were extremely powerful and shocking. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Damn it, we fell into Ha Zheng's trap. Retreat, retreat quickly. The people of the 6 major forces roared, wanting to retreat towards the vortex. However, one figure after another appeared in the sky. These figures were extremely tall and sturdy, at least 2 meters tall. All of them were draped in animal skins, revealing their muscular arms. Some of them carried battle axes on their backs, while others carried spiked maces, just like the people of the ancient tribes. However, the auras emitted by each and every one of them were extremely terrifying. They were like giant beasts from the Great Desolate Era. Lu Ming sensed that most of them were absolute saints. A few of them had the river of laws surrounding them. They were quasi-emperors. Lu Ming's heart sank. He finally understood why Ha Zheng didn't bring any of the Ha family's experts and came in alone. Obviously, Ha Zheng already knew about the situation here, so he immediately rushed towards the vortex after rescuing Hamodi. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others wanted to rush to the vortex, but it was too late. Who are you? We mean you no harm. Mo Qingshan's panicked voice rang out. These ancient barbarians were too strong. They were no match for them. Take them down. A deep voice rang out. Those tall figures had made their move. Terrifying attacks rained down on them. Especially those boundary emperors. The rivers of laws condensed into a huge hand. With a grab, a large group of people was taken down without being able to resist. Boom! In the sky, a huge hand covered the sky and cast a large shadow, grabbing toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. This was a boundary emperor. Just now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed amazing movement techniques and attracted a boundary emperor. Bubble, go! Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubble waved its hands, and a space-time passage was formed that went straight to the vortex. Lu Ming and the others rushed into the space-time passage, avoiding the attack of the huge hand. Just as they were about to rush into the space-time passage, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the vortex. With a grab of the huge hand, the space-time passage collapsed, and Lu Ming and the others were directly grabbed by the huge hand. Lu Ming felt a gush of powerful energy surging toward him, sealing his entire cultivation level. Martial Emperor Expert. I won't die here just like that, right? Lu Ming was extremely unwilling. Then, his body went numb, and his vision turned black as he fainted. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming slowly woke up. Where was this? Lu Ming looked around and found that he was in a secret room. The walls of the secret room were made of a kind of black metal that was as smooth as a mirror. Autumn Moon and Bubble were lying not far away from him. Lu Ming circulated his saint power and poured it into Autumn Moon and Bubble's bodies. After a while, Autumn Moon and Bubble woke up one after another. Brother Lu Ming, where is this? Chirp chirp. Bubble blinked its big eyes and looked around. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and pondered quickly. Who exactly were those people who looked like barbarians previously? Was this really the ancient desolate sanctuary? I'll bring you out. Bubble said, and then used the space-time law. The void rippled as it wanted to break through space and leave this place. However, the surrounding walls suddenly shone, and Bubble almost crashed into the wall. Bubble could travel through space, but it could not break through the walls. Let me do it. Lu Ming stepped out, used the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out. Boom! The fist hit the wall, and there was a loud boom, but the wall did not move. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current combat strength, a full-powered punch would probably smash a great sage weapon into pieces. However, the wall was not damaged at all. Primal Chaos Law. Space-Time Law. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. It was a very shocked voice. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the secret room, there was an extremely burly man. He was dressed similar to the people who had captured them. Lu Ming had seen this person before, but back then, his attention was on Autumn Moon and Bubble, so he did not pay attention to them. The burly man sized up Lu Ming and Bubble with a look of surprise. After a while, he said, "The few of you, don't waste your energy. The walls here are made of black desolate gold. It can isolate sacred energy, and is indestructible. Unless one has the cultivation of a martial emperor, it is impossible to break through." Black desolate gold? Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of such a metal. It required a martial emperor to break through it. It was no wonder that his punch did not move it. Senior, where is this? Why did those people capture us? Lu Ming asked. Of course it's the ancient desolate sanctuary. You came in yourself, so don't you know where this place is? As for the people who captured you, they are naturally the desolate race who live in the ancient desolate sanctuary. The burly man explained. Desolate race? You are from the desolate race? Chapter 1859. Oh. Young lady, you have heard of the desolate race? The burly man looked at Chiu Autumn Moon in astonishment. I once read about it in one of my master's ancient books. It was said that the desolate race is an extremely ancient race, but in the distant past, they disappeared from the world. I never expected them to be in the legendary ancient savage wilderness domain. Chiu Autumn Moon said. Ha, young lady, you are right. The desolate race has been in seclusion for a long time. They have been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain. I never expected you to find us. According to what I know, it has been a long time since outsiders have entered. The burly man said. The desolate race's bodies were extremely stout. They were very different from ordinary people, so needless to say, the burly man knew that Lu Ming and company had come from outside. Senior, then where is this place? Lu Ming asked again. Caged battle arena. The burly man said. What's a caged battle arena? Lu Ming frowned. Immediately, the burly man patiently explained the situation to him. The desolate race had been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain, so outsiders did not know. Lu Ming and company had rashly entered, so they were naturally taken down. And this place was a huge caged battle arena of the desolate race. The people who were imprisoned here were people who had committed serious crimes or were slaves. They had to participate in death matches, fighting with other slaves, fierce beasts, or the desolate race's experts who came here for training. The desolate race were very belligerent, so the death matches attracted numerous desolate race members to watch. Lu Ming understood. They had been captured and made slaves. They had to participate in the death matches for the desolate race to watch. As for the burly man, he had also become a slave because of his serious crimes, so he had to participate in the death matches. The death matches in the caged battle arena are typically between people of the same level. As long as you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain your freedom and leave this place. You and that kid have grasped the chaos laws and spacetime laws, so you definitely have a chance of winning 100 battles. The burly man explained. You can obtain your freedom by winning 100 consecutive battles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as they obtained their freedom, they would have a chance. Of course, the desolate race is belligerent. They admire people with powerful combat strength the most. The robust man spoke, and then he gazed at the innermost wall and said, once the deathmatch begins, that wall will appear. It's a chance for us deathmatch gladiators to observe the combat strength of others. Next, Lu Ming and the others chatted with the burly man for a while. This was the burly man's first time meeting outsiders. He was very enthusiastic and told Lu Ming and the others everything he knew. He let Lu Ming and the others know more about this place. After an unknown period of time, the inner wall of the secret room suddenly glowed, and then a huge image appeared. It was a huge cage battle arena. It was extremely spacious. Around the cage battle arena were rows of spectator stands. The spectator stands were filled with people. All of them were burly members of the desolate race. Even the women were more than 2 meters tall. They were burly and had strong backs and waists. They were filled with strength. An earth-shaking howl could be heard through the screen. Even sound could be heard from this scene. It was truly miraculous. However, the experts of the martial world controlled the laws of heaven and earth. Laws were the foundation of the world. No matter how miraculous something was, it was not surprising that they could create it. The caged battle had begun. Roar. A roar could be heard. A huge beast walked out of a door on the side of the cage battle arena. It was a tiger-shaped beast, but its body was covered in black scales. Its fangs were like swords, and it looked extremely ferocious. It's a savage mutant. Lu Ming muttered. This beast looked very ancient and was rarely seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the savage ancient region. At this moment, a figure walked out of a door on the other side of the cage battle arena. Mo Qingshan. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles' hearts skipped a beat. The person who walked out was Mo Qingshan. This person came in with you from the outside, right? The burly man asked. That's right. This person is very strong. He is at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Aren't you afraid that he will take the opportunity to escape? Lu Ming asked. Escape? There are at least 5 martial emperors guarding this cage battle arena. If he tries to flee, only death awaits him. He will be instantly killed. The burly man said disdainfully. 5 martial emperors? Lu Ming gasped. The strength of the desolate race was not to be underestimated. It was just a cage battle arena, but there were no less than 5 martial emperors in it. Mo Qingshan's face was extremely ugly. He had brought the Mo family's experts into the savage ancient region to search for treasures, but he had not expected to be ambushed and brought to such a place. He had also been told that he could only regain his freedom if he won 100 battles in a row. At this moment, Mo Qingshan's heart sank. This was because the beast he was facing had a terrifying aura. There was no doubt that it was at the great circle of the absolute saint realm, and it was a savage mutant. Its combat strength was unpredictable. Roar! The beast roared and charged at Mo Qingshan. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Kill! Mo Qingshan roared as he unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword beam tore through the void and slashed at the beast. The beast's roar was like thunder. The roar formed a terrifying sound wave that destroyed the sword beam. At the same time, it used its huge claws to shatter the sword beam. Mo Qingshan's face was solemn. He soared into the sky. Endless sword lights poured down from the sky, slashing towards the beasts. However, most of the sword lights were destroyed by the beasts. A few of the sword lights landed on the beasts' bodies and actually produced the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. Mo Qingshan's sword beams could not break through the beast's defense. They only left a few sword marks on the beast's scales. The beast broke through the sword beams and charged at Mo Qingshan. With a swipe of its claws, it sent Mo Qingshan flying. Mo Qingshan retreated, his face pale. Roar! The beast looked ferocious as it continued to charge at Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan was no match for the beast. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Mo Qingshan was completely at a disadvantage. His body was almost torn apart once, but he managed to avoid the attack. However, he was still severely injured. I won't play with you anymore. Mo Qingshan roared as he charged into the sky. He actually wanted to break through the sky of the cage battle arena and escape. However, a huge palm formed in the sky of the cage battle arena and pressed down on Mo Qingshan. No, Mo Qingshan roared. However, he could not escape from the huge palm and was sent flying out of the cage battle arena. The ferocious beast roared and took the opportunity to grab Mo Qingshan. It tore Mo Qingshan into pieces with all its might and then swallowed him. How dare you escape from the cage battle arena? Kill without mercy. A majestic voice sounded in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, in the other secret chambers, the people from the imperial city who came in with Lu Ming saw everything that happened in the cage battle arena. Their faces turned pale. Next, they would also have to face the same scene. How was it possible to win 100 battles in a row? They did not expect the ancient desolate region to be hell instead of a treasure land. It's all because of Ha Zheng. Chapter 1860. Following that, the deathmatch continued. The second person to go up was still an outsider. He was the leader of another faction in the desolate city's 6 major factions. He was also a perfect sacred perfection expert. This time, he was facing a perfect sacred perfection member of the desolate race. However, that desolate race member's combat strength was slightly stronger than the fierce beast from before. After more than 10 moves, he killed that faction's leader. Following that, almost all of the people who went up were outsiders. It was as if the desolate race was curious about the outsiders and wanted to see how strong they were. However, after more than 10 people went up, none of them won a single match. All of them were killed. Lu Ming realized that be it the desolate race or the fierce beast, their combat strength was extremely high. At the same level, they could completely crush the outsiders. The desolate race seems to have extremely powerful bodies. The laws they use are also related to strength. They have immense strength. They are indeed a race that loves to fight. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following that, there were more than 10 battles. Without exception, none of the outsiders won. All of them were killed. The remaining outsiders were in despair. They could not even win a single match, much less 100 consecutive victories. That was completely impossible. And at this moment, the light on the wall dimmed. Today's caged battle was over. It would continue on the second day. That night, Lu Ming, Bubbles and Autumn Moon sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. The three of them had no fear of fighting at the same level. They believed that they could win 100 consecutive battles. The next day, the death match continued. The people who went up were still outsiders. However, the results were the same as yesterday. Almost all of them were killed. One person tried to escape, but he was mercilessly killed by a desolate race expert. On the third day, there was finally a genius with profound combat strength who won a match. For the next 10 days, the death match did not stop. Every day, the caged battle arena was filled to the brim. It was obvious how passionate the desolate race was about fighting. Hundreds of people who came from the desolate city had died in battle. However, there were very few victors. And even if they won, they had to participate in the second and third death match the next day. And the later they fought, the stronger their combat strength would be. Hence, almost no one could win 10 consecutive battles, much less 100. The outsiders are actually so weak. They are indeed very weak. Our desolate race is the true war race of the world. Outsiders can't even withstand a single blow. During this period of time, waves of such voices sounded out from all around the cage battle arena. However, during these 10 days, Lu Ming and the others never got their turn. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On the 21st day, the group arrived at Lu Ming's secret room. "You, go out and fight to the death." A muscular man pointed at Lu Ming. "Is it finally my turn?" A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He wanted to see if the desolate race would really give him freedom if he won 100 consecutive matches. "Brother Lu Ming, you can do it. Brother Lu Ming will definitely win." Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. "You. Be careful." "Chiu," you muttered after pondering for a moment. "Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled before leaving with the desolate race. Following that, Lu Ming followed a passageway and stepped into the cage battle arena. Only when he stepped into the cage battle arena did he feel the grandeur of the cage battle arena. The spectator stands that spanned 100 miles were filled with people. There were at least 1 million people. This desolate race's strength probably exceeds my imagination. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings and was secretly alarmed. From the looks of it, the Yuan continent was not as simple as it looked. Just like the Yuan Mountains, on the surface, there were only 9 sacred lands. The powerful factions in the 9 sacred lands had astounding strength. The factions outside the 9 sacred lands were all ordinary emperor-rank factions. They were not very strong. However, who knew that in this remote land, there was an ancient race, the desolate race, living in seclusion. Their strength probably exceeded many of the powerful factions in the sacred lands. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The surrounding desolate race members were also sizing up Lu Ming. This person is so young. What's his cultivation level? It was just reported that it was a battle between great sages at the large success stage. This means that this person has a cultivation level at the large success stage of the great sage realm. For him to reach the large success stage of the great sage realm at such a young age, it seems like this person is an elite from the outside world. I wonder how strong he is. In the spectator stands, the desolate race members were in a flurry of discussion. Roar! With a loud roar, a gigantic beast rushed out from a large door. This beast was in the form of a tiger. It was covered in scales and looked identical to the beast that Imo Qingshan was fighting. It was clearly from the same race, but its cultivation level was at the large success stage of the Great Sage realm. The beast roared, and when it saw Lu Ming, it charged straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed as sacred power surged, condensing into a spear. Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. As for Lu Ming's figure, he charged out like lightning. His speed was astounding. In an instant, he approached the beast and thrust out his spear. This spear was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it stabbed at the beast's head. Pwah! Blood splattered everywhere. Accompanied by the beast's roar, the beast's head was pierced through by Lu Ming, nailing it to the ground. The audience suddenly fell silent before bursting into loud cheers. With just one move, he killed a beast of the same level. His speed was as fast as lightning. What amazing combat strength! He killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. No wonder he reached the large success stage of the Great Sage realm at such a young age. He must be an elite from the outside world. Someone from the outside world has finally appeared. At this moment, a desolate race expert entered the arena and dragged the corpse of the tiger-scaled beast away. Do you choose to continue fighting, or do you choose to rest and fight another day? A burly man with a battle axe on his back stood high in the sky and looked at Lu Ming. Let's fight again. Lu Ming answered without any hesitation. All right. The burly man nodded and left through the air. Not long after, a figure stepped out of a large door and walked into the cage battle arena. This person looked to be in his 50s. He was draped in a piece of animal skin and his upper body was naked, revealing muscles that were as firm as iron. He was a desolate race expert and his cultivation level was also at the large success stage of the Great Sage realm. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a heavy gaze. The moment he stepped into the arena, a gigantic mace appeared in his hand as he stared cautiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. His combat strength was absolutely amazing. Pang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the person. The sacred power in his hand condensed into a long spear that was 1,000 meters long as it lashed out at the person. The desolate race burly man roared as his muscles bulged. Powerful energy surged into the mace as he charged at Lu Ming. However, when the long spear lashed out, the person cried out in pain as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for thousands of meters before stopping and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. This was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, the person would have died. You have lost, Lu Ming said indifferently. Following that, he looked up into the sky and said, next. There was an uproar. Another defeat in one move. Great! A voice sounded high in the sky. Chapter 1861. After that, Lu Ming activated his crushing mode. Everyone who fought, be it the fierce beasts or the desolate race experts, were all defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Battling someone of the same level was no pressure for Lu Ming. There was no challenge at all. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had won 19 consecutive matches. So strong. This person's combat strength is amazing. It feels unfathomable. That's right. The surrounding desolate race members were not discouraged or angry because of the desolate race experts being defeated. Instead, they became more and more excited. On the highest viewing platform, a few powerful desolate race existences were nodding their heads. This outsider's combat strength is not bad. Let Huang Ren try. One of them said. Not long after, a figure stepped into the cage battle arena. This person looked very young, about the same age as Lu Ming. He was extremely burly, at least 2.56 meters tall. He was much taller than Lu Ming. His muscles bulged, as if he was filled with infinite strength. It's Huang Ren. Huang Ren has made his move. Huang Ren has already won 30 consecutive matches. I wonder if he can stop this outsider's footsteps. Huang Ren has an inferior heaven spiritual body, so he might be able to put up a fight. Seeing this youth, even more desolate race members were excited. They looked forward to the upcoming battle. Kid, you are very strong, but against me, your winning streak has come to an end. Huang Ren held a gigantic axe in his hand as he looked at Lu Ming with fighting spirit. Make your move. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He was still holding onto a long spear that was condensed from Saint Power. What arrogance, take this. Huang Ren roared as he charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. He stepped on the ground and like a savage beast, he charged at Lu Ming. Not far from Lu Ming, he charged high into the sky and looked down from above. His gigantic axe cleaved down at Lu Ming with an astonishing aura. Inferior heaven spiritual body. It's just a law, an ordinary law of strength. With a thought, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. Dong! With a loud explosion, Huang Ren was sent flying like a cannonball, just like the opponent Lu Ming had faced before. He flew all the way to the edge of the cage battle arena before stopping. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply unfathomable, and completely invincible. Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ren cupped his fists, stood up, and strode away. He had been defeated, and there was no need for him to continue fighting. Another move. I'm afraid that this person also has a heavenly spiritual body, and his level is even higher. I wonder if this person can achieve 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming defeated Huang Ren in one move. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories. It was not easy to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Those who could achieve it were rare elites of the desolate race. Again. With his spear in hand, Lu Ming's fighting spirit surged as his voice resounded throughout the arena. The next person to fight was not as strong as Huang Ren, so Lu Ming naturally won easily. Lu Ming began a crazy winning streak. Furthermore, he only needed one move in every battle. It gave people an unfathomable feeling. No one knew how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was. 30 consecutive victories, 40 consecutive victories, 50 consecutive victories, soon, Lu Ming reached 90 consecutive victories. At this moment, an expert stepped down from the sky and looked at Lu Ming, asking, Kid, what's your name? Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming, very good. Your combat strength is very strong, enough to gain the respect of the desolate race. However, let's end today's battle here. The number of great sage experts at the large success stage is limited, so they need time to deploy. The remaining 10 battles will be fought in 2 days. The desolate race expert said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The further he went, the stronger the opponents he would face. It was normal for the other party to deploy stronger great sage experts at the large success stage. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He had yet to meet a match at the same level. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the chamber. Today's battle had come to an end. On the second day, it was not Lu Ming's turn to fight, but Bubble. When Bubbles entered the arena, everyone was a little stunned. It was unknown if it was a problem with Bubbles' physique, but she did not grow up. She looked the same as when she first transformed. She looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Lu Ming guessed that it was because the growth cycle of the top 10 battle beasts was relatively long. A 2 or 3-year-old girl left people speechless. However, when they learned that Bubbles' cultivation level had reached the large success stage of the Great Sage Realm, everyone's mouths twitched. A 2 or 3-year-old girl actually had the cultivation level of a Great Sage Realm? That's not right. She doesn't seem to be a human, but a fae. A fae. Even if she is a fae, she is so young after transforming. She shouldn't be that old, right? That's true. I wonder what kind of combat power she has. In the midst of the discussion, the battle began. Then, the battle ended the next moment. There was silence in the audience. Many people didn't even see how the battle ended. Bubble just spat out a bubble and her opponent was seriously injured. I want to continue fighting. Bubble's childish voice spread throughout the audience. In the following battle, the audience could only be described as silent. Bubble, like Lu Ming yesterday, launched a crushing mode. Her speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. No matter who the opponent was, as long as Bubble pouted and waved her little hand, the opponent would be seriously injured and sent flying. Soon after, Bubble also achieved 90 consecutive victories. At this point, she had to stop and fight another day. As Bubble used a very short time, today's battle continued. After that, Autumn Moon appeared. It was already shocking that Qiu Yu had reached the great sage perfection at such a young age. However, the following battle was even more shocking. A sweep, another sweep. Autumn Moon also achieved 90 consecutive victories before the battle ended. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming, Bubble and Autumn Moon did not go on stage. Instead, it was other people's battles. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally welcomed his 91st battle. The desolate race had prepared for a few days, and the experts they sent were indeed stronger. However, to Lu Ming, there was no difference in battling at the same level, unless it was a son of heaven. It was still a sweep. 91 consecutive victories, 92 consecutive victories, 93 consecutive victories, soon, it reached 99 consecutive victories. In the 100th battle, the desolate race finally sent out a heavyweight. This person was a young elite of the desolate race. His spirit body had reached the high-grade heaven spirit body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming realized that the desolate race's combat power was much stronger than the elites of the outside world when their spirit bodies were the same. For example, this elite had a high-grade heaven spirit body, but his laws were not King Dao laws. His talent was on par with the Xinyuan Empire's crown prince, Ouyang Wudao. If the two were at the same realm, the desolate race would definitely be stronger. However, to Lu Ming, he was no different from the others. He was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories. The audience cheered. Chapter 1862. High up in the cage battle arena, a few desolate race experts looked at Lu Ming with surprise in their eyes. His combat strength is very strong. He is invincible at the same level. I suggest that we let him cross levels and see his combat strength. Who knows, he might even be of great help to our desolate race. Are you talking about that matter? How can it be possible? Our desolate race's strongest elites have never been able to accomplish it. How can an outsider do it? How would we know if we don't try? Let's report this matter and see what the patriarchs think. A few desolate race experts were discussing. Following that, a person stepped down and landed in the arena. Senior, now that I have won 100 consecutive matches, can I obtain my freedom? Lu Ming looked at the desolate race expert. No. The desolate race expert shook his head. Lu Ming's expression changed as he said, Senior, I heard that the desolate race has a rule. As long as you win 100 consecutive matches, you can obtain your freedom. Is the desolate race going back on their word? The others present were also surprised. Indeed, as long as one won 100 consecutive matches, be it slaves, beasts or others, they would obtain their freedom. This was a rule passed down by the desolate race. Why did the desolate race experts say that it was impossible? That rule is for living beings in the ancient savage wilderness region. As you are outsiders, the conditions are even higher. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, you can obtain your freedom. The desolate race expert said. 100 consecutive victories across levels. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming clenched his fists together before returning to the chamber. 100 consecutive victories across levels. Everyone in the spectator stands was shocked. Then, they revealed looks of great anticipation. Since ancient times, not many people had managed to achieve 100 consecutive victories across levels. Those who managed to do it were all peerless elites, and later on, they would become peerless experts. Could this outsider accomplish it? After Lu Ming returned, it was Bubbles and Autumn Moon's turn. Without exception, Bubbles and Autumn Moon also successfully achieved 100 consecutive victories. However, they did not obtain their freedom. They continued returning to the chamber. In an ancient castle of the desolate race, a group of terrifying experts were discussing matters. I didn't expect that there would be 3 terrifying geniuses among the outsiders. One of them has mastered the law of chaos, one has mastered the law of space and time, and the last one has a king body and is very strong. Perhaps that matter can be completed with the help of these outsiders. I'm afraid that king body won't do. Throughout the generations, there have been many king bodies, but none of them have been able to complete it. The other 2 are Elysian children, so they might have a chance. That little girl is too young, and although the laws of spacetime are wondrous, she is not strong enough. I'm afraid she won't succeed. But that young man called Lu Ming has grasped the laws of primal chaos. Perhaps he has a chance. Then let's have that young man fight against those of a higher cultivation level. Let's see how strong he is before we make a decision. The experts of the desolate race were discussing the matter, but Lu Ming was completely unaware of it. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little worried. He and Bubble should be able to win 100 matches in a row, unless their opponents also had Elysian children. If they didn't, they wouldn't have any problems. He was worried about Mid-Autumn Moon. Although Mid-Autumn Moon's combat strength was very strong, the desolate race was a warlike race. They were stronger than outsiders at the same cultivation level. What if the desolate race also had a king body? Mid-Autumn Moon would probably be in danger. Furthermore, Mid-Autumn Moon's cultivation level was at the perfection of the Great Sage realm. Fighting against an absolute sage? The difference between an absolute sage and a great sage was not great. It was a difference of a large realm, not something a small realm could compare to. After a long while, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. It was useless to worry now. He could only take it one step at a time. On the second day, Lu Ming's battle against those of a higher cultivation level began. The cage battle arena was even more crowded. An outsider was about to engage in a battle against those of a higher cultivation level. It caused a huge uproar and attracted countless people to watch. Boom! 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 The ground rumbled. Lu Ming's first battle was against a terrifying beast. It was a 10-meter-tall giant bear. Its body was also covered in scales, and its cultivation level was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. However, Lu Ming still only used one move to send the giant bear flying tens of thousands of meters away. As expected, his combat power is amazing. Even if his cultivation level is higher, he can't withstand a single blow. In the beginning, he's definitely not a match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch, watch later. The geniuses at the peak of the Great Sage realm will appear later. That's when the intense battle will begin. Since Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories at the same cultivation level, he naturally had the ability to fight against those of a higher cultivation level. An ordinary peak Great Sage was naturally no match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch, watch the battle between the peak Great Sage realm prodigies and Lu Ming. That would be worth watching. The crushing continued. Next, Lu Ming continued to crush them in a sweeping manner. 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, soon, Lu Ming achieved 80 consecutive victories. After 80 consecutive victories, some prodigies appeared. There were people with heavenly spiritual bodies, people with powerful divine powers, and beasts with terrifying bloodlines. However, without exception, they were all crushed by Lu Ming. 90 consecutive victories, 95 consecutive victories, 99 consecutive victories, it was unstoppable. In the 100th battle, the desolate race sent out a terrifying beast. This beast's physique was terrifyingly strong, but it was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle. The scene was in an uproar. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle were born. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming did it very easily, as if he did not expend much effort. How could he be so strong? The onlookers were shocked. There were not many such experts in the Desolate Race's long history. It was shocking for an outsider to have such a prodigy. Senior, can I regain my freedom? Lu Ming looked up at the Desolate Race expert high in the sky. Yes. The Desolate Race expert nodded. Following that, he changed the topic and said, however, I'll give you a choice. Do you accept it? What choice? Lu Ming asked. I know that the girl named Autumn Moon and the girl named Bubbles are your friends. The choice is that you can give this chance to them. Then, they will not need to fight again to regain their freedom. However, you have to carry on with the challenge. The Desolate Race expert said. Carry on with the challenge? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. That's right. By crossing 2 levels and battling a perfect great sage, if you can cross 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories, you will also regain your freedom. The Desolate Race expert said. These words caused an uproar in the crowd. Crossing 2 levels and obtaining 100 consecutive victories is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. That's right. This is an impossible matter. No one can do it, unless those 2 levels higher are all ordinary figures. In the history of the Desolate Race, no one has ever done it. And this time, it's even more impossible. Don't forget that our Desolate Race's #1 prodigy is currently at the perfect Great Sage realm. This person probably won't agree to it, right? To cross 2 levels, unless one did not encounter a prodigy, it was nearly impossible to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 1863. Lu Ming did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Compared to Autumn Moon, he was more confident of winning. Good, you have guts. Ha, now, I'll get someone to release your 2 friends. The Desolate Race expert laughed as he looked at Lu Ming with a look of appreciation. Not long after, Autumn Moon and Bubbles walked out from a large door. Take these 2 tokens. In the future, no one will touch you when you travel around the ancient wilderness region. 2 tokens appeared in the Desolate Race expert's hand as they flew towards Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Beat them, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her tiny fists and cheered for Lu Ming before climbing onto Autumn Moon's shoulder. Autumn Moon received the tokens and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look before flying to the spectator stands. Lu Ming, do you want to challenge now or do you need to recover before you fight? The Desolate Race expert asked. There's no need to recover. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. If he wanted to fight, he had to end it quickly and obtain 100 consecutive victories in one fell swoop. Good, you have the confidence. Perfect Great Sage, who wants to give it a try? The Desolate Race expert looked around the spectator stands. I'll fight him. A figure stood up from the spectator stands and took a step forward. He landed in the middle of the arena and his aura was emitted. His cultivation level was at the perfect Great Sage realm. This person was very young and he was a few heads taller than Lu Ming. 2 gigantic hammers appeared in his hands that looked like 2 water tanks. Typically, those who entered the prisoner battle arena's 4th test were either fierce beasts or slaves. And those who flew down from the spectator stands were Desolate Race experts who were here for training. It's Huang Di. I never expected him to go up in the first round. Huang Di has a superior heaven astral body. He is a top elite of our race's younger generation. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this youth. They never expected the first round to be the highlight. Alright, then fight to your heart's content. I won't disturb you any further. The Desolate Race expert stepped into the air and left. Come on, show me what you've got. Show me what you've got. Huang Di swung his 2 hammers and smashed them against each other, making a loud noise. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Lu Ming's combat strength was rarely seen, even among the Desolate Race. The Desolate Race were belligerent, so they were naturally delighted to see him. Then let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming said. His body glowed as sacred weapons flew out from his acupoints. More than 100 saint weapons hovered around Lu Ming, sealing a sacred weapon in one's body. What a wondrous ability. It's better not to be just for show. Huang Di grinned and took a step forward. His whole body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Lu Ming. His two hammers smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Back then, Sky Hammer also used a hammer, but its power couldn't be compared to desolate land. As the hammers came crashing down, the sky emitted a terrifying whistling sound. The air was compressed, creating a terrifying wind wave that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming held a sacred weapon battle sword in his hand. The sacred energy in his body roared as he slashed out. The terrifying chi wave was split into two. Dang! Dang! The battle sword and Huang Di's hammers collided violently, creating a violent wind that swept out in all directions. Huang Di's body trembled violently as his stout body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he found his footing. High-grade heaven's spiritual body. The desolate race is indeed an ancient race. They sure have many geniuses. Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. In this short period of time, among the desolate race elites that Lu Ming had encountered, there were 3 people with high-grade heaven's spiritual bodies. This was extremely shocking. In the outside world, a high-grade heaven's spiritual body was definitely a top elite. It was an existence second only to a king body. If a king body did not appear, no one could compete. But in the desolate race, he had encountered one after another. However, he did not know that Huang Di was even more shocked. He was a top elite of the desolate race. Among his peers, there were not many who could match him. Now, despite having a cultivation level 2 levels higher, he was still forced into a disadvantageous position by Lu Ming. Powerful, again. Huang Di raised his 2 hammers and stomped on the ground. He was like a mountain that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming's battle sword was like the wind as it constantly slashed out, clashing with Huang Di's hammers. Sparks flew as the 2 of them clashed more than 10 times. Every collision made Huang Di retreat a few steps. After more than 10 collisions, Huang Di had already retreated a large distance. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. Huang Di raised his hammers and turned to run, shouting that he admitted defeat. He realized that Lu Ming's strength completely crushed him. There was no need to continue the battle. Even Huang Di has been defeated. Could this person really be able to surpass 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories? Even Huang Di is no match for him. Not many people in the perfect Great Sage realm can be his match. This combat power is really amazing. Many people exclaimed. And on the highest viewing platform, the eyes of a few desolate race experts lit up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes scanned the surroundings. I'll do it. Just as Lu Ming's voice faded, a voice followed. Following that, a burly figure soared into the sky and landed in the arena. This was also a youth. His body was even more burly than Huang Di's. Standing there, he was like a mountain. He had a demeanor that said, "Who else but me can do it?" This was an undefeatable belief. Huang Di, it's Huang Di. Huang Di has already made his move. I thought he was going to leave it until the end. Can the number 1 elite of the younger generation defeat Lu Ming? Upon seeing this youth, many people even stood up from their seats and shouted in excitement. The number 1 elite of the desolate race's younger generation? Lu Ming spoke. There were sounds all around him, so he naturally heard it. Lu Ming, if you defeat me, there is no need to fight any further. I'll count it as your 100 consecutive victories. Huang Di said. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Huang Di was an invincible existence in the perfect Great Sage realm. If he was not a match, then the battles that followed would be meaningless. Not to mention 100 consecutive victories, he could obtain even more consecutive victories. Alright, that's exactly what I want. Lu Ming spoke. He also wanted to see how strong the number 1 elite of the desolate race was. Peng. Huang Di took a step forward. It was as if an ancient behemoth was walking, causing the ground to tremble. Peng. Peng. Following that, Huang Di continued to take steps. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. And the aura from his body grew stronger. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. Finally, Huang Di was not far from Lu Ming. He punched at Lu Ming. He punched with his bare hands, but the resulting tremors were more intense than when Huang Di brandished the gigantic hammer. Lu Ming was fearless. He also threw a punch toward the desolation power. Lu Ming actually wants to clash head-on with Huang Di. At the same level, no one is Huang Di's match in a head-on clash. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation level is 2 levels lower. He probably does not know how powerful Huang Di is. Chapter 1864. Lu Ming and Huang Li's fists collided with each other. Neither of them was willing to give an inch and they collided heavily. Dong! There was a dull roar and a terrifying shockwave burst out from where their fists collided. The shockwave spread out in all directions of the spectator stand and crossed 100 miles in an instant. Above the spectator stand, there were experts who set up layers of defense to block the shockwave. Bam! Bam! The two figures trembled and retreated wildly. They stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Lu Ming and desolately retreated at the same time, which shocked the audience. Lu Ming was not weaker than desolately in a head-on confrontation. What a terrifying power! What a strong power! This is the law of force. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Desolate Li's spiritual body was a superior heavenly spiritual body. The law that he mastered was the law of force, which was one of the King Dao laws. It was exactly the same as Long Chen's law. Force was the ultimate force. It had boundless strength and could break all laws with force. Coupled with Desolate Li's complete Great Sage cultivation, his power was shocking. He could blow up a mountain and crack the ground with a single punch. Great, again. Desolate Li saw that Lu Ming was a match for him in a head-on confrontation. His battle intent was ignited and his eyes were filled with a fanatical battle intent. He rushed towards Lu Ming and threw out continuous punches like cannonballs at Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and dashed out. He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched continuously with both his fists. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. Lu Ming's fists seemed to have the shadow of the suppressing hell monument. It had the power of hundreds of millions of caddies. It suppressed the heavens and was shockingly powerful. Bam! Bam! Both of their fists continued to hit each other. It was direct, brutal, and overbearing. There were roars in the heavens and the earth. Some of the weaker cultivators turned pale and almost suffered internal injuries. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was still no clear winner. To be honest, Desolate Li was very strong. Each of his attacks was like thunder. It was terrifyingly powerful. In a direct confrontation, not many people could directly confront him like this. Lu Ming was also relying on the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the power of the primal chaos law to resist the desolate force. Lu Ming, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Huang Li roared. All right. Lu Ming replied. The law of primal chaos surged as he abruptly tapped out with a finger. Primal chaos tribulation finger. The terrifying finger force crushed towards Huang Li. Huang Li's face was extremely solemn. He roared, and a pair of gloves appeared on his hands. He operated the law of extreme force and punched with all his might. A star seemed to appear on his fist as he punched out. He blasted it toward Lu Ming and collided with the chaos finger of calamity. It was a shocking scene. It was as if a finger of a god had tapped on a star in the starry sky. Then, the star exploded and Huang Li's body retreated rapidly. It's time to end this battle, seal. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on Huang Li's body, sealing him. Huang Li's expression changed drastically as he used all his strength to struggle. But at this moment, Lu Ming tapped out with another finger. A huge finger pressed down on Huang Li, sending him flying thousands of meters away as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And this was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, Huang Li would not have just been injured. Ha ha ha, impressive. Really impressive. Lu Ming, I've lost. Huang Li was defeated, but he laughed out loud and thought nothing of it. I just have a few more tricks up my sleeves. I might not be able to beat you in a direct confrontation. Thank you for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. A win is a win. In a battle of life and death, who dares to fight me head-on? However, we can fight again in the future. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Huang Li's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Alright, let's fight again when there's a chance. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that these people from the desolate race were not bad. All of them were very straightforward and did not have many schemes. At this moment, the desolate race expert descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. Since you have jumped 2 levels and defeated Huang Li, then no one in the perfect Great Sage realm is your match. You are free. A token appeared in the desolate race expert's hand as he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and his face revealed a look of joy. He was finally free. Then, he could search for brute crystals in the ancient wilderness region. Lu Ming, my desolate race's clan elder wants to meet you. At this moment, the desolate race expert spoke out once again. The desolate race's clan elder wants to meet me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I have something I need your help with. The desolate race expert nodded. This sentence was said through a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Senior, since you have invited me, I will definitely meet you. Lu Ming did not hesitate as he nodded in agreement. Alright, come with me. Huang Li, you too. The desolate race expert flew towards the arena. Lu Ming, Huang Li, as well as Autumn Moon and Bubbles, who were in the stands, followed him. After flying out of the arena, they headed north. How spectacular! Having been here for some time, this was the first time Lu Ming came out of the arena. He sized up his surroundings. This was an ancient giant city. There were various ancient buildings in the city. They were majestic and tall. There was no end in sight. In the city, there was an endless stream of people from the desolate race. Not long after, they came to a majestic building and entered a grand hall. In the grand hall, there were a few burly white-haired elders sitting there. These elders did not seem to have any aura. They looked like ordinary elders. Greetings, clan elders. The desolate race expert and Huang Li bowed towards the elders. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The elder in the middle raised his hand slightly and looked at Lu Ming. He gave a look of admiration and said, "You're Lu Ming. I just heard the news that you defeated Huang Li, crossing 2 levels to defeat Huang Li. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such combat strength. Senior, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky." Lu Ming said humbly. The few elders chuckled and did not comment. "Little rascal, our desolate race has something that we need your help with." The elder in the middle continued speaking. "You need my help. But this junior's strength is weak." Lu Ming was stunned. He never expected that the desolate race clan elders would seek his help with something. However, he was only at the Great Sage realm. There were probably plenty of people in the desolate race that were stronger than him. What did they need his help with? The old man smiled and said, "Come with me and you'll know." "Huang Li, you kids, come with me." With that said, the few elders walked out. The desolate force and desolate race experts also followed. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before following with Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Soon, they came to a secret place. Chapter 1865. Lu Ming, the matter we need your help with is not complicated. You just need to walk from here to an altar and activate it. A desolate race tribal elder said. Walk to an altar? Are there any obstacles on this path? Lu Ming asked. The tribal elder nodded and said, these 3 altars were left behind by the desolate race's ancestors. Legend has it that they contain the desolate race's treasures, and they are related to the rise and fall of the desolate race. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to approach the altars and activate them to obtain the desolate race's treasures. On every path, there is a terrifying pressure. The stronger one's cultivation level, the stronger the pressure. Hence, only elites can step on it. The tribal elder explained once. So that was the case. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was no wonder the desolate race wanted his help. And the previous caged battle was probably a test for him. If not, he would have regained his freedom after obtaining his 100th victory. Tribal elder, I want to try again. At this moment, Huang Li spoke. Alright, go ahead and try. The tribal elder nodded. Huang Li took a step forward and walked towards the ancient path on the leftmost side. Dong! When he stepped onto the ancient bluestone path, the heaven and earth seemed to emit a roar. Huang Li's step was as heavy as a mountain. Huang Li's body trembled slightly before he stood up straight and continued walking forward. Dong! Another roar resounded as the ground trembled slightly. Huang Li seemed to be under immense pressure. His muscles bulged as the might laws covered his body. He was like an invincible god of war as he took a step forward. Dong! Dong! Step by step, he took a step forward. Every step he took would emit a roar. Soon, Huang Li had taken 100 steps forward. But after 100 steps, his speed began to slow down. It was as if the pressure he was facing had increased. However, Huang Li's eyes were filled with determination as he continued walking forward. Not long after, Huang Li took 200 steps. His speed slowed down once again, but he continued walking forward. It was as if every 100 steps he took, the pressure Huang Li faced would increase. Step by step, he proceeded forward. Every 100 steps, the speed of the desolate's power would slow down. After more than an hour, Desolate Force had finally taken 500 steps. When he took the 501st step, his body suddenly shook, and his face turned pale. The ancient bluestone road was 1,000 meters long, which was 1,000 steps. Only half of the Desolate's power had been used. Roar! Huang Li let out a deep roar. His eyes were unyielding as he continued to move forward. As he took a step forward, his body trembled again. However, he did not fall. Instead, he continued to move forward. Every step he took was very difficult, as if he was carrying the weight of an ancient divine mountain on his back. Not bad, there is an improvement. In the history of the Desolate Race, the number of people who could reach 500 steps can be counted on one hand. The elder nodded his head. He was satisfied with Desolate Force's performance. Let's see how many steps this little guy can take. Another elder said. After that, no one said anything and continued to watch. The speed of the Desolate's steps became slower and slower. Sometimes, it would take more than 10 minutes to take a step. However, everyone was patient. After 3 days, the Desolate Force had finally reached the 600th step. Not bad. Even in the history of the Desolate Race, few people with king bodies could reach 600 steps. One of the elders exclaimed in admiration. For Desolate Force to be able to reach this step, his future achievements would be extraordinary. After Desolate Force took 600 steps, he stopped. He stood there, as if he was meditating to recover. This stop lasted for an entire day. A day later, Desolate Force let out an angry roar and took another step forward, towards the 601st step. However, when he took that step, his body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out of the ancient bluestone road. An elder stretched out his hand to catch Desolate Force. A surge of energy surged into Desolate Force's body. Desolate Force's pale face regained some vitality. Lu Ming, as you can see, with Desolate Force's strength, he can only take 600 steps. If you can help our race open the altar, then you will be a great benefactor of our race. You will be an honored guest of our race, and you will be given the position of an outer race elder. Your status will be second only to our desolate race elders. How about it? An elder said. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. If he helped the desolate race open the altar, he would be given the position of an outer race elder. His status would be second only to the desolate race elders. This power was no trifling matter. And the desolate race's strength was unfathomable. If he could obtain the help of the desolate race, it would definitely be an extremely powerful backer. Lu Ming secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, Senior, you are being too polite. This junior will definitely do his best. Also, this junior's reason for coming to the ancient savage wilderness region is to search for brute crystals. I wonder if Senior has any news of brute crystals. So you are here to search for brute crystals. Although brute crystals are precious, our race still has quite a number of them. We can give you a few in the future. An elder said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Following that, he looked at the ancient bluestone road and said, then, this junior will give it a try. After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the left ancient bluestone road that Desolate Force had just taken. Dong! When Lu Ming took a step forward, he felt a powerful force pressing down on him. It made his body feel extremely heavy. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. However, although this force was strong, it did not affect Lu Ming much. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked forward quickly. Dong! Dong! The ground trembled constantly. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming had taken 100 steps. What a fast speed! He is indeed a son of chaos. A desolate race elder's eyes lit up. This kid is a bit stronger than ordinary Elysian children. Perhaps he really does have a chance. The other elder had a hopeful look on his face. The altar left behind by their ancestors had been sealed for too long. Over the eons, they had tried all sorts of methods to open it, but to no avail. Perhaps, there was hope now. Their desolate race was the strongest faction in the world eons ago. They were at the peak of their power and had countless experts. Eventually, they competed with other powerful factions, resulting in their defeat and the deaths of their experts. Hence, they could only live in seclusion and hide in the ancient savage wilderness region. However, the treasures left behind by their ancestors were not opened by anyone. Even after so many years, the desolate race had yet to recover to its peak. The treasures in the 3 altars were their opportunity, so they naturally cared about it. Dong! When Lu Ming took 100 steps, he did not stop at all. He took a step towards the 101st step. When he took that step, Lu Ming felt an even more powerful force pressing down on him. However, Lu Ming's muscles only trembled slightly as he resisted the force and continued forward.